The weather in Kanaha village in April is the most comfortable and pleasant. It is neither cold nor hot. The soft spring breeze shook the branches of sakura flowers, so the pink and white petals fluttered down like rain, leading to the passing pedestrians stopped to admire. This is a good time to enjoy flowers, but not everyone has a leisure time to go out to enjoy the flowers. Kanaha Shinobi School is also in the annual admission season. The admission application forms flying in like snowflakes are really exhausting all the faculty and staff. Old students graduate in March. Freshmen enrolling in April. These 2 months are the most tiring every year. Hey, have you heard? That demon fox also enrolled in school this year. Really? Put that kind of monster into the ninja school. My son is also enrolled this year. Damn, what are the people above thinking? SHH. Be quiet, don't talk nonsense. Master Hokage must have his intention to do this. Just take care of your children and avoid the demon fox. At the gate of the ninja school, the parents and friends who sent their children to school gathered in 2s and 3s. A news about the boy enrolling in the incarnation of a demon fox quickly spread among most parents, especially when the little boy with yellow hair waited. Appearing on the street in front of the school, the atmosphere suddenly became very strange. Disgusting and disgusting sight, can hear clearly whispers. The boy lowered his head and dragged heavy steps toward the school. Brother, hurry up, you're going to be late. How is it possible to be late? Don't you see that the kid in front also just arrived? Fujika, don't pull, you will tear my sleeves again. The end of the street, the little girl pulled her brother's sleeve and rushed forward like a missile head. The boy who walked in front and was immersed in the gloomy reality did not notice the attack after he came. He was caught off guard and was hit by a dog chewing on the mud. He was lying on the ground with 5 bodies, his buttocks puckered high, and his image was terrible. To the extreme. Let's see. Fujika, I said not to run. What should I do if I hit someone now? How could it be crashed? Brother, you don't scare people. The girl was very dissatisfied and kicked her elder brother's calf. Stop, Fujika, I was wrong, don't kick, my bones will be broken by you. Uchiha Zongshian raised his hand to admit defeat, and jumped to avoid the attack of his sister who became a shin buster. Hey, are you okay? Uchiha Fujika, who hadn't even kicked it, turned her head to ignore her brother who was a demon, and turned her gaze to the little yellow hair who was knocked down by herself. Fine. The boy got up, didn't mean to hold him accountable, patted the dust on his body, and turned to leave. What are you running? Are you also a freshman in school today? Uchiha Fujika called to the boy. Are you not afraid of me? The boy reached out and scratched the messy yellow hair on his head, and looked at the girl in front of him and surprised at the answer that the donkey's lips were not to the horse's mouth made the girl stare at the yellow hair in front of her unhappy. Who would be afraid of you? He is obviously a boy, he is not as tall as I am, so he can be bullied at first sight. Let's do this. As a reward for knocking you down, I will cover you in the ninja school in the future. If someone bullies you, just tell me and I will beat you back. Eh? The boy stood there in a daze, as if he hadn't reacted at all to what had happened. Why are you stupid? You will be late if you don't leave quickly. Girl Uchiha Fujika sighed, and the first kid he received in school looked stupid, not very clever. Oh, Fujika, I started to take in my brother so soon. Uchiha Zongshian looked at the boy up and down. A messy yellow hair like a bird's nest, blue eyes, 3 beards on each face, wearing black short sleeves and white shorts. If you look deeper, you will see the extremely powerful seal on the boy, Uzumaki Naruto, Kanaha 3rd generation 9 tails Jinchuriki. Brother, you are so annoying. Go back now. You are not needed here. Uchiha Fujika angrily pushed away the unscrupulous brother who always teased her. Hurry up. Don't you still have a task? Go ahead. Work, and brother, don't forget the gift you promised me for admission. You haven't forgotten it? I just said casually at the time, and the 5-year-old kid wanted a small knife. When I look back, I will make a wooden knife for you with a piece of wood. I don't care, I have to do what I promised. If you dare to lie to me, brother, I will tell my mother that you are bullying me. Vine flower. Uchiha Zongxian's voice suddenly became low, pressing his hand on his sister's shoulder, and said in a sensational manner, you remember, it is a child's privilege to file a complaint. You are now a child who entered the ninja school reserve ninjas. If you learn about this childish thing by your classmates, you will be laughed at. You must do what you promised. This is what Grandpa said. Brother, you don't lie to others, so I won't be fooled by you. Eating a ditch and gaining a wit, and being fooled more often, the little girl also has resistance. Uchiha Fujika made a grimace and ran into the school with the newly acquired younger brother in a hurry. Don't run so fast, be careful to bump into people. It's really not a long memory. Uchiha Zongxian stood outside the school gate and watched the back of his sister and a certain Huang Mao disappear in the hall of the teaching building. Slowly Tuntun retracted his stretched neck. Today is the first day of school. In order to allow students to adapt to school life as soon as possible, parents who send students are no longer allowed to enter the school. Sending to the school gate is the limit. Big Brother Zhongxian. Brother Zhongxian. A familiar greeting came from behind. Uchiha Zhongxian turned around and saw two figures, one tall and one short. It's Itachi. Is this to send Suzuki to school? Standing in front of him was a pair of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki, brother of the patriarch's family. That's right, so are you, Brother Zhongxian. Uchiha Itachi was interrupted before he finished speaking. Fugaku and Suzuki are the same age. By the way, Suzuki, you are also in Class A, right? Well, I am from Class A. That's right, I want to entrust you with a task. Don't you know if you dare to take it? Uchiha Zhongxian squatted down and said to doubting Suzuki, looking at each other. What task? Just leave it to me and promise to complete the task. The sunny pillar in the shape of a beanie got excited. A boy of his age is most passionate about ninja games, especially this is the mission of the famous Brother Zhongxian in the family. Don't even think about it, I agreed to what I thought, and didn't even ask what the specific task was. Good boy. Kingzu at this age is still a good boy from the Uchiha family who has not been poisoned by his mouth. Compared to his brother who always wants to abandon his little family and make everyone better. This is a long-term task. Uchiha Zhongxian cleared his throat. This year, only you and Fugaku from the Uchiha clan entered the ninja school. You and Fugaku can be said to bear the glory of our Uchiha clan in the ninja school. Fugaku is a girl again, so, Suzuki, you are welcome, and use your strength to tell those in the school that we, Uchiha, are the strongest in Konoha. Aha! Uchiha Suzuki's small face flushed with excitement. He nodded vigorously and raised his head to make a promise. Brother Zhongxian, don't worry, I will never insult our Uchiha clan, only, standing next to him, Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. Oh, ambitious. Uchiha Zhongxian patted the shoulder of Tianshaizu and encouraged Suzuki, if you can get the first place in all the exams at the ninja school this year, I can give you a chakra weapon. Real? I never lie. The so-called chakra weapon refers to a weapon that is mixed with special metals and has different characteristics such as absorption, conduction, extension, efficiency, and saving. Because of its high casting difficulty and broad market demand, a good chakra weapon is worth very high. Ordinary jonin can't afford a suitable chakra weapon. Although Uchiha Suzuki was only 5 years old, his family history taught him the value of chakra weapons. Isn't it the first place? He won't lose to those stupid classmates. The beaming sunny column rushed into the campus. Only Uchiha Zhongxian and Uchiha Itachi stood outside the school gate. Big Brother Zhongxian, what's wrong? Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's identity is sensitive, our family. It's best not to touch too much. You've grown up too, Itachi. You are all starting to tell me what to do. Brother Zhongxian, I didn't mean that, Uchiha Itachi tried to explain. Ha ha, just kidding. Uchiha Zhongxian laughed, don't worry, I have no interest in Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But I will not stop Fugaku from making friends. Since Master Hokage let Nine-Tails Jinchuriki also enter the ninja school, the communication between children should be fine, right? Brother Zhongxian, I'm the one who said a lot. It's okay, it's all for the family. Uchiha Zhongxian kept the false smile and waved his hand. Itachi, if you have something to do, just go to your business. You can't stay here and waste time with me as an idler. Then, please allow me to be rude. Uchiha Itachi politely left, looking at the direction to go to the Hokage building. Seeing that the still small figure faded out of sight, the smile on Zhongxian's face gradually disappeared, leaving only a bone-chilling cold between his eyebrows and eyes. Uchiha Itachi. In his memory, this was a cold-blooded monster who did not hesitate to slaughter the family for his brother and the village. You know, the Uchiha clan are not all nasty guys who like to see people through their nostrils. There are also many old people and children in the clan. There are also many ordinary people who haven't been able to open their eyes for a lifetime, and even ninjas are not even ninjas. However, no matter men, women, young or old, whether you are a 60 or 70-year-old old man, or a babble child, they will all be killed. For this cold-blooded younger generation, Uchiha Zhongxian, apart from the disgust of guard, really can't mention the slightest favor. If it's the orphans who have been insulted by the tribe, it's all about starting. Cheat is in the big deal and avoids Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, the cold-blooded evil spirits who kill their parents. They live in a different place and grow slowly. Revenge for the dead people. The problem is that he has parents, many relatives and friends, a warm and harmonious family, and a super cute sister. Can't escape, nowhere to hide. There is not enough time left for him to resist the tragic fate of his family. Konoha's Xiao Qiangs have all entered school, and they will not be too far away from the night of the extermination. The history is indeed due to the Uchiha Zhongxian has undergone some changes, but the changes are not big. Uchiha Obito was still a glorious sacrifice in the Battle of the Kamabashi Bridge, and the fourth-generation husband and wife were finally dead on the night Naruto was born. When the Battle of the Kamabashi Bridge broke out, the 9-year-old Uchiha Zhongxian was just a newcomer Chunin who fought with the Wujinman on the eastern battlefield, and was not qualified to effect the battles on the northern battlefield. The night when Nine Tails attacked the village, let alone the 10-year-old Uchiha Zongxian, none of the Uchiha ninjas could go out to support the 4th generation project. The ninjas from Umbu and Roots surrounded the Uchiha clan's residence. From that night, 5 years passed in a flash. During these 5 years, after unremitting efforts, with the help of cheat, he became a strong man in the family with the same reputation as Uchiha Shisui. Correct, Uchiha sex cheat is an inherent skill called magic power release, fire, and a treasure of knights don't die with unarmed hands. It sounds a bit nondescript, but in fact it is indeed nondescript. It seems to be a double cheat, but compared to those of the peers, it can be called a versatile system. His cheat, it is more laborious to develop. Anyway, it is much better than the whiteboard start. When I was 7 years old, I rushed to the battlefield to fight with others. In the 9 years now, through bloody battles, the power of magic release, flame, has been increased a lot, because there is no such thing as a system screen, nor it's good to judge what level it is. As for the knight does not die with bare hands, this invisible treasure is very easy to use. It can give the weapon in hand the D-class treasure attribute and can drive it. The limit of activation of this treasure is to be able to recognize and judge it as a weapon within the range, that is say kunao, shurikens, small swords, even rocks and big trees can be used as D-class treasures. Of course, the weapon of the tree is not so easy to handle, and it is far less useful than the shuriken. The shuriken, which has been given the D-class treasure attribute, has the destructive power to defeat Chinin's hardening technique. Together with Sharinan and Uchiha's throwing technique, to be honest, only rely on such a hand shuriken, as long as you don't encounter it. Those monsters, or being besieged by others, be cautious enough to survive on the battlefield. But this is not enough. Far from enough. No matter how outsiders tout his power, Uchiha Zongxian, who is still only 3 Tomo Sharinan, is not very sure to deal with the cold-blooded monsters Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito in the future. Mangekyo Sharingan's unique pupil technique is called Yes Susanoo of the power of God. It's not that he can easily defeat them by relying on these 2 cheats. He needs more power. Otherwise, just assassinate the Kiditaki in advance. Uchiha Zanzian's heart was secretly cruel. Anyway, there is a guy like Danzo who is back and throws the black pot to Danzo. No one in the clan will doubt him. As for killing Uchiha Itachi, Suzuki will not be able to evolve the Eternal Eye. Besides, Guan said that the future will have nothing to do with him if he does not pass the hurdle of the Night of Annihilation. Walking on the streets of the clan, Uchiha Zongxian sighed silently. Assassinating Uchiha Itachi or something, that is to say. His fighting method is not assassination. Killing Uchiha Itachi, who has already opened a double god jade, and planting it on Danzo, there are too many uncertain factors in the middle. Not to mention that he may not be able to kill Uchiha Itachi, who is fortunate. Even if Uchiha Itachi is successfully killed, once exposed, he did it. Zongxian! The shout from a high place came into the ears. Uchiha Zongxian stopped. The unreliable thoughts were interrupted, and he looked up in the direction of the sound source. He was a man with a rare dumpling nose of the Uchiha clan. Shisui, you are back. Just came back today. Uchiha Shisui jumped off the roof of the pancake shop, sitting on the small bench in front of the shop and reading the newspaper. Mr. Handyaki didn't even lift his eyelids. What a ninja. They are all those guys who like to climb the roof and the roof if they have a good road and don't take a good road. Such a big Konoha village may not be able to find a tile that has not been stepped on by the ninjas. Zongxian, looking at your frown, what happened? Uchiha Shisui approached naturally and walked side by side with Uchiha Zongxian. They are good friends who have gone through the 3 wars together, and the friendship with the mist ninjas on the eastern battlefield is just. What else can it be? You don't know the situation in the clan. Hearing this, the little smile on Shisui's face suddenly disappeared, and the lingering haze enveloped the corners of his eyebrows. You didn't attend the rally the night before. I can tell you clearly that the grievances accumulated by the tribesmen are increasing. Many neutrals have also turned to the radicals. The number of tribes who support the armed coup has increased. The point is that the patriarch did not make peace this time, and the attitude of the 2 elders, including the opposition faction, is not as determined as in the past. Zongxian whispered to the Shisui family gatherings. He also does not approve of such methods as coups. No. To be precise, in his opinion, armed coups should be the last resort. There is really no way to do it. This choice of hurting the enemy 800 and self-defeating 1000 is nothing but a choice. Drinking dope to quench thirst, even if the coup succeeds, it must be a heavy loss. What should be done next to deal with the wolves and tigers around the country of fire? What's more, the coup may not be successful. The strength of the Uchiha clan today is said to be weak, but it can't be said to be so strong. It has long lost its strength in the past, although it is still called the no. Taunting, that is, the benevolent sees the benevolent and the wise sees the wisdom. The number of jonin in the clan is quite large, but there is no more jonin than other clan and commoner ninjas in the village. What's even worse is that the only uchiha Shisui who clearly opened Mangekyo Sharinan is a man who has gone beyond national parochialism and accepted the will of fire from his father's generation. It is impossible for him to betray the village, which is better than Obito, and the two brothers, Itachi, are stronger, and would rather commit suicide than act on the people of the tribe. Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch who was suspected to have turned on Mangekyo Sharinan, faced the butcher knife raised by his son. In order to avoid fratricide, he chose not to resist. He may be relieved, but it is a pity that all the people of those clans have changed, become bitter. What is the use of a group of people like this to make a coup? Zhong Xian has no hope of a successful coup. Hey, after all, I am too weak. If I can be stronger. Zhong Xian clenched his fists, then loosened it weakly. The thing of becoming stronger can be accomplished overnight. In the 3 wars, he was struggling to survive on the battlefield and exhausted his strength. When the 3 wars were finally over, it didn't take long for the Nine Tails chaos to erupt and immediately push the Uchiha clan to the cliff. Aside, in this turbulent environment, just being alive is tiring enough. Is the situation so bad? Shisui frowned sadly. He cherishes his people very much, but he also loves the village. When the two conflicts that are difficult to reconcile, he even watched when heading towards the end of immortality, he must endure great pain. Later, he committed suicide and said in his suicide note, "I am tired of the task. If this continues, the Uchiha clan has no future, so I don't want to go on like this." At that time, Shisui may have been overwhelmed by the deep despair of not seeing the future. Suicide is a choice that desperate people will make. Especially Shisui, a gentle and cheerful guy, is not desperate. How could he choose such a sad ending? Zhong Xian, really, can't stop the actions of the tribesmen? Yes. As long as the upper levels of the village no longer deliberately suppress and make things difficult, at least there will not be a situation where the radicals dominate. In fact, there are not many people in the clan who oppose the coup, but it's hard to see the end. It's really upset. Hokage-sama, so is he. Shisui opened his mouth, wanting to justify the 3rd generation. Shisui, I know this is a sequelae caused by the Nine Tails chaos. Thinking about it from another perspective, if I were Hokage, I would definitely have to guard the Uchiha clan, but the problem is that the incident really has nothing to do with us. You should be the only one who opened Mangekyo at the moment, and it was opened after the Nine Tails chaos. The people of the tribe will not appreciate how much Hokage-sama is working hard for the peace of the village. We only feel the endless malice from the village. Although you are working in Umbu, you should also know how bad the ethics of the police department is? Ignoring Shisui, who was eager to speak, Zhong Xian looked around and pointed at a 3-story building not far away. Shisui, let's go over there. It just happened that you just finished the mission. If there is nothing wrong, how about the two of us having a good chat? Good. Shisui nodded and agreed. There is no reason for rejection. Feeling distressed, he also needs a person to talk to. It is pitiful. As the top master of the Uchiha clan, he actually doesn't have many friends. Too many people regard him as an object of worship, rather than an equal friend. Without Uchiha Zhong Xian, the only person in the family who could play with him was Uchiha Itachi, who was several years younger than him. But Itachi is a little younger, and he is not a good object to complain. There were no like-minded friends in the original history who could listen to him. He could only hold everything in his heart and squeeze out a smile, pressure in front of Itachi. Despair probably accumulates like this. Fortunately, history has changed a bit. With the addition of a friend like Uchiha Zhong Xian, Shisui has an object to confide in his distress. Although some points of view between the two of them are not exactly the same. The rooftops are wide open and there is no hiding place around. As long as you take care of your feet, you don't have to worry about someone eavesdropping on the conversation. It can be said to be an excellent place for chatting. In Zhang Xian's view, this kind of place is more reliable than those secret rooms that don't see the sun. Lots of spectrum. Oolong tea flavor or natto flavor, which one do you want? Zhong Xian held 2 popsicles in his hands. Although it's only April, the weather in Konoha is already getting hot. The popsicle-making uncle in the family can't wait to start making exclusive products, such as oolong tea-flavored and natto-flavored popsicles. The former is okay. The key is the latter. Natto-flavored popsicles are really confusing. Is there nothing else? Shisui stared. Today only these 2. I remember you seem to like natto. Oh, here you are, natto-flavored. Zhong Xian couldn't help but stuff the natto-flavored popsicle into Shisui's hand. I don't hate natto. The problem is that even the popsicles are natto. Shisui looked at the natto-flavored popsicles in her hand with an expression of indescribable expression. If she knew this, she should go with Zhong Xian. Buying popsicles, this bad guy did it on purpose, right? Natto-flavored popsicles with complex emotions in his arms, he bit down. The taste is surprisingly not too bad, at least it tastes smoothly. Where did you talk before? Zhong Xian licked the popsicle and finally returned to the subject. The policing department has a very poor reputation. Yes, the police department's reputation is bad. Zonxian nodded, then Shisui, what do you think the police department's clansmen have done? The children all spit behind the back like adults. Shisui was silent. Have the people of the police department ever done anything that hurts the truth? If it is not pretentious, unpretentious, and arrogant, these stinky problems must be present, but it is also because of this superb pride that is soaked in the bone marrow. The people of the tribe don't bother to do those things. Things that violate the law and discipline. Everything is just following the rules, and to be harsh is just accusing them of being too rude in law enforcement. Even if you don't like the villagers, you shouldn't be so disgusting at all. Shisui, you are not a foolish fool. I don't think that my eloquence can fool you. I will tell you that the reputation of the police department is so bad because some people are making trouble. Some people are instigating villagers to deal with police ministry, is hostile to uchiha. Our clan has fallen to the point where it is today because of our own reasons, but in the final analysis, I think the bigger fault lies in the persecution of third Hokage. To be honest, few people really like coups. What's the point of being bloodied with their own people? But let me tell you, the problem now is that the village is forcing us to embark on a coup. Zonxian, Lord Third Generation, he is not. Danzo for our clan. Shisui spoke out to defend, but he didn't look emboldened. He is not a fool, even if he believes in the will of fire. It does not mean that he is really blind and can't see the village's oppression and persecution of the family. It's just that the teachings derived from his father's generation made him accustomed to seeing all this from the perspective of the village, and accustomed to thinking from the perspective of the village. Fortunately, he still has feelings for the family, and he did not say that he stood directly in the village, going to the other side, but thinking that the village and the family can live together peacefully, regardless of each other. He believes that the family is part of the village, and the family should not be divided and confronted with the village, but should be actively integrated into the village. However, he hopes to achieve such a future, but he does not know how to move towards this beautiful future. Ideals alone cannot solve the problem. However, before he experienced more wind and rain and found a solution to the problem, the contradictions had intensified. The tribe could not bear the oppression from the village. As soon as they gritted their teeth and stomped their feet, everyone began to plot a coup d'etat and embarked on a complete affair. Can't see the dead end of hope. The despair in Shisui's heart was born from this. Even distinguished heavenly gods cannot modify the minds of so many people. This is not a problem with one person, the third generation, the two elders, and the old Danzo. They inherited the vigilance and defense of the second generation against us, but they didn't learn how to receive uchiha, the atmosphere for the disciples. Zonxian didn't criticize the second generation too much. In any case, Shisui's ancestor Uchiha Kagami was a disciple of the second generation, and there is no point in criticizing a dead person. He looked straight into Shisui's eyes. Shisui, no matter what you think, it seems to me that they forced our clan to this point. Zonxian, the popsicle in Shisui's hand was slowly melting, and he frowned tightly. What do you want to do with this? Do you persuade me to support the coup d'etat? The problem is that it is an absolute dead end. Regardless of whether the coup d'etat is successful or not, our family will have no good end. Then can we survive this way? What did we do wrong? Have to live so aggrieved? Is it because of Uchiha Madara? Or the unknown Uchiha clan of the Nine Tails Rebellion? We are because of their fault. Is it right to suffer? Zongxian's voice was raised a lot. The friends looked at each other for a long while. Zongxian calmed down and coughed lightly. It's the same sentence as before. If I am Hokage, I will also be hostile to the Uchiha clan. The problem is that I am not Hokage, it is Uchiha. Before considering the overall situation of the village, even if not for myself, I must first consider my parents and my sister. The village thinks Uchiha is a bomb that explodes from time to time. It doesn't know when it will explode and damage the village again, so it has been working hard to dismantle and dispose of the bomb. Uchiha thinks that the village has been persecuting too much and deliberately suppresses himself, thinking that instead of waiting until the noose tightens his neck, it is better to take the initiative. This is the status quo of Konoha village and Uchiha. Zonxian, you said so much, what are you going to do? Shisui let the ice lolly in his hand melt, trying his best to stay calm, and asked, tell me, Zongxian, what do you want to do? Since you said that, you should have considered it. The problem between the village and the family is not this. If you can make it clear in a few words, you just need to tell me what you want to do. It should be said that he is a genius of the Uchiha clan, and he has not been disturbed by these words of Uchiha Zongxian, but keenly found a clue from it. Biting off the last piece of popsicle and chewing it to pieces, Zongxian dropped the popsicle stick and said bluntly, Shisui, I want you to help me change Uchiha. What? Shisui frowned slightly. Change Uchiha? How to do it? He didn't want to change Uchiha, but the problem was that he didn't know what to do at all. He always felt like a traveler walking in the dark, looking for the light of hope in the darkness that couldn't distinguish the north, south, east, and west. For Patriarch Fugaku, what do you think? Patriarch? Shisui is confused. This topic has become too fast. Isn't it about changing uchiha? How did it get around the patriarch? I want you to help me become a new generation patriarch of uchiha. This is not surprising. Shisui was shocked by this sentence, his eyebrows were upended, and the ice cube fell to the ground, holding a bare popsicle stick in his hand. Zongxian, you. Shisui is really confused now. Shouldn't their conversation revolve around changing uchiha? How come back to the coup d'état again, replacing the fugaku patriarch? This is to prepare for a wave of coup rehearsal within the family first? If you want to change uchiha, you need power. Otherwise, who of White Fang will listen to us? But, we can also persuade the patriarch. I don't believe him. Zongxian curled his lips and said coldly, I can't believe in the fugaku patriarch. What does our patriarch say? It's not a good idea. During the Nine Tails chaos, he accepted the third generation order to stay in the clan. At that time, the fourth generation, this is the true Hokage. Obviously supporting the fourth generation project is definitely the right choice, but he is. And when the ethnic land moved later, not only did not help the ethnic people to protest, but in order to protect the so-called overall situation of the village, he helped the village suppress the opposition within the ethnic group. He took care of the overall situation, but the problem was that the village didn't care about uchiha at all. Now, the upper level of the village is more and more unscrupulously suppressing us. The radicals have the upper hand in the family. It seems that the patriarch is ready to support the radicals in planning a coup. This is like a tumbler, without knowing him. What are you thinking about all day? And when the kid Uchiha Itachi started to kill in the future, he finally chose to wait and die again. When the finale came, only his youngest son of the Uchiha clan survived. Zongxian did not say this, just an aftertaste in my heart. What he hates most now is Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, these two bastards, followed by Fugaku, the patriarch. Even Danzo has to go back. After all, Danzo's *** is not sitting crooked. People are very clear about his identity from beginning to end. The disciple of second generation, Hokage assistant, leader of Root, and enemy of Uchiha. This is Danzo's position. So no matter how cruel his methods are, you can hate, you can curse, you can dig Danzo's ancestral grave, but there is nothing to complain about. To deal with extremely dangerous enemies, of course, all means must be exhausted. This is a matter of course. However, the patriarch of the Uchiha family seems to have never figured out his own position. He has been swaying back and forth between the village and the family, completely failing to fulfill the responsibilities of the patriarch, and it was a joy to die by the last two hands, but so much. The people of the people are dead and hard to look at. This kind of person is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and it is the Uchiha clan's greatest misfortune. Do you think you will do better than Chief Fugaku? At least not worse than it is now. You dare to say it. I'm already doing it. Shisui was stunned, staring at Uchiha Zongxian with wide eyes, as if re-recognizing this friend. Uchiha Zongxian calmly responded to Shisui's scrutinizing gaze. Shisui, you are not the only one who sees the crisis in the family, and there are many smart people in the family. It's just that the trend is like this, and it cannot be reversed by 3 or 5 people. In order to prevent the family from falling into the worst situation, we also have been working hard. US? Shisui suddenly couldn't help but feel lonely. When is he no longer among us? Is he being squeezed out? This must be squeezed out. Don't think everyone is squeezing you out. Don't forget that you are the only Umbu of our Uchiha clan. You and third generation are too close to them. Of course, everyone is not thinking that you will betray the clan, just that you will not support our ideas. So, then why are you telling me this now? The situation has changed. Zongxian turned his body and turned his gaze to the direction of the ninja school. The admission of Sunny Pillar was a clear signal. According to the original historical process, it was about 2 years or so that the bloody night of genocide would come. Even if his arrival may disrupt the original process, who knows that the night of genocide will be postponed, distorted and disappeared in advance or directly? He only knows that the Uchiha clan is currently under the leadership of the Fugaku clan and is about to embark on the road of planning a coup. If it is not controlled, even if there is no night of extinction, the Uchiha clan will fall into the abyss of eternal disaster. The sense of urgency has become stronger than ever. You must know that it is not only the upper class of the village headed by third generation who wants the Uchiha clan to die, but also Uchiha Obito, who is already crazy. Now there is no time for us to make more adequate preparations. When Chief Fugaku has fully expressed his support for the radicals and won the support of most people, then it is not something we can easily shake, and the coup d'etat will also be planned. It will go on irreversibly, so we must take action and produce results before then. Zongxian's remarks were utterly loud, clang and powerfully demonstrated that unshakable determination. Shisui was silent for about 2 minutes, and asked, if you really replace the Fugaku chief, what are you going to do? This question, I forgot to read it from that book, but the book records what a great man said: if you seek peace through struggle, you will survive, and if you compromise to seek peace, you will die. Peace is not sought, it is created by fighting. I deeply agree with this. Only let third generation and Danzo know that Uchiha is not a toothless tiger, and that we have the determination and strength to break the net, so that they won't be able to suppress us like this. But Zonxian, if you do, Uchiha will be completely separated from the village. Shisui remained calm and questioned. I know. Zonxian did not deny, but even if they don't do this, third generation will truly accept the Uchiha clan into the village? In my opinion, they have a complete attitude toward us, and I don't expect it at all. Live peacefully with these old antiques and wait for fifth generation to take the stage, then Uchiha's chance for a new life. Fifth generation item? Shisui tried to turn his brains to keep up with Zongxian's thinking. Third generation, Danzo, Elder Turner, Elder Mito. These old guys have already fixed their perceptions and opinions of our clan for a long time. There is only one way for them to change their pervert degrees, and that is Shisui. You use distinguished heavenly gods to modify their thinking, but your pupil power should not be able to modify the will and thinking of so many people, and you shouldn't like doing this kind of thing either. Zongxian spread his hands. There is no way to expect third generation to target them. Naturally, they can only target the fifth generation, and those who are eligible to inherit the fifth generation are nothing more than Jiraiya or Tsunade Sunan, but they are also disciples of the third generation. It's true that they are disciples, but as far as I know, these two people in the third generation have different ideas from their generation. At least they should not be so hostile to our family. Of course, it is not right to place their hopes on others. Appropriately, Uchiha also needs to make corresponding changes as the times change. For this, I need your help. Shisui, for the survival of the family, I hope you can stand by my side. Zonxian dignifiedly sent out the invitation. I can't answer you now, I need to see all this in the family with my own eyes. Shisui reserved his attitude. You need to know more about the situation in the family before you can make a decision. Then don't let me wait too long. Zonxian was not disappointed. As a friend, he didn't know what kind of temper Shisui was, and he didn't expect it to be that simple to draw Shisui over. Planting a seed is enough for the time being. Next, take time to water and fertilize, and it will sprout and bear fruit naturally. Okay, don't talk about this, Shisui. What else do you have today? Zongxian changed the subject. Nothing. Just finished the task. Umbu gave me 2 days off. I haven't figured out what to do in these 2 days. Shisui has changed the topic from the kindness, and his pressure is already strong enough. It is necessary to relax properly, otherwise the Iron Man would not be able to withstand such pressure torture. That's right, come to my house. Practice with me. I haven't been on many missions recently, and I feel like my skills have regressed. Stop the nonsense, don't fool me, you kid. Shisui scoffed at this. He didn't believe in the boring lie of retreat when he was killed. Zongxian was stunned. When he was on the battlefield, he said that the ninja was used up. He changed his hand and threw a shuriken to kill the lurking Misty Ninja, shouting that Chakra is exhausted and can't move, but in the next second, a fire-style technique will burn the chaste mist into coke. There are countless examples of this kind, but fortunately, Zongxian has never thought about his own people. Those little tricks are used to greet the enemy. On the battlefield, Zongxian can give people an unspeakable sense of security. Perhaps, this is why he is also a genius of the Uchiha clan. He has few friends, but Zongxian can get along with everyone? Uchiha Zongxian did not leave the house and choose to live alone like other peers. He still lives with his parents and family. After all, he is not a real 15-year-old boy. A lot, but after all, it is a little different. Compared to his peers who are eager for independence, he prefers to have a lively meal with a family. Aunt and uncle are not there? Shisui looked around after entering the door. It should be time to go to the studio now. I won't be back until the evening. Zongxian's parents are not ninjas. His father is said to be frail and unsuitable for being a ninja. He is now a novelist by profession and has 3 best-selling works, but recently fell into a low ebb. My mother's profession is an editor. Speaking of which, I met my parents at work. What new work does Uncle Shinchi have recently? The response to the new book last month was not very good. I was troubled during this time. Fujika didn't send it to school, but it's not a big event. It will be fine after a while. Anyway, this is not the first time. It's okay to have a mother. Uchiha Shinchi, this is the name of Sakshin's father. Shisui blinked. Kwandang did not hear the second half of the sentence, and then asked, Elder Suanchi is also there? There are 5 members of Zongxian's family. In addition to his parents and younger sister, there is one who is the elder of the family. My grandfather, Uchiha Hyonshi. Compared to Shisui, who is alone now, this is a proper big family. Probably I went to play chess with Elder Ryaji. The 2 of them are old chess friends, but the real reason is probably because Fujika is going to school. It is too lonely to stay at home alone, because Fujika wants to go to the ninja school. Grandpa, I've been sulking recently, and I always feel that Uchiha doesn't need to go to the ninja school, but should stay at home and study. Zongxian spoke without delaying the movements under his hands, and gave Shisui tea and snacks. Didn't you say go to the duel? Shisui looked at the tea and snacks in front of him, and scratched his head dubiously. It's never too late to have a sip of tea. Anyway, you're fine, and I'm fine. There is no need to panic. Zongxian also sat down on the sofa with tea. Because of his father's preference, although it looks like a typical Japanese house from the outside, the interior decoration is Western style. Only Uchiha Hyeonchi's father's room maintains the tatami style. Kneeling on the tatami, he still prefers a soft sofa that can trap people in. Zongxian, you guy. Shisui smiled helplessly, but it was also relaxed leaning on the sofa. It's okay to have a rest. Boom boom boom. The loud footsteps awakened Shisui. He instinctively reached out and grabbed his waist, so that he noticed the surrounding environment in the next moment and realized that the mission was over. Is he in Zongxian's house? The stagnant brain started working again, and all the previous things were recalled. I met Zongxian on the road, then talked on the roof of the building, and then came to Zongxian's house and said that it was to learn from each other. As a result, I seemed to fall asleep on the sofa. The dim sunset outside the window cast a dim yellow light, slightly dazzling. Time flies, it is already evening. Before I knew it, the day passed by. Ah, Fujika, I told you not to run on the stairs. Shisui woke you up when you saw your movements. Uchiha Zongxian sat on the single-seater sofa on the side with his knees up. The unfolded hardcover book, but I didn't read it. I was talking to the girl next to me. Mom, my brother bullied me. The energetic girl complained loudly. 1 second later, Zongxian, don't mess with your sister. Uchiha, who was helping her husband cooking in the kitchen, called out in the early season. Zongxian shrank his neck, not daring to argue with his mother. I had to stare at my sister who loves to make small reports, and muttered in a low voice, little complaint. Ha! Coward! Uchiha Fujika raised his chin triumphantly and greeted the attendants behind him. Naruto, I'll take you to see my pet, not to play with this annoying guy. The two little guys rushed out like wind. Shisui stayed stunned, staring at Zongxian as if he had seen a ghost. Shisui reached out and pinched his thigh. The intense pain caused him to take a breath. This is reality, not a dream, nor an illusion. Zongxian, the kid who played with Fujika, why did he appear here? That's Fujika's new kid at the ninja school. Yes, but he is the one. That? Zongxian, don't pretend to be stupid. That's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Contact Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You are playing with fire, do you know? Shisui is anxious, and the Nine-Tails chaos is due to unknown Uchiha manipulation. The disaster brought by Nine-Tails actually brought Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the Uchiha family land. It's almost, Shisui doesn't know how to say it, it's just dancing on the tip of a knife. With his toes, he could think that the village would definitely use this as a reason to blame the Uchiha clan. What? Shisui, is it possible that you think I instructed Fujika to abduct Nine-Tails Jinchuriki back? Shisui frowned and said nothing, but that attitude is obvious. You are a bad guy, who knows what bad water is in your stomach? Don't wrong people, okay? Zongxian touched his nose. His reputation in Shisui is so low. If you really want to do this, I won't involve Tenghua. Believe it or not, whoever Tenghua plays with, this is Tenghua's own business. Don't run into conspiracy theories. The corners of Shisui's mouth moved. Who was on the rooftop at that moment talking about replacing Chief Fugaku? He resisted without taking a sip and just said, then you can guarantee that you don't plan to do something with Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Zongxian blinked. He lowered his head and cast his gaze to the hardcover book lying on his knees. To be honest, he really didn't expect Fujika to abduct Naruto this kid back. He was shocked when he saw Nine-Tails Jinchuriki following Fujika like a worm. At that time, I was thinking that the old thing of third generation was cheating. The number of umbu around Naruto is so large that it can be counted by beating. Fujika can turn Nine-Tails Jinchuriki back to Uchiha clanland under the watchfulness of dozens of umbu. If there is no nod from third generation, who would believe it? At first, he wondered how to deal with the accusation that would come from the old guy from third generation. But then I thought about it. Looking at Naruto, who is short and not tall, I think this is a good opportunity. If third generation really uses Naruto as an excuse, you can take this opportunity to look at Fugaku. The attitude of the patriarch, along with the will to help Shisui's brainwashing, his brain full of fire, should be relieved. So, he was indeed planning to use Naruto as a kid. Zongxian, you. Shisui pointed at Zongxian and opened his mouth several times, but he didn't know what to say. At the moment, his mind was numb. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki appeared at Zongxian's house. The shock this event brought him was really great. What a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki! It is the unique war weapon of Konoha village, and it is also the forbidden of the old people such as the third generation. What kind of trouble this matter will bring to the family, What kind of attitude will the village look like in the end? The multitude of reasons are also unclear, and people's heads are about to crash. Don't point your finger at me, I said it, this is not what I am calculating, it is the third generation who is calculating. Shisui, you are Umbu, don't you know how much Umbu protects you by 9 tails Jinchuriki? If the third generation did not nod, do you think Fujika really has the ability to turn 9 tails Jinchuriki back? This is an accident. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that Fujika would abduct 9 tails Jinchuriki back. Zongxian said slowly. Third generation has always chosen to follow the trend and intends to take this opportunity to continue to suppress it. Our family, after all, this kind of rightful opportunity is rare. What about you? What are you going to do? Shisui took a deep breath and calmed down. What are you going to achieve with 9 tails Jinchuriki? Zongxian did not answer. The reason is simple, dinner is ready, it's time for dinner. Tanghua, it's dinner, Zongxian shouted while standing on the promenade beside the edge. In 10 seconds, Tanghua and Naruto rushed out of the bamboo forest one after another. Seeing Zongxian standing on the promenade, Naruto, who followed behind, obviously slowed down in fear. Why do you feel a little scared of me? Isn't this smile not kind enough? Zongxian pinched his chin to reflect on himself. But I didn't forget to press my sister's head and turn around like a spinning top. Tanghua, see what your dirty look like. Did you wrestle with the toad? Ah, you just wrestled with the toad. The anxious Tanghua raised her foot and kicked to Zongxian's calf. The two brothers and sisters are coming and going on the promenade, and they are screaming and making noises, and the promenade is B**************G. Then, sanctioned. In the early season, Uchiha slapped the son who didn't look like an elder brother at all, and slapped him on the back. As for the girl who has no good behaved girl, after a meal, listening to Fujika's deceptive scream, Naruto was scared enough to stand shivering under the promenade. The noisy family finally calmed down at 7:10. After washing their hands, the two brothers and sisters sat honestly at the dining table, one on the left and the other on the right. The two brothers and sisters happened to be facing each other. Shisui also stayed and sat next to Zongxian, and there was no Naruto. Leaving, his position is next to Fujika, just opposite Shisui. Dad, today's dinner was amazing. Fujika looked at the deep-fried chicken nuggets on the large plate on the table, her eyes lit up, and Naruto next to her also quietly swallowed. Children like this kind of fried food. Well, in fact, an adult people like it too. If you like it, eat more. Today, Dad, I made a lot. There is still not enough. Uchiha Shinchi smiled and said, that is the face that resembles Zongxian 80%, so it's not quite right. It should be said that Zongxian looks a lot like his father. He inherited the sharp black hair and black pupils of Uchiha's family. The younger sister Fujika might be a girl. The relationship, appearance, is closer to his mother Uchiha's early season, but he also has black hair and black pupils, and does not inherit his mother's brown pupils. Naruto, just eat. Daddy's fried chicken nuggets are super delicious. Fujika is very proud to greet herself, the first and only younger brother. Life at the ninja school is different from what she initially imagined. Her dream of recruiting a group of boys to dominate the ninja school was greatly frustrated. Except for Naruto, she was not recruiting a second boy. I don't know why everyone saw her and Naruto and would always avoid them. Only Sasuke, an acquaintance, is not afraid of her. But she doesn't really like this clingy guy who opens her mouth and shuts her mouth. Her brother is so annoying, and she doesn't know why the girls in the class are always around Sasuke, twittering. The little hen in the chicken pen kept noisy. Fortunately, the little brother Naruto did not avoid her like other classmates. To this end, Ms. Fujika specially invited Naruto to play at home. I even shared my favorite fried chicken nuggets. Thanks. Naruto shrank his neck, carefully picked up the chopsticks, and glanced at Zongxian, who was diagonally opposite, making Zongxian depressed. Is he so scary? Because Mao Naruto is so afraid of himself? Could it be that this is the so-called dumb instinct? Aware of the idea of using him? Good to eat. Naruto was amazed by the taste of fried chicken nuggets, and her beautiful sapphire eyes were lit up. Daddy's fried chicken nuggets are Konoha's first. Tanghua raised her chin triumphantly. Shinchi Uchiha is also very happy. He is not a ninja. He doesn't know about some things in the family. Coupled with the professional factors of the novelist, he didn't know that the little boy with yellow hair and blue eyes was a demon fox in the village, just as himself. The friends the girl made in the ninja school. A meal is very lively. Mainly Zongxian and Fujika brothers and sisters are making trouble. Even if I had been taught by my mother, I still kept fighting, chopsticks fighting on the table, and the linked legs facing the shadowless feet under the table. After a meal, Zongxian and Shisui went to the promenade on the side of the edge to sit down and slowly digest their food. When you look up here, you can see the twinkling stars of the night. See it. What? Shisui looked at the densely packed stars with a blank expression. I didn't say looking at the stars. Zongxian rolled his eyes. I mean 9 tails Jinchuriki, that kid, didn't you see anything wrong? No. Shisui thought about it carefully, but didn't think there was any problem. That kid has a very hard life. Obviously and Fujika are the same age, but they are shorter in height. They are only fried chicken nuggets, but they seem to have never eaten them before. No, do you think our Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's life is too difficult? What do you mean by saying this? Shisui frowned. Don't tell me the identity of that kid, you don't know. Zhong Xian sneered. The orphan of fourth Hokage is considered to be the great-grandson of the third generation. As a descendant of the hero, he has not received generous care. On the contrary, he has become a demon fox feared by the villagers. He has never eaten any good things when he grows up. He has inherited the blood of Uzumaki, but he is much shorter than children of the same age. Don't you think the third generation is the heart too dark? Zhong Xian didn't make any roundabouts this time, and attacked third generation in front of Shisui. Shisui was silent. This matter he has nothing to say. He didn't know some things, but instinctively chose to avoid, chose to turn a blind eye, and pretended not to know anything like those smart people in the village. The identity of Uzumaki Naruto is not a secret in the eyes of many people. It's true. When those acquaintances who know fourth generation are blinded? Of course not, it's just that everyone chose to pretend to be blind. Some people may also defame the third generation method, but it is limited to the level of defamation. No one dared to raise any objections. The hero's child has fallen to such a point, can you still expect the third generation to really accept us uchiha? Zhong Xian took advantage of the situation and pursued it. Zhong Xian, things about Nine-Tails Jinchuriki are different. These are two different things. They can't be confused like this. Shisui's rebuttal language was so weak, he really didn't know how to replace it. Third generation project explained. What's the difference? It's just that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is of great use value. The third generation is probably trying to play tricks and make himself the only one who will give charcoal to that little ghost. Through this method, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki master is in his hands. Zhong Xian got more and more excited, splashing dirty water on third generation vigorously. And it's not necessarily dirty water, the discrimination and cold violence suffered by Nine-Tails Jinchuriki so far are the best evidence, isn't it? Shisui, think about it. Maybe you respect the shinobi very much, but honestly I don't like that old guy at all. It would be great if the sacrifice was not the fourth generation but the third generation old man. Zhong Xian's long sigh, like a stone falling into Jinghe Lake, disturbed Shisui's mood. Zhong Xian, you guy, can you really say it? Shisui smiled bitterly. He knew that Zhong Xian's words must contain false elements, but even if the slander is removed, the remaining facts are indeed refreshing. That's right. Even the orphans of fourth generation live so hard, how come they really want to accept uchiha? It's not that I can say it, but the third generation really dare to do it. If it weren't for these things they did, what use would I say to break the big sky? Shisui, you are a person who will shake your will because of other people's words. Do you know these things in your own heart, but, because you can't see other hopes, you are truly pretending to be stupid all the time? Zhong Xian looked at Shisui with a pale face and suddenly admired him a little. Could it be that he unknowingly became the strongest mouth escape technique in the ninja world? But, these words are indeed Zhong Xian's true words. I don't force you to make a decision right now. You can take advantage of the time in these 2 days to go around and learn about the mentality of the people. After that, please give me an answer. Now I am going to help take the child home. Zhong Xian stood up. It's impossible for Naruto to stay in the Uchiha clan. If you really dare to stay, third generation might be able to kill with the village leaders overnight. Me and you together, no, my stupid sister caused the trouble. Of course, I have to clean up the hands and tails by myself. Besides, I'm just sending the children home. Are you afraid of something wrong? People kill me, right? How can it be? Shisui laughed blankly, and the conflict between the village and the family wouldn't evolve to the point where they met each other in battle. He thought so. The residence of the Uchiha clan is located in the northeast of Konoha village, on the banks of the downstream of Nanhi River, quite a distance from the center of the village, which means that Naruto's way home is quite long, allowing a 5-year-old child to walk so far alone. The way home is obviously irresponsible. Not to mention Naruto or Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If something happens on the road, the Uchiha clan has 100 mouths and it is hard to tell. To be safe, Zhong Xian personally sent Naruto home. Zhong Xian, pay attention to safety on the road. The 70-year-old old man is very energetic, his back is straight, as unyielding as a hardened blade. He stood at the door and looked at the eldest grandson in the blue and blue, and said earnestly, "It's dark, be careful when walking at night." "I will, Grandpa." Zhong Xian chuckled softly, "I have brought out the treasures that I have hidden for a long time." He is wearing a blue-black gown that is called the Uchiha family's traditional blue and black gown. He carried a long knife, but the most striking thing at the moment was the big guy who was entangled in bandages on his back like a door panel. "That's good. Uchiha Hierarchy didn't say much, and turned around and walked in the door. For those who have returned alive on the battlefield, a reminder is enough, there is no need to spend more words. Naruto, see you at school tomorrow. Fujika also came out to send herself to the ninja school's only little brother, or friend, waved to say goodbye to Naruto. Well, see you at school. Naruto nodded vigorously, he was quite happy now. It was the first time for him to sit at such a lively table to eat, and the food was not instant noodles or ramen. His mood was unprecedentedly happy, and vigilance, of course, to say that being close seems to be a little short of it. When Uchiha Shinchi and Uchiha's early season couple led their daughters into the door, only Zongxian and Naruto are left at the door. Okay, Naruto, you should go home too. Zongxian reached out and rubbed Naruto's head. The messy hair was growing wildly. It was obviously malnourished, but the hair quality was good. This is also the function of the blood power of the Uzumaki clan? On the way home, Naruto frequently raised his head and stole away Zongxian next to him. After going out about 100 steps away, he finally mustered up the courage and said that, Fujika's brother, my one, what's wrong? Want to go to the toilet? Large or small? Didn't you bring toilet paper? Not at all, ha ha. Seeing Naruto who reacted fiercely, Zongxian laughed out loud. Boy, don't be so cautious. I'm not a bad person. I'm very happy that you are willing to be friends with Fujiwa. Fujiwa is 10 years younger than me. She is the youngest of the family and a girl, whether grandpa or father is good. Everyone, including me, has spoiled that girl since I was a child, and finally developed such a lawless temper. Zongxian narrowed his smile and said seriously, I am worried that she will not be able to make friends at the ninja school, be isolated, or encounter cold violence or something. Can you bear Fujika's temper? I am really relieved to be friends with her. Naruto, thank you so much. Fujika's brother, I just want to say thank you. While walking, Naruto kicked the stones under her feet and said in a very soft voice, I am really happy today. I made my first friend at ninja school. It was the first time I was invited by my friend to play at home, and I ate at night. When it comes to such delicious fried chicken nuggets, it is me who should say thank you. Zongxian squinted at Naruto with his head drooping in surprise. Is this really the protagonist of the hot-blooded idiot with a muscle in the future? This delicate mind can't even compare to the vine flower as a girl. Also, I'm sorry that Fujika really regarded me as a friend. Most of the other classmates in the class saw me run away. It's the Fujika that I hurt to other friends. You are a friend of Fujika, and it is Fujika who invited you to come to my house as a guest. Tell Fujika yourself these words and tell me what to do? Listen well. I hate the troublesome things like helping people talk to me. What can you say? Say it for yourself, don't always let Toby talk. Fujika's brother, don't you mind if I be friends with Fujika? Naruto looked at Zongxian with an incredible look. He has so far played with many children of the same age in the park near the house, but most of the time it is a one-sided relationship. Whenever a parent sees him, he will immediately take his child away, and never again. Appeared in that park. I've already said, what does the matter between you and Fujika have to do with me? It's not making friends with me, but the kid. Fujika is my baby sister, don't make any crooked ideas. Zongxian gave a warning, but I don't know why, the effect of this warning doesn't seem to be very good. Naruto didn't understand what a crooked idea was at all. He was not the one who later developed the salty ninjutsu of luscious ninjutsu to gain people's attention. This age, 5-year-old children can sleep on the same mat, regardless of gender. Naruto did not understand the second half of Zongxian's words, but he understood the first half of the words, and he is not forbidden to be friends with Fujika. As a child who grew up under a strange sight, Naruto can vaguely feel it. The maliciousness of others against oneself. He didn't feel the disgust and dislike of those parents in Zongxian's body. Even before, the reason for fear of Zongxian is another instinct. The instinct to perceive danger is like meeting an anaconda by a forest creek last summer. Of course, they are just similar. The feelings of the two are different. Not exactly the same. From beginning to end, Naruto didn't feel the frustrating and desperate malice in Fujika's family. Fujika's brother, thank you. Why are you thankful? You are obviously just a kid. If you pretend to be an adult, the kid will look like a kid. Zongxian punched Naruto's head unceremoniously, and Naruto was not angry when he was beaten. On the contrary, he touched his head and laughed. Well, Fujika's brother, Fujika said you are a very powerful ninja, is it true? Of course it's true. Zongxian held his head high. Really 6 mosquitoes have been killed in one fell swoop. Is it true that a knife can catch fire? Isn't the knife hot? That. The blood vessels near Zongxian's temple were jumping out of nowhere. This bear boy talked so much, he kept jumping like a machine gun with a small mouth. And what did Fujika say to Naruto? Didn't you know the time for less than a day? How do you feel that his brother's old man is completely shaken? That's all. They were talking nonsense and rushing, and soon left Uchiha's clan. Along the empty road where no third person can be seen, the site where the Uchiha family is now relocating is really remote. There are no other residents in the vicinity except the Uchiha clan. We will arrive after leaving the clan. There is a long stretch of uninhabited forest in the middle of the populated place. Zhongxian looked left and right, slowly narrowing his eyes. Here, but a great place for accidents. The reason why an accident is because it was totally unexpected that such a thing would happen. So at the beginning, if you foresee a certain possibility, it shouldn't be an accident, right? The time now is around 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. On April nights, you can still feel the coldness that penetrates into the skin. The night breeze played a little scary music in the forest. It also concealed the murmur of the small, unnatural trembling branches. But I didn't hide the killing intent. Zhongxian stopped and cast his gaze into the dark forest on the left front. Big brother Zhongxian. Even Zhongxian didn't notice when Naruto changed his name. He felt that he changed from brother Fugaku to big brother Zhongxian without knowing it. This change can be described as silky smooth. The smoothness came to ultimate naturally, which did not arouse Zhongxian's attention or disgust. Naruto looked at Zhongxian, who had stopped suddenly, blinking sapphire eyes suspiciously. Naruto, you are now a student of the ninja school, that is to say you are a ninja in the reserve. Next, keep quiet. Don't be afraid of anything you see. If you are really afraid, close it. Zhongxian caught Naruto with a question mark in his forehead, jumped up, and ran toward the center of the village. The next moment, shuriken flew from the nearby forest like a torrential rain. Play with Naruto? Is it rude or? Zhongxian snorted, and the long knife slung at the back of his waist was unsheathed. The misty light of the knife woven a line of defense like a copper wall and iron wall, going out, but also slowed down the pace of movement. Listening to the footsteps in the surrounding forest that are no longer deliberately controlled, the encircling circle seems to have taken shape. Hey, it looks like there is nothing we can do without a match. Good. Naruto just wanted to shout so powerfully, remembering Zhongxian's previous instructions, he immediately gagged his mouth with his hands. He is bold and doesn't look scared at all. Maybe it's not the age to be scared yet? In short, he looked at the long knife in Zhongxian's hands with bright eyes. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, I guess he would dare to reach out and touch it. Naruto, don't bark or move. Zhongxian urged Naruto, and jumped onto a sturdy treetop on the next big tree, holding Naruto in his left hand, and a long knife in his right hand, with scarlet eyes looking around, 3 lacquered Guya jade in his eyes. It turned slowly, monitoring the wind and grass around it. He didn't rush to do it. If he is the only one, then he can let go of his hands and feet, but now he has a drag oil bottle that cannot be knocked and touched, so he should be more conservative at this time. Naruto is obedient, not to mention it, like a wooden person. Only the rolling eyeballs proves how excited the little guy is at this moment. So far, the bloodless battle has not scared him, but instead it was what made him extremely excited. But, I'm afraid I won't be so happy when I see the blood. Zhongxian slammed the long sword in his hand into the trunk next to him, and put his right hand into the ninja bag hanging on his back, and clipped 3 shurikens. Chakra silently intruded into it, called The Night Does Not Die. Activated with unarmed power, 3 ordinary shurikens possessed the properties equivalent to D-class treasures at this moment. Go, shaking his hands and throwing a shuriken. There was a rustling sound faintly in the dark forest, and the attackers were moving. A bunch of idiots, look down on Uchiha, but it will be unlucky. A malicious smile appeared on Zhongxian's face. The 3 shurikens suddenly collided after flying into the forest. The clear and loud metal impact echoed in the night breeze, sparks flashed by, and the shurikens flew to completely different orbits. Within seconds, 3 distinct sounds came from the darkness. The buzzing of chopping wood, the muffled meat chopped, the noise of falling into the water. Ha! It's amazing. Only one was killed. Zhongxian narrowed his eyes. The elite level of this group of attackers is still higher than his initial expectations. Should they be called Umbu or the elite of the roots? Uchiha's current throwing technique is not a bad thing. This is the unique throwing technique of Uchiha family that can only be used with Sharingan. Can avoid this trick, definitely not the weak. Wind-style vacuum sphere. In the dark, someone took the lead in launching ninjutsu. Bullet-like wind bombs are constantly being launched, and the dense firepower can be said to be a humanoid Maxine. Fortunately, the ninja is also a humanoid self-propelled Gundam. Zhongxian saw the suddenly increased concentration of chakra in the dark. Holding Naruto, he reached out and pulled out the long knife inserted in the trunk, like a cat, moving fast and softly in the tree. Jumping from the top, that fierce attack has destroyed a few old trees that are not young, but left no results. Secret technique, heart-turning technique. Among the attackers were members of the Yamanaka clan. Idiot. Zhongxian decisively turned sideways, and Naruto's incarnation of a flesh shield under his left arm blocked the impact of that spiritual energy. Ordinary people can't see the spiritual energy released by the Yamanaka clan when they perform secret arts, but the Uchiha clan with Sharingan are also good at manipulating spiritual energy, and the 3-tomo Sharingan of Zongxian can vaguely feel the fluctuations of that spiritual energy when it bursts. For a strong man at Zongxian's level, a little clue is enough for him to see the whole picture of the leopard in the tube. Before Naruto changed, Zongxian lowered his head and met Naruto. Magic Shiranui. This is the pupil magic illusion that the Uchiha clan is good at. In the illusion, there was a raging fire and burning violently, and the direct impact of the soul caused the heart to turn around and the technique was instantly broken. The masked attacker squatting on the treetop not far away from the tree made a piercing scream almost at the same time. Called, the pain of burning the body is not something anyone can bear. Strictly speaking, the pain that directly affects the soul is even more intolerable than in reality. Clang! In the harsh impact sound, Zongxian's body shook due to the impact force coming from him. Behind, the attacker with the extremely sharp wind blade wrapped around the sword in his hand screamed secretly. His wind blade wrapped around the sword can be cut even if it is steel. In the past, when performing missions, there was an Iwagakure ninja who used the hardening technique, a record of cutting off with a weapon. Unexpectedly, this time it was a miss. The big guy who looked like a door panel wrapped under a heavy bandage was actually harder than ordinary steel. Uchiha Stream Sword Yuan. Zongxian quickly turned around, a fiery flame ignited on the long knife in his hand. Inherent skill, release of magic power, flame, as chakra poured into the blade, the raging fire swayed wantonly, waving the fiery blade, Zongxian slashed fiercely, an attacker who was good at wind style technique obviously, in order to take advantage of the melee characteristics of wind style chakra, he has exercised physique and swordsmanship, followed Zongxian's movements, and held up the burning blade. However, fire suppresses the wind. Wind style chakra wrapped around Tato not only did not help him cut off the blade of Zongxian, but instead contributed to the fierce fire. The skyrocketing fire engulfed the whole body, and the extreme heat took just 2 breaths. The life of the attacker. This may seem like a long time, but in fact less than a minute has passed. In this short minute, Zongxian killed 2 people while carrying the oil bottle Naruto, and severely inflicted 1 person. This result is worthy of being brilliant. After all, his enemies are elites in the elite. Master's secret technique family ninja, who is good at wind style, is a rare ninjutsu sword master. There is no doubt that the attackers in the dark are the elite of the elite, and these people use very iconic secret techniques without any scruples. It is estimated that they are determined to carry out the attack with the determination of unsuccessfulness. There is still more to fight in this battle. Zongxian realized this deeply. As predicted, secret technique shadow imitation technique. Another family ninja who uses secret techniques, the dark shadow under the moonlight stalked out like a snake, attached to the shadow cast by Zongxian from the treetops on the ground, and instantly the invisible and intangible binding force fell on Zongxian's body, like a puppet in a puppet theater, was entangled with invisible silk threads. Zongxian kept Naruto in one hand and slashed with a long knife in the other, standing on the top of the tree, unable to move. At the moment he was frozen, 2 figures with lightning flashes sprang out from the forest behind them. Like the previous master with a knife, the 2 knew at a glance that they were masters who were good at physical skills. They moved extremely fast, and they sucked and died. The lesson of the companion gave up the more stable chopping, but planned to bypass the big door-like guy on Zongxian's back and pierce Zongxian's kidney from under his ribs. 2 idiots, who do you look down on? Although the body is restrained, it is okay to speak. The 2 attackers saw Zongxian's mocking smile. As for how they saw Zongxian's smile when they were behind Zongxian, the answer is reflection. The flame on the raised long knife has disappeared. The original vertical blade has also turned, parallel to the face. The blade is as clear as a puddle of water and can be used as a mirror under the bright moonlight. Use. Zongxian's smile was reflected on the blade, and naturally the scarlet eyes were also reflected. Magic Songhang technique. When seeing the mocking smile, the attackers naturally saw the scarlet Sharingan. In an instant, their consciousness was pulled into the hell of illusion by Zongxian, thick and thick. The metal wedges were deeply nailed into their bodies, causing them to completely lose their mobility. Even if they knew that they had fallen into the illusion, the 2 attackers, who were not weak in strength, couldn't break free from the illusion at all. Obviously it has disrupted the flow of chakra, but it is still of no use. Sharingan, it is so powerful. Next, Uchiha Flow Firefly Light. Zansuan's long knife burned again with blazing flames. Unlike the astonishing high temperature before, this time the flame released a shining flame. The light, the dazzling firelight, dispelled the shadows on the ground. Zongxian's shadow also twisted violently as a result. In addition, he has been trying his best to fight against the Nara clan people hiding in the dark. The shadow imitation technique, which was on the verge of its limit, was cracked. Uchiha Stream Sword Yuan. Zongxian, who was regaining his freedom, turned around and swung his knife for the first time. The hot blade passed over the necks of the 2 men who stood on a branch not far behind, as stiff as wood. The scorched wound shrank together, and there was no extra blood spray. After coming out, the headless corpse fell to the ground with a plop. The treetops were still shaking. Zhong Xian's figure has disappeared. Next second, the flame of the knife lighted up in the darkness not far away. The attacker of the Nara clan, a man with a pineapple head and ponytail, was chopped off his neck. The wound was also scorched, and a drop of blood did not flow out. The death toll rose to 5. However, the remaining attackers did not retreat. They seemed to have no fear of death at all. The sacrifices of their companions did not touch them at all, but continued to fight. Fire-style dragon fire technique. Wind-style great breakthrough. Companion sacrifice seems to have not touched the living, but it clearly left enough experience and lessons. Close combat is difficult to gain any advantage in the battle with Zhong Xian. To be precise, after paying the price of the death of 5 of his companions and the trauma of one of them, Zhong Xian did not cause any visible harm. Perhaps, just consumed part of his chakra? Stepping on the corpses of their companions, they finally understand that the blazing demon of the Uchiha clan is as famous as Shanshen. Shisui is by no means a vain person, even if they have overestimated the Uchiha sect as much as possible before the action. The strings are great, but the facts prove that they are still underestimated. Then, they no longer worry about harming Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. To be precise, they don't have so much leeway to think about that kind of thing. They abandoned their plan to fight Uchiha Zhong Xian in close combat and changed to a backup plan. The so-called backup plan refers to the use of long-distance, large and continuous ninjutsu to crush Uchiha Zhong Xian, relying on the advantage of numbers, even if it consumes Uchiha Zhong Xian chakra. As long as the chakra is consumed, no matter how powerful it is difficult for women to cook without rice. The two who took the lead chose a combined attack of wind style and fire style. They can't even talk about compound ninjutsu. They can only say that they use wind style to strengthen fire style's attack, giving the C-level fire style technique the destructive power of the B-level fire style technique, and the flames rising into the sky follow a straight line. Advance all the way, crushing towards the position captured by the perception ninja. Fire style. At the moment when the dragon fire technique first issued, Zhong Xian blinked as if he had seen a ghost. Good guy, where is this newborn calf? Playing the fire style technique in front of Uchiha is really going to laugh off Zhong Xian's big teeth. These idiots probably have never seen how the Uchiha clan uses fire style technique to counteract the fog in the battle with Kiri Shinobu, Shinobi's water style technique. Not to mention, Zhong Xian's fire style technique claims to be second among the Uchiha clan today, and absolutely no one dares to get the first place. Choke. The long knife stuck to the ground. Zhong Xian made a yin seal with one hand. Fire style extinguished the fire. A large amount of chakra refining gathered in his throat. Zhong Xian opened his mouth and spit out a turbulent sea of fire like a tsunami. The small linear flames that came straight towards him were swallowed by the sea of fire, and there was not even a slight wave of waves in the surroundings. Trees, grass, all of this was swallowed up by the sea of fire. Including 2 people who use wind style and fire style, they use body flicker technique and body replacement technique to try to escape. However, both of these techniques have limitations on the range of movement. What's more unfortunate is that the maximum range of movement has not been able to escape the attack range of the sea of fire. Their figures disappeared in the hot and bright sea of fire, and the rest of them were far enough away. Seeing that the opportunity was not good, they immediately fled away in a hurry, and luckily avoided this appalling fire style technique. If it weren't for seeing it with your own eyes, it is impossible to imagine that this is a fire style technique used by one person. It is said that 17 or 8 people have worked together and everyone believes it. Is this Blaze Demon? Someone murmured. The rest of the people were silent, but they were stunned in their hearts. It turns out that such a terrifying fire style technique really deserves to be called a blazing demon. What is that? Why is it so bright? Could it be that it was on fire? No matter how remote the forest is, after all, it did not get out of the scope of the village. The residents who had not yet slept saw the sea of fire burning in the forest at the northeast corner of the village. Since even the villagers were aware of the movement here, some people naturally did. It is impossible to keep turning a blind eye. In the center of the village, under the Hokage rock, Hokage building, Saratobi, how did Nine-Tails Jinchuriki step into the Uchiha clan? The 2 elders Mitokato Homura and Udaten Koharu entered Hokage's office menacingly. A little accident. Accidental. Well, a small, insignificant accident. The friendship between the children is nothing more. Behind the large mahogany desk, dressed in white casual clothes, a gray-bearded old man in his 60s sitting with a pipe in his mouth. On the chair, he was vomiting in the mist. This old man it is 3rd Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen. Accidental. Mitokato Homura reached out and pushed his glasses. If it weren't for years of friendship and knowing what kind of person his friend and classmate is, he might really believe it was just an accident. He did not dwell on this issue, and instead asked Saratobi, "What are you going to do this time? Do you want to take this opportunity to continue suppressing Uchiha?" All said it was accidental. There is no denying the danger of the Uchiha clan, but they did nothing wrong this time, and using a child to fight Uchiha should not be allowed. Anyway, as long as Uchiha does not do it. Sorry about the village, uchiha is Konoha's uchiha. Third generation righteously rejected the advice of the elder Mito. So, the northeast forest is Danzo. Uchiha Kohara learned more details from the attitude of the third generation master. This time the incident is estimated to be about the same as before. Sarutobi formulates an action plan, and Danzo is responsible for the specifics. Implement. It's a spy from another village. Third generation corrected Uchiha Koharu's mistakes. Spy from other villages. Uchiha Kohara glanced at third generation and changed his words. Then, can you explain why these spies from the outer village attacked Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Could it be that they thought they had a chance to take Nine Tails Jinchuriki? For this kind of thing, it's better to ask the person to be quicker. Third generation put down the pipe in his hand and took up the soft silk to cover the crystal ball in the box, then stood up. He stretched out his hand and tore off the white loose casual clothes, revealing the black tight-fitting combat uniform that he was wearing inside. Sarutobi, do you want to go in person? Wouldn't it be better to stay here at this time to preside over the overall situation? And there is not enough information on what is going on in the forest in the northeast corner. Uchiha Koharu suggested objection. When it comes to Naruto and Uchiha, I have to go. Third generation side. Mito Kato Homura took a look at his old friend's long-wearing combat uniform, and thought that he was well prepared, and that crystal ball may not really know anything about things in the forest. Let's go together, he said suddenly. Also, third generation considered for a few seconds and nodded. Danzo may also go. Don't let him lose control then. Leave it to us, Mito Kato Homura promised. Uchiha Kohara lightly jawed, and also agreed. Then third generation stretched out his hand to open the window, and leaped out with a leap. His vigorous posture didn't look like an old man in his 60s. The two elders who were not old yet on crutches also chased after them. When they came over, considering that they might go to the scene of the incident, they had changed into combat-friendly clothes. Around their bodies, there are a large number of umbu closely following. The third generation ran extremely fast, and he said as he rushed, but if I guess it, it may be revenge. Blazing Demon, Uchiha Zongxian once killed hundreds of people on the eastern battlefield. These Kirigakure's spies attacked Uchiha Zongxian to retaliate against him, and Naruto is likely to be involved. If you say so, the Uchiha clan hasn't thought about it well. Knowing that they are in trouble, they went to contact Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Mito Kato Homura pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but applauded in his heart. Sarutobi's hand is really clever. Compared to accusing Uchiha of contacting Nine Tails Jinchuriki with misbehavior, it's better to blame Uchiha's guard Nine Tails Jinchuriki for improper charges. It seems that the crime is much lighter, but it will also reduce the possibility of the Uchiha clan's rebound. The most suitable way to deal with the Uchiha clan is to cut the wood with a rope and boil the frog in warm water. Little by little, slowly, the soft knife method of cutting meat continued to weaken Uchiha. This was originally the general policy agreed upon by them. Really, Danzo is always inferior to Sarutobi. He only knows how to use violence blindly to force the family ninja to join Root. How can he compare with Sarutobi? Well, I'll talk about that kind of thing later. The third generation stopped Mito Kato Homura's accusation. The most important thing is to rescue Naruto. Naruto's safety is the most important, and the rest must go back. The worried look on his face looked like an elder who worried about the safety of his children. Master Hokage rushed to the fire scene in the northeast corner of the village by himself. The news flew into the hands of many people at the fastest speed as if wings were inserted. The turbulent and unpredictable undercurrent under the calm and waveless surface once again circulated, and the originally peaceful night was completely wiped out. Breaking, one by one leaped over the roof, the top of the telephone pole, and the treetops of the big trees. Plus the police forces filed out. Even the drunks on the street realized that something serious had happened at this time, and they didn't dare to continue to wander the streets and crawl to the house. Crowd, the forest converges towards the northeast corner of the village. The last one. The blade of burning flame flashed by, and the attacker whose body was restrained by the illusion technique moved his head instantly. The headless corpse fell limply on the grass. Zongxian shook the long knife in his hand. The flame went out, and it was as clear as water. The blade's blade reflected the sparkle of fire. Naruto, who was caught under his left arm, was still asleep. It is normal to fall asleep for a period of time after being impacted by the Yamanaka clan's essence and mystery technique. 12 attackers, 4 elite combat teams, the cost is really not small. Zongxian held a knife and stabbed the mouth of the man's head. By the light of the fire, he could see the black tongue on his tongue. Curse seal, this is a seal technique called seal of the end of the tongue curse. Sure enough, it's Danzo **** hole. But the old man from third generation is definitely an insider. The curse mark on the tongue is fading with the passage of time, and the brain is destroyed by the power of the curse mark as early as the moment the body dies. Other than that, the root secrecy method is really good. Not only the brain, even the corpse, is destroying itself. Although he clearly kept the corpse to prove that Danzo was useless in all likelihood, it was even impossible to capture it alive. But, Danzo Master's sealing technique is so overbearing. I don't know if it was inherited from Second Hokage, the great master of forbidden technique, or from the heritage of the Uzumaki clan, or Danzo's own development. No matter which one, Zhong Xian was greedy. Sealing is a good thing. Not only can it be used to control subordinates, but it can also be of great use in combat. The foreplay is over, should I serve the main course next? Zhong Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. When the battle started, he felt the faint sense of peeping in the sky. It didn't take a lot of brain cells. He wanted to know who was watching the battle here, just a few minutes ago. The sense of voyeurism disappeared. Presumably, the big man is already moving here. The fire is still burning. The forest around here was considered to be blood mold down, and I met Zhong Xian. His fire style technique, which is supported by the inherent skill called magic power release, inflammation, even in the Uchiha clan today, dares to claim to be the strongest, and a trick of extinguishing fire is more than just burning it. A large area of forest plus 2 lives, the remaining fire continued to engulf the surrounding vegetation. Zhong Xian laid Naruto, who was sleeping, flat on the grass. He chopped out a stump with a single knife, and it was not too dirty. He sat down, and he stood there lazily waiting for the big men to be late, and to be honest, don't look at him and chop it without any injuries. 12 attackers were turned over like melons and vegetables, and it was really like cooking with ease. In fact, the nerves were tightened throughout the battle, and he dared not relax for a second. To be honest, chakra's consumption is still above the warning line, and mental fatigue is the most tiring. My Mangekyo, why doesn't it open? Even if it is a trash spot of pupil surgery, I recognize it. Zhong Xian sat on the tree stump, resting, while muttering grievingly. Mangekyo who is out of reach. If there is Mangekyo Sharinan, it doesn't matter even if the pupils are rubbish, Susanoo's stuff is really awesome. But, next second, bah. Zhong Xian uttered several mouthfuls, but he regretted it. Sure enough, the pupil technique is still better. If he is given a rubbish pupil technique similar to Sunny Pillar's flame control, then it's himself who will cry. Is the reaction so slow? Why hasn't anyone come yet? Zhong Xian looked down at the drowsy Naruto, wondering if he would wake the kid up for a chat. Just before he did it, he noticed the movement from the rear, and suddenly looked back. Shisui appeared with a small sword on his back. In his vision, finally came. Zhong Xian, what is this? Shisui, you are too slow, you are crying by the name Shisui. Stop the nonsense, Zhong Xian, what is going on? How do you use such a scale of fire style technique in the village? Shisui, who rushed over, looked at the light in front of him. His head was blank at that moment. He recovered and shouted anxiously, what the hell are you doing? Nine Tails Jinchuriki. By the way, is Nine Tails Jinchuriki okay? Hey, it's rude, Shisui. Zhong Xian stopped Shisui, who approached Naruto. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It's too rude to call it this way. This child also has a name. What is the name given to him by his parents? Jinchuriki, this is not his name. Shisui was frustrated. He opened his mouth, looked at Naruto, who was sleeping on the grass, and took a step back. Sorry, it's me being rude. That's the truth. Zhong Xian nodded in satisfaction. Shisui frowned suspiciously. Looking at Zhong Xian's triumphant face, he felt a bit wrong. Why did he apologize? No, the apology itself is correct, and the name Nine Tails Jinchuriki is indeed very impolite. The problem is with Zhong Xian. He and Nine Tails are not right. What are their names? Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, he apologizes to Naruto-kun. It has nothing to do with Zhong Xian, but Zhong Xian accepted his apology in a big way. Really, it's a headache. Zhong Xian, stop making trouble. What happened here? What's up? Zhong Xian sneered. Shisui, don't you still see it? Don't deceive yourself. That way I will look down on you. Shisui was silent. He looked around and saw the shurikens and kunao scattered in the grass, the traces of ninjutsu attack on the ground, and the self-destructive seal because of the seal technique. A headless body. As the only Umbu member of the Uchiha clan, of course he knows what those weird corpses are all about. Only the dead men who have implanted the self-destructive sealing technique of the corpses will turn into that inhuman appearance after death. I was on my way to escort Naruto home, that is, here. I was attacked. The 12 attackers were all first-class players. According to my judgment, 4 Jonin and 8 special Jonin, they joined forces in a raid, and among them were the guys with the master's secret art. Secret technique? Shisui raised his eyes and glanced over. A pig, a deer, a litter of bugs. Are you sure there is nothing wrong? Shisui asked rather difficultly. Ha, do you think my eyes are blind? Naruto hit the pig's heart and turned technique and fainted. I was also frozen by the deer. If it weren't for my quick reaction, Shisui, etc. If you rush over, I'm afraid you can't find the corpse if you want to collect it. Shisui's expression became dull. He knew that Zhongxian would sometimes say inexplicable things, and sometimes tell lies that children can see, but as a comrade in arms who can trust each other on the battlefield, he can hear that Zhongxian is not joking. Also, there is a curse mark on the attacker's tongue. Zhongxian added a sentence, which is equivalent to naming the identity of the attacker. The curse seal, the seal of the tongue and bane? The people were sent by Danzo. They may be to kill me, or they may want to use Naruto in third generation to fight the ring, or there are other purposes I don't know about, but this is the third generation. Zhongxian's words are not finished. Someone came again, coming from the direction of the Uchiha clan. Zhongxian, brother Zhongxian, are you okay? Zhongxian, there are not many people coming. There are 6 men and women, all of them have the logo of the flame ball fan on their clothes, plus the all-black black hair and black eyes. There is no doubt that they are Uchiha, and there is no exception. They are all Jonin. Jonin is still young, not much different in age from Zhongxian, and the eldest among them is not more than 20 years old. Arashiyama, Futaba, Shihaya, Jun, Akitaro, Hokuto, how come you are here? Zongsuan's eyes widened in surprise. It's Elder Xianxi. It was Uchiha Arashiyama who was talking. He is Zongxian's cousin, 3 years older than Zhongxian, and is the oldest in this group. Before Shisui and Zhongxian came to the fore, Uchiha Arashiyama was the outstanding genius in the family. The string came up from behind, concealing his light. But silver is silver after all, even if it is robbed of the limelight by gold, it will not change from silver to copper-nickel alloy. Promoting Jonin at the age of 13 proved his talent. The patriarch will not be in the clan tonight. The elders will preside over the overall situation. Elder Swanyi knows that Zhongxian is here, so let us come and support you. But Shisui is here. Seeing this, it's not useful. We are here. Uchiha Arashiyama scratched his head and greeted Shisui again. Zhongxian was suddenly stunned. No wonder it is Arashiyama and the group of young people, not the old Jonin in the clan. Compared to those elders who have to call uncles and uncles when they meet, Lanchin and others are the team recruited by Zhongxian. They all know that Zhongxian wants to usurp the patriarch, and they are firm supporters of Zhongxian. It's the way Zhongxian said when he told Shisui. As expected of Grandpa, this arrangement is really sweet. No, Arashiyama, who said you are useless, I will rely on you to help me support the market later. Now, I can only count on you to help me. Zhongxian glanced at Shisui, who was desperate. The dead duck-mouthed idealist has not given up that impossible delusion. Obviously, I have already awakened the distinguished heavenly god's pupil technique that rewrites the will of others. Obviously, Shisui understands clearly in his heart that the village and the family can communicate and understand each other and turn fighting into jade. This kind of thing is not at all possible. However, Shisui is this stubborn idealist, knowing that it is impossible in his heart, but still stubbornly sticking to the ancestral will of fire. At this moment, Shisui, who was hit hard because of Gen attacked Zhongxian, couldn't count on it anymore. In other words, don't turn around and stand in the opposite camp to help him the most. Zhongxian, what is this? Uchiha Arashiyama looked around, staring at the few humanless corpses for a few seconds. His expression became more solemn. Who attacked you? Who else can? Danzo? That old B******************. D. Danzo's reputation is really bad in the Uchiha clan, especially Arashiyama, as Zhongxian's little friends, is full of distaste for Danzo. Okay, Arashiyama, we don't have any evidence to prove that Danzo did it. It doesn't sound good. Even if we have evidence, it will be impossible for Hokage to assist the Lord. It will only make it difficult for our patriarch to do it. Zhongxian, when will the plan be executed? Uchiha Shihaya. 15 years old, 2 months younger than Zhongxian, a childhood sweetheart who grew up with Zhongxian. He was promoted to Jonin at the end of last year. It has not been half a year. However, even if the Uchiha clan is just a young and tender Jonin, it needs at least 2 Jonin to deal with it. Yes, unless it is certain to fight against Sharingan's illusion. Hey, Shihaya, Shisui is still there. Uchiha Arashiyama winked. Pity, the beautiful girl from Uchiha's family didn't understand what Uchiha Arashiyama meant. Instead, she asked, Arashiyama, is there sand in your eyes? Ha ha. Watching the excitement, Uchiha Akitaro laughed out while hugging his belly. You guys, stop making trouble, don't worry about Arashiyama. I happened to chat with Shisui during the day and I told him what he planned. Zhongxian stepped on the brakes in time, and didn't let the situation move in the direction of chaos. Development, thousands of years, be patient, just fried octopus balls will be scalded in a hurry. When the time is right, they will naturally notify you. I see. Uchiha Shihaya agreed, and stood there without speaking. Shisui, hi, Zhongxian, is that okay? Uchiha Arashiyama walked to Zhongxian's side, took a peek at Shisui who was still in a daze, and whispered, their line has always been close to the village. They may not support our plan. If he tells the patriarch in advance, we might fall short. It doesn't matter, Shisui still has a family in his heart. Even if he doesn't help, it won't be bad. In contrast, no one thought that the eldest son of the patriarch's family would become the murderer of the Slaughter clan. You just have to know it. Uchiha Arashiyama didn't ask much. As the oldest person in their small group, he almost naturally took on the responsibility of taking care of such a group of problem children. He was half active and half forced to converge the pride and spirit of genius, and cultivate it unconsciously. This is a stable and reliable character. Well, guys, this is the end of the gossip. The big guys are here, and they all cheer me up. Don't let people underestimate us, Uchiha. Zongxian stood up on his knees and raised his eyes to look southwest. There is still a big fire burning there. But just after a short while, clear waves and blue water swept past, extinguishing the burning flames, and the surrounding horizon suddenly became dark, and then the ground under the feet shook slightly, and the land with standing water rose up and then split to both sides, cutting through an open thoroughfare. Oh, Earth's style of this scale is an elite. Uchiha Akitaro, this frivolous guy still commits the same problem as before, always unable to control his mouth. On that open road, a group of people rushed quickly, headed by 3rd Hokage in black tight-fitting combat uniforms, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had the reputation of ninxing in the past. This 60-year-old man took the lead. Foremost, like a sharp arrow shot, you can vaguely feel the aggressive aura even tens of meters away. It's menacing. Zongxian, shut up, Shutaro, no one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. I'm just telling the truth, brother Lanchin, why are you always being aggressive with me? Stop talking nonsense, shut up your mouth, and then quarrel to see how I can clean you up. Uchiha Akitaro pouted and looked upset. However, he still didn't dare to talk back. He has played with Uchiha Arashiyama 22 times so far. However, he lost all of the 22nd World War and has no victory. Seeing Uchiha Arashiyama with a fierce light in his eyes, he shrank his head wisely. Zongxian ignored the emotional exchanges between the friends. He took a few steps forward and greeted Lord Hokage and the two elders. Master Hokage, Zongxian-kun. 3rd generation arrived in front of Zongxian, stopped moving forward, and greeted Zongxian. Then he waved his hand and directly directed his subordinates to start the action. The medical ninja immediately stepped forward and wrapped Naruto Tuan, and carefully helped Nine Tails Jinchuriki to perform a physical examination. Another group of masked Umbun ninjas also disappeared. In the darkness of Shino, I probably went to investigate. When the subordinates started their work in an orderly manner, there were already a lot of old people on this face. Madara's old man finally turned his attention to Uchiha Zongxian, who was standing in front of him. Sorry, Zongxian-kun, I kept you waiting for a long time. You are polite. So, can you explain what happened? 3rd generation asked aloud, seeming to have no idea what was going on here. When I was sending my sister's classmate home, I was attacked by an unidentified enemy here. There were a total of 12 attackers. They were quite powerful. They attacked without saying a word, in order to protect Naruto, who is me. My sister's classmates can only kill the assailants with brutal hands. Have you figured out the identity of the attacker? I don't know. The attackers have powerful self-destructive seals. I tried to investigate and found nothing, but maybe Umbu's elites may be able to find out something, so I stay here to protect. It's just there, but you didn't expect Master Hokage to come in person. Zongxian dealt with 3rd generation's question stubbornly. Although his tone was respectful, he always sounded a bit like a puppet with no emotions. At this time, those Umbu investigating the bodies of the dead seemed to have discovered something. One of them walked quickly towards this side and glanced at Zongxian, who was standing very close to the 3rd generation. Without waiting to say something, 3rd generation waved his hand gently. If you find anything, just say it, don't hide it. Yes. This Umbu from the body disposal class responded respectfully. No longer hesitate now, the report quickly said. Master Hokage, the subordinates inspected the corpse and found no objects that could confirm the identity of the deceased, but the deceased's underwear was woven from a material with excellent water permeability. People who use this material in the country of fire hate less, but there is a huge demand in the country of water and rain. Giri Shinobi and Rain Shinobi? Hearing Umbu's report, 3rd generation naturally derived two possibilities. He looked at Zongxian and asked, Zongxian-kun, who do you think the attacker might be? Mist Shinobi. Zongxian said casually. Oh, why do you say that? Why not Rain Shinobi? If Rain Shinobi had the strength to launch an attack of this magnitude in Konoha, they would have long been the 6th largest ninja village in the ninja world, and that kind of self-destructive sealing technique was probably only done by the cold-blooded lunatics of Mizumi Shinobi. Either complete the mission and go back alive, or the mission fails. Zongxian kept talking nonsense. Isn't it just a lie? Everyone is deceiving people, and it depends on whose routine is deeper. At present, the old man of 3rd generation seems to be planning to put the black pot on Warren's head, but he doesn't know how to lay the blame on them Uchiha. But don't worry, just wait patiently. That's the way to say, it is indeed Kiri Shinobu's style. Third generation agreed with his head. Then Umbu came to report, saying that a small base was found in the forest, and Vunin's standard Kunao equipment was found in it. It can be confirmed that the attacker is Vunin's spy, and he found information about Flame Demon, a large amount of information about Uchiha Zongxian. It is possible that the Mist Errant spy came for Uchiha Zongxian. As for Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it may just be implicated by misfortune. Zongxian understood the implication, and raised his eyebrows slightly. It turned out that he was playing this kind of horrible idea. Is he planning to use Naruto to accuse Uchiha's guards of disadvantage? He turned his gaze to Naruto, who was surrounded by a group of medical ninjas. Poor Naruto was touched by such a group of rough men, touched it from head to toe, and even took off his pants and checked Naruto's ***. As if he was arguing, he separated out and went straight to the third generation. How is Naruto? Third generation stopped asking about Mizuma Shinobi, and instantly turned his attention to the medical ninja in front of him. Master Hokage, we didn't find any trauma on Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It should be a mental attack that caused us to be unconscious. Fortunately, the seal is still very strong, so there is no need to worry about any problems. What about Naruto? Is Naruto okay? This is hard to say. Nine Tails Jinchuriki is too young, and the wounded mentally is difficult to heal. In many cases, the wounded can only be recovered by themselves. The situation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki needs to be carefully observed. Third generation's face suddenly became gloomy. Professional acting skills. As expected of Hokage, who has been in office for the longest time, Zongxian looked on coldly. Of course he knows what is going on with Naruto. He just turned to technique when he got caught in the heart. Where is the medical ninja so mysterious? He had planned to wake Naruto to chat before, but he wanted to see what he planned to achieve. Next moment, the challenge came. Uchiha Zongxian. Elder Mitokato Homura pushed his glasses, his icy eyes locked on Zongxian. That's how you protect Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Mental damage? If this breaks the seal, release Nine Tails. Can you take this responsibility? Why should I be held responsible? Zongxian's face was shocked. Warren lurked into the village to launch an attack. Isn't this Umbu's dereliction of duty? I killed the attackers of Warren. It's only right that I have done nothing. Mizuma Shinobu is directed at you, because your problem involved Nine Tails Jinchuriki's injury. It is your fault. This is already the accusation of Mingdao Mingjian. Hearing the angry voice of Elder Mitokato Homura, the Umbu did not do anything. All that moved and continued to do their own things was just staring at Uchiha Arashiyama and others from the corner of his eye. Anger appeared on Uchiha's face. But fortunately, Uchiha Arashiyama caught Uchiha Hokuto, who almost rushed out. Compared with the frivolous Ikitaro, the 14-year-old Uchiha Hokuto is a typical Uchiha who is proud to his bones. It is this pride that makes his personality change. Must be extremely impulsive and combative. Hokuto, Akitaro, give me a stand. Zongxian has not instructed. No one is allowed to move. Shihaya, Futaba, Jun, you are the same. The majestic skill called the Elder is activated. The scarlet eyes were swept one by one, and the problem children came down. Uchiha Arashiyama was silently relieved. Fortunately, he didn't make trouble, otherwise he could suppress one or two, if they both start making trouble. He is not an opponent of 5 people. My question? Zongxian stared at Mitokato Homura, and said in surprise, Mist Yuki stared at me probably because I killed too many Mist Yuki on the battlefield. If it is my problem to be hated by Mishra because of it, Master Hokage Elder Mito meant that we shouldn't fight for the village and the enemy? In order to protect the village and provoke the enemy's revenge, is this the problem that I caused? Speaking of last, his voice suddenly rose. The excitement caused his eyes to turn scarlet, his face was angry and aggrieved, and he looked at third generation eagerly. Mitokato Homura froze for a moment, and then furious. This be *********** D dared to misinterpret what he meant. He meant clearly that Uchiha Zongxian should not come into contact with Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and put Nine Tails Jinchuriki in uncertain danger. When? Has the village turned into a hero who gave up shelter and fought blood for the village? Yan, it's just a momentary gaffe, don't worry about young people, and be more open-minded. Third generation stopped Mitokato Homura from attacking, and then looked at Zongxian-kun. The elder Mito is too worried about Naruto's safety. I hope you can forgive me for a while, but you have to understand, like you and me, people are often the target of enemy attacks. Taking Naruto by your side is indeed a misconsideration. You still have to think as much as possible in the future. He played an understatement for Mitokato Homura, and then resolutely convicted Zongxian's guilt. Not give Zongxian a chance to argue, qualitatively directly. As expected of Hokage, Zongxian suppressed the anger and grievance on his face, and he did not argue. As long as he didn't explain the punishment clearly, he didn't care about being charged. Anyway, the master of power is in the hands of Hokage, and it can be said that it is easy to pick his fault. So as long as there is no actual punishment, it doesn't matter how many crimes are charged. Maybe it can be used to unite the people. Sarutobi, you are too soft-hearted. If you make mistakes and if you don't punish them, how will you lead the village in the future? This time it was Uchiha Koharu. Third generation frowned tightly, seemingly hesitant. Zanzian's left hand was tightly clenched into a fist. Uchiha Arashiyama and his companions immediately stepped forward, and the pairs of scarlet three-tomo shurinan opened. They stood behind Zongxian and issued silent warnings and threats. The change caused the Umbu who had been busy to stop their work in an instant. But I didn't have the urge to do it directly, but I was ready to do it. At this time, Master Hokage, it's not Zanzian's fault. Speaker, it's Uchiha Shisui. He walked to Zangxian's side and looked at third generation and the two advisory elders, not to mention whether the attacker was Warren or not. There is nothing in the village that prohibits others from approaching Naruto. What Zongxian did, they are all in line with the village's rules. Zongxian didn't know beforehand that Warren would attack him. If he used this as an excuse to punish Zongxian, this is nitpicking. Shisui stood up unexpectedly. Zongxian raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then the corners of his eyebrows became a little bit happy. Good guy. It finally made Shisui know where his A** should sit. As for what Shisui said, it doesn't matter at all. The most important thing is the change in Shisui's attitude, which gives Zongxian a greater grasp of the execution of the next plan. 8 pairs of 3-tomo shurinan. In the Uchiha clan, 3-tomo shurinan and jonin are equated, and the Uchiha clan jonin is the weakest and can fight 2 by 1, not to mention that the best such as Zongxian and Shisui can do a dozen, 5, 1 dozen 10, and even more. In other words, counting Zongxian and Shisui, among the 8 Uchihas here, there are no 20 or 30 jonin who can't compete. Unless there are more masters like third generation, it will reduce the demand for the number of jonin. Unfortunately, the Konoha talents are now withered. The upper floors of the village are full of old men and old ladies. To be honest, the Hokage building can be renamed Old Head Music. The club's up. The sacrifice of fourth generation is not just to make Konoha lose a good Hokage. A group of old people control the power of the village and make the village gossip. Orochimaru's defection caused the Sunin collection to collapse and dissipate. The conflict with the Uchiha clan has intensified, and the village has been cast a shadow of infighting. If Konoha does not count now with Uchiha, there are really no young talents. After all, it means that a Kakashi can be on the table. Shisui, don't be so excited. It is indeed wrong to blame Zangxian-kun for this incident. The third generation opened his mouth to break the cold confrontation that felt like a cold winter current. I didn't expect Warren to raid Zangxian-kun so boldly. After all, Umbu was too slack and allowed Warren's spies to behave in the village. Yan, Koharu, you are too strict. Be more tolerant and patient with young people. They also need time to grow up. After hesitating for a long time, the third generation project finally came up with such a result. He comforted Zongxian, backed up the two elders, and silently silenced the raging confrontation atmosphere, and the effort to get rid of the mud could be said to have reached the realm. Zongxian knows that this is not to say how enlightened the old third generation man is, it is just that he is unwilling to tear his face with Uchiha at this time. What these old men and old ladies want to clean up the disobedient Uchiha at the least cost, rather than fighting Uchiha and losing both. Especially he and Shisui, as the two most famous people of the Uchiha clan, can be said to be the most shining signs of Uchiha today. Once you start with both of them, it is tantamount to directly declaring war on Uchiha. Coupled with Arashiyama's resolute support, third generation chose such a result. Humph. Uchiha Kohara didn't say anything, but just sullenly didn't give Zongxian a good face. Mito Kato Homura looked as usual, but nothing could be seen from the poker face. At this time, one of the medical ninjas taking care of Naruto rushed over and said with joy, Master Hokage, Nine Tails Jinchuriki's injury is fine, and the mental shock is not serious. A good night's sleep will be complete tomorrow. Recovered. The corners of Zongxian's mouth twitched. This F***K, that's not what I said before. According to the previous person's statement, Naruto's boy may decide when his condition gets worse and he won't be able to survive the second Tenten, he will die, but now the third generation expresses his opinion that Naruto has nothing to fart, just sleep. Just sleep and be alive and kicking the next day. Really, the person's mouth is peeled, and the speech is moved. Black and white, good and bad are all covered. That's good, that's good. It's all right. The sadness on third generation's eyes faded, revealing the amiable smile that Dr. Ninja used to face the children of the ninja school. He turned his eyes to Zongxian and said with a smile, by the way, Zangxian-kun, know if you remember it wrong, you don't have a fixed position right now, do you? Would you like to work at Umbu? You protected Naruto this time, and you have made a lot of credit. Joining Umbu will have a bigger stage for you to show off your skills. Master Hokage, thank you for your kindness, but forgive me for not agreeing. I am very satisfied with my current life. Compared to joining Umbu, I still want to stay at home and help take care of my sister. My fighting habit is not suitable for umbu, to be honest. With such a big movement, there is no umbu style at all." Before the end of third generation's casting, Zhongxian decisively interrupted the old man singing. He didn't bother to listen to the will of fire advocated by third generation, and he would never agree to a job in umbu, which is the purpose of the third generation. Once in umbu, wouldn't it be that people would just let people squeeze rounds, don't need to play any small tricks, and send directly to cloud shinobi spies in places like village, uegakur, etc., to ensure that there is no life? That's it. There is no way. It is really regrettable. I am very optimistic about Zhongxian-kun, your ability. What a pity. Third generation sighed very regretfully. Master Hokage, if there is nothing else, please allow us to retire. When things reached this point, Zhongxian had achieved what he wanted. It's no longer necessary to stay here with the third generation old man. Instead of wasting time and life here, it's better to go home and discuss the next action plan with your friends. Shisui expressed his attitude, and the plan is almost ready for implementation. Just leave the matter here to umbu, you can go back. Third generation nodded and glanced at Shisui from the corner of his eye, but said nothing. Then we are leaving. Zhongxian said to leave, and rushed towards the clan when he started. Shisui hesitated, but after all, he didn't stop. Following Lanchin and the others, he chased Zhongxian and disappeared into the deep night. In a blink of an eye there is no trace. In this burned forest, third generation stood silently on the spot, motionless like a clay puppet. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he suddenly said, "Danzo, you are too late. It's useless to come early." An old man with a shady face and black clothes, giving people a cold temperament that no one can get close to, walked slowly from the darkness. This old man with an X-shaped scar on his chin is the current Hokage known as the Darkness of Forbearance. Assistant, the supreme leader of Kanken, Shinura Danzo. The Uchiha Zhongxian and Uchiha Shisui are two kinds of people. Your style is impossible for that kid. Even if you come here early, you won't be able to waste your tongue here with you. Instead of doing this, it's better to come slowly. Third generation frowned. However, this time he did not accuse the old friend's recklessness, but agreed with Danzo's view. You are right, Uchiha Zhongxian. He does not have a village in his heart, and even Shisui is affected. Danzo, he left it to you. You should have done this earlier. In short, deal with it as soon as possible, don't delay it for too long. I am worried that Shisui will be affected too deeply, and it doesn't matter if the method is too aggressive when necessary. As long as you don't ruin my business, there won't be any problems. After speaking, Danzo left without looking back. His figure melted into the darkness of the forest and disappeared. Zhongxian, you are not going to say something? Shisui is known as Shattered Body. His body flicker technique is indeed superb, and the entire Uchiha clan is unmatched after several times. It is a pity that the fourth generation called Yellow Flash has passed away, otherwise Shisui can be allowed to go. Challenge the Flying Thunder God technique for the purpose of fourth generation. With a body flicker technique, he crossed Uchiha Arashiyama and others, and came to Zhongxian's side. What do you want me to say? Zhongxian asked rhetorically without changing his color. Shisui's head was empty and didn't know how to answer, but he was suffocated in his heart. He was very unhappy. He tried to squeeze the blank brain, and AI said, "That's tonight, Master Hokage." "Okay, shut up. Seeing your uncomfortable feeling makes me sore." Zhongxian interrupted Shisui's unintelligible nonsense. "Shisui, I am very happy for your choice tonight, and I understand the anxiety in your heart. I can tell you clearly in front of Arashiyama. It's all harmful and unhelpful. What I want is to save Uchiha, not to destroy it. Don't worry that I will go back and use force to make a coup. Of course, I don't deny that this is the last choice, but when there are other possibilities, I will not choose this dead end." Uchiha Arashiyama and others who followed closely behind looked calm, obviously not the first time they heard such a rhetoric. Shisui felt relieved when he saw this. Although he chose to support Zhongxian, it does not mean that he has completely changed to the position of the family. He is a man who wants to stop the village and the family from fighting until his death. The reason why he supports Zhongxian is also because of Zhongxian. That set of rhetoric gave him some hope that a dead horse would be a living horse doctor. Instead of sinking into such an action, it is better to support Zhongxian and struggle for a while. His original intention has always been the same, that is, that the village and the family can truly be integrated, regardless of each other. "Zhongxian, when is the plan you talked about?" Within a few seconds, Shisui remembered again Uchiha Shiheya's plan that he accidentally leaked. Before he made a decision, he was in a dilemma. Once he made a decision, his mentality suddenly became urgent. After walking alone in the hopeless darkness for too long, he was so eager to see the light of hope, even if it's just a ray of brilliance. "Wait, my house will speak slowly." Zhongxian accelerated his running speed. Already you can see the heavily armed tribesmen gathered at the entrance and exit of the tribe. Standing in the front are 3 old people with white beard and hair. His grandfather Uchiha Suanshi is among them. These three old people are the elders of the tribe. Grandpa, Elder Long Si, Elder Wumaru. Zong Xian stopped and stood on the stone road. Zong Xian, what happened? Uchiha Suanshi, the grandfather of Zong Xian, this nearly 70-year-old man is staring at the grandson in front of him. He is different from the leisurely appearance at home before. He is wearing a black and purple combat uniform with external equipment. With the lavender-layered armor hung, and a sword slung around his waist, he was murderous as if he was ready to fight. Not only him, but the other two elders, as well as the more than 20 clansmen who followed the elders, all dressed up in the same way. Upon seeing this, Zong Xian sighed in his heart. The conflict between the village and the family is so acute that the people are always preparing for war. At this time, it is completely dreaming to say what to say to turn the village into jade. The resentment and anger that so many people have accumulated in their hearts, unless it is 6 paths level mouth escape technique, otherwise don't want to easily eliminate it. He glanced back at Shisui, who was pale. Obviously, this guy also saw a lot of things from the reaction of the people. It's nothing serious. Warren wants to retaliate against me. He sent a spy to launch an attack on the road. The matter has been resolved. Grandpa, the two elders, can let everyone go back to rest. Don't worry about what accidents will happen tonight. The current situation. We have not yet reached that point, everyone is not ready. Zong Xian replied loudly. The loud voice was not only the elders, but the others could also hear it clearly. Uchiha Hyeonshi exchanged glances with the two old men next to him. Soon Elder Uchiha Ryaji stood up, led a group of people back to the clan, spread the information brought by Zong Xian, soothed the mentally tense clansmen, and let the grass and trees converge to the sharp killing. Meaning, Konoha's #1 giant was not blown out. As long as the members of the Uchiha family can open Sharingan and don't die halfway on the battlefield, they will be able to reach the realm of Sangoyo sooner or later. Therefore, the number of Jonin in the Uchiha clan is truly the best among the Konoha clan. This is exactly how the Uchiha clan dared one of the confidants of the coup. Little devil, you can tell the truth now, what is going on? Uchiha Wumaru, he is not tall, he can be about 1 m 6, compared to the 15-year-old Zong Xian is 1.72 meters short, or shorter than many people around, but who I wouldn't underestimate this elder Wumaru who was called Beiyin when he was young. Regardless of the fact that his old man is short, but his strength is high, the 6 elders in the family, Uchiha Wumaru is definitely the strongest, and Uchiha Xianshi is not an opponent. The short old man raised his neck and stared at Zong Xian, his scarlet eyes full of murderous aura. Is it necessary to talk about this kind of thing? If Warren is capable of planting so many Jonin-level spies in the village, we will not be sent back to the sea to eat fish during the Ninja World War. Zong Xian laughed mockingly. He smiled, it's the old Danzo, and 3rd generation has acquiesced, but I don't have enough evidence to prove Danzo. If you want any bullshit evidence, it will be considered once and for all if you have a chance to kill that dog. Elder Wumaru squeezed his fist and said loudly, I knew that Danzo was not a good thing back then. After 2nd generation died, I thought about taking someone to kill the B****************, but unfortunately it was stopped by the mirror. As he said, he glanced at Shisui, Uchiha Kagamai's grandson. Shisui hesitated to speak but stopped. In the end, all the words in his chest turned into helpless wry smiles. Don't talk about this, Elder Wumaru, Danzo and us are not dealing with it for granted, there is no need to be angry with him, compared with this. Where is our patriarch now? Host in the clan the big picture? Zong Xian turned the subject away. Even if he was really ready to plot a black hand against Danzo, he couldn't be so open and conspiring. Hearing Zong Xian's question, Elder Wumaru's face suddenly pulled down. The patriarch is on duty at the police department. He needs to maintain the order of the village. He can't give the village an excuse for attacking our clan. The affairs of the clan are temporarily in charge of our old guys, Uchiha said unhurriedly. The ethnic area of the Uchiha family has undergone 2 relocations and adjustments. The first relocation was by 2nd Hokage. He bound the Uchiha clan and the police department together, turning the unflattering Uchiha clan into a villain. The second relocation was 4 years ago. Because of the Nine Tails turmoil, 3rd Hokage moved the Uchiha clan to a more remote corner of the northeast corner of the village. This led to the separation of the Uchiha family and the police department. Otherwise, even if you are in the police department, you can still handle the affairs of the family. Xianxi, don't put gold on Fugaku's face. I didn't see it before, but now I realized that the kid was a fool. As the patriarch, I didn't know the protection of the tribe, but he opened his mouth and closed his mouth and was all in the village. Does the matter of the village need him to worry about? What the police department looks like now, isn't his minister still unclear? Where Umbu is there, where is the opportunity for him to come in handy? Elder Wumaru grumbled angrily, simply, hey, I don't know what to say about him. We were also blind at the beginning and supported him to become the patriarch. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his eyes and stared at Zong Xian again. Hey, boy, you told me before that you wanted to replace Fugaku as the patriarch. Is that true? Of course it is true. Zhong Xian nodded solemnly. What is the patriarch? In short, the person in charge of clan affairs. According to differences in history, culture, customs, and habits, the power of the patriarch in different families is not only the same, but in the Uchiha clan, the patriarch is the highest authority in the clan. Make a statement. But since the patriarch Uchiha Madara defected to Konoha, after several discussions, the people who refused to follow the patriarch and left decided to limit the power of the patriarch. They raised the authority of the elders and the patriarch to check the patriarch's words to avoid similar accidents. After all, Uchiha Madara almost defected, leading to the destruction of the family. At that time, Senju Tobirama, who was not second Hokage, proposed to completely wipe out the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, first Hokage was kind-hearted and instead of punishing Uchiha, he praised them for refusing to leave Konoha with Uchiha Madara. But this is the case, the elders of that generation were also shocked. So, there will be changes afterwards. The elders have mastered the power to interfere with the decision of the patriarch. In some cases, the patriarch can even be replaced with the consent of the majority. Of course, such a thing has not happened so far. After all, it has only been experienced since Uchiha Madara. 2 generations of patriarchs. Uchiha Fugaku is the second generation patriarch after that. And as long as the patriarch has no obvious signs of betraying the family, no one dares to change the patriarch casually. In the original history, the already rebellious clansmen did not say that they had thrown away the half-hearted patriarch, but applied pressure through a collective petition to force Uchiha Fugaku to embark on the route of planning a coup. Tell the truth, if you can get rid of the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku, even if Uchiha is annihilated, you will not be so aggrieved. I didn't expect that Woomaru would also support you. This way, the possibility of the plan's success has increased a lot. In the courtyard of the Zongxian's house, there is an old sakura who has grown up for years. The tree is said to have been planted by the elders of the Zongxian line when Konoha was established. When the clan moved, the earth-style technique was used to move the tree together. There is a blue stone under the tree. Uchiha Hyarinchi sits on it, carrying a bottle of his favorite ruby port wine, enjoying sakura while drinking. Old man, Ryaji, Woomaru, half of the 6 elders support you, plus those young people you wooed yourself. More than half of Jonin in the clan is on your side, Zongxian. How long do you plan to prepare? It won't take too long. Zongxian spread a piece of felt on the grass not far from under the tree, and sat cross-legged on it to accompany his grandpa while admiring sakura while conspiring. This time I refused the invitation for the purpose of the 3rd generation. If I don't become the patriarch soon, I'm afraid I'll encounter a new attack soon. Grandpa, to be honest, I want Fujika to drop out. It's always like staying in a ninja school. Not very safe. Don't worry about Fujika's affairs. I have someone to protect her. If you are really worried, you can pick up and drop off when you go to and from school, but it's better not to quit school. You have said that Uchiha can't draw the ground as a prison. For family communication, the ninja school is the best channel for change. If Fujika drops out, how do you plan to let the people send their children to the ninja school in the future? It's not like sending everyone to the ninja school. Just pick a few good-tempered and handsome guys. Well, I see, I will personally pick up Fujika to and from school in the next period of time. Don't spoil your sister too much, after spoiling it, it will still be your trouble. A gust of wind blew by. The branches of the old sakura tree trembled, and the beautiful sakura flowers fell like pink pastries and were swept by the wind to the bamboo forest not far away, like a rain of sakura flowers. After Uchiha Hyarinchi finished speaking, he couldn't help but be attracted to him, and admired, "It's so beautiful. Is Fujika a girl? It should be more pampered." Zongxian said with a smile, and he kept slandering in his heart, "Obviously your granddaughter is the most favorite granddaughter. I didn't know that you sent someone to protect the vine flower. I didn't have this treatment when I cut it. Of course, this is just thinking about it in my heart, my face is full of flaws. By the way, Zongxian, what's the matter with Shisui's child? Seeing how it was last night, did you subdue him?" When the sakura flower rain settled, Uchiha Hyarinchi reluctantly took it back. His sight suddenly raised Shisui. It's not right to say that it was suddenly. Zongxian has been waiting to be asked about this. Uchiha Shisui, regardless of his age, like Zongxian, is only 15 years old this year, but Shunshen, Shisui's name is so loud that both Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are known, and its appeal to the younger generation in the family not inferior to Blazing Demon Zongxian. In addition, although Uchiha Kagami died early, there are still a group of supporters in the clan, including one elder. Therefore, Shisui's attitude really has a great influence on Zongxian's success or failure. Reluctantly, Zongxian lightly chins his head and takes a sip of the tea. Ninjas under 20 years old are not allowed to drink. The Uchiha clan also follows this rule. Wine is intestinal poison, and the color is like a scraping steel knife. The word wine is often harmful to young ninjas. To be precise, no matter what age, indulging in these 2 words is not a good thing. Strictly speaking, Shisui chose to support me, but after seeing the cruel reality thoroughly, he found that there was no other choice besides me. He can only support me. Of course he can also try go it alone. It's a pity that his character predestined that he can't do this kind of thing. Don't be careless. Uchiha Hyunshi took a sip of the drink, 2 blushes appeared on his face, and he said drunkenly, after all, Zongxian's plan to protect the family is not so necessary that you can't. If Fugaku changes his attitude, he will be in the clan. You guess it's hard to beat him down. You should always keep this in mind, but don't be arrogant just because success is in sight. I'm not worried about this. Zongxian smiled freely. As the saying goes, the country is easy to change, and the nature is hard to change. Our patriarch's indecision and indecisiveness cannot be corrected so easily. Besides, we uchiha are after all those who believe in the strong. As long as my fists are strong enough, the people naturally know who to follow. After speaking, he looked up at the sky and stood up. Grandpa, next you slowly reward Sakura by yourself. I'm going to visit our patriarch. In the spring afternoon, Zongxian walked under the blossoming sakura tree, listening to the small sound of the wind passing through the branches and leaves, and came to a magnificent mansion. The 2 doors were open and the courtyard was very beautifully trimmed. Looking along the road paved with blue-gray stone bricks, there is a sliding door at the end. He walked in, he was not polite, opened the sliding door and asked aloud, "Is anyone there?" No one responded. Zongxian took off his shoes at the entrance of the hallway and stepped onto the wooden-floored corridor. This is not the first time he has visited the patriarch. There is a grandfather who is an elder who has been to this home several times before as a guest. Otherwise, Suzuki would not call him Big Brother Zongxian. He didn't dare to know the structure of this house well, but the area used for hospitality was generally familiar. On the right-hand side of the corridor was the kitchen and dining room. There was no busy figure in it at the moment, Mrs. Patriarch. Probably not at home. On the left-hand side is a 6-fold room with low tables and futons neatly arranged. At the moment sitting in the center is the current patriarch of Uchiha's family, Uchiha Fugaku. This is a very majestic man with short black hair, a long square face, and expressionless facial features that give people an indescribable sense of oppression. He is wearing a dark blue gown with the logo of a fan in the center of the back. Zongxian, come in, Uchiha Fugaku said. Patriarch, excuse me. Zongxian walked into the room and consciously sat down on the futon opposite the patriarch. There is a teapot and 2 teacups on the low table. The tea in the cup is still steaming, and the green tea stalks are floating in it. I recently heard that you want to replace me as the patriarch. There is no subtlety, Uchiha Fugaku is straight to the point. Ah, do you already know the patriarch? I'm still thinking about giving you a surprise when I see the last picture. Surprise? A fright. It feels almost the same, doesn't it? Surprise, fright, a startle is the most important thing. Stop the nonsense, Zongxian, you kid, you've been talking nonsense since before. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Zongxian with that frightening grim expression. Since the patriarch you already know, aren't you angry? Zongxian asked curiously. Uchiha Fugaku will know his actions. It's not surprising. The Uchiha clan says it's not too big. It's only 1,000 people. Some things can't be concealed if you want to hide it. The more the plan comes to the later stage, the more dynamic it is, and the discovery is doomed. Fortunately, Zongxian didn't plan to play any tricks. He wanted to grab the position of the Patriarch Vice Admiral from Uchiha Fugaku. If it were 5 years ago, I would probably hang your kid up for a while, and then throw it to the border garrison so that you won't have time to mess with me in your life. 5 years ago? The chaos of 9 tails? Zongxian was thoughtful. Indeed, the Patriarch's brow wrinkles more than one day in the past few years, and the heavy and gloomy aura on his body has become stronger. And now, if you really have the ability to replace me, it may not be a bad thing for me or for the family. Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his eyebrows, and the deep dark circles proved that he was afraid of being one last night. Stayed awake. It may not have been just last night, it is likely that the patriarch has not slept well for a long time. The conflict between the village and the family is becoming increasingly acute. How can he sleep peacefully as the patriarch? If it weren't for this, it wouldn't have only 2 children, Itachi and Suzuki. Maybe the 3rd child has already been born. Of course, the premise of all this is that you really have the ability. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Zongxian, and said one word at a time. You want the seat of the patriarch? Yes, right here with me, just grab it. Let me see you what kind of ability is there. The patriarch won't let you wait too long. Then I will wait and see. After that, the 2 fell silent at the same time. Zongxian picked up the teacup and slowly drank the tea. He turned his eyes to the lush garden outside the porch. Under Chunyui's gaze, the vegetation in the garden was growing very well. After coming out, the owner has been pruning hard, every branch and leaf are regular, and the whole courtyard is exactly the same, without any inconsistency. It's just like the same as the patriarch who abides by the rules. Is it here to expose my ambitions? Lord Patriarch. Zongxian took the lead to break this tranquility and lifted the teapot to add tea to the cup. Uchiha Fugaku smoothly pushed the empty cup over. The teacup was once again filled with blue tea, and with the shaking of the hands, waves were rippling. I'm looking for you. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the tea in the cup and slowly said, I went to see Master Hokage last night, and he said very tactfully that you shouldn't be too close to Nine Tails. Jinchuriki, more precisely, I hope that the Uchiha clan will keep a certain distance from Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Intimidation. Yes, it's just intimidation. It's not just Hokage-sama present. The heads of Hyaga, Abarame, Nara, Yamanaka, Akamaiki, Kurama, Inyazuka, these families are also there. No one wants to see Uchiha 2 being too close to Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The night 5 years ago is still fresh in many people's memories. Hyaga, I thought that the death of a Hyaga Hisashi would make them resent Hokage. The branch house in Hyaga exists to protect the clan. In the eyes of those in the Hyaga clan, Hisashi probably deserves to die like this. When it comes to Hyaga's clan and branch house, Uchiha Tomino rarely shows a little contempt. What do you decide to do with the patriarch? You want to punish me for this? The third generation personally praised me for protecting Nine Tails Jinchuriki last night. Zongxian asked. Master Hokage praises you, it doesn't mean that you can't punish you. It's shameless. I need to give the village an explanation. Uchiha Fugaku paused, and continued. Uchiha is a member of the village, and Nine Tails Jinchuriki is no longer the internal affairs of the family. The other families in the village are staring. If we don't give an explanation, the families that were originally neutral will probably stand on the opposite side of ours. Neutral family. Zongxian laughed mockingly. I really don't know that there are neutrals in the village. Don't those family members widely serve in Umbu and Gen? This can also be called neutral? Probably it is the declining Kurama. I was fancied by Umbu and General. Don't confuse those members who joined Umbu and Gen with the family. Those people can't represent a family. Isn't Shisui also an Umbu? Could he still represent Uchiha? Well, you are reasonable, so what is the punishment? 5 million taels in fines. Uchiha Fugaku replied. So simple. Zongxian raised his eyebrows in surprise. The fine of 5 million taels seems to be a huge amount, but for Zongxian, it is just a few more difficult tasks to get it. Besides, there is also a private workshop at home for making detonation talisman. The big deal is staying inside for a while, making a batch of high-quality detonators, and a fine of 5 million taels can easily be collected. The creation of the detonation talisman requires the ninja of the Grandmaster Fire Style technique to infuse the refined Fire Style chakra into the talisman. When using it, the sealed Fire Style chakra will be detonated as a bomb through the above sealing technique to injure the enemy. The goal of the Fire Style technique of the Uchiha clan claims to be the second in the ninja world, and no one dares to recognize the first. It can be said that the making and selling of detonating talisman is a business that the Uchiha clan has been operating since the initiation of detonating talisman appeared in this world. This is also the biggest source of money for the Uchiha clan. Can make a lot of money. After all, the price of an initiating talisman is hovering between 2,000 taels and 12,000 taels. It is divided into several grades according to the craftsmanship of the producer. The powerful detonating talisman can blow up a person to pieces, and the less powerful detonation talisman can blow up people at most. Injuries. The detonating charms produced by the Uchiha clan are undoubtedly the best in the ninja world. A handmade detonation talisman made by Zongxian, who has the nickname Blazing Demon, can sell for the highest price of 12,000 taels. Jingeo Zongxian also has a cheat called Magic Release Inflammation, which allows him to make detonation talismans several times faster than others. If it were not for the limit of chakra quantity, it would not be possible to get 8,000 detonation talisman a day. Excuse me. To be honest, Zongxian guessed that Conan's 600 billion detonating talisman was created by using secret techniques to create talisman paper, and then handed over to Nagato to enter the Fire Style chakra. It is estimated that the Uzumaki clan can make hundreds of thousands or even millions of detonating charms a day. Otherwise, 600 billion detonating charms. If you rely on buying, it is estimated that if Akatsuki is packaged and sold, it may not be able to collect this huge amount of funds, and you may not be able to buy so many. Strictly speaking, the detonation symbol is an important armament. No matter which country or village it is in, it is a strategic material under supervision. Small-scale sales are fine. Once large-scale purchases are made, they will definitely be noticed, and no one will sell in large quantities. The detonator was given to an unidentified guy. It's not over yet. This fine can only be regarded as an addition. Uchiha Fugaku rubbed the Kiyomaizuyaki teacup in his hand. I am going to send you to the border garrison. Hello, Patriarch, didn't you say that you would only do this kind of thing 5 years ago? I didn't say that after 5 years, I won't do this kind of thing, but I'm just the minister of the police department, and I can't get involved with the border defense forces. I'm going to make an application tonight. It means that Uchiha is willing to work for the village and send people to station at the border. your name will be the top one. I think the village should agree to this application. If the speed is fast, you may be ready to pack and go to the border tomorrow at noon. No, the application will be approved very quickly. If the application is sent tonight, maybe you can leave early tomorrow morning. Hear this, Zhongxian realized that the patriarch really had two brushes. He can refuse the verbal invitation of the third generation, but he cannot violate the order issued in the name of Hokage. Originally, he was named in the police department, as the authority of second Hokage personally promised to the Uchiha clan. It is also Uchiha's cage. But at the same time it is also a shelter from the wind and rain. At the very least, even the third generation project cannot interfere in the affairs of the police department beyond its authority. This is the power that belongs to the Uchiha clan alone. The current situation is that Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the police department, intends to sweep him out of the police department as an explanation to the village and send him to the border defense forces. When he gets there, he will naturally let Hokage's team rub his head into the shape that others want. Thus, you don't need to wipe out yourself, the rebel who intends to usurp the throne, and you can also explain to the village. It can be called two birds with one stone. No, it should be said that it kills three birds with one stone. Tomorrow, Zhongxian touched the word that was repeatedly mentioned by Uchiha Fugaku. Suddenly, I felt refreshed and realized something. Telling himself this in advance is equivalent to giving him a chance to struggle. If he can't grasp this opportunity, there will be no reason to make trouble tomorrow because of dissatisfaction with the order. Three birds with one stone, nothing is better than this. My patriarch, I originally thought you were a patriarch who did not fulfill your responsibilities at all. In fact, I still think so, but it seems that you still have a family in your heart, at least now. At that time, the family has not been discarded as indifferent garbage. When he said these words, Zhongxian stood up and strode towards the porch. When he stood on the porch and looked down, he realized that the shoes were not here. Then he reacted, turned back, and walked quickly. In the process of stepping on the wooden floor, Boom Boom made a loud sound. Starting to talk nonsense again, I really don't know what your head is thinking all day. Hearing the sound of the sliding door being opened and closed in the ear helix, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head helplessly, completely unaware of where Zongsuen's prejudice against him came from. He knew that what he did was not perfect, but how can you not abandon the family? Immediately, there was another footstep coming from the corridor outside. A woman in a beige apron walked into the room. Fugaku, are you really going to give way to that kid? This demure, elegant, feminine woman is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the wife of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikado. She did not go out as Zhongxian had guessed, and sat next door. In the room, she heard the conversation between her husband and the child named Zhongxian clearly. Everything is for the family. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. This time Hokage caught the handle of our family's contact with Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and took the opportunity to bring all the neutral families in the village to the same front, forcing me to deal with Zhongxian. However, the anger and resentment of the people are now I can't hold it anymore. If Zhongxian is really dealt with at this time, even if there is a valid reason, the tribe will run away. Furthermore, Zhongxian, the kid is very strong. Neither he nor Shisui can be sure to defeat him. If he really has the ability to take the throne of the patriarch tonight, then it's okay to let him taste how difficult it is to sit on this crater. The family is really a volcano that will erupt right away, but I didn't think of any way. At this time, the children were not there. Itachi went out to perform the task. Suzuki went to the ninja school. The pressure-bearing patriarch rarely talked to his wife about his sadness and depression. The tough mask in people's eyes reveals the weakness and pain in their hearts. Uchiha Mikato sat next to her husband, quietly listening to her husband's confession, with the most tender mind to contain the endless sadness and depression. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes, and the journey of life is always full of unpredictable accidents, but Zhongxian does not hate such accidents. The future that can be seen at a glance is really boring and loses the motivation to act, unknown and impossible. The measured and chaotic future is more worth looking forward to and looking forward to. No matter what others think, Zhongxian likes such a life full of excitement and fun. This gave him a feeling of being alive. I look down upon you. Patriarch, the technique of killing three birds with one arrow is really clever. Zhongxian walked quickly on the bluestone road. Above his head was a cluster of sakura flowers and trees. The wind was filled with intoxicating and elegant fragrance, but his heart was like a fire burning, and his fighting spirit was aroused. The scarlet eyes are piercing. After leaving the house of the patriarch's house, Zhongxian did not go home directly. Instead, he followed the shortest route outlined in his mind along the bluestone road and started a detour. Uchiha Arashiyama, Uchiha Shihaya, Uchiha Akataro, Uchiha Futaba, Uchiha Jun, Uchiha Baidu, one by one hardcore supporters were gathered by him. Finally, even Shisui joined the team. Zhongxian, it's too fast now, right? Shisui was a little nervous. Making up his mind doesn't mean that he can really abandon the confusion in his heart. He is the kind of natural toil. Time doesn't wait for me. Zongxian shook his head lightly. If tonight is over, maybe we people will go to the border to spend some time, either eating sand or sea fish. I hate seafood. Uchiha Shihaya, a beautiful girl with an overly serious character, frowned. As Zongxian's childhood sweetheart, they all fought together on the eastern battlefield. When the killing mist Ninen's head was rolling, all kinds of messy seafood were also eaten. Everyone stretched their necks. Mainly because the chef's craftsmanship is too bad. Do whatever you want, cook whatever you want, and eat whatever you want. If you come and go, you will naturally hate seafood, and Zongxian is no exception. So in order not to eat seafood, we must succeed in usurping the throne today. Otherwise, you must eat seafood obediently, or carry your knife and fight hard with those old bastards. Zongxian encouraged everyone. Then I choose to kill the old Danzo. The little thorn head of Uchiha Big Dipper clenched the handle of the sword with an excited smile on his face. This bear kid didn't know what fear was, like a fighting C***K, ready to fight anytime, anywhere. Preparation for a field. What are you talking about? Zongxian will definitely be the patriarch tonight, and then we will have a way to deal with the old Danzo. Uchiha Arashiyama slapped the back of the head with a slap on the back of the head, and suppressed the combatant. On the Bluestone Road under the sakura flower tree, a group of young people swaggered past, and the noisy noise attracted the attention of many people at home. When they discovered that this group of young people were all jonin, many caring people suddenly realized that something might happen again, boldly. He wondered if these young people were going to instigate the patriarch to support the coup. Zongxian had no time to pay attention to the conspiracy theories of the tribe. After he assembled his team, he led a group of people back home. At this time, his parents went to the studio and his sister went to the ninja school. There was only Yu Tomohiro in the house. Show the old man sitting alone under the old sakura tree and admire the flower's grandfather. Zongxian stepped forward. Are you ready to start? Uchiha Suanshi seemed to have not seen the group of people behind his grandson, calmly carrying the wine bottle and pouring the wine into the clear water pottery bowl, and the dark red liquor swirled in the pottery bowl. Yes, the patriarch has given me a problem. If I can't achieve what I want tonight, I will go to the border garrison to take up my post tomorrow. Based on my understanding of the upper echelons of the village, as long as I dare to leave the village, those people probably I was not allowed to reach the border alive. Zongxian said seriously. A good method. It seems that supporting Fugaku's succession to the patriarch at the beginning can't say that some of our old things are really blind. No, the patriarch is more powerful. Once he plans to abandon the family, the more damage it will cause to the family. Zongxian's attitude is still as firm as ever. The two cold-blooded monsters Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito can smoothly slaughter Uchiha. There are so many people up and down in a clan, which is directly related to the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku's giving up resistance. There are so many jonin in the clan, and there are many masters who have experienced many battles and can compete with Heidake 5 years later. However, due to the lack of clan leaders to coordinate the overall situation, the panicked clansmen fight on their own, and they are eventually defeated. No matter what the price was paid, it destroyed the #1 giant in Konoha village. Zongxian, why do you always think Fugaku will give up the family? Intuition. Zongxian answered frankly. Although some things may not happen now, it does not mean that he will get along with the father and son Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi uncompromisingly. To put it bluntly, he didn't like the father and son. Uchiha Xianxi held the pottery bowl and stared at Zongxian for 7 or 8 seconds. Only then did he withdraw his eyes, raised his neck and drank the drink in the pottery bowl, put the empty pottery bowl on the blue stone beside him, and asked, specifically, what do you plan to do? Grandpa, please go to Elder Ryaji and Elder Humaru, and use the power of the elders to convene tribesmen at Nanga Shrine. Not enough. Uchiha Hyernshi shook his head and shook the 3 fingers of his right hand. Only the 3 of us are not enough. If the other 3 do not support, and the patriarch also opposes, the request for a temporary assembly will not be approved. At least 4 people will have to find another person, so that there will be no accidents. After speaking, he looked at Shisui not far behind Zongxian. The Uchiha clan now has 6 elders assisting the patriarch in handling affairs. Uchiha Hyernshi is Zongxian's grandfather and naturally supports Zongxian. Elder Ryasi is a good friend of Uchiha Hyernshi. His granddaughter is Uchiha Shihaya. Kanion's beautiful girl is Zongxian's childhood sweetheart. Coupled with the elder Wumaru who expressed his support for Zongxian last night, these are the only 3. Shisui, I need you to help me convince Elder Jun to support me. Zongxian turned around, looked directly into Shisui's eyes, and made a request. Don't think Shisui has many close friends in the clan, but there is also an elder support behind him, Uchiha Jun, the cousin of the famous Uchiha Kagami, this old man and his short-lived cousin different, not only living to the present, but also the elder of the clan at the same time. I understand. Shisui hesitated for a second, then agreed. Then please, Shisui. Zongxian did not waste too much time wrangling with Shisui. the convening of the Nanga Shrine's assembly was just the beginning. He still needs more support from the clansmen. Of course, the replacement of the patriarch cannot be decided by the heads of a few elders. The Uchiha clan, which has an ancient tradition of gatherings, still values the opinions of the people. Certainly, the clansmen who can participate in the rally are all ninjas, and those non-ninja clansmen will not get involved in this stall. In order to gain an advantage in the rally, Zongxian needs to win over as many people as possible during the period before the rally. Fortunately, his small team can help him contact many supporters. The question of what god is enshrined in Nanga Shrine has puzzled Zongxian in his childhood for a long time. As a public venue for family gatherings by the Uchiha clan, this shrine is also regarded as one of the private properties of the Uchiha clan, but unlike the tribal land that has been relocated several times, Nanga Shrine has always been located in the corner of the village. It is also interesting to say that the two relocations made the Uchiha family's clan land closer to Nanga Shrine. Zongxian, I remember that when you were a child, you ran around to investigate the identity of the gods dedicated to Nanga Shrine, and climbed up and down here every day. The old man who kept the shrine was often complaining that you were too annoying. Standing under the torii gate in front of the shrine, Uchiha Arashiyama said, looking at the age-old building in front of him, and said with emotion, "It is not necessarily a bad thing to stay in a corner of the village. At the very least, Nanga Shrine was not affected during the Nine Tails chaos. It's a pity that I haven't figured out which god Nanga Shrine enshrines." Zongxian also recalled that happy childhood. Before he was sent to the battlefield, his childhood was quite the same, pleasant and free. In order to maximize the power of this invisible treasure, the knight does not die with bare hands. He led a group of friends of similar ages such as Uchiha Shihaya, Uchiha Futaba, Uchiha Jun, Uchiha Hokuto to play a treasure hunt. Delusional hidden treasures were unearthed in the family land of Uchiha's family. The result is naturally wasted effort. There is a perceptual ninja comparable to radar, and all treasures have been found out long ago, and where there is a turn for him to pick up the bargain. However, during the treasure hunting process, what kind of deity was enshrined in Nanga Shrine? This question was inadvertently entangled with Zongxian, which puzzled him for a long time, and he has not been answered yet. After all, Nanga Shrine is a shrine, but at some point when it started, all the gods enshrined in it were destroyed. He also asked his grandfather why didn't the shrine enshrine the gods, and got a foolish answer: the shrine has always been like this. As a result, Zongxian, who was very dissatisfied, also read the classics in the family library. It's just that the Uchiha clan is mostly killing embryos who kill people without blinking. Except for a large number of outdated ninjutsu scrolls, there are not a few serious history books in the library. Zongxian, you have noticed things that other people have never noticed since you were young. If it weren't for the question you asked about why no gods are enshrined in the shrine, I'm afraid I wouldn't think Nanga Shrine is any strange. Uchiha Arashiyama said with a smile. That's because you lack a curiosity. Curious? Maybe you are right. I really have no interest in the gods enshrined in the shrine. You are really staid. Whatever you say, I think people still have to live steadfastly. Obviously, you are only 18 years old at Lanshan. Why do I feel like you are like an 80-year-old old man? If I can live to be 80 years old, that's a future I can't ask for. After the setting sun sinks into the mountain, standing on the 180 steps of the shrine path, you can see the fading smoke in the Uchiha tribe. It's almost time. Uchiha Arashiyama cheered up. I don't know if it's a tradition or something. The gathering of the Uchiha clan is always held in the evening after dinner. Is it about this time that everyone has time? No one can answer Zongxian's question. The people of the tribe only know to observe the rules and traditions. Few people will study why these rules and traditions exist. Oh, I have seen people. People have already been seen appearing on the stone steps of the path below. It's really fast. Zongxian sighed, looking at Uchiha Arashiyama next to him and said, I found that the tribe people seem to like gatherings very much. Every time a gathering is held, the tribesmen who are forced to stay to protect the safety of the tribe are the sullen face is like stepping on shit. I don't know if you ask me, you can study these strange questions by yourself. I can't answer your questions. Uchiha Arashiyama spread his hands. He really didn't know that Zongxian was clever since he was young, and he was famously weird in the family. He always felt that he could not think of going with other children. He always brought up a bunch of strange things that made people feel inexplicable but strange, unanswered weird questions. Zongxian didn't question because the figure climbing the steps approached. Lanshan, Zongxian, it's really early for you two to come here. The clansman who climbed up the steps waved and greeted the two of them. Uncle Eighth, you came quite early. Zongxian curled his lips. Unexpectedly, the first person he met was Uchiha Fugaku, a hardcore supporter of Uchiha Fugaku. As a veteran jonin in the clan, Uchiha Yatsushiro not only has a powerful strength that cannot be underestimated, but also because of him in the police force. Rich experience is deeply trusted by the people. This 1 out of 10 is one of the stumbling blocks to the rally tonight. Zongxian, I advise you, don't take the reputation of outsiders too seriously. You are too young and want to lead the family forward. I will definitely support you in the next 10 years, but now, fugaku is more stable and reliable. Uncle 8 generations, I have made up my mind, please don't waste your tongue. Before Uchiha Yatsushiro finished speaking, Zongxian refused. Uchiha Yatsushiro was not angry either. He was able to gain the trust of a large number of people in the police force. His temperament was not so simple that he would be angry. Seeing Zongxian's stubbornness to the end, he just gave up his intention to persuade him. Go straight to the secret room of the main shrine. Next, the tribesmen successively came up the steps of the access road, and met their own supporters who had been drawn over. Zongxian and Lanchen came forward to accompany them and said a few words, contacted their feelings, confirmed that the other party's position was still firm, and then let them go. Go to the secret room. When encountering a hesitating, unsteady guy, he didn't move rashly, and he still let him go, but when he left Arashiyama, he would immediately draw a sketch in his notebook. Arashiyama, how do you feel? When most of the clansmen who participated in the rally had entered the secret room of the main shrine, Zongxian glanced at the stone steps without a figure, and then opened the chatterbox. How many are our supporters? It's a bit subtle. Arashiyama flipped through the notebook in his hand. Even if Elder Shun chose to support us, compared to the supporters of the Fugaku clan, I'm still too anxious. If I can have a little more time, even a week. The problem is that we don't have so much time. Zongxian sighed. The usurpation of the throne is really not so easy. He was not going to use too rough methods to achieve his goals, but, looks like this, I am afraid it is difficult to achieve his wish. Speaking like this come. Finally, we must use force. It's probably inevitable. Uchiha Arashiyama grabbed his hair and said seriously, Zongxian, this is not necessarily a bad thing. The clansmen worship the strong. As long as you can use force to subdue the toughest opponents, when you become the patriarch, don't worry about someone making trouble for you. How to say? Zongxian asked for advice humbly. Do you remember what Uncle Yatsushiro said before? Don't take the reputation of outsiders too seriously. Uchiha Arashiyama asked. That annoying uncle. Zongxian, you and Shisui have a very strong reputation. Some people say Shisui is the #1 expert in the clan, and some people firmly believe that you are the #1 expert in the clan. But anyway, your so-called #1 expert is actually it's just young people talking about it, but the veteran jonin in the clan may not buy it. Just like the 8th generation uncle said, these people are basically supporters of the patriarch. At this point, Zongxian understood the meaning of Uchiha's Arashiyama words. It is not a bad thing to show the strength of your own force at an appropriate time, especially in the environment of the Uchiha clan who worships the strong. To a certain extent, strong force is equivalent to power. It just depends on whether you will use it. Strength. Shisui is the best example. In the original history, Shisui, the well-deserved first master of the clan, died. Uchiha Yatsushiro and other hardcore supporters of Uchiha Fugaku rushed to the door of the patriarch's house and questioned the eldest son Uchiha Itachi of the patriarch. This shows what kind of influence this so-called #1 master has. I see. They have no temper and will naturally be obedient? Isn't that true? That's right. Although it may not be as smooth as imagined, it is only natural for the strong to command the weak. Uchiha Arashiyama nodded affirmatively. In his eyes, Zongxian is the well-deserved powerhouse. Although Zongxian is 3 years older, the two have never won a lot of competitions since childhood. Zongxian's strength is a real dominance level. Ninjutsu, illusion, physique, are all powerful and crushing. The reason why he will firmly support Zongxian, in addition to free friendship, the communication of ideas, etc., is his respect for Zongxian's powerful ruling class. As he himself said, Uchiha worships the strong. And Uchiha Arashiyama, regardless of his stable personality, is actually an authentic Uchiha in his bones. Is it the right thing? Zongxian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, another figure appeared on the steps of the road. Grandpa, Elder Long Si, Elder Wumaru, Elder Jun, a group of old people all over 60 years old came together. Boy Zongxian, don't let me down tonight. The grumpy and impulsive Elder Wumaru was the first to speak. Zongxian, work hard. This is the familiar Elder Long Si. Zongxian, I hope you didn't deceive Shisui, otherwise, don't look at my old bones, you will regret it if you fight for this life. The thin, poor complexion Elder Jun was deeply deep. After looking at Zongxian, he walked forward with Elder Wumaru and Elder Long Si. Leave Uchiha Hyernshi at the end. How is the situation now? Uchiha Hyernshi asked. Half and half. Arashiyama just told me. It's better to beat those diehards with your fists. Half? That's not bad. If you rush to launch half of the supporters, this number is pretty good. Fortunately you brought Shisui over, otherwise you won't even be able to hold this temporary rally. There are almost the same people. Are you all here? Zongxian blinked. Uchiha Arashiyama said, except for the clan leader and some of his close associates, all the other clan members have already arrived. Then you can go in with me. Uchiha Hyarinshi looked at the main hall of the shrine. You don't have to wait for the patriarch. Fugaku was used to be the last one to be there, and there is no point in meeting Fugaku alone at this time. Don't accept it. Rather than waiting for someone to give it to you, it's better to grab it with your own hands. Grandpa, did you find out too? I'm not too old-fashioned. When I proposed to hold a rally before, although Jun's help was difficult to obstruct even if Fugaku opposed it, Fugaku did not obstruct him, and smoothly supported the decision, plus told in advance your message. If you still don't understand what Fugaku wants to do, you'd better bury me in the soil as soon as possible. Then you have to choose a cemetery. Grandpa, do you want to bury it next to Grandpa? Absolutely not. That stinky old man has a bad temper. I don't want to die and have no life. I will wait a few days. I will go to the cemetery and book a place first. After that, whenever I die, I will be buried directly. Just go in. The three of them walked into the main hall along the approach road paved with blue-gray stone bricks. The seventh tatami from the right was lifted, revealing the steps leading to the secret room in the basement. Going down the steps, there is a 7-8 meter long bluestone corridor. Passing through this short corridor, the narrow space in front of you suddenly opens up. This wide secret room that can accommodate nearly 200 to 300 people is already crowded with people. Many tribesmen gathered here, and they knelt and sat on the dark red wooden floor according to the arranged order. In front of the tribe, there is a recessed space. There was a stone stele filled with strange texts, and on the walls on both sides were old-style Tengu murals. On the left and right sides of the stele, 2 braziers were set up. The bright and hot firelight inside is the darkness, the only light source in the secret room. Not all tribesmen are eligible to participate in the assembly. Only the ninjas of the clan can participate in the rally, and all of them are jonin. Chunin and genin are not qualified to enter this secret room. In addition, there are some jonin-level clansmen who guard the safety of the clan. Only this is less than 50 people. Now, Elder Wumaru, Elder Long Si, Elder June, and the other 2 elders who came one step ahead of time have all been seated in the forefront, saying that they are seated, but the elders are actually just one more futon, sitting on their knees than on the wooden floor. It's probably a little softer. Elder Xian Shi is also here. The clansmen at the end noticed the sound of footsteps after they came, and when they turned their heads, they saw Uchiha Suanshi and the 2 following them. It's Arashi Yama and Zong Xian. The atmosphere has become a little strange. The internal news flow of the people is very fast. Moreover, jonin is the core force of the clan. The people sitting here generally have a vague understanding of why this temporary gathering is in their hearts held. I also know that Uchiha Zong Xian is one of the protagonists of the rally tonight. Supporters gave him the warmest attention, and this part was mostly young people. Opponents expressed their dissatisfaction with cold and resisting eyes. Most of this group of people are middle-aged and elderly. There are also a small group of people looking at the famous Blaze Demon in the clan with simple and curious eyes. Zong Xian calmly took care of the different sights, unmoved, put his hands in the sleeves of the gown, followed his grandfather at an unhurried pace, and walked forward from the reserved passage. Zong Xian, here. Uchiha Shihaya, who was sitting in the second row, waved. As a young junior who has been promoted to jonin for less than half a year, her seat should have been at the back, but privileges are everywhere. There is a grandfather who is an elder, plus a girl. Uchiha Shihaya followed Elder Long Si and squeezed into the front row to occupy a position, and no one said anything. Uchiha's arrogance has long penetrated into the bones of the people. What's more, everyone who is qualified to participate in the gathering is the best in the clan. Their pride is 3 points stronger than that of ordinary clan members. They are more true to a girl, so they don't do such a shameful thing. Thousands early, sit down, don't move around, you will laugh at everyone. Zong Xian walked over, reached out, and held down the head of his childhood sweetheart, and looked at the empty place next to him. I want it today. Change a place and ask Xuan Jai to come and sit with you. After all, he let go of his hand. Go around the second row and continue to move forward, stop in the first row where there are only 6 elders sitting side by side, and then sit cross-legged beside Elder Wumaru on the far right. There is no extra futon for offerings. He used it, so he chose a more comfortable cross-sit position. There was a small commotion among the tribesmen behind him. Zong Xian's unconventional behavior triggered a wave of discussions. Some people thought he was unruly, some thought he was bold, and some didn't care about such trivial matters. Hey, boy, I appreciate your courage. Elder Wumaru laughed, looking sideways at Zong Xian sitting beside him, his eyes full of joy. Hearing the clear support from Elder Wumaru, the clansmen behind suddenly burst into more intense discussions, but fortunately everyone knew what this place was. All disputes were limited to language, and no one would jump in anger. Start, draw the sword and face each other. Since you have decided to do it, of course you have to put your posture upright. Zong Xian answered naturally. He sat there cross-legged, his waist straight, like a well-hardened sword, and he could feel the sharp and determined will just by looking at his back. That's a good point. Elder Huomura nodded, the appreciative color in his eyes became stronger and stronger. He himself is a fierce and high-spirited temperament. He most appreciates such a spirited child. For him, uchiha should be so arrogant and arrogant. Compared with fugaku, who is calm and boring, I feel a little confused. Why did I support fugaku as the patriarch in the first place? Just when the two of them were gossiping, the long-overdue patriarch is finally here. He is wearing police uniforms, green vest plus dark trousers. The outside of the sleeves near the shoulders has the logo of the police forces, that is, the shuriken is embedded with a fan of flames. The visitor is not just the patriarch. He is also followed by jonin among the 6 clans. They are all confidants similar to Uchiha Yatsushiro. Among them, the youngest seems to be glaring at Zongxian with extremely dissatisfied gaze. If it were to kill someone, Zongxian would already be a corpse riddled with holes at the moment. Let everyone wait a long time. I'm very sorry. I have dealt with a little bit of personal affairs. Come and be late. Uchiha Fugaku walked to the stone monument, turned around, stood there, and looked around at the clansmen gathered in the secret room at the moment. Especially paused for a second on Zongxian's face, and then cast his gaze forward. Not much nonsense. There is something to be announced for this temporary rally today. He paused for a few seconds, watching the clan people K up their ears attentively, then changed his tone and continued, I am going to hand over the position of patriarch to Uchiha Zongxian. One stone stirs up thousands of waves. Although the people of the tribe are not completely unprepared, but everyone thought that there would be a very fierce battle. Some people expected the patriarch to use an iron fist to suppress the disobedient Mauta boy, and some wanted to see the flame demon Daxian Kamui succeed in replacing it. In any case, it will definitely be very thrilling. This is the result? What kind of trick is this gentle trick? Not only the clansmen, but the elders are also quite surprised. Uchiha Hyanshi frowned, and subconsciously turned his head to look at the grandson sitting on the far right side. Sorry, patriarch, please forgive me to refuse. Zongxian stood up, and the clear answer passed into the ears of every tribe. One wave has not settled and one wave has risen again. What's the situation? This is completely different from what I heard. What is going on? The people of the tribe were completely confused. Whether it's old people, middle-aged people, or young people, everyone looks at each other at this moment, completely wondering what the situation is. Zanzian-kun, are you sure you know what you are talking about? Uchiha Fugaku frowned and looked at the Zongxian who stood up. The seat of the patriarch, you don't need to let it go. Zongxian interrupted Uchiha Fugaku's unfinished words. He raised his head, looked at Uchiha Fugaku, and said unceremoniously, I am more than letting go. I like to grab it myself. He turned around and looked at this group of jonin-level clansmen. Everyone should know me? I'm not going to talk about self-introduction. I'll just explain what I'm here for today. I feel that Chief Fugaku lacks the ability and courage to lead the family through the crisis. Although I am young, I still feel conscious. I have enough ability to sit in the seat of the patriarch, so I will choose the position of the patriarch today. He didn't deliberately slow down his speech to sort out his words. At this time, what kind of mouth escape is just a joke? He doesn't think he can convince so many people with just one mouth, and he doesn't want to see such a situation. Compared with a 3-inch tongue, he thinks it is the fist in his hand that can make the people understand more deeply. His determination recognized the majesty of the next patriarch. To put it harder, in addition to the well-known arrogance of the Uchiha clan, Zongxian's point of view is somewhat cheap. When Uchiha Madara was defeated by First Hokage Senju Hashirama, the Uchiha clan did not dare to rebel against First Hokage. They would rather resist Uchiha Madara, the patriarch, than First Hokage. This shows that Uchiha at that time how much a clan fears the powerful and desperate First Hokage. He is now ready to imitate First Hokage and let these arrogant people completely surrender to his feet. Zongxian-kun. Uchiha Fugaku raised his voice, there is no need to make such trouble, I will directly give you the seat of the patriarch. This is a formal handover, and the clansmen will have no objection. Zongxian glanced at the patriarch obliquely. I didn't care. He didn't know whether Uchiha Fugaku really intended to give him his place, or thought that he had no ability to control the family, and planned to throw him out as a shield, secretly continue to manipulate power. But no matter which one, no matter what Uchiha Fugaku's true face is, Zongxian does not intend to accept it. He hasn't forgotten the warning that Grandpa said on the road before. Shower he, let's get through it. Zongxian provocatively hooked his finger at the handsome young man standing next to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Shawa, one of the youngest henchmen of the patriarch, has looked extremely dissatisfied from the moment he walked into the secret room. Staring at him. As predicted, I was very dissatisfied with Uchiha Fugaku's decision to give way to Zongxian. As a result, Uchiha Zongxian repeated his rants and slandered the patriarch, causing his anger to soar to a peak, and now he directly provokes him. Uchiha Zongxian, don't be too arrogant. Is that how you talk to seniors? Don't think that you really feel that you are the first in the clan if you have a little fame. Hearing a choking sound, Kotaki was taken out of her sheath, and Uchiha Shawa, who was furious, slashed towards Zongxian with a knife. Use force. In this secret room used to hold a family secret gathering, it was the first time that the sword was drawn and used. This was the first time that even the elders encountered such a situation. They looked dumbfoundedly at Uchiha Shao and Zongxian. The two fought in public like this. No one stopped it. Although this is a secret room for gatherings, there is no rule in the clan that the clan people are not allowed to fight here. In addition, the clan chiefs and elders have their own minds and unanimously chose to sit on the sidelines. We are Uchiha. Zongxian waved the weird weapon wrapped in bandages like a narrow door panel that was taken down from behind, calmly blocking Uchiha's attack, and at the same time, he had enough leisure to say, on the seniority of our clan, it is okay. It doesn't make sense. If you want to be called a senior, you can, just defeat me. The moment the voice fell, the weapon that was as wide as the door was smashed in the air, and the extremely heavy power hit Uchiha Shawa's Kotaki. In front of the overwhelming new power, Uchiha Shawa was hit with the sword and flew out. With a bang, it turned into a cloud of white smoke. It is Shadow Clone. The clans present are all Jonin. Not everyone can understand when Uchiha Shao'er replaced his real body with Shadow Clone. It is enough to see that the confidant of the patriarch is not incompetent. Generation. Uchiha Shawa's real body appeared above Zongxian's head. I don't know when, he is standing upside down on the ceiling. The Kotaki with a glare of dazzling electric light in his hand fell fiercely towards Zongxian's head. Clang dash. The crisp and sharp impact echoed in the secret room. Zongxian raised the door-like weapon in his hand and used it as a shield to hold Uchiha Shao and the amazingly penetrating Kotaki, even if this top-down attack added the impact of his weight, but Zongxian accepted it as if nothing had happened. Uchiha Shao and Zhangkao wanted to say something, but suddenly he found that the flashing electric light on the Kotaki disappeared, and his chakra was also running along the Kotaki uncontrollably like a flood that broke the bank. He realized that something was wrong and wanted to withdraw, but it was too late after all. The strange door-like weapon suddenly broke away from the bandage wrapped around it, wriggling like a living thing, and its long body suddenly stretched, wrapping around Uchiha Shao'er's waist like a python. It swallowed chakra more ferociously and quickly. At this moment, the clansmen finally recognized the true colors of the weapons in Zongxian's hands. Broadsword Samehada. Why is this knife in Zongxian's hands? Isn't this knife Kirigakure's 7-ninth sword? The people of the tribe talked a lot. No one expected that the door-like thing that Zongxian always carried on his back would be the big sword Samehada. This knife is still very famous, and its history is quite long. The specific origin is untraceable, but at least Uchiha the name Samehada did appear in the history of the family. This is a ninja piece as old as the Uchiha ball fan lost by the Uchiha clan. Swallowing Chakra's ninja is a sharp weapon at any time, and its special ability is enough to attract the attention of the Uchiha clan and record it in the rough and simple history books. The so-called ninja swordsman is instead a new thing invented by Kirigakure. If you get a few more similar knife-shaped ninjas, maybe it will be 8 people or 9 people, and 7 everyone was unfavorable in their debut battle, and was directly crippled by Konoha's genin. It was pitiful. Shao'er, it seems that you can't let me call you senior. Under Zongxian's control, Samehada let go of the entangled Uchiha Shao'er, and nearly 80% of chakra was eaten clean, enough for this guy to lie in bed and cultivate for a few days. Uchiha Shawa couldn't answer Zongxian's words. He fell to the ground with a plop, fainting completely because chakra was swallowed in large quantities. Who is the next? Zongxian was not looking at the loser lying on the ground, raised Samehada in his hand, pointed at the clansman in the secret room, and circled around, and finally pointed to Uchiha Fugaku, which can be said to be a blatant provocation. Zongxian, why is this knife in your hand? Uchiha Fugaku frowned when he looked at Samehada who was pointing at him. He felt a deep thorny problem. He didn't stop Shao'er from making the move, he just wanted to see with his own eyes the condition of this blazing demon in the clan, and see how big the gap is with the data in the data. In the end, he didn't expect Shao'er to lose so quickly and so easily, and he was a big sword. There is no such thing as Samehada in the information at all. The gap is too big. When a powerful ninja falls into the hands of a powerful ninja, it is completely capable of exerting an even more powerful effect. The Uchiha ninja that disappeared with Uchiha Madara, Uchiha group fan, is the clearest and most typical example. According to the record, that ninja has the ability to rebound ninjutsu, and died in this trick because he didn't know the details. There are countless people in the clan, and even the history books in the clan record the glorious deeds of a certain generation of clan chiefs who used this ninja to bounce off the small-tailed beast bomb launched by the tail beast. The power of the top ninja can be seen from this one Madara. This is my spoils on the battlefield, what did I kill? Zongxian waved Samehada in his hand. This picky master shinobi was as obediently as an arm and a finger in his hand. This is the power of the knight does not die with bare hands, and he surrendered this easily. The rebellious ninja sword. This kind of trivial matter is not worth asking at all? Patriarch, think about whether you are going to fight with me personally, or send someone else to fight with me. By the way, you guys, you can come together. I don't mind. Things like siege or wheel warfare. That contemptuous attitude stung the arrogant hearts of the people, especially those veteran jonin who were so provoked by a 15-year-old junior. His anger rose involuntarily, even if the patriarch had told them not to be impulsive, but the proud uchiha was especially so simple that he could be restrained. Boy, a great endurance tool can indeed come in handy, but too much dependence on foreign objects is not all a good thing. What stood up was a bearded man who looked like a 40 or 50-year-old tribe. He stood still and didn't move a step. He just opened Sherinan. Sanguyu's scarlet eyes looked straight ahead, and Zhongxian greeted him. The line of sight touched directly. Sherinan, just now our clan, The unfinished words turned into painful screams. The cold sweat on the foreheads of the tribe who had originally pointed Zhongxian shed cold sweat, and the muscles that kept twitching slightly were because the pain felt during the illusion was fed back to the body. He was defeated in the battle with Zhongxian in the illusion. The two of them used magic songhang technique at the same time. This is one of the favorite illusions used by the people of the tribe. In the spiritual world constructed by the practitioner, the limbs of the captured person will have a feeling of being beaten into a wedge, and the freedom of the body will be completely lost. At the same time, there will be physical pain. The illusion, exerting a powerful effect like torture, super high practicality makes this illusion a masterpiece of uchiha, the same collision of pupil illusions. It naturally evolved into a confrontation between the strength of the pupils and the weak. After all, this illusion is not known for its complicated skills. The result of the collision naturally, Zhongxian won a big victory, even skipping the stalemate stage, and directly defeated the opponent's pupil power with overwhelming power, pinning this confident tribe to the place where he could not move. Zhongxian is determined to stand up. Even if no one is looking for faults, he is ready to take the initiative. It's useless not to beat these unruly clansmen here, even if they sit in the position of patriarch. What he wants is a clan who is as obedient as Samehata, instead of arrogant and obedient, uchiha who let the chicken go to chase the dog. Shihaya, Arashiyama, and Shisui, don't interfere. This is my round. Zhongxian halted the actions of his companions. At this time, can't call a helper. He wants to establish his own authority. Uchiha Hierarchy stood up at this time, restrained Zhongxian's supporters with the help of Uchiha Arashiyama, and directed a group of people to move and retreat to the right side of the secret room, leaving the space in the center to Zhongxian and disgruntled. You Zhongxian's domineering and arrogant people. Zhongxian, what exactly are you going to do? As the patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku frowned. The situation was completely out of his control, and the situation at the moment was not what he wanted to see. Ask yourself if you plan to use Zhongxian as a puppet on the bright side. He is in the master clan in the dark. His answer is naturally no. He just thinks that Zhongxian is too young and worried about his youthfulness. Shang so much that he committed an irreparable mistake. He consciously really wanted to help Zhongxian, unless Zhongxian was really muddy and couldn't support the wall boom. The shuriken that was thrown flew across the short space like a cannonball, brushing the tips of Uchiha Fugaku's temples and hair, and it was deeply nailed to the rock wall behind him. The big block of rock was because of that. The strong impact force peeled off and rolled down, and the good Tengu mural was also destroyed. Zhongxian put down the left hand that had just thrown the shuriken, and his scarlet eyes were looked at the patriarch from there. Master Patriarch, I think what I said is very clear. I think you lack sufficient ability and courage. In the face of aggressive villages, you have nothing to do except for the patience of the tribesmen. You make mistakes repeatedly. You have an unshirkable responsibility for the decision-making that the family has fallen to the point where it is today. So don't say anything about giving way. I will take over the mess now, but don't think that the mistakes you made in the past can be written off. Uchiha Zhongxian, do you know what you are talking about? Uchiha Yatsushiro stood up. I know. Then you know what the patriarch does for the family. Shut up. Are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? Zhongxian sternly shouted, his eyes cold. He unceremoniously lost a shot of magic songhang technique in the past, and simply defeated Uchiha's 8 generations of resistance, so that the veteran jonin who has a lot of prestige in the clan lost his resistance and was directly nailed. In place. 8 generations. Uchiha Zhongxian, you be ******** D kid. Seeing that Uchiha Yatsushiro was defeated, he immediately angered several friends of Uchiha Yatsushiro. The 4 veteran jonin, who are all in their 40s, started to work together. Years of tacit understanding allowed them to do without extra words. They cooperated spontaneously. It's not easy to use a wide range of aggressive ninjutsu in this narrow and enclosed space. Moreover, Uchiha Yatsushiro and Uchiha are fair the hapless guy who was also pinned by songhang technique. These two people a lesson from the past. It is obviously an unwise choice to compete with Zhongxian for illusion. Excluding ninjutsu and illusion, then only physique can be selected. Swish swish, shuriken and kunao hit like a shower. F***** K shuriken technique? Don't forget that I also have Sharingan. Uncles, Zongxian clearly saw the steel wire coated with non-reflective paint on the shuriken and kunao. With a light flick of his wrist, Samehada suddenly expanded and enlarged, and the sharp spike stood up, lightning left and right. With a swing, he swept away all the shurikens and kunao, and did not give those steel wires a chance to get close. Uchiha Stream Gerwin Sword. Uchiha Stream Sword Yuian. The flanking attack followed one after another. Obviously, the attack of the shuriken was only a blindfold, and it was the real intention to cover the attacks of the other two. Of course, if Zongxian did not notice the steel wire on the shuriken, the blindfold would also be used. It just becomes a real attack. Samehada Shi Chi cut. Zongxian's reaction was extremely fast. Everyone is struggling to survive from the battlefield. Perhaps these four uncles have more experience in combat, but Zongxian will not necessarily lose to them. Blaze Demon stepped on the bones of hundreds of Wujin elites. Laid down the name. He danced the Samehada in his hand. The Samehada, who was almost 1 person tall, stretched out nearly twice the length, and then hit the two swords with great speed and strength. Above, the heavy impact and the brief feeling of weakness when chakra was swallowed forced the two of them back. Samehada Flying Chain Slash. After coping with the combined attack of the four, Zongxian's counterattack was also instantaneous. The handle of Samehada's knife was winding and elongated like a long snake in an instant. The spiked Samehada slammed his mouth wide, biting the clansman who had not had time to withdraw too far, and even the body replacement technique or body flicker technique hadn't had time to use it. Everyone ignored it, or it is not clear that this is a living knife with its own will. The changing blade is not the characteristic of this ninja, but because it is strictly a living thing. The tribe who was bitten by Samehada screamed. Chakra was mercilessly plundered. The other three wanted to come forward and rescue, but Zongxian used a body flicker technique but was already close to the other person. At the moment when the rabbit flew and fell, the sight can be said to be instinctive, and he secretly screamed in the heart of this uncle. At the time, without hesitation, another shot of magic Songhang technique hit it. The four attenuated two staff in a blink of an eye. This is because Zongxian has restrained himself from having no killer. Everyone understands one thing. Unless it is an absolute advantage, the difficulty of capturing alive is several times or even 10 times as difficult as killing, but Zongxian is besieging. Conversely, they captured the other two alive. This hand instantly shocked many people who wanted to help. The clansmen are not blind. At this time, everyone has already opened Sharingan. The battle between Zongxian and Jonan, the veteran of the four clans, is clear. Therefore, I deeply realized Zongxian's strong Yamato horror. Logically speaking, it is also 3 Tomo Sharingan, and it is also Jonan. The old brand Jonan of these four tribes has eaten more rice for decades than Zongxian. Even if Zongxian is a genius of Tianzong, he should not be so one-sided. However, Zongxian defeated the two consecutively in such a straightforward manner. In this regard, there is only one answer. The power of Bala is not only the well-known fire style technique of Yunnan, but also the physique technique of defeating Jonan of the two clans, and the illusion technique of 3 old Jonan in physical fantasy. It can be said that there is no shortcoming. Even Shisui, who retreated to the right side of the secret room, was a little bit murmured at this moment. Zongxian really didn't open Mangekyo. He could not determine the truth. According to his own experience, the pupil power between Mangekyo Sharingan and Sharingan has been sublimated in nature. Although it has not been to the extent of subverting the past, the difference between the two is quite obvious. As long as Mangekyo Sharingan is used in front of pupil power, even if you don't use a unique technique, you will still be discovered using only pupil power. Just now Zongxian used illusion techniques to defeat several clansmen many times. Shisui used Sharingan to see clearly in his eyes, and did not notice any unusual pupil power fluctuations. Only, normally speaking, Sharingan is also a 3-go jade, so there is no reason why there will be such a big gap. How did Zongxian's pupil power grow in the state of 3-go jade to crush other 3-go jade people? The inexplicable problem caused Shisui to fall into deep confusion. At this moment, the battle continues. Uchiha is an arrogant family. Their pride does not allow them to make choices such as surrender and surrender. Earth-style rock pillar gun, fire-style phoenix fire technique. Witnessing the fiasco of their friends, the remaining two did not say to give up their hopes and take action randomly. After learning the lessons of their friends' failures, they saw the power of Samehada, a ninja sword. They changed their minds again and abandoned their physical skills. Become a ninjutsu battle, striving for a chance of victory on the front line. Fortunately, their heads are still sober. There is no real powerful ninjutsu that can change the terrain such as firefighting. Ninjutsu. A happy smile appeared on Zongxian's face. There are 3 major systems of ninjutsu, and he is best at ninjutsu, not illusion, nor physique, but ninjutsu. The talent skill called Magic Release, Inflammation, makes his fire style skills profound enough to achieve ultimate, or else there would not be the nickname Blazing Demon. Fire style Halong Fire Technique. Zhongxian knotted the yin seal with one hand. An appropriate amount of chakra was refined in an instant, and when he opened his mouth and spit out. A lifelike fire dragon with a horny head was growing in the wind. It did not squeeze in a straight line, but circled an arc in the air like a fish. The grown-up body easily swallowed the phoenix fire coming from randomly. Immediately afterwards, the fire dragon rushed to the ground, destroying all the rock guns that were uprooted from the ground. Even the wooden floor and the ground were scraped off. The clansmen onlookers prepared to intervene to rescue them. When the two will be swallowed by the fast and fierce fire dragon, the fire dragon whirled around in place, but it was spontaneously annihilated. Great! Uchiha Singh, the only female elder among the 6 elders in the clan, blurted out his praise subconsciously. Extremely beautiful, boy Zhongxian, your fire style technique is 3-pointer than when I was young. Elder Wumaru also let out a hearty laugh. He clapped his hands hard, as if it wasn't enough to vent his heart of excitement. So handsome! As expected of brother Zhongxian, Uchiha Hokuto jumped up, and if it weren't for Uchiba Arashiyama, this little guy could dance with his hands. Not only 1 or 2 people praised Zhongxian's superb fire style technique, but Uchiha is an expert at playing with fire, especially the Jonin in this secret room are experts at playing with fire, so they are better than Fog. Shindo understands how powerful Zhongxian's fire style technique is. That was obviously beyond the usual fire style technique, and reached the point of wishful thinking. Unless it is the S-level fire style technique, the rest of the fire style technique has lost its meaning in Zhongxian's hands. For example, the C-level Great Fireball technique can be adjusted according to needs in Zhongxian's hands. From A-level to C-level can be said to change as you wish. Can Dragon Fire still play like this? Fortunately, I have been trying to release 4 fire dragons. My vision still seems too narrow. Increasing the number is not the only way to continue to grow stronger. Is this Blaze Demon? Can any of you do that step? How is it possible? If I could have such a handsome fire style technique, I wouldn't be single until now. K off. Your singleness has nothing to do with whether your fire style is handsome or not. The topic is a bit crooked unknowingly, but Zhongxian's purpose is indeed achieved. The previous illusion in physical skills, plus the current fire style technique that shocks the people of the tribe, including those. The mentality of the 40 or 50-year-old Jonin has changed unknowingly. The hostility and resistance in their hearts towards Zhongxian diminished in an instant. This is Uchiha, a family who worships the strong in their bones. They are proud of their blood, their own talents, their own eyes, their own strength, and therefore respect the stronger than them. In front of the real strong, the so-called age, seniority, these problems are no longer a problem. In the enthusiastic discussion of the people, this battle is also painted with a Terminator. You lose. Behind the 2 uncles, there was a Zhongxian each holding a small sword against their kidneys. As long as one stabbed it in, they would definitely die. When, the 2 turned around in disbelief. Just when your vision was blocked by Halong Wo. One of Zhongxian smiled and answered the other party's question. We lost. You do have arrogant capital. After all, the proud Uchiha lowered his arrogant head in front of the other Uchiha. I'm not embarrassed to behave in a shameful way, so many people watch it, and I can't do such a shameful thing. Secondly, as a face-to-face person, Zhongxian's extremely beautiful fire style technique left an insurmountable sense of frustration in their hearts. At this time, I really can't put on the air of an old man. The 2 uncles sighed and helped their defeated companions to retreat to the left space of the secret room. The Songhang technique, string on one of them was also unlocked, including Uchiha Yatsushiro and the previous hapless Uchiha. All regained their freedom. But, at this moment, everyone clearly understood how powerful Blazing Demon was, and they closed their mouths and didn't say anything cruel. Who else wants to play with me? Zhongxian waved. The 2 bodies of water shattered and turned into 2 pools of clear water and fell on the ground. Speaking of it, the secret room really needs to be overhauled. It is earth style and fire style again. The wooden floor is smashed. No, take a good look. The next time the rally is held, everyone will have to diverge and sit on both sides. Zhongxian's voice echoed in the secret room. This time no one jumped out again. 4-on-1 is shameless enough, and he's still lost, and seeing Zhongxian's atmosphere without a breath, he obviously hasn't reached the limit yet. 9 is also self-inflicted. There is no need to ask for boring. Zhongxian waited for about 10 seconds, seeing no one squeaking. I didn't ask anymore, just used wrist force to transmit the signal and pressed down same height as erected spikes. Then, he turned his head and looked at the patriarch who had a bad face. Since no one is going to play with me, then let us get to the point. I, Uchiha Zhongxian, is here today to impeach the current patriarch Uchiha Fugaku's corpse-position vegetarian meal. The unshirkable responsibility, now that he is no longer worthy to continue to be the patriarch. Zongxian blatantly attacked Uchiha Fugaku with the might of victory. Impeach the current patriarch incompetent? The people of the clan were stunned. Has anything like this happened in the history of the Uchiha clan? Even Uchiha Madara's position as the patriarch was automatically lifted after he left Konoha village. However, with Uchiha Madara's strength, no one would dare to impeach him. Uchiha is not lack of heart, arrogance and stupidity are in some cases. Time can be equated, but absolutely no one can be arrogant in front of Uchiha Madara. Zanzian-kun, impeach the patriarch, did you understand what you said? An elder stood up. The name of this gray-bearded old man is Uchiha Shinsaburo. Among the 6 elders, his position can be regarded as truly neutral, neither supporting the patriarch unconditionally nor communicating with Zongxian. All his words and deeds are based on the interests of the family. Elder Shinsaburo, I know exactly what I'm talking about. If it weren't for the patriarch, it would be uncoordinated, and the patriarch had not fulfilled his responsibilities at all, and there have been many mistakes in decision-making in the past. How can I come to impeach the patriarch when you have nothing to do? Perhaps in the eyes of many people, this is nothing more than a play for power and profit. In fact, this is indeed a fight for power, but I can say with a clear conscience that all I do is for the family. Zongxian said loudly. Is it not worthy? The talent I admit is indeed not very good, but, Zongxian-kun, you said that you made many mistakes in decision-making, but I want to ask what I did wrong. Uchiha Fugaku finally stood up at this time. Being impeached and voluntarily giving way are two concepts. If he is successfully impeached by Zongxian here, his prestige in the clan will fall drastically. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku speak by himself, Elder Shinsaburo no longer said much. It just so happened that he wanted to hear what the decision error was. Not only he was curious, but the people around him also raised their ears. Probably that is Elder Suanshi, Elder Long Si, Shisui, Arashiyama and other people who have heard of Zongxian's theory know what to say next. 9 Tails Chaos. Zongxian spit out such a word. Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly. What's wrong with the 9 Tails Chaos? The problem is big, okay? Zongxian frowned, and asked loudly, why didn't you support the 4th generation project at the time? Why didn't there be so many jonin from all over the clan to protect the village that night? To be honest, aren't you all complaining about the squeeze and suppression of us in the village? I want to say that we deserve to be squeezed and suppressed. His attention shifted from Uchiha Fugaku to a group of people, especially the group of steadfast coup parties. As predicted, hearing Zongxian's distorted *** remarks, many people's expressions changed, and the look in Zongxian's eyes suddenly became extremely unkind. What do you stare at me? Is there any problem with what I said? Since Uchiha is afraid of being trapped in the clan when the village is in danger, and refuses to contribute, why should we make the village our own people? We were pushed out and suppressed. Isn't this the treatment we have won ourselves? Zongxian stared at the clansman with bad eyes, and spouted unceremoniously. Who said that we were afraid of death and refused to contribute? The violent clansman flew into a rage. It was the patriarch who ordered us to stay in the clan and not to go out casually. The conditions at the time did not allow my clan to move. Uchiha Fugaku did not wait for Zongxian to speak, and immediately explained 9 Tails was manipulated by Sherinon that night. Although the manipulator was indeed not someone from the clan, we were burdened with uncleanables at that time. Suspect, and the 3rd generation ordered us not to go out. A large number of umbu surrounded the family land. Zanzian-kun, although you were only 10 years old at that time, you should be clear about the situation at that time? Yeah, I am also a personal experiencer. Of course I know what the situation was like that night, so I wonder why the patriarch should obey the orders of the 3rd generation? Isn't the 4th generation the Hokage in place? And since you also understand that we are carrying suspicions, and you should understand that it was the best opportunity for our clan to clear up the suspicions at that time, Zongxian retorted sharply. We made the wrong decision at a critical moment, which caused our clan to be completely out of touch with the village. It is not just the people of the 3rd generation group, but all the families that killed and injured the clan in the attack of 9 Tails that night have also been alienated. Hostile to our clan, the fate of these betrayals is brought by you, Chief Fugaku. It's a pity that I was lighthearted at the time. Even if I persuaded my grandfather, it wouldn't help. Zongxian sighed with regret. Zongxian, the decision to stay in the clan is the result of Fugaku's discussion with us. Elder Shinsaburo felt that he wanted to be fair. The problem is that Elder Shinsaburo, you are not the patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku is the patriarch, isn't he? It is the responsibility of the elders to make suggestions and make decisions and bear the corresponding consequences. Isn't that the patriarch's responsibility? Is it possible to accuse the elders of misleading your judgment? Zanzian's remarks were spear and stick, and the choking Elder Shinsaburo didn't know what to say. At the same time, Elder Shinsaburo also suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. What he said just now is equivalent to acknowledging that the family made the wrong decision that night. Uchiha Fugaku is also completely black at this moment. Elder Saburo's kindness did not help, and he immediately fell into an extremely embarrassing situation. If there was no interruption by Elder Shin Saburo, he could continue arguing with Zongxian about the correctness of the decision that night. But now doing this, his choice was limited to either admitting that he made a wrong decision, or accusing the elders of misleading his judgment. Zongxian, I mean that night was a decision made by us and the patriarch together. No, that. Elder Shin Saburo wanted to redeem the mistake he made, but found himself I don't know how to explain it clearly. In fact, there is no lack of regret in his heart. I have never thought that if they intervened that night, the fourth generation would not die, and the family would not be reduced to the current land. Elder Shin Saburo, I understand that you want to help the Fugaku clan chief to share the responsibilities, but this involves the life and death of the family. Please forgive me if you are not helping each other. Zongxian played the strong point of the young man's sharp lips. The words were completely blocked and Elder Shin Saburo stretched his neck angrily, but he was helpless. The tribesmen were also whispering, discussing, and exchanging their opinions with each other. Uchiha Arashiyama led Uchiha Akataro, Uchiha Hokuto, Uchiha Jun and others to also quietly mix into the conversation, inducing the tribe's concept to regret 9. The night of the Tails rebellion did not deviate from the direction of defending the village. To be honest, they don't need to be induced. The pride of the Uchiha clan makes them particularly despise the timid and fearful of death. For the night of the 9 Tails chaos, many people were not lucky that they did not die under the claws of 9 Tails. On the contrary, they regret that they were not able to do so. Show Kamui on the occasion. Besides, they are not fools who don't know how to think. They can naturally make judgments if the logic Zongxian said is a strong word. Human heart quietly began to change. Anything else? Uchiha Fugaku stared at Zongxian. The multiple decision-making mistakes you mentioned, except for the 9 Tails chaos, what else? He did not answer whether the decision made on the night of the 9 Tails chaos was correct or wrong, but cleverly avoided the problem with rhetorical questions. Did you break the topic? But it doesn't matter. Zongxian shook his head lightly, and continued, the second decision was a mistake. When the clan was moved, the clan chief, you ignored the opposition of the clan and agreed. The village's relocation plan allowed our clan to be completely exiled to the edge of the village, physically removing us from the village's social circle. Hear this, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Zanzian-kun, my clan has no choice when it comes to the relocation of the clan land. The above is to rebuild the territories of the big families in the village in the name of rebuilding the area destroyed by 9 Tails. I also understand that this is the village. Suppression of us, but we have no choice, either to fight the village to the end, and finally to tear up the skin to fight a battle, or follow the order to move the clan, but with the strength of our clan at that time, it is impossible at all. Victory in the battle with the village. So, the patriarch, you chose to bear the humiliation, in order to repay you? Zongxian asked. That's right, the conflict between the village and the family has been around for a long time, and it needs to be considered in the long term. So, is there any solution proposed? This Uchiha Fugaku's face became stiff. Is not this nonsensical? If you really think of a good way, how can Uchiha become what it is today? It seems that the patriarch has spent so long that you haven't figured out anything. Forget it, the patriarch. Presumably you also know that many clansmen are planning to launch a coup recently to overthrow the rule of Third Hokage and let Uchiha in charge of Konoha power. I don't know what you think. Zongxian didn't have much trouble with the issue of the relocation of the family land. In the final analysis, the relocation of the clan is only a spin-off of the 9 Tails chaos. It was taken out separately to remind the people of the tribe's unpleasant memory that the patriarch had taken care of the overall situation of the village and forced the clan to accept the relocation of the clan. Speak more bluntly, patriarch, do you support or oppose the coup? This question is really straightforward. The tribesmen all cast their sights on Uchiha Fugaku. Even if not all jonin are involved in planning the coup d'etat, the jonin in the clan have basically heard people say that they support, oppose, and hesitate, no matter which faction they are. At this moment, he is focusing on the patriarch. For such a major event as a coup, the patriarch must express his stance in the end. Zongxian-kun, have the decision-making mistakes you mentioned is over? Only those two things? Uchiha Fugaku once again avoided this dangerous question, trying to change the subject by asking Zongxian. The question I just asked is the third one. Zongxian replied. Uchiha Fugaku's face suddenly twitched, and he almost couldn't help laughing. Good fellow, is this certain that he will make the wrong choice? Patriarch, please answer. Support the coup? Or against the coup? Zongxian pressed tightly every step. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Zongxian for a few seconds, and then turned his gaze to glance at the clansmen in the secret room. He found that most of the clansmen here were shining with expectation, and he could not help but recall his secret team collection. According to the message, 2/3 of the people are inclined to coup. Of course I support. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Fugaku said decisively and made a decision. In the next second, Shisui, who was standing behind the elders, showed undisguised disappointment in his eyes. But hey, this time it's quite bold. Elder Wumaru uttered a compliment. And most of the jonin in the secret room are also happy. The people's attitude towards coup d'etat can be seen in Madara. Only if I were the patriarch, I would resolutely oppose the coup. Zongxian said boldly in a voice that everyone could hear, and turned to face everyone, ignoring the clan's surprised eyes. Well, everyone, stand in line. Support for Chief Fugaku to step down. Please stand on my right side from the successor of Chief Fugaku. Please go to my left side if you oppose Chief Fugaku's step down. The people of the tribe are still a little confused at the moment. To be honest, most people think that Zongxian will support the coup. There is no way. Who made Zongxian so young and has a domineering nickname like Blazing Demon? In their opinion, Zongxian should be the most radical. That group of talents is right. No one thought that Zongxian would oppose the coup? This is definitely not a joke. When everyone was still in a daze, Shisui was the first one to come out from the left-hand side of Zongxian to the opposite right-hand side. The first one showed his support for Zongxian. He loved his family and the village. Such a coup is unacceptable for Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku's statement completely wiped out the last fluke in his heart. Grandpa, let's go too. Seeing that Shisui took the lead, Uchiha Shihaya frowned unwillingly, and dragged the elder Ryuji next to him and walked towards the other side, standing with Shisui. Uchiha Suanshi, Zongxian's grandfather, was one step behind. His old man was not in a hurry. With his hands behind him, he walked through the Chevy Central site at a leisurely pace and came to the side of Elder Long Si, shoulder to shoulder with his old friend. Stand up. Then, the friends of Uchiha Arashiyama, Uchiha Akataro, Uchiha Futaba, Uchiha Jun, Uchiha Hokuto Zongxian all walked out of the crowd, making the number of Elder Genshi and Elder Ryuji instantly increase to 9. Elder Shun walked to Shisui's side calmly, without the urge to meet under the Torii Gate before. As Uchiha Kagamai's cousin and trained Shisui, his concept is conceivable. His importance to the family is not false, but it is indeed difficult for him to accept such things as a coup. But even so, the number of people who showed their attitude was only these 10, only a quarter of the 40 jonin present. Boy Zongxian, what are you doing? Elder Wumaru blew his beard and stared. He was confused. This kid Zongxian actually opposed the coup? Elder Wumaru, the coup d'etat is a taboo trick that our people can only use when it is a last resort. Unless there is really nothing to do, I will never use this kind of method of hurting the enemy by 1000 and harming oneself by 800. You shouldn't. I thought that if they defeated third generation in Danzo, they would have succeeded in the coup, right? Zongxian looked around at the crowd. Why do you think that Hyaga, Abarame, Ino, Shika, Cho, these families will be willing to submit to our clan's control? Once the coup d'etat begins, our enemy will not only be the third generation, Danzo, the ninja family in the village and the large number of civilian ninjas will all be our enemies. If you want to ask why? The reason is very simple. Because we who initiated the coup will be the destroyers of order, and those families and civilian ninjas are vested interests under the current system. Move your brains. Do you think they will want us to succeed in the coup? Don't F************G talk about a coup d'etat or a coup d'etat as soon as your brain is hot. You F********G use your brains. People are in trouble, the strength is weak. What kind of coup? Do you take the initiative to hit someone else's knife? I'm afraid that third generation and Danzo have no reason to kill our clan, right? The more Zongxian said, the louder his voice became, and in the end he yelled. This wave of output not only shocked the tribe, but even several elders were shocked. Uchiha Madara is dead. Without Uchiha Madara's Uchiha, do you think that you are the Uchiha who has only Senju in the ninja world? Don't fool yourself. Even if we really have the ability to treat Abarame, Ino, Shika, Cho, these families are all overthrown. What will they do to deal with Kiri Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi? That's the end of the nonsense. Everyone will continue to stand in line. If you have a sentence, say it clearly in advance. Who dares not support me, I will personally interrupt his hands and feet and throw them to the right-hand side. So, make your choice. At the end, after reducing his anger, Zongxian calmly added another sentence. Zongxian boy, who are you threatening? Elder Wumaru's eyes widened angrily. No way, just swearing before. What happened to the last threat? He thinks that Uchiha should be arrogant and domineering, but this is too domineering, right? Is there such a threat to others to support yourself? However, when Elder Wumaru hadn't waited for Zongxian's answer, Uchiha Kyrgyzstan next to him, the only female elder, walked towards Uchiha Genshi and others. Uchiha Arashiyama, who reacted very quickly. After taking 2 steps, he made room for Elder Singh. So far, of the 6 elders in the clan, 4 have already expressed their support for Zongxian. Elder Apricot, unexpectedly. Zongxian glanced at the cold temperament of the old lady. This was unexpected support. Axing. Elder Wumaru was stunned. Against the coup? Elder Shinsaburo muttered a few words softly, glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, who was as gloomy as ever, sighed softly in his heart, but still took a step to follow Elder Q and join the camp supporting Zongxian. Now there are 5 of the 6 elders. Bid express attitude. Only Elder Wumaru was there, his eyes staring like copper bells. Shin Saburo, even you guys used to have earaches from quarrels, but I didn't expect this time. He muttered and complained, and there was wind under the feet of Elder Wumaru, but he ran so fast, and in a blink of an eye he was standing with the old guys again. In any case, as elders, they can still hear the truth. Zongxian's scolding sounds very harsh, but it does make sense. You should be cautious about coup d'état, and not spread it privately. Everyone knows the trouble. No hope of success can be seen. If Fugaku really supports the coup d'état, he should control the words and deeds of the tribesmen from the beginning, rather than passively choose the coup d'état due to the will of the tribesmen. In contrast, the sect who dared to threaten against the coup d'état in front of so many people who supported the coup d'état is really more patriarchal in spirit than Fugaku. A flock of sheep led by a lion can defeat a flock of lions led by a sheep. This is a sentence he said when I chatted with the kid Zongxian. It is said to be a famous saying by a certain hero in the Sengoku era. The elder looked at the old guys around him and sighed softly. We chose the wrong person, Fugaku. He is too easily influenced by others. Elder Suanshi, Elder Jun, and Elder Gu all lowered their eyes, only feeling that the guilt in their heart was like a bug biting the heart. The family has fallen into the field it is today, and they also have an unshirkable responsibility. At this time, a group of lions led by a sheep? Interesting analogy. Elder Seeing laughed. It looks like we were really blind at the beginning, but the past is useless, as long as we choose the right person this time. This old lady with a cold smile has a very open-minded personality, and she can see it. Open, and even started to teach old friends. We don't have the ability to change the past, but the future is still worth looking forward to, isn't it? The important thing now is to support the child Zongxian in the upper ranks, and regret this kind of thing. The awkward disgusting person here. Axing, you, alas. Elder Xian she shook his head helplessly. They are already holding grandsons, and their mouths are still so poisonous. But, the elders who had been poisoned with their tongues really cheered up, and cast their silent eyes on the familiar Jonin. Then, the Jonins of the clan moved one after another, and those who were standing on the right-hand side leaned back as much as possible to make room for the people on the opposite side to stand, which is half a minute, except for the few people standing behind Uchiha Fugaku. In addition, the rest of Jonin all chose to support Zongxian. Whether they were inspired by Zongxian's words, or frightened by Zongxian's threat, or by instructions from the elders, in short, the final result is perfectly in line with Zongxian's expectations. I was always wary of the Uchiha Fugaku outbreak that might have turned on Mangekyo Sharinan. As a result, the former patriarch's patience was so strong that it was a bit unclear whether he did not open Mangekyo Sharinan or was too tolerant. It's Schrodinger's Mangekyo. Thinking of this, Zongxian shook his head. No matter whether the superposition Mangekyo exists or not, in short, it is not bad for Uchiha Fugaku not to make trouble at this time. Impeaching and attacking Uchiha Fugaku was just to dampen his prestige and prevent him from doing some small actions in the future. I never thought about killing the former patriarch to sacrifice to the sky. This is absolutely impossible. It is almost impossible to throw it aside. It's the limit. But, looking at Uchiha Fugaku, whose face is as sinking as water, unsmiling, and the same as in the past, Zongxian always feels that the former patriarch doesn't seem to be lost because of being impeached and abdicated, but he feels faintly relieved? It should be impossible. No matter how lacking in your own opinion, you can't reach this level? Just at the stall whispering in Zongxian's heart, Zongxian-kun, this is the seal of the patriarch. Without any urging, Uchiha Fugaku stuffed the seal he was carrying into Zongxian's hands. Now, Zongxian is determined. Looking at the brisk footsteps of Uchiha Fugaku, he stepped aside to make room for the elders, and touched the somewhat warm seal in his hands. He finally confirmed that Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch, really had no idea. With that misleading and ferocious face, it may be easy to spot the flaws in Uchiha Fugaku's character. Lack of assertiveness, weak will, and always unconsciously trapped by other people's opinions, so that the position is back and forth between the village and the family. Even when the clan people expressed support for Zongxian's succession as the patriarch, he did not feel resentful, but chose to accept the recognition. That's all. Under the auspices of the 6 elders and witnessed by Jonin among more than 40 clan members, Uchiha Zongxian took over the identity and seal of the clan leader. Originally, the Uchiha clan didn't have such a thing as the patriarch seal. The Uchiha group fan is the symbol of the patriarch. It's just that Uchiha Madara's defection led to the disappearance of the Uchiha group fan. After discussing with the elders, the newly appointed patriarch and the elders produced such a seal to replace the Uchiha group fan and become a symbol of the patriarch's identity. This thing in the Uchiha group fan that can be called an artifact. It's incomparable at all, it's just a simple identity sign. Zongxian, from now on, you are the new patriarch of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Suanshi looked at the 15-year-old grandson with a complicated expression, and patted Zongxian on the shoulder. You will have to carry it after the survival of the family. I don't know if it is right or wrong to do this, do your best. Don't worry, Grandpa, Uchiha's glory will definitely continue to last in my hands. Zongxian stood upright, like the straight old pine rooted on the rock, in front of the former patriarch, elders, and many clansmen. The oath was solemnly made. The replacement of the patriarchs was successfully completed. The Uchiha family inherited the rules passed down from the Sengoku era. The replacement of the patriarchs of the past generations is simple and never engages in any fancy rituals. It is simple, fast, efficient, and full of the style of the Sengoku era. The new patriarch announced the end of the assembly. With a complex mood, the tribes left in groups of 3 or 5. The tribes who wanted to stay in the clan will soon learn about the change of the clan chief. Of course, in order to ensure that this matter is accurately conveyed to the ears of every tribe with independent behavior ability, the elders will also use different ways and means to publicize the name and deeds of the new patriarch. They supported the same trick more than 10 years ago. Fugaku did it when he was in charge, and now it's a familiar experience. However, compared to these things, the top priority is the Master Police Department. The identity of the head of the Uchiha clan and the head of the police department are tied. This is the benefit that second Hokage gives to Uchiha, and it is also a constraint. But anyway, Zongxian must master the police department as soon as possible and succeed the position of the head of the police department. Only then can we justifiably unite all the power of the family and fight against them with the third generation. Senior Fugaku, please lead the way to the police department. Shisui, Arashiyama, Shihaya, you all come together. Zongxian stretched out his hand and took all his small team with him. Such a big police department has hundreds of people up and down, but he can't handle it alone. If he doesn't take his henchmen with him, he will become a blind man when he sits in the office. Deaf. Fortunately, Zongxian is not alone, he has his own small group. Elders, please wait for a while. When I have cleared up the police department's affairs, I will ask you to discuss the future of the family. Go, go, go. Elder Wumura waved his hand vigorously. I can see it. Your kid is just a one-on-one, self-respectful master, and still talks about it? Hey, don't let our gang of old bones fall apart at that time. NS. Some of the other elders shook their heads, some frowned, and some laughed dumbly, but they didn't say much. The police department has always been the patriarch's private land, and the authority of the elders only travels on this 1/3 of the family's land. This is also a set of effective rules that the Uchiha clan has explored through practice, so they will not interfere with the police department. Things. Senior Fugaku, please. Zongxian stretched out his hand and made a gesture of please go first. Is it necessary to be in such a hurry? It's almost 12 o'clock. Shisui walked closer and asked aloud. The sooner this kind of thing, the better. Zongxian said decisively. Although he succeeded the patriarch as the head of the police department, even Hokage is unable to change this real time. However, the so-called Shenjuren has fallen short, and those who have traveled 100 miles are half 90. The more you get to this time, the less you can be careless. He has confirmed with Uchiha Fugaku that the application document was sent to the Hokage building when he came to participate in the rally. The third generation in Danzo will use the thing as evidence to make trouble. Get a firm foothold early, and you will have more time to deal with the coming questions. Passing through the tunnel, straight up the steps, and when I came to the ground, I found that it was already in the middle of the moon at the moment. Manga Shrine was shrouded in the cold moonlight, and the tribe who left first had already left along the approach. There was no bright light in the huge shrine, and the trees were swayed by the icy night breeze. Blowing over, it also heightened this deserted atmosphere to the apex. Without delay in the shrine, everyone set off immediately, targeting the police department building. From Nanga Shrine to the police department building, there is a not very close distance between the two. There are no good players in the time and space technique in the group. Everyone has to walk their feet honestly and follow a straight line. Running in the forest. Zongxian, that's not right, Patriarch, can I ask you some questions? Shisui leaned in again at this time. What? Zongxian blinked, not knowing what another whisper Shisui wanted to say. Is it to stop the tribe from planning a coup? Or discuss the issue of taking over the police department? Or maybe it's something else. Alas! From yesterday to today, troubles have emerged in an endless stream. A series of accidents disrupted his plan, and he had to react accordingly. To be honest, now my head is a little swollen and dazed. Have changed like me? What the hell? The fog of Zongxian's forehead. Good guy, what kind of riddle is Shisui playing? It wasn't until he noticed Shisui blinking his eyes that he came back to his senses, his thoughts flew, and he understood what Shisui was talking about. This was asking him if he also opened Mangekyo Sharinan. After all, there are a lot of people at the moment. It's not easy to expose Mangekyo Sharingan's information. Speaking of it, under the influence of Zongxian's subtle influence, Shisui's vigilance has indeed increased a lot. He did not casually disclose information about his Mangekyo Sharinan. According to him, there are only 3 people in the clan who know that he opened Mangekyo Sharinan. Zongxian is one of them, and Elder Jun is the second, and even the patriarch has not told it. No, it's not yet time. Zongxian shook his head and denied. It's not time yet. Shisui frowned. Zongxian's statement is a bit strange. What does it mean that the time has not arrived? He suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked, "No? Patriarch, how did you defeat the 8 generations of uncles? Your pupils are too powerful." "I see." Zongxian suddenly. He scanned the surroundings and found that everyone had their ears pricked up while they were on the road. Obviously, they were also curious about Zongxian's answer. Putting yourself in and thinking about it, it's not difficult to understand everyone's curiosity. After all, his previous performance in the secret room, it really makes people unable to be curious. After all, everyone is a 3-hook jade. If there is no reason, you are better than us. Don't talk about genius. Uchiha's most indispensable is genius. Even if Shisui had not opened Mangekyo Sharinan, he might not be able to handle the 3-hook jade. Can survive Zongxian's illusion. Shisui's illusion is strong in making people unconsciously hit by illusion. Competing with pupil power, Shisui, before opening Mangekyo Sharinan, felt that he was not Zongxian's opponent. "Shisui, since you asked me a question, let me ask you a question too. What do you think is the nature of the Sharinan of my clan?" Zongxian did not directly answer Shisui, but instead asked a question. He looked around and drove around. Everyone can think about this question, and if you understand it, you can tell me the answer." In this way, everyone was thinking, even Uchiha Fugaku and his confidants were no exception. Just right, Uchiha Yatsushiro is in the team. When Shisui mentioned his defeat, Uchiha 8 generations did not have any dissatisfaction. If you lose, you lose. There is nothing to be dissatisfied with. Being defeated by Zongxian in such a devastating way, he has a deep admiration in his heart. He was also thinking about the question raised by Zongxian. The essence of Sharinan? This question is somewhat inexplicable. Sharinan is Sharinan. What to say about the essence? This question is almost like holding a passerby on the street and asking people, what do you know about the essence of human beings? It is estimated that apart from reaping a bunch of curses such as Byakugan and neurosis, there will be no other results. Certainly, it's also an unavoidable problem for most people. Similar questions came out of Zongxian's mouth. None of the people present felt that Zongxian was insane. On the contrary, they believed that this question must have a profound meaning. They tried to explore the mystery of Zongxian and discovered Zongxian's. So the reason is so powerful. Is it mental energy? The name of genius is not for nothing. Shisui quickly understood what Zongxian meant. Yes, spiritual energy, but I prefer to call it yin-dun. Zongxian didn't mind sharing his research experience when he was on the road. As for what he can learn from it, it depends on the individual. Talent, fire, wind, earth, thunder, water plus yin and yang, the 7 nature transformation can be said to include everything about ninjas. Ninjutsu, illusion, physique, occult, blood succession limit, blood succession elimination, all these are derived from these 7 properties, including the Sharinan of our clan, which is the nature of yin power, a kind of manifestation. From the most basic concept, the Yamanaka clan's subtle occult art and the Nara shadow occult art are all yin. You mean to practice spiritual energy? Well, yin-dun, can the pupil power become stronger by practicing yin-dun? Shisui asked suspiciously. Of course it's not that simple, but it's still a touch. I once saw a sentence in a notebook in the family library. Sharingan's ultimate is the ultimate of escape art, and the reverse is the same. The stronger the technique, the stronger Sharinan is naturally. This sentence is not Zongxian nonsense. It's true. As the saying goes, the ship is rotten and there are still 3,000 nails. What's more, Uchiha, an ancient ninja that is passed on for thousands of years, has a lot of rubbish that has been eliminated by history, but there are still many good things left, especially about some documents of Sharinan. Sharingan's ultimate is the ultimate of yin. Escape. This sentence is what Zongxian saw in a notebook left by the patriarch more than 300 years ago. It is not a systematic document, but only records the patriarch. The fragmentary insights in daily practice are therefore not collected in the secret library, but are placed in a public library that all people can freely access. Zongxian suspects that the patriarch of that generation is probably the reincarnation of Indra, like Uchiha Madara. Yin done. But what exactly should I do? Can I just study illusion? It's not that simple, right? Who can't speak illusion? As long as we Uchiha have our eyes open, who can't know illusion? Uchiha Fugaku's henchman argued. Shisui thought for a moment and shook his head. These words Zongxian said are not unreasonable to him, but they are too brief. It is like telling people that the detonation talisman can be made by making good talisman paper and pouring it into chakra. Finished, but I didn't talk about how to draw the talisman paper or the skills when pouring it into chakra. In short, I just told you what to do, but didn't tell you what to do. Don't think I'm hiding in private. I was able to do this step not because of some unknown tricks, but because I got the help of Samehada. He was mentioned by name and carried on the back of Zongxian. Samehada squirmed slightly, responding to Zongxian's voice. Samehada? It's not just Shisui, everyone is confused. But at this point, Zongxian stopped talking, too lazy to say more. If there are any techniques developed, he is not stingy to share with his companions, but his practice on Yin Dun and Yang Dun is indeed thanks to it. Samehada's help is not a method that can be widely shared with others. It was definitely one of the most correct choices I made in my life to intercept and kill the watermelon puffer fish on the battlefield. Zongxian thought from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't Samehada, he now said that he would not have to embark on crooked ways such as colluding with Orochimaru for cell transplantation technology, sneaking into Cloud Shinobi Village and stealing 6 paths endurance equipment. Fortunately, Samehada let him touch the essence of yin and yang, without having to go through any crooked ways. There is a right way to the sky. Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, annihilated in history, is the best example. He inherited the powerful power, spiritual energy, of his father sage of 6 paths. He was born with 3 Tomo Sharingan turned on, and then turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. There is no risk of blindness, one step straight to the eternal eye, or the real Mangekyo Sharingan. In Zongxian's view, the so-called Mangekyo Sharingan is only a semi-finished product opened when the Uchiha family inherited the power of dreadful decay. The so-called exchange of eyes is essentially a fusion of the power of yin. The fusion of the power of yin can create a real Mangekyo. After all, the power of yin, which is based on the spiritual energy of the master's imagination, is the essential power of Sharingan. Susanoo, the power of the gods, is the best proof of creation in nothingness. Don't underestimate Samehada. It's the only living weapon in the ninja world. Noting that Wheezy was puzzled and looked at the people of Samehada with suspicion, Zongxian couldn't help but justify his beloved patience. Don't forget that the group fan is better than my clan. It's just an unconsciousness. That's all. Samehada is a great creation that combines the essence of Yin Dun technique and Yang Dun technique. Yin escape? Yang escape? Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly. However, the former patriarch's facial expression management has always been in place, and it is difficult to analyze any information from his face. Great, is there such an exaggeration? Shisui was all aroused by Zongxian's exaggerated modifier. Isn't it great to give life to a cold weapon and give it the ability to think and remember? Don't forget how incredible it is to bring a weapon to life just because it exists for granted. It's an area that the ninja god never touched. Zongxian's words made Shisui lost in thought. Create life? Is it hard? It's not difficult at all. Whether humans or animals, these living beings continue to multiply the next generation, so that there are always so many lives on the earth. But, if lifeless weapons come to life, is this really something that humans can do? Samehada, what is the origin? Shisui muttered to himself. Zongxian did not answer this question. Where did Samehada come from? It's very simple. With thousands of years of history in the ninja world, there is only one person who has the ability to forge such a unique and unrepeatable weapon, and that is Sage of 6 Paths, who is still looking at the world after death. This is not Zongxian making a fuss, but he unearthed it from Samehada's long memory of thousands of years. Samehada can think like a human, and naturally can remember like a human. Although its thinking ability is roughly the level of ordinary non-ninja human children, it hasn't become mature for thousands of years, and it acts entirely on preference, but its memory is very good, and it firmly remembers what it felt at the beginning of its birth. Arriving breath and sound. It was a man called Sage of 6 Paths, and his real name was Etsutsuki Higoromo. That man created the shape of Samehada out of nothing by using Yin Shushu, and gave Samehada life with Yang Shushu. So, it is said that Samehada is a great creation that integrates the essence of Yin Dun technique and Yang Dun technique. It just so happens that the cheat of the night does not die with bare hands gave Zongxian a powerful ability to control the treasure, allowing him to completely control everything in Samehada, its power, its will, its memory. All this fell under the control of Zongxian. And it is all this it created the power of Zongxian that can crush the people of the tribe today. While chatting, passing through the deep and dim forest, the light of the lights appeared in the field of vision, and the police department was finally in sight. The distance of more than 100 steps passed in an instant. Zongxian stopped in front of the building of the police department. Looking up, by the moonlight, he could see the sign of the Flame Group fan embedded in the shuriken hanging high in the front of the building. This is Konoha Police. The symbol of the ministry represents the ownership of the police department by the Uchiha clan. It is the glory of Uchiha and the shackles of Uchiha. The Chinin tribe who was on duty at the door gave the sudden crowd a fright. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Fugaku clan leader and the 8th generation captain, plus the famous jonin in the clan such as Zongxian and Shisui, this luxurious lineup made people suddenly feel an indescribable heavy pressure, which made him breathe. It all became hasty. I couldn't help thinking about it, wondering if something major happened. Could it be said that the family is really going to break with the village for war? The plotting of the coup d'etat is still only between some jonin, and there is no lack of heart to talk to Chinin and Genin about this kind of thing. I saw clues in the words and deeds of relatives and friends. Minister, Captain 8 generations. Looking at the people approaching, Chinin on duty didn't dare to neglect, suppress the messy delusion, and quickly stepped forward to salute. Gather all the tribesmen on duty and gather on the rooftop. Remember, everyone, no matter what work they are doing, will stop me and go to the rooftop at this time. There is something important to announce. Uchiha Fugaku didn't have a word of nonsense. Zanzian's will was executed neatly and neatly. The former patriarch puts aside his lack of opinion and is easily influenced by others. He still has the ability and skill. The orderly management of the huge police department is enough to show that Uchiha Fugaku is not true. The uselessness. To be honest, Uchiha Fugaku may be more suitable for the status of an executive than a decision-maker. But, no matter how capable Uchiha Fugaku is, Zongxian does not intend to reuse the former patriarch. Just hang it out and let him go home and hug his beautiful wife and try to add words to the family. This is enough. The so-called one is the emperor and the courtier. The emperor of the previous dynasty should not just come out to confuse people. Of course, now is not the time. He still needs Uchiha Fugaku's help to take over the master police department. Yes, Minister. The gatekeeper Chinin rushed into the building to carry out the minister's order. Zongxian and his party didn't enter the door, but jumped up and rushed to the rooftop. The rooftop is a good place to gather people to discuss matters. The 4 fields here are open and condescending, which can reduce the risk of being overheard. In addition, the area is wider than the lobby, conference room, etc. In fact, it is not just a certain person, but the ninjas love to find someone on the roof to chat. It was on the rooftop to reveal his ambition to Shisui and to draw Shisui's support. The police department can't avoid it. It's not like Nanga Shrine, where there is a secret room for them to hold gatherings. In comparison, the rooftop is naturally the best choice. Every time a major event is announced, it will come to the rooftop. If there are too many people, even if you can't fit the rooftop, you have to go to the nearby large tactical training ground. I waited for about 12 or 3 minutes. The last group of patrolling teams also hurried back. They were contacted by radio. Although the current radio cannot be used for long-distance communication, it is suitable for the police department. The scope of activities is limited to the village. The police department generally does not exceed the limit of the radio range. Mingle, are everyone here? At this moment, the roof is full of human heads. Uchiha Fugaku stared at the person standing in the front and asked, Minister, all 153 members of the police department on duty are here. No one is absent to ask for leave. Uchiha, who is in his early 30s, replied in a deep voice. 153, this figure is less than 1/3 of the number of people on the police department's roster. But looking up at the bright round moon like a jade plate in the sky, it is not difficult to understand. If it were not for the police department, it would need to patrol at night. There would be no more than 100 people, at most 20 or 30 people would remain. Just be on duty. This is the case with the Ministry of Administration and the Ministry of Education. The situation in the medical department is similar to that in the police department. Everyone is open throughout the year, and there are people on duty at all times, day and night. Listen to me. Uchiha Fugaku's fierce face is indeed extremely deterrent. At this moment, the people of the clan who are staring at him dare not breathe. They just pricked their ears and waited for the patriarch's speech. I am no longer Uchiha. The patriarch of the clan is no longer the minister of the police department at the same time. The news that was like a bolt from the blue stunned the people. Everyone looked at Uchiha Fugaku with dazed, startled, and puzzled eyes, because they were so surprised that everyone lost their voices and didn't know what to say. Uchiha Fugaku didn't give them much time to digest, and continued, it's not long before. Earlier, under the witness of me, all the elders and jonin among the 47 clans, the new patriarch has been selected. Then leave it to me, Fugaku-senpai. Zongxian stepped forward and interrupted Uchiha Fugaku's speech. Uchiha Fugaku closed his mouth silently, and took 2 steps back to fully highlight the Uchiha Zongxian. This position alone is enough to make the people of the police department aware of a certain answer. The new patriarch is only Uchiha Zongxian, who is only 15 years old. Everyone, Zongxian opened Sharingan, and his scarlet eyes scanned the 153 people of different faces in front of him, and said slowly, I know you have a lot of confusion in your hearts, but unfortunately, I don't have much time to help you solve problems. You only need to know that from now on, the minister of the police department is me Uchiha Zongxian, and all of your actions will follow. You must obey my instructions. I will let you go east, don't F*************************** G go west, let you catch chickens, and go to Huaja honestly. In short, it's me who has the final say from now on. Do you understand? After a short silence, understood. The sparse response was in Zanzian's expectation. Most of the people of the 153 people were looking at Zongxian with dazed, suspicious, unconvinced eyes, etc. at this moment. The police department is different from the clan area. This is the private place of the patriarch. The authority of the elders cannot be exercised here, or the elders will not interfere in the affairs of the police department. In order to prevent uchiha fugaku from premature detection, Zongxian also he didn't develop a lot of contacts here, and he was really here too fast at the moment, and the change of the patriarch had not yet had time to pass into the ears of the tribesmen. So, it is not surprising that members of the police department who heard about it at first heard this reaction. But, not surprisingly, it does not mean that Zongxian would accept such a situation. Now that he has won the position of patriarch, he naturally must hold the police department in his hands completely. What? Is there any problem? Zongxian cast his gaze to Uchiha, who was standing in the forefront. Minglei. Captain Minglei, if you have anything you want to say, just say it straight. If you don't say it now, I will assume that you all understand it. After that, whoever complains, don't blame me for not teaching. The structure of the police department is not too bloated. Apart from the administrative departments such as the office, financial department, personnel group, and equipment room, the most important organization is the 3 patrol brigades, each with a staff of 100. The patrol brigade has a total of 300 people, which can be regarded as the essence of the police department. Uchiha Minglei is one of the captains of the 3 patrol groups. In addition to him, Uchiha Yatsushiro, as Uchiha Fugaku's confidant, leads a large team. As for the third place, that person went back to the clan land tonight and was responsible for the work of guarding the clan land. He is not here at the moment. When asked by Zongxian so much, Uchiha thunders and fell silent. Even Fugaku-sama said that he is no longer the head of the patriarch. What can he do? Besides, Zongxian is young, but as a genius with the name Blazing Demon, he is also a first-class celebrity and powerhouse in the clan. Look at the silent Fugaku-sama, Yatsushida seniors, and others, and look at the young genius Jonin from Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Arashiyama and other tribes standing behind Zongxian. The pressure is overwhelming. Well, actually think about it carefully, it is not unacceptable to be commanded by such a genius. Minister, I'm sorry, I was a little surprised, so I didn't react for a while, please forgive me. Uchiha Minglei chose to be one of the only 3 captains in the police department. In addition to having enough strength to convince his subordinates, he also knows how to be flexible, and flexible thinking is also one of the most important reasons. There is no shortage of Jonin-level masters in the Uchiha clan. Jonin, who can be compared with Uchiha's thunder in the clan, is more than 2 hands, but his brain is as flexible as him but less than a palm. It's okay. Zongxian raised his eyebrows lightly. He also thought that if Uchiha thundered harder, he could take the opportunity to stand up, but, if you are not convinced, you will find trouble for yourself in the future. As long as you surrender, Jonin, Shinin and Genin of the police department will naturally know where to go. I like smart people, because smart people like you speak nicely and do things well, which saves worry and effort. However, sometimes smart people are too smart and easy to double-hearted. You say yes, right? Captain Lei. Zongxian stared at Uchiha and thundered. 4 eyes meet. Magic Songhang technique. In a short moment, Uchiha Minglei lost in the spiritual space constructed by Zongxian, and experienced firsthand how terrifying the famous genius of the clan is. The crushing and powerful pupil power made him in the spiritual space. Can't even fight back. This power, awesome. I deeply understand why the 8 generations of seniors who have always been loyal to the Fugaku patriarch kept silent, because Uchiha Zongxian is really strong. Uchiha is arrogant and reserved because of his powerful strength, and therefore respects the powerful. Minister, your will is my will. Uchiha Minglei knelt down on one knee, showing his loyalty. This incident caused a commotion in the crowd, but most of the discussions in the meeting were Chinin. The Jonin present and a small number of sensitive Chinin noticed the brief burst of pupil power between Zongxian and Uchiha. Let's take a look at Uchiha Minglei's current performance. Knowing who wins and who loses, many people who were still a little unconvinced seemed to have been poured down by a basin of cold water, and suddenly some stupid thoughts in their hearts were dispelled. Zongxian waved Uchiha Minglei to stand up. He looked at the people of the tribe and continued, I said, I know you have a lot of confusion in your mind, but the reality is like this. Senior Fugaku and the 6 elders, as well as most of the Jonin in the clan, recognize this reality, all of this. They are all according to the rules, and you only have to obey my orders according to the rules. As for your confusion, the words came to an abrupt end here. Zongxian frowned. He turned his head and looked at the roof terrace of a residential building not far away. In the moonlight, an umbu with conspicuous white hair wearing an animal mask and a formal costume was jumping and rushing on the roof terrace, following the shortest straight path. The police department came. It's not just Zongxian who perceives the uninvited guest. Shisui and Zongxian turned their heads at the same time, and the Jonin were at most 1 or 2 seconds apart, and they all noticed Umbu, who hadn't deliberately hidden his tracks. It came really fast. Zongxian squinted his eyes and looked at Umbu, who leaped up to the rooftop and walked closer. The surrounding clansmen looked at the Umbu with unkind eyes. A pair of scarlet eyes were lit under the moonlight, and the almost materialized hostility surged towards the white-haired Umbu like a turbulent ocean tide, irritating the left eye that Umbu had hidden was faintly active. Shisui's heart was cold. He looked at the cold eyes and indifferent expressions of the police tribesmen. Many people undisguisedly exposed their malice towards Umbu, to be precise, against the village. Shisui looked at all this. It was shocked. After he joined Umbu, he didn't have much friends, and he neglected to communicate with the people. Lack of intuitive impression and always have the naive idea of bridging the conflict between the two. It's just an Umbu. Shisui muttered to himself in a very small voice. This is not against a certain Umbu, this is the grievances and anger accumulated by the people from the second generation ruling period to the present decades. Zongxian quietly moved and came to Shisui's side, using that weak but sufficient Shisui heard clearly. Shisui fell silent. The differences and rifts between the families of the village seem to have really reached a point where it is difficult to bridge. Minister Uchiha. While talking, the white-haired Umbu came to Fugaku. Hokage-sama is dead. Sorry, the patriarch of my clan has changed. I am no longer the patriarch, and I am no longer a minister. Please tell the new minister if you have any orders. Uchiha Fugaku interrupted Umbu's words and stood with a finger. Uchiha Zongxian next to Shisui said solemnly, "This is the new head of our clan, the new head of the police department, Uchiha Zongxian." Hearing this, the white-haired Umbu was stunned. Are you kidding me? The patriarch changed? When did this happen? If I remember correctly, today, no, it's already past 12 o'clock. It should be said that yesterday, Uchiha Fugaku also sent a paperwork to Lord Hokage as the Uchiha clan chief and police chief. Is the Uchiha clan acting so rashly? The dignified patriarch said to change, and the minister of the police department can also give and receive privately? And the most unlucky thing was that Uchiha Zongxian succeeded the patriarch. He recalled the command that Master Hokage had personally ordered. The face hidden under the double protection of the fox mask and the black mask showed a little embarrassment and hesitation. This situation can be it's not as expected at all. But Master Hokage's order must be executed. But for this mission, he was not granted the power to adapt to the occasion. About Hokage-sama didn't expect the Uchiha clan to change like this, and if he didn't pay attention, the Uchiha clan changed its dynasty directly. Minister Uchiha. The same title refers to different people. Master Hokage's order, the application submitted by, has been approved. In view of the recent shortage of manpower in the border defense forces on the eastern coast, I hope the nobles can let the personnel on the list go to the border defense forces as soon as possible. The white-haired Umbu tried to vague some troublesome vocabulary as much as possible, and then handed the documents in hand to Zongxian. Hey, interesting. After taking the file and opening it, Zongxian saw that his name was at the top of the list, and his name was specially covered with a bright red seal. He was convinced that the third-generation project would agree to Uchiha Fugaku's application and send out disturbers like him from a distance, otherwise he wouldn't have said such a hasty usurpation. He originally thought that the police department could be attacked temporarily tonight. It's reasonable to wait until the morning to start a battle with a group of elders such as third generation. I didn't think about it, the elderly are so impatient that they can't wait even one night. This is what the elderly call time not to wait for me? Zongxian turned a few times in his mind, smiled softly, and shook the thin document. Tell Hokage, please. Something happened. A little turmoil has occurred in my clan. I am afraid that this document. After all, Zongxian slid the document back into the hands of the white-haired Umbu in front of him. Or, se returned to Kakashi. I was in Umbu, but I never changed this conspicuous white hair, plus the left eye that was deliberately concealed. It's no wonder that the third generation will run errands to deliver the letter. This is not as suitable for performing secret tasks. I understand, I will truthfully convey the situation here to Master Hokage. Kakashi agreed, without expressing any objections. He is not an idiot without eyesight. This is the site of the police department. Under the gaze of so many powerful people in the Uchiha clan, regardless of whether there are opinions in his mind, there must be no opinions at this time. He honestly accepts the documents in his hand, got up, turned around and prepared to leave. And many more. Saxian called to Kakashi, who raised his foot. There is still something I need you to give to Master Hokage. He turned his eyes to look at the clansmen crowded on the roof, and shouted, who was good at paperwork, stand up, move fast, I need someone to help me write something. Hearing Zongxian's words, a clansman with glasses stood up. Help me write a resignation term. The clansmen were dumbfounded when they came out. I don't know who they wrote for or which department they wrote. How can I write this without thinking? I had to ask cautiously, well, minister, who is this for? Uchiha Shisui, he wants to quit Umbu. Zongxian blurted out. Then, Zongxian, what are you doing? This time it was Shisui's turn to be dumbfounded. He never said that he would quit Umbu. Well, Although he was not happy in Umbu, his gentle and cheerful personality did not fit well with Umbu's cold and solemn style. But this does not mean that he is leaving Umbu. In order to alleviate the conflict between the village and the family, I chose to join Umbu. As a result, nothing was achieved, so I was kicked out. Is this fair? In a hurry, they all forgot to call the patriarch or minister. What? I'm helping you get out of the quagmire, Shisui. You can't solve the dispute between your family and the village if you stay in Umbu. On the contrary, Umbu has now become a prison that restricts you and restrains you, and this is the order of the patriarch. Are you going to disobey my order? Zhong Xian said slowly. You just do it, write it quickly, don't let this Umbu friend wait too long. Zhong Xian could not help but finalize the matter. The tribe with glasses is also a capable person. He took out a pen and paper from his pocket, lay on the roof floor and began to write in the light of the moonlight. In less than a minute, a standard format and standard terminology would be retired. Finished writing, just need Shisui to sign his own name at the end. Really can't stay in Umbu. Shisui held the pen and tried to struggle. What do you want to do in Umbu? Waiting for someone to be targeted to make me break an arm. Kakashi, who was not shy about it, stood aside and couldn't get away, and said bluntly, Umbu is not where uchiha should go. Do you think your stay in Umbu can change the prejudice of those old people towards the family? Kakashi pretended to be deaf and dumb, and stood motionless like a scarecrow. Shisui was also dumb. In the presence of Zhong Xian and so many people, he couldn't say anything against his will. But if you stay in the family, you have the opportunity to change the family. Together, we can change the family's reputation in the village. Konoha village is not a village of a single individual, but a village of all the villagers. Compared with that, a small group of people like it. It's not as good as being recognized by most villagers. This is the only way for the family to truly integrate into the village. Zhong Xian flickered. Of course, this is not completely nonsense. His next plan does include the rectification of the family and the police department. It's just that compared to reversing trivial things like reversing the family's reputation, he is more worried that Shisui is being calculated by others. Whether it is Danzo or third generation, these people play with scheming and tricks, which Shisui cannot parry. Living. Even Zhong Xian himself did not dare to say that he carried the calculations of those old foxes. Partial Zhong Xian can foresee that there will be conflicts between the family and the village in the future, and it may not really go to the point of endless death, but if Shisui continues to stay in Umbu, he will be deliberately targeted in all likelihood. It is not impossible to lose one's life somersault. The original historical Shisui was calculated by Danzo, lost an eye, and finally threw himself into the river in despair. Shisui signed his name at the retirement term with an unspeakable complex mood, and then gave it to the masked Kakashi. Of course, Umbu doesn't just want to quit. Its full name is Assassination Tactics Special Force. During Second Hokage's reign, this was a well-known killing force in the shinobi world. At that time, Umbu had no entry or exit. The only way to leave Umbu was to die in battle, and death was silent and unknown. Their names. But that frightening assassination tactical special unit is already history. Today's Umbu seems to have grown 10 times more than in the past under the support of the third generation, but it has also lost its original purity. Even the rules of mixed fish and dragons have relaxed, and it is impossible to quit Umbu. If possible, in order to gain the support of various families, third generation has more than once allowed those family ninjas who joined Umbu but regretted it or have always had difficulty adapting to quit Umbu. My resignation term may not be so easy to pass. Shisui watched Kakashi's back disappear into the distant darkness, and said with some concern, You don't need to worry about this. This is something my patriarch should worry about. As for Shisui, give you a task. I need you to help me establish a new department within the police department. Zhong Xian transfers up the topic. Speaking of political intrigue, Zhong Xian has enough self-knowledge that is not his area of expertise. Fortunately, he understands a truth. Those who make good use of soldiers do not use short shots to make long shots, but long shots to short shots. Playing Xinyan is not Zhong Xian's strong point. His strong point is the sword in his hand, his ability to kill people, not his ability to intrigue with others. In other words, the Uchiha family members are all rookies in this respect, and there is no such thing as a whole clan. Several people who are good at playing with their hearts and minds, in turn, the geniuses in the clan were stunned by the will of bullshit, so that Uchiha, who had the power to fight, was finally wiped out in the hands of his family. Force, this is what Uchiha is good at. Rather than bothering to fight wits and courage with the old men, it is better to show the determination to fight and the power of threats. Peace is a thing, not a kneeling beg. New department. Shisui was confused by this sudden topic. At this time, the clansmen on the rooftop have dispersed. After dismissing Kakashi, Zhong Xian continued his unfinished speech and briefly said 2 sentences, and dignifiedly inserted his friends into the various power departments of the police department. For example, Uchiha Arashiyama and Uchiha Akitaro were inserted into the patrol team under the command of Uchiha Nerui and Uchiha Yatsushiro respectively as their deputy. Uchiha Jun, a guy who looks a little more prettier than girls of the same age, entered the financial room. His mind is the most delicate among a group of people. Even Uchiha Shihaya and Uchiha Futaba are both better than girls. Not on. As for Uchiha Shihaya, Uchiha Futaba, Uchiha Hokuto, all were stuffed into the secretariat by Zongxian and served as their own working secretaries. These three, in addition to fighting, the best thing is the ability to cause trouble. In order to avoid being busy wiping their butts every day, I had to put them around as much as possible to restrain them. When the friends were temporarily set up, Zongxian announced the dissolution of the temporary meeting. The clansmen who were still on duty returned to their posts. Uchiha Arashiyama and the others immediately entered the working state and began to adapt to their respective identities. After that, Uchiha Fugaku, the former patriarch, also left the police department silently. Here, it no longer belongs to him. In the end, only Zongxian, Shisui, and Zongxian's three new secretaries were left on the rooftop. The reason for staying here is that Shisui's work problem still needs to be solved. Now that the resignation has been signed, Shisui needs a new one. Work. A job that makes Shisui feel better than staying in Umbu. To be honest, the position of the police department did not meet Shisui's needs, or the police department now has no vacant seats for Shisui to sit. Even Uchiha Arashiyama and the others were forced to squeeze in. They were originally full. The patrol brigade exceeded the standard. Fortunately, Zongxian had other preparations. That is set up a new department. New department? Zongxian, what do you want to do? Shisui frowned in distress. He really couldn't keep up with the thoughts of his friend that day. Zongxian walked to the railing on the edge of the roof, elbows on the railing, looking at the village under the moonlight, and bluntly said, Shisui, do you know? The police department was established from the second generation and delivered to the Uchiha clan in charge. In the past few decades, the administrative department and the education department of the village have been reorganized several times, and the youngest medical department is constantly innovating. Only our police department maintained the original appearance. Therefore, I am going to reform this clumsy and chaotic police department and build a new police department that can keep up with the trend of the times. In short, I want to expand the powers of the police department. Hearing this, Shisui frowned. He felt that Zongxian was simply whimsical. Even if he understood that the village could not allow the police department to grow and develop, it would not be possible to say that after decades, the police department would still maintain the original appearance. I know these words sound like idiotic dreams. Zongxian didn't give Shisui a chance to speak, and continued, but, it's not without a chance, Shisui, have you ever learned about the establishment of the police department? What kind of power was conferred by second Hokage at the beginning? Shisui shook his head blankly. The three Uchiha Chihayas beside him also shook their heads uniformly. The original text is rather complicated, so I won't repeat it. I'll just say the main content. The police department is responsible for maintaining the internal security and stability of the village, formulating laws and regulations in the village, arresting criminals, and guarding the detained criminals. During a war, you also need to mobilize your hands to participate in the war. That's probably it. The documents issued by second Hokage are kept in the archives of the police department, but nowadays, almost no one touches this stuff. Zongxian is the only one to look up this thing in the last 2 decades. Fortunately, it is kept in the archives. Well done. Even if no one came to view these old files, they still tried their best to preserve them. Shisui listened in a daze. Still didn't understand what Zongxian meant. Not only him, but Uchiha Shihaya and the 3 people are also unclear, so they look ignorant. Don't understand? The police department has the power to make laws. But how can it be? How can it? Hey! With this power, even without Hokage's permission, we can reform the police department by enacting laws, and this can not only reform the police department, but also restrain the people from being too rude, and the arrogant way of law enforcement, so that uncertainty can take the opportunity to reverse the family's bad reputation among the villagers. Unable to be spiritual, Zongxian had to break it apart as much as possible, and use simple and straightforward words to explain his intentions. Of course, second Hokage's guard against Uchiha was never let go until he died. He gave the police department the power to make laws, but it also clearly restricted the scope of this power. It can only be used for the management of the village's public security, and have no right to intervene in all matters related to Umbu, which greatly reduces this power. But even so, it still has a lot to do in Zongxian's view. Really do it. Shisui was a little moved. If he can reverse the terrible reputation of the family in the village, it will undoubtedly be a good thing for him. I don't dare to make a guarantee, but it's always okay to try. Regardless of whether it is successful or not, we have to learn to move forward, as we did before, and there will be no change in another 100 years. Zongxian, he said so. But I understand in my heart. This thing will certainly not go well. But as he said, no matter what the final result is, the Uchiha clan must try to make changes. The suppression of the village is certainly the main reason for Uchiha's declining reputation in the village, but it cannot be ignored because of this fact that the Uchiha clan is indeed unflattering. Unless it is shaking M, most people do not like to be tall with those eyes. Deal with the guys from Uding. Legal Affairs Department, this is the name I gave to the new department, the department dedicated to formulating, changing, and improving laws. Shisui, how about you being the first director of the Legal Affairs Department? Zongxian, an invitation was sent to Shisui. I don't know anything about making laws or anything. Shisui cringed a little now instead. He was a little worried that he would mess up this errand that might affect the future of the family. If his fault prevented the family from integrating into the village, it's okay. It's not that you are allowed to do it alone. If you don't understand, you can go to those who understand this knowledge to ask for advice. If there is no one in the village, then go outside the village. If you can't find it in the country of fire, go to other country. Search always pays off. This is a long-term job, and I didn't expect any results in a short period of time. In the end, I will check it out. Shisui, you can do it without worry. I understand, Patriarch, I will try my best to build a legal department. Shisui gritted his teeth and nodded solemnly. That's right. The timid guy just now is not the Shisui I know. Zongxian smiled and stretched out his hand and patted Shisui's arm. Also, just call my name privately, and be called the Patriarch by an acquaintance. To tell the truth, it feels strange. Shisui shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could such a big matter be as indifferent as a okay person? However, Zongxian does have an inexplicable reassuring ability. He hasn't even settled the matter of quitting Umbu. Unknowingly, he has already begun to think about it. It's about the Department of Legal Affairs. Thinking of this, he still couldn't help but raise his mouth. Zongxian, I quit Umbu. If it doesn't work, I can go to Master Hokage. I want to see the achievements I have made in the past. For the sake of it, it should not be too hard for me. Zongxian said nothing. Shisui always has an unrealistic and naive fantasy about the old guys from third generation, but now that he is almost used to it, as long as Shisui doesn't stupidly reveal the card of distinguished heavenly gods, he doesn't expect Shisui to charge and squat when he is facing the third generation, and he can squat behind and wave the flag for himself. That's pretty good. This is not your business anymore. After being silent for a while, Zongxian said, if nothing else, this matter will turn into a conflict between the village and the family. Don't get excited, I am not ready to go to full-scale war with the village, but I don't think the third generation will sit back and watch my family and the police department's changes are ignored. They will definitely come to trouble me next. Zongxian squinted his eyes and turned to look in the direction of the center of the village. Regardless of Shisui or not, this result will not be changed. The sharp contradiction between the family and the village will break out at a certain point sooner or later. This time it just caught up with my successor to the Patriarch. Speaking of it, Shisui, it's just a small matter, it doesn't affect the overall situation at all. Correct, although accidentally succeeded as the Patriarch smoothly, and reluctantly mastered the police department. But this is just the beginning. There is a difficult journey to pull the Uchiha clan from the ruined Uzumaki. The suppression and hostility of the third generation and others are just a dilemma on the surface. Uchiha Obito, the ghost hidden in the dark, is invincible. Trouble. You have to open Mangekyo Sharinan as soon as possible. Zongxian slowly closed his eyes, feeling the full and bulging pupil power in his eyes. He had a vague premonition in his heart. It only takes an opportunity, and the pupil power in his eyes will change according to his wish. As for this, when will the opportunity come? Hard to say, but it doesn't feel too far. And even if he couldn't wait for this opportunity, with Samehada's help, the transformation of the pupil power in his eyes was only a matter of time late. Shisui, if you really feel uneasy, you and I will act together these few days. Anyway, the Legal Affairs Department's affairs are just a picture. After I have thoroughly sorted out the police department, it is estimated that I will be able to help you set up the shelf of the legal department. Zongxian opened his eyes, looked at Shisui, who was agitated next to him, and shook his head. As long as it involves conflicts between the village and the family, Shisui is such a liation. Now go and rest. Wait until morning. I went to meet Mr. Hokage with me, and while reporting the change of the police department minister, I also implemented your withdrawal from Umbu. This morning, Shisui suddenly felt some toothache for some reason. Unreasonable intuition made him feel that the morning after a few hours would not be so good. Hokage building. Uchiha Fugaku is no longer the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Zongxian has become the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan. He looked at Kakashi, who was kneeling on one knee at the table, with incredulous eyes. Yes, this is what Uchiha Fugaku told me personally. The hundreds of members of the Uchiha clan and the police department who were there at the time should not make such a joke. Kakashi honestly reported what he had seen and heard during the trip. To be honest, if it were not for personal experience, he would also find it unbelievable. To be precise, as a personal experiencer, he was not full of doubts at the time, and he has not resolved it yet. The third generation asked several times, and finally confirmed that Kakashi did not lie, and there was no sign of illusionism on his body. That is to say, the Uchiha clan really changed, and the veteran Uchiha Fugaku stepped down and replaced it. Is the 15-year-old Uchiha Zongxian succeeding the patriarch? This is not really good news. Third generation got a headache, and the blood vessels near the temples jumped. The former Uchiha Fugaku looked fierce to tell the truth. As long as you get the context, it's actually not difficult to deal with, but now it's the Uchiha Zongxian who recalled the confrontation in the forest not long ago. Although the boy is young, he is more difficult to fool than Uchiha Fugaku. This resignation brought by Kakashi is the best evidence. Uchiha Shisui, this is the offspring of the mirror. He originally wanted to take this child for his own use. Unfortunately, at the time, the child was still unable to transcend the restriction of family status. Although he was pretending to be the village in his heart, he also abandoned it. He was deeply disappointed not to have the family. But fortunately, I found the child named Itachi again. The talent is no less than Shisui, and the understanding of the will of fire is obviously deeper than Shisui, but the age is a little bit younger, and it will take a few more years to come in handy. To be honest, he doesn't care much about whether Uchiha Shisui wants to quit Umbu. Although Uchiha Shisui has not exceeded the limits of the family, he still believes that Uchiha Shisui is unlikely to be an enemy of the village. Such people do not need to be too vigilant. In contrast, what he cares more about is what new behavior Uchiha Zongxian will do. He has a foreboding that this boy is definitely not Uchiha Fugaku's type of self-sacrifice, and waits until he is seated as the head of the Uchiha clan and the head of the police department. After his seat, it will definitely bring him huge trouble. No, you can't just sit back and watch. A 15-year-old boy serves as the head of the clan. It's too ridiculous. Third generation frowned. I secretly figured it out in my heart. This matter must not just sit idly by. I must find a way to deal with the troublesome boy Uchiha Zongxian. Even if it can't be done, I must find a way to expel him from the position of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Come down. But if you want to do this, you can't just rely on him. Interfering in the internal affairs of a certain family is a taboo behavior. Even Uchiha, who is not liked by others, must be drawn to as many supporters as possible before that, especially from families such as Hyuga and Abarame. Fortunately, Uchiha, the popularity of the family in the village is really not very good, and there is a history of the Nine Tails chaos. It is not difficult to get the support of many families. Kakashi, the third generation, called out the boy who was silently kneeling on one knee at the table like a scarecrow. Go to the two advisory elders, tell them there is an urgent matter to discuss, and ask them to come to my office as soon as possible. Yes, Master Hokage. Kakashi led the way. The third generation called out an Umbu and gave a similar order, but only replaced the two advisor elders with Hokage support, that is, Danzo. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the moon falls to the west, and the sky in the east is white. Inadvertently, the rising sun jumps out from under the horizon. The brilliant morning sun disperses the remnants of the night and awakens the village that has been sleeping all night. Morning. Thousands of years. Zongxian, who was retiring his loose belt, greeted Uchiha Shihaya as he opened the door. Already got up. Uchiha Shihaya looked regretfully at the couch that still had traces of sleep. I'm not a kid anymore. Zongxian shook his head helplessly. When he was a child, he didn't know if his body was not fully developed or other reasons. He had difficulty getting up at that time. No matter in spring, summer, autumn, or winter, he could not get up under the covers every morning. Fortunately, he had a childhood sweetheart who was keen to wake him up. I ran over to wake him up early in the morning, completely treating it as a game. Where is Shisui? Are you up yet? They all stayed at the police department last night and did not go back to their family home. Zongxian slept for a while on the sofa in the office that now belongs to him. As for Shisui, such a large police department naturally has more than one sofa. Do not know, Uchiha Shihaya answered calmly. She was just keen on getting Zongxian to get up. This is a habit developed since childhood. As for the others, it has nothing to do with her. I don't know. Oh, okay. Thousands of days, help me get breakfast. I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face first. Zongxian picked up a new set of dental appliances and towels to wash. He picked himself up, and when Zongxian returned to the office, he found that breakfast was already on his table: 2 slices of toasted brown bread, 1 slice of fried bacon, and 1 round shape, fried eggs, and a cup of steaming milk. In addition, Shisui was sitting on the sofa gnawing slices of bread. Shisui, how does it feel to sleep on the sofa? Very good, anyway, much better than the tent we used to sleep on the battlefield. That's true. Zongxian laughed. After going to the battlefield, most of the sufferings don't feel fortunate. To be honest, when sleeping on the battlefield, you have to close one eye, holding the knife in your hand and dare not dare. let go, ready to fight at any time. By the way, how about Shihaya? Have you seen her? Go out to practice swordsmanship. Really diligent, I don't take a rest for a day. Zong Xian, do you leave after eating? Shisui was chewing on the bread, and his voice was a little vague, but he could understand what he said. Well, go early and return early. It is more reassuring to solve the trouble as soon as possible. Zong Xian took a seat at the table and began to wipe out the breakfast on the plate like a raging cloud. The streets of Konoha village in the early morning are filled with a peaceful atmosphere. The children who got up early to go to the ninja school chased and slapped on the road, and the lively laughter echoed in the streets and alleys, unconsciously infecting the pedestrians on the road and the shopkeepers on the street. Everyone's faces showed a happy smile. This happy and peaceful atmosphere was broken until the appearance of two passers-by with special identity. The conspicuous flame group fan logo on the back of the black gown looked like an image of the evil spirit Rakshasa, and it had the magical power to deprive others of smiles. We are really not welcome at all. Zong Xian put his hands in his sleeves, watching the dodgy gazes of the pedestrians on the road, the silhouettes of the shop owners suddenly busy, shaking their heads and chatting with Shisui. Shisui, look, the reputation of our clan is now how bad it is, it can catch up with a street cleaner. Since you know, why would you walk up here on purpose? Can't you go to the roof? Shisui sighed uncontrollably, not only because of the terrible reputation of the family, but also because of the evil taste of the patriarch next to him. What's the hurry? Didn't you say go early and return early? Can I change my mind? Zong Xian stood on the street and stopped, looking at the little yellow hair who was standing under the telephone pole with his head down, and using his toes to stroke the ground. He waved his hand and said hello, oh, Naruto. Big brother Zong Xian. Xiao Huangmao looked up and saw Zong Xian, immediately ran over happily. Speaking of which, Naruto and Uchiha at this time are indeed in a similar situation. In this village, they are both unpopular objects. The difference is that Uchiha still has a daunting power. Not many people dare to spit at Uchiha blatantly. Unlike Naruto, who wanders around the street and keeps it, it will be full of malice. The villagers hate Naruto. Disguised. Why are you standing here? Don't hurry to the ninja school and be punished by the teacher for being late. Zong Xian reached out and pressed Xiao Huangmao's head and rubbed it vigorously. Anyway, this little guy's hair was messed up, but it's quite clean. It seems that I wash my hair, but I just refuse to spend time combing my hair, or there is no concept of combing my hair. I'm waiting for the vine flowers. Naruto replied vigorously and loudly. Waiting for the vines? Yes, we made an appointment to meet here in the morning when school was over yesterday. That's it. Wait slowly. Fujika likes to stay in bed in the morning. I guess it will take a while to come. If you can't wait, go to the ninja school by yourself. There is no need for two people to be late and be punished. It's okay, those who have agreed to wait here, and I'm not afraid of being punished. Naruto looked fearless. Zong Xian took a look at the little guy carefully, and he wasn't really courageous. This guy was really not afraid from the bottom of his heart. You are quite bold. Hey. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. Compared with the cold-eyed and disgusting accustomed to it, the painless punishment of punishing station is really not a threat to him. On the contrary, he has not been praised much since he was a child, but now he can't stand it once he is praised. Stay shy. Elder brother, I am familiar with the sound of the ear cocoon being transmitted into the helix. Zong Xian followed the sound, and it turned out that her baby sister ran and charged like a cannonball. Tenghua, haven't I told you? Don't run around on the road. Zong Xian reached out and grabbed his sister's head, and manually stopped the cute little cannonball with a very fast charge. How did you get up today? So early? I thought you just woke up just now. Grandpa called me. Fujika slapped her big hand on her forehead, and fiddled with her messed bangs with her delicate white fingers like green onions, pouting her mouth and screaming, brother, you are good morning to send me off. Going to school, but never going home all night, big liar. Sorry, there was an urgent matter last night. How about I invite you to eat cake after school in the afternoon? I want strawberry cake. No problem, don't talk about strawberry cakes, just strawberries or cakes will do. Promising to come down with a bunch of delicious, contented Fujika spread his legs like the wind and began to charge towards the ninja school. Naruto, the little brother, also hurriedly followed behind, trotting, regardless of saying hello and goodbye to Zong Xian. Watching his sister's back disappear on the corner of the street, Zong Xian retracted his gaze, and then said, okay, Shisui, hurry up. After all, he jumped up and began to rush between the rooftops. Shisui, who followed him, said several times and stopped. Finally, I really felt uncomfortable and asked Zong Xian, did you drag and wait for the vine flower? If not, Zong Xian asked rhetorically, don't you think I like hot faces and cold butts? I also hate the feeling of being shunned like dirty things. I promised Fujika to send her to school, but you knew that I was busy last night. He doesn't have time to go home at all, so he can only wait halfway through the road to say something. Hearing this, Shisui was speechless. What? Shisui, don't you think I pay too much attention to personal matters, do you? No, that's not the case. Ha! Whether or not, family is the most important thing to me anyway. Anyone who doesn't know how to cherish family is not as good as a beast. Fujika was only that old when she was born. I only came back from the battlefield at the time. Dare to hug her, for fear that there is nothing in your hand and you accidentally hurt her. Finally watched her grow up a little bit, slowly learn to speak and speak to the heart. Shisui, I don't want to have an unreasonable conflict with the village at this time even more than you are. I am afraid that the fighting out of control will affect Fujika and her father and mother. I am afraid that after Konoha is destroyed, Fujika will follow us and wander around. I am afraid that everything I do will be useless. However, the more afraid I am, the more I know that I must never retreat at this time. I can only really dare to fight hard and put on a posture that dares to die and break the net, and at the same time let the self-proclaimed fisherman realize that we are desperate. The fish has the power to kill the net and break the net, so it won't really go to the point where you live and die. So Shisui. Wait a minute, don't hold me back. The light and soft voice like catkins floated into Shisui's ear helix. Shisui shuddered. He looked at Zongxian's scarlet eyes, his serious eyes were not joking at all. I understand, patriarch. Shisui swallowed. A heart involuntarily raised it, and secretly prayed in his heart that there would be no moths in the next thing. When the two were talking, they had already crossed several streets and came to the building with the exterior wall painted red. It was called a landmark building in Konoha village, but there was actually a Hokage building that didn't have much features, and stood in front of it. Looking up in front of the building, Zongxian saw this thing as a large upside-down plastic bucket. There is no beauty of architectural art, nor does it have the majesty and solemnity of an administrative building. This aesthetic. Zongxian shook his head, thinking of the police department from home, which is also not so beautiful. He immediately had the idea of rebuilding the police department building, but don't worry too much. It can be done slowly like the establishment of the legal department. The most important thing at the moment is to let the village know that Uchiha is not a good-tempered doe. He raised his foot on the steps and walked towards the wide open front door. As they walked into the lobby on the first floor, someone immediately greeted them. Still Kakashi, Minister Uchiha, please come with me. Kakashi, wearing a fox mask but with a conspicuous white hair dangling, walked ahead and led the way. Hokage-sama is waiting for you in the conference room. Conference room? So many people besides Hokage-sama are there. Clan Chief Hyaga, Chief Abarame, Chief Nara. There are a lot of people, so I won't repeat them one by one. I'll know when I go. There is no more words all the way. When the door of the conference room was opened, there was no noise at all. It can be seen that the staff did not forget to feed the door shaft and drink some throat drinks every day. The crack in the door expanded and enlarged at an extremely fast speed, and the voice of speaking came out from the open door like a flood of opening gates, and the transparent gray smoke fluttered against him, but the secondhand smoke it can't block Sharingan's insight. In the past, Sharingan had an alias called Inside Eye. Zongxian rolled his eyes, and the scenery in the huge conference room was captured in his eyes. The big figures in the village were all sitting here, and the luxurious formation was like a lion preparing to fight the rabbit with all its strength. And I, probably the rabbit being stared at, Zongxian thought subconsciously in his mind. As predicted, the intimidation from the lions came the second after he walked in the door. Uchiha Zongxian, what do you guys really want to do? The elder Mito did not maintain the usual elusive poker face today, so his anger was almost written directly on his face, looking at the letter. Zongxian, who walked into the conference room, slapped the table fiercely, and his angry roar increased by a few decibels again. Privately conferred by the minister of the police department, do you still have a village in the eyes of your people? Are you planning to betray the village and stand on its own? The big hat intended to betray the village was buckled. The faces of the patriarchs and ministers sitting at the conference table changed slightly. Although everyone had agreed to suppress Uchiha long before the arrival of Uchiha Zongxian, we must not allow this dangerous clan to be 15-year-old. The child will lead. That's right. From the perspective of these patriarchs, the 15-year-old boy is joking as the patriarch. The leader of the clan may not be able to fight. This is not the Sengoku era, and even in the Sengoku era, it's too much. The patriarch who can fight sometimes drags the clan into the abyss of war. Now Uchiha showed up again, making them a little restless, so they agreed to put pressure on Uchiha together. But, Elder Mito's attitude felt a bit too hard. They don't want to really go to war with the Uchiha clan. Even if Uchiha can be destroyed by that time, they will probably be greatly injured. That is what they don't want to see. Yan, calm down. Third generation's timely shot stopped the old friend who still wanted to continue to get angry. Even if you want to punish, you must first give an explanation. Uchiha Zongxian, explain what happened to your family and the police department last night. I need you to give me an explanation. I know that the teacher will police the police. Uchiha was awarded by the ministry, but Uchiha is Konoha's Uchiha after all. The minister of the police department is by no means a position that can be granted at will. Tisk, the clear and audible chattering sound echoed in the conference room, interrupting the words of third generation. The layers of wrinkles on the face of the 60-year-old man moved lightly. He stared at the lower half of Zongxian's face, and his originally gentle voice was completely cold. Uchiha Zongxian, this is at your account. So what? Zongxian's face was raised, and he spoke coldly. He was standing 3 steps away in front of the door, with his head held high, his eyebrows stern, like a sharp blade with cold light flashing out of its sheath, so that the patriarchs and ministers sitting at the conference table could feel the satin-skinned body. In the phantom pain, the fat old man who was about to crush his chair on his own weight slightly frowned. Always felt, such a scene is a bit inexplicably familiar? Where did you see it in the past? Uchiha's autonomy to the police department was granted by the Second Generation Project. I have checked the documents that were hand-signed by the Second Generation Project stored in the police department's archives. There is no mention of who else is needed for the change of the police department's minister. Come and agree. Zongxian's cold gaze wandered over the faces of the Big Four, sarcastically said, or, is this going to abolish the rules left by the Second Generation Project? Time is changing and the world is changing. You guys are so foolish and want me to sit back and ignore it? Don't want to use the teacher's name to suppress me. The teacher taught us back then. There are no fixed rules in this world. Feng shui erosion, let alone people and system. Third generation sat still and didn't care about Zongxian's sarcasm at all. If Uchiha doesn't treat the police department as the same thing as Hokage, I will never stand by. The police department is the autonomous region of Uchiha, but it is also Konoha's police department. Even if the teacher knows it, he will understand my approach. So, what kind of explanation do you want from me? Don't worry, I don't intend to break the rules of the autonomy of the families, but your family's behavior this time is too outrageous. I have sent someone to invite the fugaku chief, and wait until the fugaku chief comes. Uchiha Fugaku is no longer the patriarch. Zongxian unceremoniously interrupted the words of third generation again, and his scarlet eye swept over everyone present. Except for Hyaga, no one dared to look at him. To be honest, I have enough psychology in the current situation. Prepare. But since you have to wait for Uchiha Fugaku, let's wait. I'd like to take a closer look at what you want us to become Uchiha. Next to the conference room is a small room, which is used to rest and wait for the secretaries, guards and others who follow the adults to attend the meeting. Shisui, who is regarded as Zongxian today, also sat in this small room. The room is small compared to the meeting room next to it. Please, don't make a big noise. Standing in the corner of the room, Shisui's heart can be described as 15 buckets of dangling water, 7 UPS and downs. The rest of the room is also aware of the uneasy mood, but no one talks to Shisui, as the chief and ministers. His close entourage and guard, they more or less understand that such an early meeting seems to be aimed at Uchiha. Furthermore, the Uchiha family is not very popular on weekdays. No one will dangle in front of Shisui when he is idle. Just as Shisui was wandering in the endless anxiety, the door of the room was pushed open, and another boy with the emblem of the Flame Group fan on his clothes walked in. No, not so much a boy, in fact, it is just one. It's a teenager about 10 years old. Itachi. Shisui's eyes widened. I never thought I would meet Itachi here. Uchiha Itachi walked towards Shisui, who was standing in the corner. Itachi, how can you? Shisui, why? What why? Shisui was at a loss. Why do you support Uchiha Zongxian? Shisui frowned slightly. Itachi, are you blaming me for helping Zongxian get your father out of the patriarch seat? Do not. Uchiha Itachi shook his head without hesitation. I also know that my father is not a very good patriarch, but compared to Uchiha Zongxian, his father does not say that he is on the opposite side of the village. Shisui, you told me about fire before. The will, the family, and the village are compatible with each other, but what Uchiha Zongxian is doing is splitting the village and the family. Itachi, you. Shisui looked astonished. Suddenly by Uchiha Itachi so violently, he didn't know what to say for a while, and he felt confused and wanted to say too much. What is Fugaku? The former patriarch will not stand on the opposite side of the village. The former patriarch expressed his support for the coup at the Nanga Shrine rally. As for Zongxian splitting the village and the family, the guy Zongxian has long given up the possibility of getting along with the third generation and others, and instead chose the fifth generation, which is waiting for the future. These things are more complicated. Itachi, wait, next time we will have a good chat. This is not the place to talk. At this time, the Hokage building below his feet trembled slightly. Shisui froze for a moment. Is it an earthquake? Or, the bad hunch came to his mind uncontrollably. He directly used a body flicker technique, appeared at the door, smashed the door to the corridor, and immediately saw the wall break open. Through the hole, you can see the chaotic conference room. Next second, the door that was hit by Shisui and was about to fall was completely reimbursed. The guards and entourage in the room all rushed out, and then, they looked at the big hole in the wall and their eyes widened, waiting to see Shimura Danzo Hokage, who was rubbed on the opposite wall. His eyes were all almost stared out. What happened? Who would dare to shoot Danzo? Uchiha Zongxian. At this time, Danzo, who was rubbing on the wall, let out an angry roar. He struggled to pull himself out of the wall. The old man's body is quite strong. Although he is best at wind style and sealing, few people know that he is also Grandmaster Earth style, water style, and fire style. The old man dares to compete with the third generation for the position of Hokage, but he still has 2 brushes. At the moment of being hit by Zongxian, Danzo, who sensed that it was too late to use the body replacement technique, had to use the Earth-style hardening technique to strengthen his body, so that he was not stuck on the wall with a punch by Zongxian and turned into fleshy flesh. I'm here, don't yell so loudly. Zongxian crossed the big hole and came to the corridor, facing the people in the corridor fearlessly. As for why things suddenly changed to this situation, then Uchiha Itachi followed the order of the third generation and returned to the clan and found his father Uchiha Fugaku. Then the father and son came to the Hokage building together. When I started talking, the purpose of third generation is to provoke Uchiha Fugaku's unwillingness, and let him take the initiative to compete with Uchiha Zongxian, so as to get away from standing as a referee to make a profit. But, he also misjudged certain things. Uchiha Itachi, who was not qualified to participate in the secret gathering, did not know that his father had already expressed support for the coup in front of many people. This made the third generation project also lack the key of the intelligence, so that a wrong judgment was made. No matter how soft the former patriarch is and is easily influenced by others, he will not forget in such a short time that he expressed his support for the coup at the Nanga Shrine Assembly last night. I stand together with the third generation and fight against Zongxian. That's too shameless. Sorry, Lord Hokage, I am no longer the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. This is the joint decision of the 6 elders of my clan and many jonin. I personally have no opinion on this. The unexpected rejection caused a slight deviation from the predetermined plan. Fugaku, do you really think that a 15-year-old child can guide your family on the right path? I'm just an ordinary jonin in the clan right now. This kind of thing is for my clan chief to worry about. Uchiha Fugaku took 2 steps back, allowing himself to stand completely behind Zongxian. Third generation's brows suddenly frowned. The faces of the 2 consultants beside them couldn't help but become a little hard to look at. On the contrary, it was Danzo who had a dead face, and there was no change. Instead, he glanced at the third generation next to him. His eyes were like, look, Uchiha doesn't have a good thing to trust. It makes the mood of third generation even worse. Third generation's sullen face wondered whether to use force to force Uchiha Zongxian to abdicate. If you resist, that's right, call on the patriarchs to take action to kill Uchiha Zongxian, and control Uchiha Fugaku to let him survive and send back to comfort the Uchiha clan. This is a backup plan. He didn't really want to use it as a last resort. In case Uchiha loses control, even if he can wipe out this clan, it will hurt Konoha's vitality. But just before he made up his mind to do it, Zongxian, whose anger became more and more high in his chest, turned into trouble. He brought out a lot of evidence, which proved that Shimura Danzo sent Gen's manpower to pretend to be Mist Shinobi and attacked him in 9 Tails Jinchuriki. He said bluntly that Shimura Danzo assassinated the Uchiha clan to take Sharingan, and the unforgiving and Danzo quarreled. The distracted third generation did not have time to stop Danzo from aligning with Uchiha Zongxian. The result is that the patriarchs of each family have turned into turtles. No one came out to support Danzo. It is true that they don't like Uchiha, but Danzo, who forcibly recruited genius ninjas from all races to join the Roots, was also a lot of people. People hate it. The conflict between Zongxian and Danzo, in the eyes of many people, this is a typical dog bite. They will not take the initiative to step into this quagmire. It is better for Danzo and Uchiha Zongxian to lose both, or to die together. This is exactly what Zongxian wanted. He considered for a long time what he could do to prevent Uchiha from falling into the siege of the village's major families when he was fighting the third generation. After thinking about it, he finally fixed his gaze on Danzo. This Guo Ying is the best target. Fighting Danzo will not provoke the siege of the major families, and maybe it will let these guys who like to protect their lives choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. As for saying that they would irritate the third generation, they weren't the same person. The more angry the third generation is, the happier he will be. In contrast, Danzo sits and watches Pen destroy Konoha only for the master to belong. The guys in his own village really dare to fight the Uchiha clan to death and life at all costs. On the contrary, it is the third generation project called Ningxiang. His heart is always thinking about the village. Before the Uchiha clan's grasp is solved at a small price, the third generation will definitely not go to war with Uchiha easily. In short, on the way to the quarrel, Zongxian broke out, punched Danzo with a speed and strength that no one expected, and flew Danzo with one punch, leaving a big hole in the wall of the conference room. That terrifying power. People subconsciously think of the little red in that Sunin. Yang done. The fat old man sitting on the chair without moving, looked at the big hole blasted by Uchiha Zongxian's punch, and stood up, his fat body directly smashed through the conference table in front of him. It was also the sudden action of this fat old man, let third generation watch them support Danzo's movement slowly, and looked at the fat old man who used to be the same Doran teammate, Akamaiki, with doubts. This is a well-known thing among the older generation of Konoha village. Second Hokage had 6 disciples during his lifetime. They were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Utaten Koharu, Mito Kato Homura, and the most inconspicuous Akamaiki. Certainly, this so-called disciple is hydrated. They only received the teachings of second generation when they were in the ninja school. In fact, only the third generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is considered as a personal disciple of the second generation. Fortunately, the second generation did not deny that others call him a teacher, recognized their status as disciples. To this day, the disciples of second Hokage have all become Konoha's top leaders, and they are well-known big figures in the village. Only Uchiha Kagami, who died young, and Akamaiki, who was invisible, are little known. However, no insider would underestimate the strongest of the 3 families of Inoshikacho. He once served as the direct guard of the second generation's purpose and left a piece of legendary stories in the ninja world, but later he got older. After the night of the 9 Tails chaos, the old man chose to retire and go home. Now, I occasionally go out to hold meetings as the head of the Akamaiki clan, and relax. At the same time, he comes to town as the 3 clan leaders of Inoshikacho. For example, today, Akamaiki took the win by replacing his friend Dingza at the invitation of Nara Lakissa. After all, this third generation is planning to attack Uchiha. No one is sure what this event will turn into. In order to prevent the worst consequences, it is natural to be prepared. It's actually Yang done, Akamaiki murmured to himself in a low voice that was imperceptible to others. Today, when the name of Senju is no longer glorious, the Akamaiki clan is the expert in Konoha village Yang Yushu, and their family's expansion jutsu is derived from Yang Yushu. Akamaiki takes the wind, the fat old man sees clearly. Zongxian's punch against Danzo is definitely an application of Yang Shushu, which is exactly the same as Tsunade's violent girl's strange power technique. He is not a perception ninja, and cannot be sure whether the two are the same. The only thing that is certain is that this is definitely Yang escape. Get the wind, what's wrong? Third generation asked aloud. He wouldn't underestimate this old classmate who has an inner show. In the group of Inoshikacho, Akamaiki stood out from the crowd and was accepted as a student by second Hokage. Naturally, it was not a simple role. It's nothing, it just feels like this scene is familiar. It reminds me of the time when Uchiha Madara left the village, when I was a kid. Is that right? Third generation took a deep look at Akamaiki and took the wind. His ears were not deaf yet, and he heard the words Yang done just now. Take the wind, what are you talking about? How can this kid be compared to Uchiha Madara? Utaten Koharu retorted. You say yes, Akamaiki is too lazy to argue with others. It won't be good if you win, and it won't be good if you lose. Why waste that energy and stamina? The fat old man just looked at the hole in the wall, and Zongxian and Danzo who were fighting again in the corridor, and said, Sarutobi, are you really going to fight Uchiha? If you don't control the situation, you will lose control. Don't worry, I'm not reminding you, unless you get Jiraiya and Tsunade back, you may not be able to deal with the Uchiha clan with the village's current power. He said this in his mouth, and at the same time he was secretly wondering whether the Uchiha clan is going to reach another peak again. Inoshikacho seems to have always been regarded as the vassal ally of the Sarutobi clan, and as staunch supporters of the purpose of the third generation. However, the history of this affiliation is actually not long. The initial beginning is derived from the third generation. The purpose of the father, Sarutobi Suzuki, is a powerful ninja who can remain famous when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara cross the ninja world. Uchiha Suzuki's name comes from this. Before the rise of Sarutobi Suzuki, the Sarutobi clan was just one of the innumerable ninja families in the ninja world. There was no blood inheritance limit, no family secrets, and even not as good as the summoning beasts and monkeys they contracted. Famous. The Akamaiki clan has a much longer history than the Sarutobi clan, and their clan also inherits the secret technique of Yang escape, so Akamaiki knows exactly what kind of monsters ninjas who can truly master Yang escape or Yin escape are. To cite a recent example, first Hokage Senju Hashirama has practiced Yang Shushu to ultimate, and Uchiha Madara has taken Yin Shushu to the point where it is unprecedented. At the very least, there is no one in the Akamaiki history that compares these two. Bit stronger. But now, Uchiha turned out to be a master, and Sharingan's blood succession limit itself is a symbol of Yin renunciation. This is really an unsettling combination. Especially the majestic breath of life that faintly reveals when throwing a fist. The fat old man made a secret gesture, so although Nara Luyu and Yamanaka Ueki were surprised, they chose to slow down and did not rush out firmly behind third generation to stop Zongxian and Danzo. Fight. In the hallway, Zongxian and Danzo are already fighting. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Danzo used his best wind-style technique as soon as he shot it. Unexpectedly, he was caught off guard by a punch by Zhong Xian, causing his internal organs to be faintly shaken. The anger in his heart caused him to kill Zhong Xian by holding his hands. This kind of technique is meaningless. Zhong Xian was expressionless, shaking his hands and throwing his shurikens. As chakra poured in, all of these shurikens had the destructive power of a D-class treasure. The bullet-like high-pressure wind group was easily shattered by the shuriken, and the inexhaustible shuriken created several holes in the wall. The terrifying destructive power moved the third generation who was about to intervene in the battle. Isn't Uchiha Ryu's shuriken technique famous for its ingenuity and mystery? When did it have such power? Subconsciously, he remembered the phrase Yang Ian that Akamika said before taking the wind, and he couldn't help but hesitate, whether it is true that the village without Jiraiya and Tsunade may not be able to solve it now. Drop Uchiha? Ryoma, Danzo growled. In the next second, a black worm cloud surged from one side of the corridor, mixed with an annoying fine hiss, and rushed towards Zhong Xian. Shisui. Zhong Xian looked at Danzo coldly. Who did he look down on? He is not a lonely man. He is now the head of the Uchiha clan and the new minister of the Konoha police department. The flames bloomed in the corridor. Shisui couldn't help but sighed and stopped to Barame Ryoma. Shisui might really hesitate if he was asked to act on the third generation. If he was just Danzo's lackey, then there was nothing to worry about. Everyone, this is a personal grievance between my clan and Danzo. Please don't intervene casually. Zhong Xian looked back at the patriarchs in the conference room and issued a warning. At the same time, it can be regarded as implicitly showing that the Uchiha clan does not intend to be enemies of the other families, provided that they do not come to find it yourself. The wife has been peaceful for decades, and the Hokage building, which has not experienced any external threats since the establishment of the village, suffered from the pain of the chest and abdomen for the first time in her life. Zhong Xian and Danzo fought hard. Before the two of them saw blood, the Hokage building was already tossed. That is, as the administrative center of Konoha village, its sturdiness is indeed the best level, and it has not been easily demolished. Although this is also the reason that both Zhong Xian and Danzo have refrained from using large-scale destructive ninjutsu, this is the Hokage building. If this is demolished today, I don't know how big things will happen in the village. Danzo is still thinking about the position of Hokage, and here he thinks that instead of wasting chakra with that kind of large-scale destructive ninjutsu, it is better to use a more concentrated single ninjutsu. As for Zhong Xian, he had a great time. When Akamike took the wind and took the Inoshikacho tribe and chose to watch, the patriarchs of many families also gave up the plan to put pressure on Uchiha together with the third generation. After all, even as Sarutobi, the Inoshikacho of a family of vassal allies have shrunk their heads, so I can't blame them for not doing their best. As a result, the current situation has become a confrontation between the Uchiha clan and Danzo. The third generation also hesitated because of Akamika's attitude of taking the wind, wondering what kind of hole Uchiha has in the end, so that the Kyufeng even backed down. It was difficult for Time to make up his mind, but he yelled at Zhong Xian and Danzo to stop, but in fact there was no substantial stop. Anyway, as long as you don't get killed, Danzo is not a big deal. The Umbus led the evacuation of the staff and writers in the building, and at the same time issued a forbidden password. Those who witnessed the battle between Zhong Xian and Danzo were not allowed to pass on gossip. At least, these things are still pending before Master Hokage has a clear order. Cannot leak. Earth-style rock stealer. Zhong Xian's one-handed seal. In the next second, a rock stick protruded from the floor like a forest of guns. Of course, this trick didn't bring any damage to Danzo, but Zhong Xian didn't use it to hurt people. He just needed a more handy weapon. The shuriken was too sharp. It would be very troublesome to kill it. And to be honest, beating Danzo made him feel very happy, and his happy mood even made his eyes faintly itchy. Perhaps, Danzo was that opportunity? But is it possible that the activation of Mangekyo does not require the stimulation of negative emotions? It is still said that Myonian evasion technique is profound enough, and the pupil power accumulation in his eyes is full to the limit of 3 Tomo Sharinan, so there is no need for that strong enough to make people unforgettable despair as fuel to ignite Mangekyo's brilliance. Perhaps, this is the correct answer. In his opinion, power is not inherently righteous and evil, but compared to the short to fleeting happy emotions, the deeper and lasting despair and sorrow can bring more powerful spiritual energy to Uchihas. The volatility of Sharinan promotes the evolution of Sharinan to a higher level. Of course, this is just a flash of thought in Zhong Xian's mind. As for whether it is or not, I will find a chance to do experiments in the future. The most urgent thing is to continue to beat Danzo in front of him to maintain this short and perishable life. He's happy mood. Maybe you can start Mangekyo today. He reached down and broke off a rock stick. The knight does not die with bare hands. The power invaded into the stick in his hand. The stick that was originally limited in strength suddenly became indestructible. It was swung up to smash Danzo's wind-style technique, and the physical power burst out and rushed to Danzo. In front of him, Danzo felt a deep pain with the forceful strike to the Wonderland, but at the same time he didn't say that he just lost the power to resist. Certainly, Danzo is not just a passive target. Guo Ying, who dared to take the position of Hokage, did have 2 brushes. The silent wind style technique cut Zhongxian's sleeves, leaving blood-spattered wounds on his arms, without touching them, to the bones, but it is indeed painful. Can it only stop the bleeding? Zhongxian silently felt the changes in the wound on his arm. Obviously his Yang escape skills did not reach the level of first Hokage's Mujitsu cure in the past. This kind of skin and flesh wounds can't be healed, but he can only stop the bleeding. There is nothing for Zhongxian. Very dissatisfied, Samehada can not only help him practice Yin escape, but also help him practice Yang escape. It's just that he put most of his energy into the practice of Yin Shu, and even though Yang Shu has entered the door, it still has a lot of heat. But this is enough. Whether it is to stop the bleeding from the wound, or the considerable physical strength and speed, he has been very satisfied. Desire is the driving force for mankind to move forward, but excessive greedy desire is also a destructive poison. Besides, at this time, Zhongxian still needs to dye his sleeves and shirt with blood to prove that Danzo is actually quite capable, so that third generation does not rush to the end of the stage. After all, judging from the current situation, they have repeatedly used the earth style to harden. Danzo seemed to be okay with protecting himself, but the bloody Zhongxian made people worry about whether he would fall in the next second. Of course, Zhongxian's trick is not to say that he can hide it from everyone. There are not a few good-sensing ninjas present, but since Hyaga Hayashi's younger brother was forced to commit suicide in order to protect himself, he no longer had the desire to compete with Uchiha for Kana as top wealthy, and chose to avoid the threat of Cloud Shinobi's third generation. It is not without complaints in his heart. He wouldn't ruin such a good show at this time. And Yamanaka Hai, the squad leader of the analysis class, glanced at the old man who was in the wind, and chose to be silent. But even if they didn't feel the ninja's report, third generation, who had not been confused yet, noticed Zhongxian's tricks. Just when he was frightened and ready to shoot, Ultimate Zhongxian chose to use his right leg to harden Danzo's vacuum sword slash, and he was also waving the rough, crude, but hard, Danzo slash in his hand. The stone stick, which could not be cut by the vacuum sword, hit Danzo's right leg fiercely. The sound of broken bones sounded like heaven to Zhongxian. The only fly in the ointment is that Danzo is stiff enough, his right leg has been smashed to the flesh, but he doesn't even scream. Forget it. Seeing that you opened the door for me, let you be the first to see my pupil's skills. Zhongxian leaned close to the wall to prevent himself from falling. Danzo said with a smile that can only be heard clearly within 1 foot of the body. Scarlet Eyes have undergone earth-shaking changes in this instant. From today onwards, his Uchiha Zhongxian broke the Uchiha clans need to go through hell-like desperate pain to unlock Mangekyo Sharingan's law. Uchiha, Mangekyo Sharingan can be opened happily. The pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan is absolutely impossible to have the same situation. Zhongxian is no exception. Using Danzo's pupils as mirrors, Zhongxian saw the 6-leaf windmill-like pattern in his eyes, similar to Shisui's 4-leaf blade-like pattern, except that there were 2 more leaves and the blade was also to be more slender. The curvature of the bend is larger. They have pretty eyes, aren't they? A happy smile appeared on Zhongxian's face. It's just that the smile in Danzo's eyes is even more disgusting than the evil spirits. The scarlet Sharingan with the shape of a 6-blade windmill awakens his long-hidden memory. Uchiha, has this evil power appeared again? He shouted openly. However, when he witnessed Zhongxian's earth-shaking changes in his eyes, it was already too late. Welcome to my world. The sound appeared abruptly in Danzo's helix, interrupting his thoughts. His eyes turned slightly, and he realized that he was no longer in the messy corridor of the Hokage building. Instead, he was replaced by a courtyard garden with a nice view. Stone lanterns, ponds, hills, bamboo forests. You can also see the blue and boundless sky when you look up, and the unobstructed emptiness seems to engulf people in. This is fake. With a clear mind, Danzo looked down at his unharmed body, and a feeling of underestimated humiliation rose in his heart. Even if your Uchiha clan's illusion skills are powerful, you don't need to humiliate people like this, right? Really think he can't solve this inexplicable illusion? All right. He tried several times and had to admit that he really couldn't crack this seemingly ineffective illusion. Danzo looked at this courtyard with no exit or path, wondering what kind of illusion technique it was. It seemed that it was not an illusion technique that directly hurts people. In other words, it was an illusion technique used by sleepy people, similar to in the heart of a fox. Surgery trick? No, that's not right. The fox's heart trick is to make people mistakenly think that they break into the maze and keep walking around to achieve the purpose of consuming the enemy's physical strength. In this situation, he can't feel the control over his real body at all, so it should be similar to the Xiaoqing's technique? Or is it not technique? It doesn't feel right. Assistant Danzo Hokage, don't you think this courtyard is lacking? The sound I heard before resounded in the helix again. In the blink of an eye, Danzo saw Uchiha Zhongxian sitting 3 or 4 steps away in front of him, sitting on an overturned bluestone bar on the grass. This guy at the extreme of damn it had a foolish, disgusting smile on his face. Is smiling at him. Zhongxian sat on the rock in a leisurely and relaxed posture. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the courtyard condescendingly. There are mountains, water, bamboo forests, grasslands, stone lanterns, and small shrines, but there is no beauty of flowers and trees. So, still please help me. How about a beautiful sakura flower tree here? Uchiha Zhongxian, what the hell are you making? Danzo fought and looked at Uchiha Zhongxian with 12 minutes of vigilance, alerting to this unidentified illusion. Seeing Uchiha Zhongxian, who suddenly stood up and walked in step by step, I don't know why Uchiha Zhongxian's height is getting higher and higher. It is like kneeling at Uchiha Zhongxian's feet, looking up at Uchiha Zhongxian's chin. Haven't you noticed? It's too dull. Assistant Danzo Hokage, you are also a master of Grandmaster's sealing technique. Why haven't you noticed that your own state is a bit wrong? Zhongxian looked down at Danzo, who was half buried in the soil, and the smile on his face became more and more cheerful. Of course, he is not a mentally impaired person who can only feel happiness from the pain of others. He just feels happy simply seeing Danzo suffer. In essence, he is still a good person who hates to cause others pain. In order to make sure that everyone died thoroughly on the battlefield, so as not to suffer the crime alive, he would kindly help everyone to provide a one-stop service of cremation and ash. Like waking up from a big dream, Danzo finally noticed that he was buried in the ground. The old man does not panic, but to be honest, is not panic, nothing to panic. Here is the Uchiha or strings illusionist in the world. What happens is not surprising, or if the strings were always Uchiha, no action that can be called strange too. Is there only this means? Uchiha Zhongxian? Danzo looked up at Zhongxian with contempt. It's just the beginning. Danzo Hokage assisted. Zhongxian smiled and stretched out his hand and said, look, it's already sprouting. Verdant green shoots drill broke Danzo flesh left shoulder, began in a visible speed, continues to grow larger. Right leg smashed bloody, did not utter a word of Danzo sent a piercing screams like a root flower shell got into his body which, like a snake, like scurrying around, such as in vitro is like a python, the thick roots turned over the soil and coiled his body layer by layer. It didn't take too long to see a towering sakura flower tree pavilion standing in the courtyard, with thousands of pink buds all over the branches. Uchiha Zhongxian, what exactly did you do? This is a good question. What did Zhongxian do? Looking down at Danzo, who was entangled by the dense tree roots, like a mummified dried out of water, Zhongxian's brows and eyes were filled with endless joy. Tell you one thing, when the sakura on this sakura flower tree, when the flowers are all blooming, it is the moment when you declare your death. You will be drained of all the spiritual energy and transformed into resources that will make me stronger. Danzo struggled violently. It's just that he, who has not been able to break free before, is now entangled by the dense tree roots. All struggles are in vain. This is Zhongxian's Mangekyo Sherinan pupil technique, unless he possesses the same or even surpasses it. The pupil power or spiritual power above Zhongxian, otherwise don't want to get rid of this illusion called Muwasaki Ya. Muwasaki Zhongxian opened one of the two pupil techniques that Mangekyo awakened. It is not so much the pupil technique of the illusion system, but rather the pupil technique of the yin escape system. As Zhongxian said, this technique allows the subject to be awakened. The towering sakura tree grows out of his body, and as the process of flowering continues to extract the spiritual energy of the subject, this is no longer an illusion in the ordinary sense, and it has stepped into the real life of illusion. This is yin escape, the pupil technique of yin escape system. Zhongxian bent down, leaned in front of Danzo, and said with a smile, but don't worry, I won't kill you right now. After all, Lord Danzo, you are Hokage's assistant. It's okay to find an excuse to fight with you, but before there is enough evidence to ruin you, you will kill you. Bring great trouble? Of course, I will not let you continue to give me trouble as alive. The sakura flower of this tree will leave you a little bit, linger for a month or two, no matter how old you die, then, your death will not have anything to do with me directly. Relationship. Snapped. Zhongxian snapped his fingers, and the tree-filled buds began to bloom enthusiastically. Only a small part of the buds in the corner were quietly unmoved. The heavy flowers bend the branches, the sakura flower that blooms to its fullest begins to wither, and the look in Danzo's eyes fades a little bit, as if the soul has been drawn away. If it weren't for the instinctive twitching eyes, this is a dry corpse that has been sun-dried. The mental energy that was fed back made up for the consumption of the pupil technique of Muwasaki Ya, and there was even a small surplus, which made Zhongxian, who was also in the illusion space, feel an indescribable sense of pleasure. Zhongxian flexed his fingers and flicked the few buds that had never bloomed. Looking at Danzo, who was entangled by tree roots like rice dumplings, laughed happily. He slowly closed his eyes and lifted the pupil technique. The time for Huashu to grow up seems to be long, but in reality it was only a moment later. Zhongxian was still standing in front of Danzo. He looked at Danzo, who had no gods, and walked back, because the movements were a bit fierce. Blood soared from the wound on the thigh, and then slowly stopped because of the power of Yang Yun. It hurts. Zhongxian made a false scream. But at this time, few people joined in. After all, this is not Uchiha's home court. Whether Shisui or Uchiha Fugaku, no one came to Zongxian to cheer. Everyone's attention was silent and fell down like a corpse. Danzo on the ground attracted the past. Danzo. Third generation's eyes widened and looked at Danzo, who fell on the ground incredulously. Danzo? Come on, where's the medical ninja? Roll over to me quickly, what are you doing so slowly? Mito Kato Homura roared. Akamaike can't sit still anymore at this time. It's one thing to like Danzo, this nasty guy, but if Danzo really died here at this time, it would definitely be very troublesome. One thing, once Sarutobi chooses to go to war with Uchiha, then they will also be destined not to stay out of the matter. Yamanaka hides hands nodding. Although he is not a medical ninja, as a top-notch sensory ninja, he can see what Danzo is in now. He used the ultimate mystery skills of the Yamanaka clan to take a photo of Danzo. How is it? Hi. Well, Yamanaka Kiyaki frowned very embarrassedly. At this moment, not only Akamaika scratched his face in doubt, but even Nara Shikasa looked at Yamanaka Kiyaki in surprise at this moment. As the second of the modern Inoshikacho iron triangle, they are very close. My good friends, everyone has known each other for so many years, and I haven't seen Yamanaka Kiki who is so embarrassed a few times. At this time, the medical ninja stationed in the Hokage building rushed over at an extremely fast speed. A group of experts in white clothes immediately surrounded Danzo, and began to use medical ninjutsu to examine Danzo's body. By the way, he was treated for the obvious traumas. As for the same bloody-looking very miserable Zongxian, nobody cares at all. Tisk! Zongxian smacked his lips. Without the strength to pretend to be screaming, he simply walked 2 steps farther, lazily leaning against the wall, watching a group of medical ninjas arguing around Danzo. Obviously, it's not just Yamanaka Kiki who feels entangled. These superb medical skills and knowledgeable medical ninjas are also in chaos. Everyone has their own opinions, and no one can persuade each other. They are too noisy. They are not far away. The third generation, Mito Kato Homura, Udaten Koharu and others heard it called a dizziness. Enough! Shut up, come out and tell me first if Danzo is dead or alive? Udaten Koharu, the old lady, was the first to stun the medical ninjas who fell into a frenzy because of a disease they had never seen before. Numerous medical ninjas looked at each other, and finally the oldest one stood up and said respectfully, "Elder, turn to bed. Danzo consultant is still alive, although his breathing is weak and his consciousness has not recovered, but there is no doubt that Elder Danzo is still alive." Then what are you arguing about? This, mainly because I and a few colleagues have some disagreements about the reasons why Elder Danzo is unconscious. Okay, I see. Don't tell me those professional things. I don't understand them. As long as Danzo is still alive, it will be fine. Go and send Danzo to the hospital. Your task is to make Danzo wake up as soon as possible. Come back to normal. The medical ninjas were silent for a few seconds after hearing this. They looked at each other. Obviously no one would like to say something like Elder Danzo is unlikely to wake up at this time, in case they are accidentally involved in unpredictability. In the risk of suffering, there will be no place to cry at that time. Not far from the diagonally opposite, Uchiha Zongxian, covered in blood, is still looking here. There is no need to call a nurse. The 2 younger medical ninjas directly lifted Danzo on a stretcher, spread their legs and lifted Danzo to Kanaha Hospital. That's all. Danzo fell into a deep coma and was taken to Kanaha Hospital. When the backs of the medical ninjas disappeared and the ruined messy corridor fell into deathly silence, Abarame Ryoma had already taken the initiative to interrupt the battle with Shisui when Danzo fell, as quietly as Danzo's shadow. He went to Kanaha Hospital with the medical ninjas. One hotspot disappeared, and everyone's attention finally shifted to another hotspot. The culprit who caused Elder Danzo to fall into a coma. What are you looking at me? Do you have a medical ninja? Danzo Consultant's wind style technique is really amazing. My thigh was almost cut off for him. A certain culprit sighed and reached out and touched himself. The bloody wound on the thigh immediately showed a painful expression on his face. The meaning is very clear. Don't think that Danzo will be great when he enters the hospital, he is not hurt at all. Uchiha Zongxian. What if Danzo has any accident? Third generation stared at Zongxian's feet and tried to slap a couple of cruel words. Only the old man Danzo is almost 70 years old. Maybe one foot slipped and drowned in the toilet one day when he peed. Whether he is dead or alive has nothing to do with me, and the grievances between my clan and Danzo are not over yet. Even Third Hokage couldn't let Zongxian speak more politely, and roughly interrupted Third Generation's purpose. As soon as Mangekyo Sherinan opened, Zongxian could clearly know the heightened strength of his own. He now has enough confidence to speak harshly here. Lord Third Generation and Patriarchs, please remember, Uchiha will always be Kanaha's Uchiha, but this does not mean that we deserve to be bullied. Don't take those shit excuses. I came out and said, you all know what is going on. I don't bother to investigate the bad things in the past, but from now on, if you think uchiha is still the same as before, you can give it a try. Uchiha, is there any temper? The patriarchs are silent. No one will be unhappy at this time. Before figuring out how Danzo fell, that is, before figuring out Uchiha Zongxian's whole cards, no one was prepared to take the risk. Even the third generation's eyes returned to their former gentle expressions at this time. Kato Homura and Yutatin Kohara was only concerned about Danzo's situation, and did not say that he jumped his feet and asked Zongxian to explain. This is the world of ninjas, follow the world where the strong are king. In the face of strong enough power, the rules and so on will change their shape from the heart, and actively adapt to the preferences of the strong. Are Uchiha Zongxian held accountable? Do not be silly. Senju Hashirama dared to teach the rebellious Uchiha Madara, because he has the strength to crush the opponent's head with his friends. Danzo was defeated so easily, so the third generation's eyes were full of jealousy. He asked himself whether he thought he could easily defeat Danzo. Even Uchiha's illusion would not make Danzo fall into a coma, unless it was, thoughts that make people feel unhappy came to mind. He glanced at Zongxian, who was covered in blood, who was actually not a big deal, and sighed silently in his heart. Then he glanced at Uchiha Shisui, who was able to stop a Barame Ryoma from start to finish, and was playing soy sauce from start to finish. Uchiha Fugaku, who didn't move, will not say the latter. The first two alone are enough to cause headaches. Not to mention that there are so many outstanding jonin in the Uchiha clan. It seems that the matter for the Uchiha clan is going to be put aside for the time being. The pressure is too tight. If the net is broken in the end, Kanaha's vitality will be severely injured, and then he will be picked up by the other 4 villages. This kind of thing is never allowed to happen. Uchiha Zongxian, the police department is not anyone's toy. I hope you don't go wrong. Third generation said word by word. Turn around and leave after speaking. The area around the meeting room is in bad shape. The Earth-style ninja can't fix the reinforced concrete building. You need to wait for a professional engineering team to repair it. Fortunately, the Hokage office is not close to this area and has not been involved in the previous battle. Go, not to say that he will have to change his office job as Hokage. Kato Homura and Yutatin Koharu, these 2 mature elders, also left silently. Uchiha's future is naturally my patriarch's own responsibility. Master Hokage will worry about this, Zongxian said loudly, looking at the distant back of third generation. The meeting ended just like that. The third generation and others failed to achieve their desired goals. Instead they folded in a Shimura Danzo, and the sentence before the third generation left was equivalent to acknowledging the identity of the head of the police department of Sashin Kanaha. This is for fear of ties. The noise is too stiff, and it is easy to wipe the gun and go off fire, because some misunderstandings or intentional provocations caused Uchiha Zongxian to take the initiative to fight the village. Before figuring out how strong Uchiha Zongxian is, it is too risky to start a war rashly. In this episode of a world where great strength is in one person, a real strong man is enough to change the outcome of a war. The number of people is meaningless in some cases. This has been seen between First Hokage and Uchiha Madara. The third generation of the battle couldn't be clearest. Uchiha Zongxian, maybe it is the same power that Uchiha Madara has called Mangekyo Sharinan. Third generation, who was walking on the way to the office, was in a heavy mood. The only thing to be thankful was that Uchiha Zongxian didn't seem to be going to war with the village. At least he hadn't seen similar signs so far, which made him feel relieved. Uchiha, ha. Teacher, what you said is correct. Uchiha is a dangerous and evil race. Dilapidated meeting room area, the patriarchs who came to participate also began to disperse, walking together in 2s and 3s, whispering private words, but without exception, they all avoided Uchiha Zongxian. If you don't fight Uchiha, it doesn't mean you have to be friends with Uchiha. A few people like to be friends with a group of guys who love to see people through their nostrils. Akamaiki took the wind. The fat old man ran fast. As soon as the third generation left, the old man led Nara Keiju and Yamanaka High 1 or 2 to run together, for fear that he might have something to do with the Uchiha clan, even if he was caught by Uchiha Kagami. After helping, personal kindness can't replace the importance of family after all. But, among the many patriarchs, some were secretly staring at Uchiha Zongxian for a long time, until he was urged by 2 other patriarchs who had a good relationship, and then reluctantly left here with his friends. Zongxian, what are you looking at? Shisui approached. It's nothing, it just feels like someone has been staring at me, and I'm a little curious about who it is. Zongxian said and shook his head. Don't talk about this. Anyway, Shisui, have you seen it? That's what the so-called piece is. Type it out. He pointed his finger at the wall full of holes and the floor with cracks. Shisui smiled bitterly when he heard the words. There was indeed a touch in his heart. When Danzo fell, he thought everything was messed up, and an irreversible bloody battle between the village and the family was destined to erupt. As a result, the next plot was a turn of events. The bloody battle did not come, but Zongxian's successor to the police department was approved. This is too ridiculous. Shisui looked depressed and puzzled. Although the result was very good, he still couldn't let go of his heart. He couldn't accept that the rulers of the village were so casual, with no persistence or backbone, and the speed of changing his face from front to back made him stun his tongue. It's not ridiculous at all, this is the rules of the world we live in. The strong is respected, and the winner is king. He only heard a stab sound. Zhongxian pulled off a section of his sleeve as a bandage and tangled the wound on his thigh. The blood had stopped, but the skin wound was healed without the help of a medical ninja. A day or two. Hey, Shisui, how long will you struggle with? Didn't you see that I hurt my leg? Come over and help me anyway. Zhongxian raised his head to look at Shisui, who was still thinking, and yelled angrily. Then, soon after Danzo was hospitalized, the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan and the new minister of the Konoha police department were also hospitalized. Although the doctors said that those skin injuries could be raised home, Zhongxian insisted on being hospitalized. He did so. It wasn't to prevent Danzo's resurgence, he just wanted to spend 2 days in the hospital. The people who have been tossing these 2 days are choking. First, the patriarch hurriedly usurped the throne, and then he stubbornly withstood the pressure from the village. For now, the threat on the surface of the Uchiha clan is temporarily calmed down, as far as it is said that the underwater is difficult to see. Qing's undercurrent, let's rest for 2 days. It just so happens that he also needs time to figure out his pupil technique. If he returns home, as the patriarch, he must have a lot of trouble to deal with. If he goes to the police department, he will definitely find it difficult to settle down as a minister. If he thinks about it, he might as well stay in Konoha. In the hospital, pretend to be wounded, take a good rest here. Konoha Hospital. The single ward on the second floor near the corner of the corridor is the room belonging to Uchiha Zhongxian. The life in the hospital was not as beautiful as imagined. Zhongxian still miscalculated his current influence. When Shisui told the elders of what he had done in the Hokage building, the elders told you after he had rendered it. Tribe. Then, the family land is boiling. That damn Danzo was turned into a vegetative man lying in the hospital by the patriarch. This is the most pleasing news they have heard in the past 5 years, especially the group who was still a little dissatisfied with Zhongxian resolutely opposed the coup at the rally. The radicals of the declaration, one by one, instantly became a firm supporter of Zhongxian. When I heard that the patriarch was also injured in the battle with Danzo, he is currently hospitalized at Konoha Hospital. Groups of tribesmen carrying fruit baskets and various gifts began to visit the door to give condolences, and almost broke the threshold of Zhongxian ward. Yes, there were so many gifts that there was no place to put them, so I had to ask people to send the perishable fruits to the police department for digestion. Ugh. Leaning on the head of the bed, Zhongxian let out a helpless sigh. I knew this, so I could go home altogether. Those bastards in the clan don't go home to sleep at night, so they have to stroll around the hospital on patrols, saying they want to protect me from being tricked. To be honest, if I fall into the protection of them, I might as well just jump out of the window and forget it. Don't say that, this is also everyone's mind. Everyone knows that the patriarch is strong and outstanding, but there is also a saying that it is easy to hide a spear and a dark arrow. It is difficult to defend. You will only do this if you love it. Uchiha Arashiyama was sitting in a chair by the hospital bed, peeling apples. The small and exquisite fruit knife fluttered and danced like a butterfly in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the red peel was peeled, revealing the white flesh inside. Stop the nonsense. Let me say that those little ghosts are all too idle, and I have to find something to do for them. What is the situation with the police department? Is there any troublesome trouble? Shendu is in the hospital, and the police department is basically entrusted to Uchiha Arashiyama to take care of it, and he himself hides in the hospital. Not bad. The news that Danzo became a vegetative made the big guys feel more emotional. There are also some recent harassment from the public and the secret, and the small actions against the police department are gone. It can be said that everything is fine. Uchiha Arashiyama took a bite of the apple, and the sweet juice splashed. It's fine. Zhongxian was too lazy to ask. Anyway, it seems that Uchiha should be able to live a comfortable life steadily. As long as he does not fall, third generation will no longer take random shots. Of course, once it is activated, it will definitely be thunderous, but that's something for the future, so let's worry about the troubles now. Boom! There was a knock on the door. Coming again? Zhongxian's eyes twitched. I glanced at the dang presents on the table and coffee table, sighed very tired, and weakly said, "Come in." The door is unlocked. I secretly calculated in my heart, guessing who will come this time. But when the guest opens the door and enters, Zhongxian raised his eyebrows. Zhongxian, is your injury okay? The man with a refined face, an easygoing smile, and a bookish look on his body carried an exquisite look. At first glance, the valuable fruit basket came in. Senior Kong Yun. Zhongxian sat up straight. Somewhat unexpectedly, I looked at this person as familiar, but his friendship is not that deep acquaintance. Pommel Horse Khan Jiun, the newly appointed patriarch of the Pommel Horse clan, had several team experiences with Zongxian during the 3 World Wars. At that time, Jonan's Pommel Horse Khan Jiun took care of Zongxian. However, after the end of the 3 wars, it didn't take long for the Nine Tails chaos to erupt. Since then, the living environment of the Uchiha clan has become worse and worse. To be honest, Zongxian has not met with Kurama Khan Jiun for 2 or 3 years. Wait, Zongxian's mind flashed, and he recalled 4 after defeating Danzo at the meeting in the Hokage building the day before. Zongxian remembered that someone was watching him at the time, and the owner of the site seemed to be Kuma Khan Jiun. It seems that your injury is well taken care of. Kunma Khan Jiun glanced at the coffee table full of gifts, and simply put the fruit basket on the hospital bed. It's just a little injury, but Senior Kong Yun, you are so courageous. If someone knows that you come to my ward, I am afraid it will not do any good. On the contrary, if you irritate those old people, it might be sad. As the saying goes, nothing does not go to the palace of 3 treasures. Kunma Khan Jiun is not a wicked person, but he is not a good person who gives up charcoal in the snow. The relationship between everyone before is the same thing, and it is hard to talk about how close friends they are. It was possible for him to step into Zongxian's ward without hesitating to incur risks to his family. Naturally, something prompted him to make this decision. 4 days ago, Zongxian, you should have turned on the Mangekyo Sherinan of your clan? Kurama Khan Jiun and Uchiha Arashiyama, who took the initiative to get up and walk away, nodded in thanks, and sat down in a chair peacefully while speaking, without revealing anything. Secret consciousness of others. Lanshan, help go outside and watch. Senior Kong Yun and I have a good chat. Uchiha Arashiyama stared deeply at Kuma Khan Jiun, and threw away the fruit cores that had been gnawed away from the pulp. He pulled a piece of tissue and wiped his hands, walked out of the ward, and took the door to the door. A doorman was acting on the wall. In the room, Zongxian sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, looking at Pommel Khan Jiun with interest. Kong Yun Sr., Mangekyo Sherinan, where did you know the name? It's not a secret. Kurama Khan Jiun replied calmly, in the strongest time, our Kurama clan claimed to be able to share the illusion with Uchiha. Some ancestors in the family opened Mangekyo Sherinan in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha had competed with illusion. Thanks to this, I also got lucky to know about Mangekyo Sherinan. I see. Zongxian nodded. In fact, it doesn't really matter whether it's true or false, Zongxian doesn't mind showing his power to the outside world. As long as he is strong enough, how about knowing that Zongxian has Mangekyo Sherinan? Do you think that you can find a way to crack Zongxian's pupil technique? Although Zongxian has been a headache disturbed by the endless stream of people in the past few days, fortunately, he took a break from his busy schedule, but he took the time to study his pupil technique and wanted to crack his pupil technique, but not something that can be done so easily. Then, Senior Kong Yun, what is it that you are looking for me? After the greeting, Zongxian went straight ahead. Zongxian, your temper is as straightforward as you used to be. A bitter smile appeared on Kunma Khan Jiun's face. He took a deep breath and said, I came to you because I hope you can do me a favor. It's not that I don't want to help, but that my medical ninjutsu is only halfway through. If even the best doctors at Kanaha Hospital can't help me, expect me to create any miracles. Please forgive me for nothing. It's not that Zongxian doesn't want to help. If you can take this opportunity to open up the social circle that the families in the village have already closed to Uchiha, it will undoubtedly be a good thing. The problem, however, is that the request made by Khan Jiun Kunma is really difficult. That is not a problem that can be solved with a knife. It is not his profession to treat diseases and save people. He is a master of murder and arson. I understand Zongxian's concerns, but I still hope that you can help Zongxian take a look. Regardless of the final result, the Pommelma clan is willing to have friendly relations with the nobles from now on. Pommel Khan Jiun does not intend to give up. He even used the family as a bargaining chip to push it up. This is not the arbitrariness of his patriarch. This is a joint decision made by the powers of their clan. I see. At this point, it would be a bit of a shame to refuse. Although the Pommel Horse clan used to claim to be equal to the Uchiha clan's illusion, there is actually no contradiction and enmity that is difficult to resolve between the two clans. Uchiha is a famous grandmother who doesn't kiss her uncle and doesn't love him. It's hard to live without a Pommel Horse. Pommel Horse himself also has troubles that it is difficult to tell outsiders. The family's blood inheritance is extremely unstable. Only a few generations can have a genius who inherits blood inheritance. However, this generation of geniuses has been weak and sick since childhood, and it is also a trouble for the brain. I couldn't figure it out, and I didn't have the time to trouble Uchiha. I will check it out, but I can't guarantee anything. I can only say that I will do my best. Zongxian nodded and agreed. Enough. Enough. If you are really helpless, then there is nothing you can do. Then, please tell me a time. I will come to visit when the time comes. Don't be so troublesome, you can do it now. Is in the hospital. Zongxian was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood. 2. Even if it is stronger than the Uchiha clan, it must be admitted that the innovation of the medical ninja system is an extremely outstanding change. A medical facility like Konoha Hospital was something that the ninja family could not build at all before. Compared with those cultivated in the family, the medical ninja with mixed good and bad, or the medical power of Konoha Hospital, is more trustworthy. Yes, today is the day when Yakumo comes to the hospital for routine checkups, once every half a month, and now Nazi is taking the child for checkups. Kuma Kanjayun stood up. Zong-sien, please. Wait a minute, I'll bring Yakumo here. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. I'll go take a look with you. I've been bored in the ward for several days, so I just went out for a tour. Good too. Kuma Kanjayun hesitated, but did not refuse. Anyway, he had already walked into Zanzian's ward with a fruit basket. Even if he was seen walking with Uchiha Zong-sien again, with the suspicion of the third-generation group of people, there would be no difference at all. From the moment he stepped into this room, the pommel horses were also on a certain list. However, given the current decline of the pommel horse clan, it is estimated that the ranking is not very high, and there is no need to worry too much about being hit and suppressed immediately. Zong-sien walked down to the ground. He was wearing the hospital gown that comes standard with Konoha Hospital, and he didn't change his clothes. He pulled his slippers and walked out with Kuma Kanjayun. Lanchin, it's nothing serious. I will accompany Senior Kon-yun to see a patient. Zong-sien waved to Uchiha Lanchin to go back to the police department, and there is no need to waste time here. Also, I don't plan to be discharged in 2 or 3 days. The police department wants you to continue to bother. If you have anything to do, just come to me. I see. Uchiha Arashiyama nodded, and immediately persuaded, but Zong-sien, I think it's better not to delay too long, if the enthusiasm of the people fades. It's okay, in front of my eyes, if someone really dares to trouble me, I don't mind asking a few more people to stand up. Zong-sien bit an accent on the word I. Uchiha Arashiyama knows that Mangekyo Sharinan, he knows the secret, or as long as it's not the kind of direct elders who die, or the father and grandfather are Chunin, Genin, or even not a ninja for several generations, it is not difficult to get some information about Mangekyo Sharinan. It's just that the elders strictly forbid the people of the tribe to spread about Mangekyo Sharinan at will. Just like the secret assembly of Nanga Shrine, only Jonin is qualified to know. Chunin and Genin are not due to these secrets. Seeing that Zong-sien had an idea in his heart, Uchiha Arashiyama didn't say anything anymore, and directly squeezed a body flicker technique, disappearing from the eyes of Zong-sien and Kuroma Kanjayun. Alright. Senior Kon-yun, please lead the way. This way. Pommel horse Kanjayun also has the ability to act vigorously and resolutely. That thick book spirit is a ninja habit that can't be washed away. It is energy-saving and efficient. This is the common behavior style of ninjas, and it is extremely rare to get muddy. They walked through the corridor on the 2nd floor, went straight up the stairs to the 4th floor, and came to the office of the chief physician. Although the Pommel Horse clan is declining, it can be seen that being called to participate in the meeting 4 days ago does not say that it is truly reduced to the unknown. The so-called ship Rotten also has 3,000 nails. The face of the Pommel Horse is still enough to invite a chief physician to do it. Family doctors. Big brother. A man who looked a bit older than Pommel Ma Kanjayun stood at the door. Seeing Pommel Kanjayun and Zong-sien who came by, they immediately stood up straight and greeted them. Yunhai, how is the inspection? Kun Ma Kon-yun asked. This man, who looks much older than Pommel Horse Kanjayun's full name is Pommel Horse Yunhai, is Pommel Horse Kanjayun's own younger brother, but I don't know why Pommel Horse Yunhai looks more anxious and grows too fast, obviously better than Pommel Horse Kanjayun. 2 years younger, he looks more like an older brother. I'm still checking it inside. That, the sister-in-law inside is watching, it's not easy to get in now. Kurama Yunhai said vaguely. Kuma Kanjayun knew that his wife was quite conservative. Even if Yakumo was only 5 years old, she would drive the men out of the house every time she took off her clothes for an inspection. Yunhai, get to know, this is Uchiha Zong-sien, the head of the Uchiha clan, and the head of the police department. Since I can't get started for the time being, Kuma Kanjayun had to find other topics. Patriarch Uchiha. Kurama Yunhai bowed his head respectfully to salute. Zong-sien, this is the C of Yunhai. Kun Ma Kon-yun turned around and introduced Zong-sien again. Zong-sien nodded lightly as saying hello. At this moment, the closed door of the room opened silently. It was a woman who opened the door. She was Kurama Kanjayun's wife. Zong-sien remembers that her old surname was Ching Shan, but her current name has been changed to Kurama Linear. She had several connections on the battlefield 5 or 6 years ago. If I remember incorrectly, his name at the time was Aoyama Lin, a medical ninja in charge of first aid on the battlefield. Kong-yun. Seeing Zong-sien in a medical gown, she hesitated for 2 seconds before reacting. There was a little hope on her face with a trace of undiminished sadness. It was obvious that the husband and wife invited Zong-sien to come over, or that there have been discussions within the family. Lin, how is the result of the examination? Pommel Kanjayun asked eagerly. It still hasn't improved much, it's almost the same as the last time, the pommel horse scales have a soft tone. Ugh. Hearing his wife's answer, Kurama Kanjayun suddenly sighed in disappointment. As expected, ordinary means could not solve his daughter's problem. Now he can only pin his hopes on unconventional means. Already fell on Zhong Xian's body. Look at it first. Zhong Xian reached out and clicked on the half-covered door. Can I go in now? Yes. Come in. Kurama Lin immediately opened the door when he heard the words and stretched out his hand to make an inviting gesture. Zhong Xian walked in. The interior layout of the room was similar to that of the other doctors. One was gray-haired, and he was estimated to be 50 or 60 years old. Female doctor is squatting in front of the wheelchair and talking to the little girl sitting on it. Oh, Zhong Xian's eyes widened. His eyes turned scarlet, and through the appearance of the flesh, he saw the majestic spiritual energy like a vast ocean. No wonder, this is not so much sickness, it's more of being loved by the world too much. God has given so much love and care that it is overwhelmed, it's like a joke. The female doctor was invited to the side by the pommel horse scales, but to be honest, when he saw Zhangxian Sherinan, the young doctor honestly stepped aside, and Shimura Danzo Hokage's assistant was still in the hospital to receive experts. The consultation is too. Uchiha today is more fierce than before. Zhongxian, is there a way for Yakumo's illness? Kumakan Jian raised his heart, and the more hopeful he was in his heart, the more he was afraid of disappointment, even if he had tried his best be prepared to accept bad news. In fact, it is still impossible to really calm down. Are you kidding me? To find a layman to treat illnesses and save people? No hope. The ray of hope fell in the eyes of Kanjayun, the horse. Not only him, the pommel horse scales next to him, the pommel horse Yunhai, and the female doctor all showed disappointment. All said, to save people to find a doctor, to kill people to find a ninja, to eat meat, you should find a butcher, you find me a layman to come and save people. Well, if you are lucky. If it is really a terminal illness, I may not. Is there any way, but, Zhongxian, do you have any idea? Kunma Kanjayun interrupted Zhongxian's words anxiously. Listen to me. I mean, I'm not good at curing and saving people, but the problem is that this child's problem is not an intractable disease. To be precise, this is not a disease at all. This is actually in your heart. Senior Kong Yun, is there a count? Otherwise, you won't find me specifically. Talking, Zhongxian glanced at the saddle horse Kanjayun obliquely. Zhongxian, do you really have a way? Kunma Kanjayun grabbed Zhongxian's sleeve excitedly. Alas! How many more times do I want to say it? Zhongxian sighed, and waved his sleeves off the sweaty palms of Saddle Ma Kanjayun. Within my professional scope, if nothing happens, it should be resolved. It's good if it can be solved. It's good if it can be solved. The mood seemed to fluctuate like surfing, and the pommel horse Kanjayun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't think that Zhongxian would say nothing. Otherwise, if there is no way to solve Yakumo's troubles, he will not only not get the friendship of the pommel horse clan by then, maybe settle down hatreds. Calm down, and his thinking ability returned to normal. Kunma Kong Yun realized that he had just been teased by Zhongxian with a word game. But at this moment, I can't get any anger at all. As long as Zhongxian really has a way to solve his daughter's troubles, let alone being teased, even if it is, forget it, you can't give Zhongxian a chance. The kid has been sluggish before, and the ghost knows what bad ideas can be squeezed out. Big brother, can I really walk and run like everyone else? The full name of the little girl in a wheelchair is Kurama Yakumo. She is the daughter of Kurama Kanjayun, the patriarch of the Kurama clan. This 5-year-old child has inherited the illusion of the 5 senses domination that has been passed down from generations to generations. However, it is this power inherited from the blood. Let the little guy suffer from birth. The too strong mental power made the body and spirit lose the balance. Her undeveloped body was overwhelmed by her own talent and she couldn't lift her head. She was too weak to walk, and she was dizzy when she walked 2 steps, can only act in a wheelchair like a puppet and follow the will of others. The problem shouldn't be big. Zhongxian squatted down, looking at the skinny, bluish-white face of the little girl who made people wonder if she would faint in the next second, and replied softly, "Then can I become a ninja too?" Kurama Yakumo's eyes opened wide, perhaps because of being too thin, his dark eyes shining like gems. Ninja. Zhongxian raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "Why do you want to be a ninja?" "Because everyone likes to play ninja games, only I can't play it. That's it. There should be no problem with the ninja, with your talents. You will definitely become a ninja in the future, but there is a prerequisite." Zhongxian's face showed the kind smile when he coaxed his sister's snacks. What? Kurama Yakumo is only weak, but his brain is still very flexible. And because there is no way to go out with other children, most of the time I stay at home and listen to the father or mother reading storybooks and reading picture books together, so I understand the meaning of the term premise. Ask a teacher, Zhongxian said with a smile. Zhongxian. Kanjayun, the pommel horse beside him, cried out in astonishment. However, Zhongxian ignored him. The hundreds of people from the Kurama clan combined did not have the preciousness of Kurama Yakumo alone. It is a pity that such a good material and beautiful jade is allowed to flow by itself. The blood inheritance of the Kurama family five senses has touched the essence of yin evasion technique, possesses the power of illusion that generates truth, which can be said to be an excellent object of observation for the study of yin evasion technique. How about, little sister, do you want to worship me as a teacher? Don't think I am very young, in fact, even your father is not my opponent. Okay. As long as big brother, you can really make me a ninja. The little girl quickly agreed. Do not discuss it with your parents. Don't worry. What I promised will be done. Zhongxian put a happy smile on his face, and rubbed the little girl's head. Also, remember, I will call the master in the future. His weak body made the daily activities of Kurama Yakumo extremely limited. After talking to Zhongxian for a while, he yawned tiredly, and was sent to rest by Kurama Lin, leaving behind the Kurama Kanjayun and Kurama Yunhai brothers. The two accompany Zhongxian. Zhongxian, was that just now a joke? How? Zhongxian squinted over. Think I am not qualified to accept disciples. Zhongxian, I didn't joking with you. Kunma Kanjayun felt his head hurt. I'm not kidding either. Zhongxian said, and to be honest, I'm afraid Kanaha can't find a second person besides me who can point Yakumo to dig out her talents. To be honest, let that the child staying in your clan is simply a jewel in the dust. Also, Senior Kong-yun, as I said before, you actually know the cause of Yakumo's problem? Otherwise, there are so many people in the village. I don't believe you came to me by luck, you guys. Should it be a record of yin done? Pommel Horse Kanjayun shook his head helplessly. Have you been discovered? I still can't hide it. You are right. My clan has some notes about the evacuation, and my clan has awakened to the limit of blood. The things left by the predecessors of, it is said that the root of the blood inheritance limit of our clan comes from yin dun, which happens to have the same essence as uchiha sharinan. At the meeting 4 days ago, I found that Zhongxian-kun's mental energy suddenly improved like a leaps and bounds. At that time, I was thinking that if you were Zhongxian, you might be able to help solve Yakumo's problem, but I really didn't expect to accept disciples. 4 days ago, Zhongxian was not too surprised. In the past few years after the end of the 3 wars, he has been very low-key, and has not revealed his methods in front of others. However, all the enemies who have seen him shot are basically in the belly of King Yen Mo, that is, 4 days ago. There are enough witnesses in a lively event. Perhaps, at that time, I could see that the bottom line of Zhongxian was not just the pommel horse Kanjayun. What did those people who got together have discovered? To be honest, Zhongxian couldn't control it, but Zhongxian knew that he only needed his own knife. One day is hard enough, even if someone knows some secrets, it doesn't matter. So I didn't take this matter to heart. He didn't care about these things too much, but said, Senior Kong-yun, I don't want to say the same thing a third time. Yakumo is the best quality jade. I don't want to see you wasting her talent in vain. No one can compare Kanaha's knowledge with illusion arts several times. As for the problems with Yakumo, it is naturally my own responsibility as a master. The pommel horse was speechless. What else can he say? If you think about it carefully, it is not necessarily a bad thing that Yakumo can be accepted as a disciple of Zhongxian. The former Uchiha was certainly not a good person to deal with. Now Uchiha is not very good at dealing with the truth. Those police members who patrol the streets still can't fix the smelly problem of using nostrils to see people. But, as long as Uchiha Zhongxian does not fall for a day, the Uchiha clan will be destined to stand tall, and the horror and power of Mangekyo Sharinan are recorded in the literature of the Kurama clan. What's more, even if you don't mention Mangekyo Sharinan, it's just Zhongxian himself that he thinks it's good. With such a master, you shouldn't have to worry about Yakumo going astray in the future. Just when Zhongxian received a new apprentice, thousands of miles away on the sea, a trace of blood that was difficult to clean was wafting in the village surrounded by thick fog. There were corpses in the village's well-connected waterways that were washed away by running water. Go outside the village. Last night, Kirigakure Jonin, one of the 7 members of the ninja swordsmen, finally chose to set off a rebellion and tried to assassinate 4th Mizukage after several postponements. The result was a defeat, and he escaped from the village after being wounded. 4th Mizukage did not go to chase Tadai and not cut it, but instead launched a new round of cleansing in the village. Kirigakure's water was stained blood. Obito, are you playing too hard? In the secret room, a strange man with a yin and yang face resembling a Nepenthes came out of the ground, and looked at the corpses of the umbu piled up in the secret room, and the white half of his face exclaimed in amazement. Mist is not enough to die. Uchiha Obito, wearing an orange-red striped mask, sat on the stacked corpse mountain, with cold eyes cast from the only hole in the mask. Everyone in this village deserved to die. The dead mountain that was still bleeding proved that his cruel killing intent was no joke. Absolutely, what happened? Didn't I say it? Don't bother me to relax if there is nothing wrong. It's Kanaha. Black Zetsu opened his mouth, his sullen and hoarse voice scratched uncomfortably on the eardrums. The Uchiha clan has changed the patriarch. Has Uchiha Fugaku stepped down? Uchiha Obito blinked. The news is interesting. Yes, yes, White Zetsu answered happily. The Uchiha clan held a rally in the secret room under the shrine. Uchiha Fugaku has been kicked out of the patriarch seat. The new patriarch is named Uchiha Zongxian. Guy, it seems to be only 15 years old. Uchiha Zongxian. This familiar name made Uchiha Obito feel in a daze, recalling certain memories pressed deep in his heart. If I remember correctly, unlike his own ninja school Crane Tail, although Uchiha Zongxian is younger than him, he and Uchiha Shisui are called the double stars of the Uchiha clan, and he were completely in two worlds before. Didn't expect Uchiha Zongxian to become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? By the way, I almost forgot to say that the broadsword Samehada is in the hands of Uchiha Zongxian. Also, he suddenly fought Shimura Danzo in a high-level meeting in Konoha village, knocking Danzo into a drowsy state, and moved. The immobile vegetative, based on the observations of my clones, it is suspected that Mangekyo was turned on. Dazzling and complex news followed one after another. Rao is now that Uchiha Obito is no longer the crane-tail boy of the Konoha Shinobi School, but so much information still makes him a little headache. It took half a minute to sort out the general context. Has Mangekyo turned on? Uchiha Obito held the mask's chin in his hand and said nothing. How? Obito, I feel that this Uchiha Zongxian is an unstable factor. Do you want to find a way to do it? White Zetsu urged Obito to act as if there was nothing to do in his spare time. Before Mangekyo, I don't know the details, it's too risky to rush into action. As the holder of Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Obito knows better than anyone how powerful Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique is. In his opinion, compared to Uchiha who turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, Jinchuriki and the tail beasts are not a threat at all. By the way, Ju, you just said that Samehada is in the hands of Uchiha Zongxian. Uchiha Obito asked suddenly. This is what my clone has seen with his own eyes. White Zetsu is very sure. Samehada, in this case, maybe you can use it as a waste. Uchiha Obito turned to look at 4th Mizukage standing motionless like a puppet in the corner of the room. Master, elder brother, big brother Zongxian, just opened the door of the room. Before Zongxian's forefoot stepped in, a series of greetings stuck on his face, and after a closer look, he realized that a bunch of carrots appeared in his newly renovated office. Head, my heart immediately understood that today's nap time was flying again. Fujika, shouldn't you be in a ninja school now? Zongxian walked over and rubbed his sister's head, turned his head to look at Naruto and Sasuke who were standing next to him, which really made him a little confused, so Naruto was fine. It's normal for this kid to skip class. Problem: why did Sasuke skip class? It's so boring in school. It's meaningless to show us the shuriken that hasn't been opened. Fujika pouted and complained. Unhappy was written on his little face. Today, Fujika changed the shuriken that didn't open the front to a real guy. He was punished by the teacher to stand and said that Fujika would stand until the end of school in the afternoon, but he ran out. Naruto leaned over and whispered the matter. The truth. I see. Zongxian knew it, and didn't take this matter to heart. In the war years, 6 or 7-year-old children carried a knife and went to the battlefield to kill. Now the ninja school is becoming more and more squeamish. The young people taught do not have the murderous and ferocious ninjas. If this is thrown on the battlefield, I am afraid that 1 in 10 people will come back alive even if it is a good result. According to Zongxian, the practice of ninja, still have to take the real guy, those who don't start playing are really meaningless. Moreover, Fujika's shuriken skills were taught by Zongxian himself. He doesn't worry that Fujika will hurt himself. If he is so stupid, he won't even think about being a ninja. It's good to go home and be a lady of everyone. So, Sasuke, what's the matter with you today? Zongxian cast his gaze on Sunny Pillar. That. Sasuke hesitated, his cheeks flushed. Zongxian looked at his little ear at the ninja school. As expected, Naruto did not disappoint Zongxian. When Zongxian looked over, he immediately exposed Sasuke's achievements in the ninja school today, because he was recently urged by his father. After learning the Great Fireball technique, I couldn't help but show off using the Great Fireball technique and the battle class blew up the teaching building. Zongxian's eyes widened. No, Naruto, don't talk nonsense, you just accidentally collapsed the wall of the school building a little bit, really only a little bit, the school building is still standing in the school. Sasuke and Naruto face red. After arguing, the vigorous look made people unable to imagine that he would become that gloomy and cold look in the original future. Great Fireball? Learned Great Fireball so quickly. Zongxian was late for a while before reacting. I learned Great Fireball when I was 5 years old. This is, alright. It's not too surprising to learn Great Fireball at the age of 5. It's also the reincarnation of Indra's chakra in this life. Both he and Naruto's talents are superb, but their talents in the original future are both for different reasons. It's been wasted all the time, so it won't bloom until the age of 15 or 16. My father taught me. Sasuke said seriously. But mentioning his father, Suzuki still couldn't help showing a smile. He didn't care whether his father was the patriarch or not. In his opinion, the father who was no longer the patriarch had more time to stay at home, and he had almost never seen him. He has seen his father's smiling face many times in recent time. He even spent a lot of time teaching him the great fireball technique. This is something that Suzuki had never dared to imagine before. All of these, it all happened after his father ceased to be the patriarch, so Suzuki feels from the bottom of my heart that it's really great that his father is no longer the patriarch. Good job! But the next time you release the great fireball in school, it's best to remember that there is no empty land or pond. Suzuki blushed and agreed. Fujika curled her lips in disdain. Don't watch everyone skip class and went to the police department. In fact, the relationship between the two is very ordinary. To be honest, the relationship between Suzuki and Naruto is better than that with Fujika, everyone. Although both are uchiha, although Suzuki admires Zongxian. But this is not a reason to make children good friends. Fujika thinks that Suzuki is a clingy guy, and Suzuki also thinks that Fujika is too crazy as a girl. They dislike each other and can't go together anyway. On the contrary, Naruto is a kid who can play together, no matter who he is. Correct, apart from Fujika, Naruto, and Suzuki in the room, Zongsuen's only apprentice is also there. As for why they got mixed together, I can only say that the Pamulma Kanjion loves his daughter eagerly. In order to restore his daughter's health as soon as possible, he simply covered her daughter's bedding and sent it directly to Zongxian's. At home. This is not a strange thing. In the ninja group, the intimacy of the relationship between the master and the disciple is no less than that of the father and son. Of course, this refers to the real disciple, not the students trained by the jonin. The real disciple not only lives with the master. Follow the practice at home. Once the master accidentally burped and died that day, the disciple can take the place of his son to deal with the troubles of the master. That's all. The sickly and crooked Kurama Yakumo moved into Zongxian's house and became familiar with Fujika. Of course, it's still hard to say whether it's a friend or not. The relationship is still maintained in the name of an acquaintance. When Fujika makes a fuss together, they will become real friends. Okay, let's all go out and play. Stop making noises here. After greeting the little guys one by one, Zongxian waved all these little carrot heads out. All of them were too noisy. He still has business to do after he ends up. Yakumo, how are you feeling these 2 days? Zongxian dragged a chair and sat in front of Yakumo. He broke away his scarlet eyes, carefully looked at the state of his apprentice, and confirmed the stability of the seal. It's much better than before. I tried walking in the morning, and I didn't feel tired after walking around the yard for several laps. Yakumo nodded vigorously. It's just as effective. If you say so. It looks like you have to drill and press the seal technique. Regarding the problem of his apprentice, Zongxian thought about it, and there are 2 ways to solve it. One is to find ways to strengthen Yakumo's physical energy, such as transplanting Senju or Uzumaki cells to balance the unbalanced mental energy and physical energy. However, this method currently does not have the conditions for implementation. Zongxian does not have Senju or Uzumaki cells. Besides, he doesn't have that skill. But it's not that there is no way at all, there is still same hata there. As for the second option, that is to find a way to weaken Yakumo's overly powerful mental power, or seal it, or directly plunder. After some careful consideration, he decided to try to see if he could use his pupil power, come to seal off part of Yakumo's spiritual energy. As for using Muwasaki to capture the talent of his apprentice to make himself stronger, Zongxian really disdains to do such things. This majestic and terrifying spiritual energy is where his apprentice will rise in the future. Finally, Zongxian chose a 2-pronged approach. On the one hand, he uses same hata to slowly help Yakumo strengthen his body energy, because he has to practice himself, so he really does it slowly. On the other hand, he delves into the sealing technique, trying to temporarily seal off Yakumo's too powerful mental strength. Zongxian raised his hand to make a seal. Same hata, who was eating happily in Konoha prison, was summoned. Same hata. Yakumo looked at same hata, which was covered with spikes, not disgusting at all, but was unusually close and happy. She stretched out her hand to grab the handle of same hata's knife, and Zongxian was staring at her. Same hata was naturally honest. He really didn't dare to be a demon, and proactively extended the hilt, like a small snake wrapped around Yakumo's right arm. Impressive. Yakumo's eyes gleamed when he looked at same hata wrapped around his arm. Even if it wasn't the first time I watched it, the excitement in my heart never faded. This is what she longs for in the world of ninjas. Same hata, you can start. Zongxian patted the blade of same hata lightly. The well-behaved same hata had already converged the sharp spikes. Hearing Zongxian's command, he twisted his body slightly, and then wrapped the handle of Yakumo's arm again. It tightened, and at the same time a peculiar energy was slowly released, and it was sent into Yakumo's body by same hata a little bit. This is the purest body energy that same hata has devoured and refined. That is the power of Yang escape. Of course, this thing can only be said to be the prototype of Yang Yun's power. It is far from the realm of injecting life into the body, but even if it is just the prototype, it is also a very useful panacea for Yakumo. As Same Hata continues after sending into the body energy refined by it, Yakumo's face lacking blood, pale like a person in the painting, also gradually had a touch of red. Yang done. After opening Sharinan, Zongxian watched the whole process of Same Hata's delivery of body energy. In the past, like Yakumo, he observed all this from the perspective of the grantee, but now from the perspective of the bystander, he does have a different perception of what is happening in front of him. It is side by side with water, fire, wind and thunder, but in essence, yin and yang are indeed higher standards. There is no time for too long. Same Hata stopped the act of conveying body energy. This was not because Same Hata was squeezed out, but Yakumo's body endurance was so small. Everything is too bad. Once the best thing is overdone, it is a proper anti-human poison, let alone ate. Yun was born weak and deficient in this way, so he would naturally have to be more cautious to remedy it. Yakumo, how is it? Zongxian asked with a look of concern. Master, I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch now. The little girl who resembled beansprouts waved her slender arms like burdock, exaggerating and exaggerating. It looks like it shouldn't be used a few times. You can go to ninja school with Fujika and the others. Zongxian flexed his fingers. Same Hata shrank immediately and lay on the table honestly. Really? Master. Yakumo looked over expectantly. What good is it for me to lie to you, a little girl? Zongxian smiled. If it weren't for my sealing technique, maybe you could go to the ninja school earlier. No. Master, being able to go to the ninja school is already very happy. It doesn't matter if you are late. Yakumo said obediently. Happy. Zongxian didn't say much, just asking people to send his disciples to rest. Just as people need time to digest food, Yakumo's body also needs time to fuse this part of the external body energy. Fortunately, these energies have been taken by Same Hata. It only takes a certain amount of time to integrate the refined, and there will be no other problems. He also just needs to deal with some troubles. Outside the window, Shisui's crow was standing on the windowsill, looking over. Tangua, don't run too far. This has already left the police station. Brother Zongxian will not be able to find us after a while. Naruto chased behind and shouted, but it was him. The little brother can't stop the boss's recklessness. Suzuki followed closely behind. There is no way, although his relationship with Fujika is not very friendly. But the problem is that, apart from Fujika and Naruto, they don't have any friends since they left the ninja school. He and Fujika are currently the only two in the family who are studying at the ninja school. Some other children of the same age have stayed in the clan to receive family education. To be honest, when everyone meets, they say hello, and then they play their own relationships. Suzuki didn't want to go home at this time because he blasted a hole in the school building with great fireball and played truant, so he had to play with Fujika and Naruto. They left the police station and proceeded along the streets with few pedestrians to the nearby park. Naruto, you are so noisy. Fujika, who was displeased by the quarrel, turned her head to teach her little brother, but because of this, she ignored the pedestrian who suddenly appeared in front of him. It's because he has fallen into the pose of a little toad in the sky. Vine flower. Naruto and Suzuki quickened their pace and rushed forward like Faye. They lifted up Fujika and looked at the ninja who was wearing a forehead protector that was not Konoha standing in front of them, with a deep guard in their eyes. Hey, Konoha kid, don't look at the road while walking, what do you have eyes for? The stranger stared at Naruto and them fiercely. He wears a dark gray ninja vest that is different from the Konoha shinobi, and the style of clothing is completely different from that of the country of fire, plus the forehead protector tied to his head. This is a mist ninja, Suzuki recalls. Started up the knowledge heard in class. Sorry, it was my fault that hit you. Fujika pushed away Naruto and Suzuki who stood in front of her and apologized. If you make a mistake, you must admit it. The pride of the Uchiha family has never lie in not making mistakes, but in daring to admit one's mistakes. This is what her brother taught her. Making mistakes is not a shameful thing. People spend their entire lives with countless mistakes. Shameful. Make a mistake but don't admit it. She didn't understand these words very well, but she remembered that if she made a mistake, she had to admit her mistake and apologize. This was a matter of course. Hey, little girl, do you think it's useful to apologize? But the ribs I hit by you are going to be broken. The Bunin didn't plan to just let a few little guys go. His bad attitude seemed to be deliberate. Finding the difference, in fact, is indeed deliberately finding the difference, and it is when several Konoha shinobi people are behind him. Behind this Bunin, the three Chunin wearing green vests were a little at a loss and hesitated, not knowing what to do at this time. They are the staff of the embassy and are responsible for entertaining envoys from other countries and other shinobu villages. To be fair, this is Konoha. It is impossible for an outsider to play majestic here, but since the death of Cloud Shinobi village envoy 2 years ago, the Hyaga clan was forced to sacrifice a branch house member to quell the crisis. After the incident, The staff of the embassy are unavoidable in their work. Even the giant Hyaga paid such a tragic price. These ninjas of civilian origin could not bear the possible consequences of angering the messenger Kirigakur. Otherwise, in order to calm the messenger's anger, they will be out of the ordinary. 9 will be thrown out for the crime. Then what else do you want to do? Fujika was not at all stage fright and looked at the mist in front of her. Ha ha, you deserve to be the son of the Uchiha family, do you know? My father, my 2 brothers, they were all killed by your Uchiha. As a lesson for hurting me, hand over your eyes. While speaking, this Wuren stretched out his hand and was about to grab the vine flower. Ha ha, Obito, where did you find this idiot? On the roof of a residential building not far away, Uchiha Obito, who looked like a pitcher plant, was watching what happened. Conflict in a narrow alley. Seeing Miss Ninja's behavior to provoke Uchiha on purpose, White Zetsu, a guy who likes to watch the excitement, laughed excitedly. The most indispensable thing in this world are idiots. Kirigakur is mostly idiots with broken brains, and that is a radical of the Kirigakur martial arts that I have specifically singled out. If he is a safe and self-defeating man, he will not be asked to do this. Messenger. Uchiha Obito looked at all this coldly. That's true. Black Zetsu agreed, glanced at Uchiha Obito calmly, and said, there is no shortage of idiots in this world. But, can this really lead to the Uchiha Zongxian? Here, it's Konoha. I'm afraid that the idiot will be dealt with without Uchiha Zongxian's hands. He changed his conversation and didn't talk too much about it, lest he didn't make too much of his words, and turned to a new topic. It's okay to try. Besides, the death of this idiot was originally part of the plan. If you can use the residual heat before death, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not do it? Our ultimate goal is to destroy Uchiha, whether it's in Konoha. His infighting was still destroyed in the war with Wuren. These 2 results made no difference to me. If we can figure out Uchiha Zongxian's whole cards in advance, it will make our next move more smoothly. Mangekyo Sharinan, whose abilities are unknown, is extremely dangerous. Even if Uchiha Obito is confident that with his current strength, there should not be many people in this ninja world that can pose a threat to him, but he is not wrong. He does not want to see the future where his great cause fails and collapses halfway because of his carelessness. He vowed to create an ideal world without war and peace forever. A world with Lin. He will never allow himself to fail. Mangekyo Sharinan? Speaking of which, you Uchiha are really strong and terrible. White Zetsu tweeted in praise. Yes, Uchiha is too dangerous, so this threat must be removed before executing the plan. Uchiha Obito agreed. As a Uchiha, he knows how difficult Uchiha's power is. For certain factors, I don't know how many variables will be produced in the future. Maybe someone will wake up similar to him, or restrain his pupil skills. Maybe, Uchiha Zongxian happens to have this kind of power. So this time he didn't act like Yoryuki in the Nine Tails Chaos, but chose to use Kirigakur to take the lead. Then you contacted the kid named Uchiha Attack it to destroy Uchiha, a very interesting chess piece. If used properly, you might be able to use it to end Uchiha. Lifting the interesting little guy, a cold smile appeared on Uchiha Obito's face under the mask. Uchiha, it must be destroyed, but it is not impossible to pick out 1 or 2 useful pawns to facilitate future plans. While talking, the conflict in the narrow alley escalated. The messenger of Vunin stretched out his hand to catch Uchiha Fujika, and the 3 Konohachinen were still hesitant. At this time, whizzing, Fujika threw a shuriken. This is not the age of war, and Konoha is not even a battlefield, so no one would have thought that a 5-year-old girl would throw a shuriken so decisively, but also accurately shoot at the neck, heart, kidneys, and other vital locations. This is not just a question of the strength of shuriken. The most important thing is that this kid has the consciousness and determination to kill. The 3 Konohachinen who were in charge of defending the Miss Ninja envoy were completely stunned, and did not react at all. However, as the messenger of Konoha, he was also a jonin anyway. In addition, Kirigakur's ghost place with shurikens flying behind you must be careful when walking. This made this messenger from Kirigakur always maintain a high level of vigilance. Heart, therefore reacted the moment Tengwa shot. The kunao in the sleeve slips into the palm. He waved the kunao in his hand and shot down the flying shuriken. It's Uchiha, a little devil has such a patience. Missed, without any hesitation, threw the kunao in his hand toward the vine flower, fast and ruthless, as long as he could kill the Uchiha family in front of him. Little devil, even if he will die here in the end, that's definitely worth it. The war between Kiri Shinobu and Konoha will break out again. Konoha, who has lost 4th Hokage after experiencing the Nine Tails Chaos, will never be their opponent for Mizumi Ninja this time. As long as Mizumi Ninja wins in the end, even if he is dead, he will become the hero of Kirigakur. Like the Mizukage of past generations, it is remembered by the people in the village. Before leaving Konoha this time, the 4th generation had already hinted him that his mission this time was to die in Konoha. Only if he died can the village take up the righteousness and unite the inside to fight Konoha. If he gets lucky and goes back alive, The village, waiting for him, is definitely a hell more terrifying than death. Die, it is the inevitable destination of his mission this time. Since it's a dead word anyway, it's better to go crazy before you die and pull a kid from the Uchiha family back. As for whether it will let Konoha occupy the righteousness because of his behavior, Vine Flower, Naruto and Sasuke were stunned. They wanted to help, but found that their hands and feet were completely immobile. They could only watch the fight back and forth between Fugaku and Kiribiki, and watch the handle shining with cold light. The Kyuya view falls to Tengua's head. Clang! Kotoki pulled a shining arc in midair. Uchiha Shisui stood firmly in front of the little guys, blocking the violent and tragic murderous intent from Bunin. Brother Shisui. Seeing Shisui on stage in time, Sasuke's eyes lit up, and the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared. Fugaku, are you okay? Shisui cared about asking about the little girl's situation. As a good friend of Zongxian, he knew how much his friends care about his family, especially this younger sister who is 10 years younger. In fact, it is more precious than one's own eyes. What if the Vine Flower got hurt? It is said that Dingzong Suan can rush to Kirigakure and raise all Mizukage. It's okay, brother Shisui, I'm not injured, Fugaku said dully. It's okay. Shisui took a closer look and confirmed that Fugaku was indeed not injured. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry. It's okay, I have sent a crow to inform Zongxian, and he will come over soon. Turned his head to look at the Bunin, frowning, feeling extremely tricky. This matter, not easy to handle. If this is on the battlefield, no matter how many shinobi come, Shisui can send all the small swords in his hand to where they should go. However, the name of the messenger Kirigakure is hung on the shinobi in front of him. Cloud Shinobi Village 2 years ago the messenger died in the hands of Hyaga Hayashi, so that he knew the incident of the death of Hyaga Hisashi. He himself is not afraid of death. But I am afraid that this will cause the village and the family to become dirty again. He understands Zongxian's character. He is determined not to be wronged. The problem is that Master Hokage always thinks about the overall situation, which makes people very difficult. Of course, he wants to be emotional. The B**************** D in front of him was raised, but intellectually he was a little in agreement with the idea that the overall situation was important. Shattered. Shisui. This Kiraimanori recognized Shisui. During the 3 wars, Zongxian and Shisui were active on the eastern battlefield. After walking on the bones of hundreds of Bunin, they left behind their prestigious names. Although the names of Blaze Demon and Shimmering did not have Yellow Flash, the compelling Tsuchikage issued an order to give up the task and retreat when encountering the Yellow Flash. It is so exaggerated, but it is also enough to make every mist ninja act cautiously. The mist in front of him was instinctively guarded. However, seeing that Shisui had not attacked and took his life, he suddenly recovered, thinking that he was the messenger of the village this time, which was tantamount to covering a layer of gold, and his heart suddenly became bold. Let's talk about it anyway. I was destined to die in Konoha this time, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Uchiha Shisui, go to hell. He began to seal with both hands, and the 17 seals were quickly completed. The 3 chinins next to him wanted to stop them when they saw the situation was bad. Unfortunately, their movements were a little slower and they couldn't keep up with the speed of a jonin. As for Shisui, who was still indecisive, just sent the 3 little guys to hide on the roof not far away with the Shushin technique, and then prepared to take action to control the Misty Shinobu first. As for what to do afterwards, let's talk later. Shisui, what are you doing so slowly? The sound coming from the ear made Shisui's eyes jump. Looking back, Zongxian was already standing next to him, with a yin seal on one hand. At this time, don't wait for Shisui to say more water-style great waterfall technique. This Mist Ninja also made up all of his wealth, unscrupulously squeezed his chakra, used the strongest water-style technique of his master, and relied on his chakra to spit out like a torrent in this waterless land. A waterfall attack. Only, standing in front of him was Uchiha, and it was no ordinary Uchiha. Fire style extinguished the fire. A symbolic yin seal, Zongxian gathered chakra in his throat, and a fierce fire like a tsunami was spit out, and the torrent waterfall was greeted in front. The incompatible water and fire collisions, the white water vapor Shishi sprayed in all directions, the powerful shock wave crushed the surrounding walls and buildings, the big tree surrounded by 5 or 6 people was also uprooted. In the hot under the baptism of high-temperature steam, the vitality withered instantly. When the blinding steam is blown away by the spring breeze, the narrow alley was completely gone, leaving only a deep pit with residual heat and hot feet. As for the Mizunin on the opposite side, Shisui finally did not continue to drag, a body flicker technique approached, and the Sharingan of the 3-hook jade turned, directly dragged the Mist Ninja Jonin into the illusion. He was captured alive and brought back like a cargo. Zongxian sighed. Elder brother. At this time, the aggrieved Tenghua suffocated her stomach and rushed over into Zongxian's arms like the wind, buried her head in Zongxian's shoulders, and cried out with a wow. It's okay, Fugaku, it's okay already. Zongxian stroked his sister's head. He comforted the frightened Fugaku with a gentle tone that Shisui had never seen before. No matter how strong the little girl was, in the final analysis it was just a 5-year-old child who grew up under the pampering of the people at home. It is not a time of war, and today's children do not have war drills so that they can adapt to fighting in war as early as possible. To be honest, Fujika has the courage to throw a shuriken, which makes Zongxian quite proud. In this world, relying on others to live is unreliable, only one's own strength is the most reliable. And Tengwa's performance today has the qualities to become a strong person. Zongxian. I'll talk about it when I go back. Where Fujika couldn't see, Zongxian's eyes were so cold that Shisui could feel a horrible chill in his bones. Then this. Take it back to the police department and keep him for the time being. It's still useful. I see. Facing Zongxian's pressure at this moment, Shisui didn't dare to argue about anything. He was suffocated in his stomach as he watched the crying rattan flower. This damn fog nin. There is nowhere to be said for the gloomy stomach, and his face looks ugly as if he had eaten bitter gourd. Suzuki, Naruto, come with you too. Zongxian did not forget that there were 2 small carrot heads beside him. When he was reciting the names of the 2 of them, Fujika's crying suddenly stagnated, and then her voice became quieter and turned into a faint choking, probably because she felt that she was crying in front of a friend. It's a bit embarrassing, but the grievances in my heart have not yet disappeared, and I am embarrassed to continue to play with Naruto and Suzuki as if there is nothing wrong. Then, the hands around Zongxian's neck became harder and harder, and the koala hung on Zongxian's body like a koala. It seemed that he didn't plan to come down in a short time. Neither Naruto nor Suzuki spoke, and the 2 with different expressions followed Zongxian and walked towards the police department. Suzuki looked at Zongxian's back, his eyes exuding longing and yearning. Just now Zongxian's fire-style technique really made his face handsome, compared to the diameter of the bramble that he released. Rice's great fireball, the gap is not so big. Secretly made up his mind to become a ninja as powerful as brother Zongxian in the future. As for Naruto, he looked at Zongxian's back and at the Tengwa lying in Zongxian's arms. His mind was still playing back the scene of Killua flying in front of Tengwa. The emotions he had never experienced before filled his chest, and his hands and feet were stiff. The sense of powerlessness has not completely faded. I am so weak. Such thoughts suddenly emerged in my heart. There is no way to protect his friends. When he is in danger, he can only watch and cannot lend a helping hand. He suddenly feels regretful, regretting that he did not study well in the ninja school, regretting that he has been accustomed to skipping classes, although he also understands that even if he studies hard every day in the ninja school, it is difficult to change. Suzuki, who studies hard, is just as rigid as him. But, this did not stop his desire for strength in his heart. He is eager to get the power of brother Zongxian, enough to protect his friends and the people he wants to protect. After returning to the police department, Fujika, who was tired of crying, fell asleep in Zongxian's arms. She put her sister in the lounge. It happened that Kurama Yakumo was still sleeping and resting. The large bed in the lounge accommodates 2 5-year-olds. Little girl is more than enough. As for the boys Naruto and Suzuki, naturally they are not qualified to enter the lounge specially prepared for the little girls. Besides, the 2 little guys hadn't exhausted their abundant energy. They got into the training ground of the police department to visit the training of the members of the police department. Are you still alive? Zongxian opened the door of the office and walked in, looking at Shisui who was sitting on the sofa and waiting, and Mizuna who was thrown on the floor beside him, lying on his stomach like a dead dog. Alive. It's fine if you don't die. Zongxian turned to his desk, sat down in the chair, and said, then start to torture. Shisui. Torture. Shisui froze for a moment, then hesitated at Zongxian. I'm not very good at torture, or I still look for. Slow talk, we have limited time. It is estimated that Umbu will come to find someone soon. Before that, I need to know what the hell is Warren's idea. Don't tell me that you are not good at torture. You can just fool others. The Sherinan of our clan has the nickname Hypnosis Eye. Besides, you personally told me what your Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique is. Sherinan has multiple capabilities such as insight, replication, and hypnosis. The holder can observe the flow of chakra, copy body art and non-blood ninjutsu, apply and see through illusion, and cooperate with special illusion to achieve the point of hypnosis enemy, so as to torture the desired information. Even with Sherinan, the continuous evolution will also bring a certain degree of improvement to physical fitness and chakra volume. Full omnipotent, this statement is certainly an exaggeration, but the power of Sherinan is beyond doubt. Insight Eye, Duplicate Eye, Hypnosis Eye, these nicknames sum up Sharingan's versatility. What is Zongxian's pupil technique? Shisui looked at Zongxian curiously. Danzo's situation was definitely not the result of ordinary illusion techniques. There was only one answer, and it could only be Mangekyo, Sharingan's pupil technique. In other words, is Zongxian's awakening pupil technique the same as his illusion technique? Secret, Zongxian said crisply. Although this secret cannot be hidden forever, he does not intend to expose his pupil technique under such unnecessary circumstances. At this time, telling the secret of his pupil technique is nothing but satisfying Shisui's curiosity. More useful. On the contrary, it will altogether increase the risk of exposure. Okay, don't talk nonsense, Shisui, move faster. Shisui scratched his head helplessly and sighed. Faced with the pressure from the patriarch and minister, he had to pick up the mist errant, opened his eyelids, and projected his pupil power in. This is the interrogation technique of the Uchiha clan. No any secret skills for trauma will remain, and the whole process of interrogation will be in the illusion. There was no time for Zongxian to wait too long. Shisui quickly threw the fainted Vunin back on the floor again. What's the situation? Zongxian asked. This guy did it on purpose. Shisui closed his eyebrows. This time he went as an envoy to provoke the war between the village and Wuren. He is ready to die here. He never thought about going back to Kirigakure alive. I pulled a few backs before dying. It happened that this guy and Uchiha also had a grudge. Intentionally, Zongxian narrowed his eyes. If I remember correctly, the real ruler behind Kirigakure at this time is Uchiha Obito. That is to say, Uchiha Obito is planning to make trouble with Kirigakure. The envoy of Kirigakure arrived 2 days ago. They came to Konoha in the name of asking for Samehada. They demanded that Konoha return the sword Samehada in front of the third generation and threatened that if Kirigakure did not agree, they would start Konoha war. Third generation was non-committal and did not give an answer on the spot. Just saying that he should consider it, he placed Kirigakure's messenger in the embassy. These 2 days, many people in the village were watching the direction of the wind, and at the same time, they were discussing in private about the information revealed by the Mist Shinobu that the big sword Samehada was in the hands of Uchiha Zongxian, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Shisui used distinguished heavenly gods to modify his will. Zongxian knuckles on the table and slowly said, the reason why the messengers of Mizumi attacked Fujika is that their spies have detected information about the disagreement between the third Hokage and the Uchiha clan. Mizumi plans to use the war to intimidate Konoha and persecute Konoha. Third Hokage started to deal with the Uchiha clan. Zongxian, Shisui's eyes widened stupidly. What is the problem? That, if you are worried about the consumption of pupil power, I have a way to help you restore the consumed pupil power. While solving Yakumo's problems, Zongxian's attainments in Yin Dan and Yang Dan have also deepened. Samehada cooperated, helping Shisui recover the lost pupil power is not impossible. Shisui was shocked. Supplement Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power. Can this kind of thing be done? No, it's not right. This is not the problem now. He doesn't care about the consumption of pupils. He doesn't hesitate to sacrifice his life for the village and the family. The problem is to do this kind of thing modify with distinguished heavenly gods. No, forge Vunin's will. Zongxian, what do you want? I can't say this more than once. My clan and third generation are destined to be unable to coexist peacefully, so in order to make the village and the family live in harmony, Konoha needs a new Hokage, and before that, third generation needs to step down. Of course, stepping down is just a rhetoric, the best result is to die, Zongxian secretly supplemented in his heart. As long as the third generation is alive, it is a lingering threat to Uchiha, but the third generation cannot die in Uchiha's hands. No matter how much third generation has done in private, it is shameless. The fact that he is the recognized successor of the first generation project and the second generation project, and Konoha's longest reign of Hokage, these facts have always been unchangeable. No matter what mistakes this Hokage made, people who are contaminated with Hokage's blood are destined to be unforgiven by the village. Orochimaru dared to do that because he was a lonely family. He didn't care about the stigma, and so on. As long as he didn't hinder his research, how about he was regarded as a villain who destroyed the world? And even in the 7th generation, Orochimaru, who made great contributions in the 4th Ninja War, is still under Umbu surveillance. Unless Uchiha is about to completely break with the village, he can't get Hokage's blood by himself. Otherwise, the successor will stare at Uchiha. Without Hokage, he would like a group of his own people who have killed Hokage. But, Uchiha can't kill, doesn't mean other people can't kill. Killing with a knife. Even if it is so, the idea of Kaironin can affect the change of Hokage. Shisui is also clever. He doesn't say that this is too shameless, but points out the loopholes in it. Third Hokage can completely push 6, 2, 5, just saying that it is Wuren's trick to instigate divorce, it is enough to make Zongxian's behavior become useless. So, the reason why Wuren believes that this can be successful is because they learned that Cloud Shinobi had also blackmailed Konoha once. The patriarch of the Hyaga clan was murdered by the third generation as a gift to Cloud Shinobi. Then it's a matter of course for Kariman to take shattered Shisui's head while chasing back the big sword Samehada, right? Zongxian said softly with a kind smile on his face. It was just that Shisui's smile was really scary. He subconsciously reached out and touched his neck, only to feel a chill. Shisui is not stupid. With a little brainstorming, you can understand why Zongxian did this. This is to stimulate the Hyuga clan and create a rift between the third generation and the Hyuga clan. Is it just that this will succeed? The Hyuga clan did not resist 2 years ago. Is it possible that they will still break with the third generation project now? And Zonxian, Hyuga Hisashi committed suicide, right? Hey, it's the first time I found out that Shisui, you have so much nonsense. It doesn't matter whether Hyuga Hisashi committed suicide or killed him, it doesn't matter at all, okay? Zonxian smiled angrily. This character of Shisui is really troublesome. If it wasn't for the sake of everyone being a friend, he wanted to pull his eyes and study to see if he could use the power of a knight that does not die with bare hands on himself. Anyway, Sherry-nan is a plug-in. The ancestor Uchiha Madara also used Obito's Mangekyo, of course. This is not the right way after all. My own eyes are the best. Compared to obsessing with eye-changing tactics, it is better to study Rinnegan's opening. Mangekyo Sherry-nan is lower than Rinnegan in rank after all. Distinguished heavenly god seems to be powerful, but he said to Rinnegan, uncertainty has no effect at all. Not to mention Rinnegan, it is also Mangekyo Sherry-nan. Zonxian feels that even distinguished heavenly gods may not be able to permanently change his will, at most it is a short-term distortion. He restrained the messy thoughts of deviation in his mind, and continued to break apart and explain, the most important thing to do in this way is to make Hyuga and the families realize that the third generation is old. He is no longer the Shinwoyo when he was young. Under the guidance of the third generation, Konoha is becoming a blackmailer. You may find it shameless to use this method, but the fact is that third generation did choose to bow its head in the face of the threat of Cloud Shinobi. If you don't do this, when the third generation decides to let Uchiha hand over a corpse to appease Mizuna, how are you going to let me, the patriarch, do? Find a tribe to let him die. Zonxian got up from the chair, approached Shisui on the sofa, and asked, at that time, if I choose to go to war, are you thinking about preventing me from conflicting with the village? Shisui, it is time to make up my mind. Either firmly support me and believe that I can make the family and the village become one, instead of questioning again and again. My decision, of course. You can also make another choice. Don't you want to know what my pupil technique is? You can try it yourself. Talking, his right hand rested on the handle of the knife around his waist. Sitting on the sofa, Shisui looked up at Zonxian with scarlet eyes. After more than 10 seconds of silence in this pair of eyes, he turned his head and muffled, Zonxian, don't let me down. Now that you have made up your mind, move quickly. You only have 1 minute. I will see the results in 1 minute. I will deal with Umbu outside. If I don't see what I want in 1 minute, Shisui is his friend and owns Mangekyo Sherry-nan, so Zonxian can endure a certain degree of annoyance, but because he is a friend, he will never allow his friend to make the wrong choice. The rise of Uchiha needs a lot people work together. The sages once said, a single flower does not mean spring, but 100 flowers bloom in spring. Uchiha wants to rise again. It is not enough for Zonxian to stand out. So, if Shisui really went astray, Zonxian would correct it even with a little violent means. Abandoning the ultimatum-like words, Zonxian turned around and walked to the window, stretched out his hand to open the window, and jumped out, not giving the rushing Umbu a chance to break into the police department and stop the person by the side. On the roof of the building, Minister Uchiha, wearing a dog face mask, Umbu knelt on one knee. Hokage-sama is dead. Please take the Miss Ninja to the Hokage building. I understand, I will pass as soon as possible. Zonxian said expressionlessly, and found Umbu knelt on the ground and didn't leave. He frowned, didn't you understand what I was saying? You can go back and tell Master Hokage that I will be there soon. Umbu's body trembled slightly. After all, he didn't have the guts to say more in front of Zonxian, and left silently. When Zonxian returned to the office, Shisui was drawing a paper towel to wipe the blood stains on the corners of his eyes. There were a few paper towels stained with blood in the trash can. Obviously, the burden of using distinguished heavenly gods on Shisui was quite heavy, not to mention that, for a sluggish mental head, the amount of bleeding alone is enough to see clearly. Zonxian stretched his hand up the mud-like mixture that was squeezed by people, opened his eyelids, and projected his pupil power. Just like Shisui's previous behavior, hypnosis interrogated Mishra's memory. War intimidated Konoha imitated Cloud Shinobi's past success flawed Zonxian let go. Mizuna fell to the floor again. Well done. Zonxian praised Shisui. In this regard, Shisui forced a bitter smile. If it wasn't for Zonxian's pressure, he didn't want to use distinguished heavenly gods at all. This power is really terrible in his opinion. Instead of modifying the will of others, it's better to give the enemy a knife. One more thing, Shisui, in the future, remember not to leave your blood or hair out, it's better to burn it out. While talking, Zonxian shook his hand slightly, and a ball of flame fell into the trash can, burning the garbage inside. In a blink of an eye, there was only a pile of ashes left in the ceramic trash can, but the trash can itself was unharmed. Shisui was amazed by this exquisite fire-style technique. Zonxian really used the fire-style technique. Shisui secretly wondered whether he should also calm down and practice for some time. Shisui, get ready, take this guy, let's go to the Hokage building, Zhong Xian ordered. Shisui walked over and picked up the large piece of human-shaped garbage, and many more. Zhong Xian took Samehada and walked to Shisui's side, and took the handle of Samehada's knife into Shisui's hand, hold tight. Samehada obediently injected the spiritual energy and physical energy he refined into Shisui's body. Shisui soon clearly felt the warmth that emerged in the eyeballs. The physical energy repaired the damaged eyeballs and the spiritual energy was supplemented. The pupil power consumed. In less than 3 minutes, Shisui felt that all the pupil power he had just lost had recovered, even the pupil power he had consumed when experimenting with distinguished heavenly gods and Susanoo. Zhong Xian, this is. Remember to keep it secret, I don't want too many people to know about this. Zhong Xian whispered, don't forget the unknown uchiha during the Nine Tails chaos. Compared with third generation, that is the biggest risk for our clan. The night of the Nine Tails chaos, the unknown Uchiha clan's strong man manipulated Nine Tails to cause chaos. Under the combined effect of various reasons, the young fourth Hokage sacrificed, and the Uchiha clan ushered in a 5-year winter, until recently Zhong Xian. The upper position, after overturning Danzo, let the family see the dawn of spring. Mention it, Shisui also frowned. The Uchiha clan has been searching for clues to this unknown Uchiha since 5 years ago. However, to this day, nothing has been found, and it is even impossible to determine whether such a mysterious Uchiha is actually living outside. Zhong Xian, did you find something? Yes. Zhong Xian nodded. Although the real identity of the guy has not been investigated, it is certain that the man has turned on Mangekyo Sharinan like us, and the other party's pupil technique is a very strange space system. If you encounter it in the future, be careful. If you have the opportunity to use distinguished heavenly gods, I don't want to hear about your death. Space? Space ninjutsu, yes, unexpectedly, it actually exists. The murderous intent appeared in Shisui's eyes, because the sneaky guy killed the fourth generation, so that an unbridgeable crack appeared between the family and the village. His character is very mild, but this kind of good-tempered person is the most scary when he gets angry. Now, Shisui felt anger boiling in his chest. If that sneaky B************* D dared to appear in front of him, he would definitely kill that guy with all his strength. Seeing the change in Shisui's expression, Zhong Xian nodded with satisfaction. The reason why he revealed this information to Shisui and used Samehada to help restore his pupil power was to prevent Uchiha Obito's jerk. Kirigakure's change proved that guy's attention fell on Konoha again, and Uchiha was almost always the target of the blow. It is also proper to prepare in advance. Fortunately, Uchiha Obito's Kamui is amazing, but it is by no means truly invincible. By Shisui's method, as long as you know a little about Kamui in advance, even if you can't kill Uchiha Obito, it's not difficult to save your life. Shimmering, Shisui's speed may not be worse than the yellow flash in time. You just have to keep this in your heart, don't let it out casually. Master Time space techniques enemies can't be dealt with by the number of people. Rather than implicate others, it is better for us to find a way to deal with it. Don't you tell the village about this. I have no evidence, and there is no way to prove that Uchiha, whose identity is unknown, has nothing to do with the family. I rashly telling this matter will not help except to give the third generation an excuse to attack us. Moreover, this is an order from the patriarch, shut up. Shisui closed his mouth. With the money misty ninja, Zhong Xian left the police department and headed towards the Hokage building. To be honest, he, the head of the legal affairs department, felt that he was almost becoming Zhong Xian's secretary. Before departure, Zhong Xian lifted his foot and kicked off Wu Ren's limbs, and confidently said that this was the revenge that frightened Tenghua. Hokage building, it's the last meeting room. More than half a month has passed since the last meeting. The Konoha village engineering team has already renovated the Hokage building. Walking on the circular promenade, it is completely invisible that it was beaten up half a month ago, and there is a long wait for work. The staff led the way and came to the door of the meeting room unobstructed. This time, Shisui was not asked to stay in the small room next to the meeting room. He carried the mist ninja and followed Zhong Xian into this large conference room. It was the same as the last time he even had a chance to sit down and talk. This time, the seat belonging to the Uchiha clan chief and the police minister was well vacant, and the seat was quite forward, just opposite Hyaga Hayashi, second to Hokage and the two elders. As for Shimura Danzo Hokage's assistant, he is still lying in the hospital. Moreover, I heard that the recent situation is deteriorating. The experts at Konoha Hospital have studied for more than half a month and do not know how to treat them. This makes many people look at Zhong Xian's eyes very strange: awe, disgust, gratitude, fear. Minister Uchiha, third generation, opened his mouth and said hello. Master Hokage, sorry, I'm late. Zhong Xian sat down in his seat and said apologetically and sincerely, it's okay. The third generation item also responded indifferently. When Zhong Xian sat down, he opened his mouth again. Since everyone is here, let's go directly to the topic. Today we are calling you to participate in the meeting, mainly to discuss how to deal with the provocation from Warren. The specific details, Yan, please explain. Everyone's eyes focused on Mitokato Homura. About half an hour ago, Warren's deputy came to the Hokage building and sent a declaration of war. Because the police department arrested Warren's envoy, the rest of Warren's envoys thought it was the village's right. Warren's humiliation declared that if the village does not give them a satisfactory explanation, Warren's army will once again rush to the east blue shore of the Land of Fire. Talking, he reached out and gently pushed the scroll that was placed in front of him. Obviously that was the declaration of war left by Deputy Warren. The snarling guys dared to yell at Konoha, Master Hokage, you should break their legs and throw them out of the village when they say these things. Let them know Konoha is not a group of people squatting on the island and watching the sky. Guys can provoke. When the ministers and patriarchs remained silent, Zongxian took the lead in responding. As soon as this word came out, everyone looked at him suddenly. Good guys. Really didn't feel conscious of causing trouble at all. Wasn't Warren's righteous messenger captured by the police department? At the moment, like a dead dog, Shisui was held in his hand. The unnaturally distorted limbs could tell at a glance what happened. What happened in the village can't be concealed from others. The well-informed patriarchs are all come to the meeting after doing enough homework. Minister Uchiha, please don't treat war as a child's play. Do you know how many people will die if you fight Kairanin? Udaten Koharu looked over dissatisfied. If you're afraid of death, just make a tortoise with your tail clipped. Zongxian sneered, not giving Udaten Koharu, whose face was darkened, a chance to retort, and continued loudly, during the 3 wars, we can bear the mist. Kick back to the sea and eat their fish and shrimps. Why don't you do it again now? It's just a little bit of mist forbearance. When is it worth our Konoha's attention? And, everyone, don't rush to discuss anything. Before we discuss who should be blamed for causing the war, I found something very interesting during the interrogation of Mizuna. Patriarch Yamanaka, please help me read that. The memory of the guy. Zongxian stared at Yamanaka Kieki, who was sitting diagonally opposite. Yamanaka Hai, who was sitting there eating melons and watching the excitement, suddenly became confused. Today, he ran into something unclean when he went out. There were so many people attending the meeting. Why did he bother to find him? When he noticed the look in Zongxian's eyes, he suddenly felt a numb scalp, and quickly lowered his gaze, not daring to look at Zongxian. The lesson of the old man Danzo must be guarded. Although the Yamanaka clan and Uchiha did not have any grudges in the past, but the instinct of the body still made him avoid Zongxian's sight. Yamanaka's but seemed to be stuck to the chair, and he didn't dare to move. Without Master Hokage's words, or without the attitude of the old man, he would not dare to move at all, even if he would be angered by Uchiha Zongxian. There is no need to think about how to make a choice between the family and himself. Yes, it doesn't matter if the patriarch is dead, but it shouldn't be misunderstood that the Yamanaka clan also went with Uchiha like a pommel horse. To be honest, during this period, the Pommel Horse clan has been excluded from the social circle by many families. The Uchiha clan, that is really unpopular. Even these families know what the slander of Uchiha in the village is all about, but everyone really doesn't like dealing with the group of nostrils. This dislike was from the time when Uchiha Madara lost the Hokage campaign to Senju Hashirama. It's already formed. After decades, it has almost become a habit. It's not that simple to reverse this habit. Even if Danzo's dying breath made many patriarchs look at Zongxian a bit pleasing, but it was limited to Zongxian, extended to the Uchiha clan, still holding the attitude of keeping away, not to provoke, but never close. Patriarch Yamanaka? Are you feeling sick today? Zongxian kept asking. No, that. Yamanaka Heiaki is not eloquent, he stammers and doesn't know how to prevaricate. The big beads of sweat on his forehead roll down, and he clenches tightly at Nara Keiju. When I'm ready to help my friend out of the siege, Minister Uchiha, don't waste time on such indifferent things. Elder Mitokato Homura interrupted Zongxian's questioning. He doesn't know what Uchiha Zongxian wants to do, but he knows that Uchiha Zongxian must not be led by his nose at this time. The damn Mizun Shinobu may have some information in his mind that is not good for them. What I'm discussing now is how to deal with the provocation from Warren. Now the village is cultivating and restoring. It is not a wise move to fight Warren at this time. It is to avoid war as much as possible. The contemptuous laughter echoed in the conference room. Avoid war? Elder Mito, please don't take it for granted. You are also an old man who came from the war years. Why do you say such foolish and dreamy rhetoric every day? The war does not mean that one party wants to evade unilaterally. It can be stopped. Don't talk verbosely. According to your previous statement, what price will Konoha have to pay to satisfy Mizuna? Mitokato Homura has an ugly face. Being interrupted by Zongxian and being robbed, the irritation in my heart can be imagined. Just when the elderly Mitokato Homura prepared his thoughts and prepared to refute Zongxian, Zongxian continued, why? Didn't Warren offer the conditions? It seems that the deputy envoy of Warren is an individual. Knowing that not asking for a price is the real sky-high price, Then, Lord Hokage, the two elders, I don't know what you plan to do. How to appease Warren. Warren's appetite is afraid that he cannot be satisfied with just a little rubbish. Zhong Xian's attitude can be described as aggressive. From the beginning of the meeting, the two elders lined up continuously. Minister Uchiha, it is precisely because this matter is so important that he specially convened a meeting to brainstorm and discuss together what should be done. Mito Kato Homura tried his best to suppress the unhappiness in his heart and tried to return the order of the meeting to its proper track. Brainstorming. Zhong Xian kept going, and tit for tat Mito Kato Homura, is there anything else worth considering? Either fight with Wu Ren and let Wu Ren Deo Kanaha not be something they can provoke, or, just bow his head and admit his mistakes, and obediently confess his mistakes to Wu Ren Deo Kanaha. It's just these two things. Is it a choice? Is it possible that there is a third answer I didn't expect? Zanzian's vicious remarks made Mito Kato Homura's face instantly blue. Whole stuff. What is Kaudao to admit mistakes? This is the overall situation. Sure enough, letting a little ghost with no overall view of the situation become the leader of the clan is a complete mistake. You should not regress because of Danzo and acquiesce in the changes of the Uchiha clan. Even if you have to pay a certain price, you should correct this at the time. Mistake. As long as it is for the village, nothing is unbearable. Third generation's pipe in his hand knocked gently on the table, preventing Mito Kato Homura from getting angry. If I sacrifice my Hokage, Kanaha's prosperity can be exchanged. It is also willing to let me die here now. Zhong Xian sneered upon hearing this. Aside from other things, it's just that these beautiful words are indeed a set, and it is really easy to use it to confuse a fool like Shisui. Warren's intention is not good this time. It's really not so easy to dismiss, third generation said slowly, but, Minister Uchiha, war should be avoided as much as possible. In the past, first master generation Mu established Kanaha to end the war-torn Sengoku era. The police department's arrest of the Wu Ninja messenger was too impulsive. I know that Wu Ninja was unkind. It is most likely to be a deliberate provocation, but the more so, the less we should be caught by Wu Ninja's calculations. Third generation sighed softly as he spoke, as if it was broken. He stretched out his hand to knead the bridge of his nose. It's useless to talk about this anymore. Now I can only find a way to resolve the possibility of a war breaking out. Of course, too much demand is definitely not acceptable, but Deideo Samehada, this is originally Kirigakur. You can return it to Wu Ren. As for other conditions, we can talk about it slowly and try to delay as much as possible. Talking, he looked up at Zhong Xian and asked, Minister Uchiha, I know Samehada is your trophy. In order to make up for your loss, the village can use 10 million taels of funds as compensation. If you feel that it is not enough, you can make other demands. 10 million taels? Send a beggar. Samehada's importance to his future is self-evident. This is his most precious treasure now. Even if you take a step back and don't care about the importance of Samehada to Zhong Xian, it's just that the value of Samehada itself is definitely more than 50 million. Samehada is one of the rare treasures in the ninja world that can help people make up for the lack of chakra, and put it in front of people who know the goods. It is estimated that the bankruptcy will buy it. Patriarch Karama, please use illusion to induce the Mist Ninja to interrogate what Kirigakur is going to do. Zhong Xian is not the disgusting old fellow third generation, so please don't overdo it with the saddle horse. After several seats, Kong Yun began to speak. Boom, Uchiha Zhong Xian. Mito Kato Homura slammed into the case and said angrily, this is the Hokage building, not a place where you can go wild. Come here, take the messenger of Kiri Shinobu, and then slowly investigate after the meeting is over. Shisui, Zhong Xian shouted, no one is allowed to take my prey without my permission. He violently pushed aside the chair and stood up straight, staring at each other with Mito Kato Homura, but the next second Elder Mito's eyes turned wildly, and his erratic eyes completely avoided Zanzian's. The momentum that was hard to lift up instantly returned to the prototype. Umbu followed the orders of the Elder Mito and appeared. This group of masked elites tried to snatch the dead dog-like Mist Ninja from Shisui's hands, but this time Shisui, who had firmed his position, didn't get rid of it, but resolutely resisted, using illusion techniques to bring down the deadly ninjas. Umbu from two teams. The scene of Umbu falling like wheat in the autumn harvest shocked many people. To be honest, many of the people here have the ability to single-handedly defeat the two Umbu teams, but because of their strength, they know how difficult it is to bring down two Umbu teams so easily. Without experiencing an arduous battle, the battle was over in this short instant. Uchiha, it really deserves to be Uchiha. The last time Abarame Ryoma, who was able to stop Danzo with his left and right hands, has already amazed everyone. This time Shisui's performance has once again let everyone know how unique the Uchiha clan is, and the endless geniuses are unspeakable envy and hatred. Many people gurgled sour water in their hearts. Why is there no such genius in his family? Magic mantra technique. The pommel horse Kanjayun's movements are also quite neat. From the moment his precious daughter entered the Zongxian gate, the Pommel Horse clan was tied to Uchiha. If Uchiha was knocked down, their clan would definitely not be able to run, so even if it would offend the third generation, he still chose follow Zongxian's orders. He had just awakened by Shisui's dispelling of the illusion, and he used the unique illusion of the Kurama family, who was already in a very weak mental state. This is an illusion technique specially used to gather information. It disrupts the flow of chakra in the target body, forming a specific disordered state, and causing a person to enter a special trance state. In this state, the subject must answer questions. And the answer is the truth from the heart. Regarding the reliability of the information tortured by the mantra technique, there is no doubt about it. As one of Konoha's veteran families, the Pommel Horse clan is also a family with the blood inheritance limit. Even if this blood inheritance is not stable, it is also enough to let everyone know about the information about the Pommel Horse clan. And there are also many people who have performed tasks with the ninjas of the Kurama family. At least half of the people present have seen the mantra technique with their own eyes. Sitting across from Zongxian, Hyaga Hayashi opened Byakugan quietly, and took a closer look at Karibuki, and confirmed that there was no sign of interference by Sharinan. The other patriarchs with methods also used their own methods to check and confirmed that Karibuki was only in the middle. There is no trace of manipulation by a third party after the illusion of the saddle horse Kan Jayun. Seeing the success of the operation, Kanma Kon Yun breathed a sigh of relief. As for what to ask, hasn't Zongxian already said, ask what Kirigakur is going to do? Tell me, what's the purpose of Kurin and Village's visit to Konoha? Kanma Kon Yun asked. When his words fell, the meeting room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's attention was shifted to this puppet, who was held by Shisui in his hand. It is impossible to say that he is not curious. Before Zongxian, when Yamanaka Hai was strongly asked to read the memory of Kiri Shinobu, it was very tickling. It is a pity that Ino, Shika, Cho is too good at protecting oneself. Yamanaka does not move as soon as he sits. But, look at this situation, this good show seems to be able to continue. The third generation and the two elders were stared at by Zongxian's own power, and Waren was in the hands of Uchiha Shisui. The umbu of the two teams were brought down. If more umbu is called to take action, can't do that. Third generation sighed in his heart. The patriarchs have already aroused interest. At this time, continuing to obstruct them arbitrarily will inevitably leave the impression that people are deliberately concealing something. Of course, the most important thing is that the village is not ready to go to war with the Uchiha clan. During this time, he checked the top-secret research materials on Uchiha and Sharinan left by the second generation project. The pupil technique, Susanoo, you cannot go to war with Uchiha until you are fully prepared. Fortunately, he thought to himself that there was no ugly trade or cooperation between the village and Waren, and he was not too worried that Waren would tell him bad news. It really didn't work. Danzo was still in the hospital, lying down. Just as the third generation was brainstorming, the trance-mist Shinobu spoke. Order, Master Mizukage ordered us to recycle same Hata. Anything else? The other way is to use war to scare Konoha, so that Konoha should hand over the heads of the two demons who killed so many of our companions, Bala and Shanshen, at the same time when Konoha surrendered same Hata. Waren's bamboo tube pours beans out of her heart's true thoughts. There was an uproar in the meeting room. Even if they are not close to the Uchiha clan, Kiri Shinobi looks down upon Konoha so much. This also makes them feel a sense of humiliation of being despised. Kunma Kanjayun was also stunned for a moment. Are these G damsels like Waren daydreaming? Which village would agree to such an outrageous request? Kill your own heroes who have made outstanding achievements on the battlefield and give their heads to the enemy, and so on. There was a flash of light in his mind, and he was blessed to the soul for a moment. He suppressed the messy thoughts and asked, why do you think Konoha will agree to such an outrageous request? Is it outrageous? In a trance, Shinobi asked instinctively. The scared Pommel Kanjayun thought that the illusion had been cracked. Fortunately, Shinobi's next answer was back on the right track. 2 years ago, Cloud Shinobi used war to blackmail. After Konoha succeeded, Third Hokage was so scared that Third Hokage killed the brother of the patriarch of the Hyaga clan and gave the body to Cloud Shinobi. Isn't it normal for us to ask for 2 heads at the same time when we retrieve same Hata? Even if we can't give 2, 1 that's okay. When Waren's words fall, there was dead silence in the conference room. The patriarch and ministers were silent. The corners of everyone's eyes were silently cast toward Hyaga Hayashi, who was sitting across from Uchiha sect. The patriarch of the Hyaga clan cast his eyes down at this moment, expressionless, making it difficult to peek out from his face. But, the lack of expression is also an attitude in itself, an attitude that makes the faces of third-generation eyes and others difficult to look. This is to sow discord. Yudatin Koharu held on, trying to make this happen. Elder turned to bed, don't care if it is to instigate the divorce, Waren wants me in Shisui's head, I don't know what you think about Hokage-sama, is it for? Or not? Zongxian asked irresponsibly. Give or not? This is a difficult problem. Had it not been for Uchiha Zongxian to make such a move, third generation had indeed planned to use the pressure of Warren to cut Uchiha's wings, and use the general trend to force the Uchiha clan to sever their arms, even if it is impossible to injure Uchiha Zongxian. But if you can kill Uchiha Shisui, it's not a waste of effort. As Danzo's right and left hand, Abarame Ryoma could not have the upper hand in front of Uchiha Shisui. Obviously, the Uchiha clan is not only dangerous, but Uchiha Shisui is also a source of instability. It's just that Uchiha Zongxian made a fuss with the Mist Ninja envoy, but there is no way to continue the original plan. If I choose to force the Uchiha clan to hand over Uchiha Shisui, it is tantamount to accepting the coercion of Mizuna, which is the prestige of the third generation. What a tragic blow it will bring, you can understand with your toes. Besides, Uchiha Zongxian will definitely not agree to this request. Before, he was prepared to use the pressure of war to cooperate with all races to put pressure on Uchiha, but now these families are estimated to be unable to work together. Killing each other, even if the target is Uchiha, is unacceptable. But if you don't continue the original plan, how should we face the Hyaga clan? When faced with the threat of Cloud Shinobi, the third generation personally tried to persuade the Hyaga family to take the overall situation seriously. Hyaga Hayashi's younger brother Hisashi was sacrificed as a sacrifice, although Hyaga Hayashi did not show his hatred towards the third generation. But now it seems that the thorn is still planted. It's just that I haven't been touched by anyone in the past 2 years, so nothing has changed. However, today this thorn was found and pressed hard. What would the Hyaga clan think if the village rejected the threat of Kiri Shinobu this time? Uniton Koharu's face was blue, and he opened his mouth when he faced Zongxian's questioning. He couldn't say a word, and his brain was completely muddy. He didn't know how to deal with this unexpected scene. It's him. Mito Kato Homura's face is equally ugly. It was the third generation and their 2 elders who decided to let the sacrificial members of the Hyaga clan avoid the war with Cloud Shinobi. Because the incident happened suddenly, there was no time to ask Danzo to come over and help out. At that time, Sarutobi personally went to the Hyaga clan, so that it is impossible to put the blame on Danzo now. Hyaga Hayashi is not a fool. It's not Wood either. If you really treat this as a fool, as a Wood without feelings, I am afraid it will only be counterproductive. As for the postponement, that is definitely the dumbest choice. It will only make people think that these decision makers are weak and incompetent. After being caught in a dilemma, the third generation hesitated for a while, and finally replied righteously, Konoha doesn't like war, but he is not afraid of war. Since Kirigakure has no sincerity in peaceful coexistence, then we naturally don't hesitate to let it go. They know that Konoha is not something they can insult. As soon as the words of third generation are exported, ridiculous, Hyaga Hayashi turned over the chair with a bang, stood up, dropped an unexplained ridiculous sentence, and walked away without looking back. No one stopped the rude behavior of the Hyaga patriarch, and no one would accuse him of his rudeness. The patriarchs of all races did not laugh at Hayaga's thoughts, but felt that they received a little sadness and deep disappointment. The third generation is no longer the Shino. Facing the enemy outside the village, he swallowed his anger and attacked the partners in the same village, but they were tireless. Everyone knew what the meeting was for today. Isn't it just to attack the Uchiha clan? If they were a little moved by the Uchiha threat theory of third generation's purpose, now they are completely unable to be interested in mixing up this kind of mess. How does Uchiha like to look at people through his nostrils? This group of arrogant guys are friends in the same village no matter how they are, and they are much better than Cloud Shinobi and Wujin. The meeting room was filled with an extremely depressing atmosphere. Only Zongxian sat back in the chair with a leisurely smile on his face. His goal has already been achieved. The Hyaga clan and the third generation have broken off. Such a wonderful drama is really pleasing to the eye. The only fly in the ointment is that Hyaga Hayashi was obviously not dazzled by the anger, but chose to leave the venue instead of direct conflict with third generation and the others. This is the end of today's meeting. The Wujin matter will be discussed at another time later. The third generation announced the end of the meeting tiredly. Hyaga Hayashi's departure made the meeting no longer necessary. In other words, the real purpose of holding this meeting was not to respond to the threat from Kiri Shinobu, but to take it. Suppress the Uchiha clan. The original plan was completely frustrated, and there was no need for the meeting to continue. The so-called small meetings for major events, meetings for minor events, and war with Warren do not require so many people to rush to express their opinions. At most, 5 or 7 people are enough to agree on a general rule. The meeting was dissolved. The patriarchs walked out of the Hokage building in silence, all with a lot of thoughts. Now that there is fog outside the village, trying to start a war with no good intentions, but the inside of the village is still unable to unite. The conflict between the third generation and the Uchiha clan has become more and more obvious. Now even the Hyaga clan looks like Hokage. The adults are deviated from each other. These thoughts are lingering in the heart, and it is really hard for people to feel at ease. Patriarch Uchiha. An unexpected character stopped Zongxian, who walked out of the Hokage building. Patriarch Hayaga, I don't know what it is to do with me. Zongxian looked at Hayaga Hayashi, who appeared in front of him. He was very surprised. For a while, he didn't know what the Hayaga Patriarch was going to do. Could it be that he came to trouble him because of his scars at the meeting? Of course it is impossible to make trouble. This is not a place to talk. The food at Shakukudai is delicious. I don't know if Chief Uchiha has time to have a drink. Hayaga Hayashi stretched out an olive branch that symbolizes friendship. Although I'm not old enough to drink, if the Hayaga Patriarch doesn't dislike me substituting tea for wine, I would also like to know the cuisine of Shakukudai. I am ashamed that I have never been to such a place so far. Zongxian said with a smile. It's good to drink tea. Drinking too much can hurt your body. Hayaga Hayashi was kind. The scene of Uchiha Zongxian and Hayaga Hayashi talking in front of the Hokage building was seen by all the patriarchs who had just walked out of the building. This shocking scene immediately made them crazy with a lot of messy thoughts, all wondering what it was. What's the situation? Uchiha and Hayaga, if these two races stand together, I can't imagine. Is this preparing to change the sky? Akamike took the wind and looked up at the blue sky. He was so heavy that he didn't even have the thought of eating. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. How come you have become like this? Luyu, you kid's head is smart. What the hell do you think is going on? Nara Luyu's smile was extremely bitter. What happened? After all, the bane that was planted by the third generation project broke out today. If the third generation has always been in power, the Hayaga clan will surely weigh the pros and cons and endure it, but the Uchiha clan's sudden toughness has shaken the authority of the third generation, allowing Hayaga to see the opportunity. It is not surprising that the unwilling Hayaga will act. In his memory, the relationship between Hayaga Hayashi and Hayaga Hisashi brothers is quite good. Even the gulf between Hayaga's clan and branch house never cut the bond between brothers. Satsutake Pavilion is one of Konoha's high-end restaurants. However, it is the first time that Zongxian has stepped into this elegant store. It is not that he has no money to eat and entertain in such a place. His age restricts his scope of activities. Before the age of 20, his father and mother would not allow him. Drinkers, even if they were the patriarch, they didn't get their freedom. Grandpa actually agreed with this. It is said that young people nowadays do not take the three forbidden ninjas seriously. Let Zongxian, the patriarch, set an example and change the atmosphere of the clan. For ninjas, things like wine and wealth are just a small test. Be obsessed with it, otherwise your will be paralyzed. Zongxian stepped on the wooden floor, looking around, looking at the surrounding scenery. At the moment, they are walking on a winding corridor under the guidance of the female general. There are shoji on the left and right, painted with spring flowers, autumn moon, summer sun and winter snow, and the beauty of the four seasons. All above, but the lighting in the corridor does not appear dim. The owner of this store is obviously not an old and stubborn person who adheres to the tradition. The light from science has dispelled the dimness in the corridor. The elegant shapes like sakura flowers, hydrangea, chrysanthemum, plum blossoms, and the four seasons on the shoji form a wonderful combination. Wow! The female player pushed open a closed barrier. This is the place. Zongxian followed Hayaga Hayashi into it and found that it was a six-fold room with a futon in the middle of the room and a low table. On the wall, there were beautiful landscape paintings that Zongxian didn't understand. If you look away to the outside of the corridor, you will see an elegant and chic stone courtyard. The finely raked white sand, stone groups, stone lanterns, and other objects are even combined in the hands of the master gardener to create a stunning landscape. When the waitresses brought tea and snacks, they exited to the door and closed the shoji again. There are only two people left in the room, Monchian and Hayaga Hayashi. As for the entourage of Shisui and Hayaga Hayashi, they are placed in the next room and will not be disturbed. To their conversation, but in case something happens, I can get over as quickly as possible. Patriarch Uchiha, please wait a moment. Hayaga Hayashi sat on the futon, opened Byakugan, and checked the surroundings carefully, and then closed Byakugan after confirming that it was not monitored. Seeing Hayaga Hayashi's behavior, Zongxian twisted his eyebrows slightly. Hayaga Hayashi's behavior seemed to be checking his surroundings, but he also showed him up and down by the way, but some things were hidden from others. Hayaga Hayashi, if you are willing, you can see him clearly from a kilometer away. Although there was some small unpleasantness in my heart, it was a very small one, and it soon calmed down. Sorry, Patriarch Uchiha. Just call my name, Hayashi-senpai. So, Zongxian-kun. Zongxian and Hayaga Hayashi are not very familiar, but it does not mean that they have never dealt with each other. We have cooperated several times in the 3 wars. The Hayaga clan is not only active in the front line against Cloud Shinobi, but Byakugan is also very good at Mist Shinobi. Mist Shinobi technique has great restraint. However, the Hayaga clan, who was too big, stumbled in the battle with Kiri Shinobu. Not only did a member of the clan die, but also a Byakugan that was intact by Warren. I have seen the dead hapless ghost Zhongxian, an arrogant, incompetent young man who was about the same age as Zhongxian, killed himself, but also caused the sacrifice of 6 members of Hyaga branch house. What are you thinking about? Zhongxian-kun. I'm thinking, Hayashi-senpai, what is it that you came to me? If you have anything, please speak up. It seems to me that instead of wasting time on greetings, it is better to get to the point. Haha, Hyaga Hayashi laughed blankly. No wonder Zhongxian-kun, you can become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan at a young age. Since Zhongxian-kun has said so, I will just say that. He paused for a few seconds, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced with an extremely serious expression, his pure white eyes fixed on Zhongxian who was sitting on the opposite futon, and slowly opened his mouth. Zhongxian-kun, I want to ask, I wonder if the Uchiha clan intends to nominate a new Hokage leader. The expected answer. But, Zhongxian didn't expect Hyaga Hayashi to say it so quickly. He thought that he would continue to circle and test a few times. It seems that Hyaga Hayashi's anger and depression accumulated in his heart. Yes, I have. Zhongxian answered frankly. The third generation's prejudice against my family is too deep. To tell the truth, as long as the third generation is in power for one day, my life can be said to be on my back. By the way, Hayashi-senpai, when you say this, are you planning to do something? Zhongxian-kun, why bother to say that? Although I didn't see how Miss Ninja Messenger was used by you to say such things, I don't think Miss Ninja would be so arrogant, but that it doesn't matter, the key is that those words were not wrong. Hisashi's death is the biggest mistake I have made in my life. Hyaga Hayashi closed his eyes with a sad expression on his face. I chose to sacrifice Hisashi for the sake of my family. I personally pushed my brother to death. This is a sin I can't shirk, but, third generation also needs to bear the responsibility he must bear. Forced. In addition to me, Hisashi has his share. He opened his eyes, and flames could be emitted from his pure white eyes. So, did you find me? Zhongxian asked flatly. Yes, Hyaga Hayashi nodded happily. Everyone knows that Uchiha and the third generation group are like fire and water, and, it's not good to say that, but I have to say that Uchiha today is better than Uchiha led by Fugaku-kun. To be more worthy of attention, if you have Zhongxian-kun's help, I will be more sure to force the third generation to abdicate. Zhongxian didn't rush to give an answer, but just picked up the teacup and rubbed his fingers on the warm and delicate teacup. He found that his previous field of vision seemed to be a bit narrow. He just devoted his energy to Uchiha's 1/3 acre of land, but did not notice that Konoha included other fellows who could not deal with the third generation. Hyaga Hayashi's conspiracy to overthrow the rule of the third generation was not a hasty decision. What happened today may just give him a chance to attack, and finally he no longer dormant underwater, but revealed the hideousness that has been hidden in the water for a long time. Minions. But, it doesn't matter anymore. His own Lien Hung is certainly one of the ways to solve the plight of the Uchiha clan, but the world is after all a rule that the strong is respected and the winner is king. Fist is power. The so-called backing, relying on water and current, only one's own strength is the most reliable. Hayashi-senpai, just do what you want to do. Third generation, they can't keep up with the progress of the times. Konoha needs a new leader. After a brief period of thought, Zhongxian expressed his attitude. Uchiha will fully cooperate with the Hyaga clan. It's just that it's not enough to just let third generation step down. If the carrion is not cut off, the wounds on the body will never heal. Even if the light turns dark, it may be more difficult. So, it's best to die for third generation. I don't know if a Kitaro found that guy. The thoughts in the mind turned back. Zhongxian asked Hayashi-senpai, since you are going to overthrow the third generation project, what are the considerations for the fifth generation project? Master Tsunade and Master Jiraiya. Both of them are the best candidates for the purpose of inheriting fifth generation. I thought Hayashi-senpai would compete for the fifth generation seat. Zhongxian said with a smile. To say that I don't think about the position of Hokage, I don't believe it myself. But the civilian ninjas in the village, as well as those small and medium-sized families, don't want to see you and me who have blood inheritance bounds occupy them. If the Hokage is forced to act, it will only push a huge number of civilian ninjas to the third generation side. Hyaga Hayashi's mind is very clear. He knew what could be done and what could not be done, and he did not take this opportunity to let the Hyaga clan get involved in the position of Hokage. Konoha today is not what Konoha was decades ago. With the establishment of a ninja school by second generation, more and more small families and commoner ninjas have appeared on the stage. Even today Konoha is still a big family. Control the power department of the village, but it is undeniable that the rise of civilian ninjas is an unstoppable trend. If the civilian ninjas hadn't supplemented the consumption, Konoha would not be able to withstand World War II and World War III. After all, every ninja battle Konoha was almost one of 4. Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Kiri Shinobi will all be played again. After bloody battles, Konoha's major clan tools were all wounded. That is to say, the base of civilian ninjas is huge, and the replenishment speed is extremely fast. He helped Konoha breathe a sigh of relief and was not beaten to the ground. He barely maintained his position as the top of the 5 ninja villages. Unless there is a strong man who oppresses the ninja world like Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, now even the selection of Hokage has to consider the attitudes and opinions of civilian ninjas. Regarding Lord Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya, I am roughly mastering their location. If I send someone to find someone, it should not take long to find the person. As long as I find both of them, I will immediately launch the impeachment against the 3rd generation, the village. Many families in here will stand on our side, and hope that Zongxian-kun can help me too. Of course. Zongxian nodded and promised. Sure enough, Hayaga Hayashi didn't make a hasty decision. Has enough families connected? Sure enough, Uchiha and Hayaga are totally incomparable in terms of popularity. Cooperate, achieved on this. There is no need to sign documents or the like. Hayaga Hayashi believes that Zongxian will make a choice that is in the interests of the Uchiha clan. Zongxian does not doubt the ambition and hatred in Hayaga Hayashi's eyes. No matter whether everyone has the same original intention, as long as the goal is the same. Hayaga Hayashi picked up the teacup and drank the warm tea in the cup in one gulp, moisturizing the somewhat dry throat, and at the same time trying to eliminate the excessive excitement in his heart. Hisashi, I won't let your sacrifices go in vain. Overthrowing the 3rd generation is just the beginning. Sooner or later Hayaga will ask for the curse of caged bird. Hayaga Hayashi and Uchiha Zongxian are still at Shakukuriai. Yes, Master Hokage. Do you know what they are talking about? Subordinates are incompetent. Umbu lowered his head deeply, close to the patriarchs of the Hayaga clan and the Uchiha clan to eavesdrop on their conversations. Even the fingernails on the toes can understand how unreliable this matter is. Of course, who asked the question to be Hokage? My lord, then I can only blame them for their poor work in Umbu. This is Konoha Hospital. After the meeting was disbanded, 3rd generation did not go back to his office or the family home of the Sarutobi clan. Instead, he came to Konoha Hospital and stepped into the ward assisted by Shimura Danzo Hokage. He came to see this one step beyond recovery. An old friend walking towards death. Go down. 3rd generation waved his hand, the irritability on his face couldn't hide. The amnesty Umbu stepped back, leaving the space in the ward for the 3rd generation and the 2 elders. By the way, there is also the helper of Shimura Danzo Hokage who hangs up and didn't hang up. Yes, not long after the 3rd generation came to Konoha Hospital, 2 elders who looked like worms followed one after another. Konoha F4 gathers again in this generous and luxurious ward. Damn it! Uchiha Zongxian, Hayaga Hayashi, these 2 bastards. When Umbu retreated, Udaten Koharu cursed angrily. Koharu, calm down. It's useless to scold you all day and night here. Instead of wasting energy and time like this, it's better to calm down and discuss how to deal with this trouble. Mito Kato Homura is in a bad mood, but he can maintain a sense and calmness. Udaten Koharu sullen his face and stopped his voice. Sarutobi. Mito Kato Homura looked at the 3rd generation of the patient who was standing next to the window with a pipe in his mouth, swallowing the clouds and vomiting fog, and asked, what are your plans? Hayaga Hayashi and Uchiha Zongxian made bold contact. If sanctions are not imposed, the next situation will only be out of control. The Hayaga clan has been in extensive contact with large and small families in the village since last month. 3rd generation put the pipe in his hand and said calmly, according to Umbu's investigations, all the families that have been in contact with the Hayaga clan have experienced various levels of commotion these days, but Umbu has not yet found out whether the Hayaga clan wants what to do. I originally thought that the village's disaster lies in Uchiha. Now it seems that these wealthy families are all factors of instability. In their eyes, the family is above the village. This time, it is my carelessness. N.S. As long as he is in power for one day, Hokage is the center of power in the village. What happened in Konoha village can't hide from Hokage's deliberate investigation, let alone the Hokage with the longest reign of 3rd generation. It's just that the power has been held for a long time, and he has been careless without even noticing it. Facing the obvious change of the Hayaga clan, he did not investigate the root cause, but continued to concentrate on planning against Uchiha. Instead, it gave the Hayaga family a chance to take advantage of the loopholes. Don't just talk about these useless nonsense, Sarutobi. What we need to know is what you plan to do. Only in this way can we help you. Mito Kato Homura is not satisfied with 3rd generation's non-positive answer. On weekdays, everyone plays dumb riddles and detours. That's it. The problem is that now is not the time to waste time. I don't know what kind of storms will happen when Hayaga Hayashi meets Uchiha Zongxian. They must act before they act. Only by doing so can the danger be stifled in the bud. Why don't you just kill Uchiha Zongxian and Hayaga Hayashi? Udaten Koharu suddenly proposed. Kill Uchiha Zongxian and Hayaga Hayashi. Mito Kato Homura frowned. It would be a good idea to do it naturally. It would be a good idea to extinguish the flames directly from the source. As for problems such as Uchiha rebellion in the future, it is not impossible to avoid it. When Uchiha Zongxian is alive naturally, Uchiha Fugaku will not do anything extraordinary. But if you want to kill Uchiha Zongxian, and then fool around with the righteousness of the village and the survival of Uchiha, you should be able to comfort the Uchiha clan with the help of Uchiha Fugaku. As for Hyaga, to be honest, he is not worried at all, just the virtues of the Hyaga clan. If Hyaga Hayashi dies, almost no one will come to avenge Hyaga Hayashi. They will only fight each other for the position of the patriarch. However, the key problem is that Mitokato Homura can't figure out how many people will be needed to kill Uchiha Zongxian and Hyaga Hayashi. If the number of people sent is less, it is estimated that they will be sent to people to attack. Suitable excuses or reasons. Danzo, it would be nice if you could move at this time. Third generation walked to the side of Danzo's hospital bed and sighed softly as he looked at the skinny old friend who looked like a ghost. Hearing what the third generation project said, Mitokato Homura and Uchiha Kohara nodded in agreement after a few seconds of silence. Yes, if Danzo is fine, they don't need to work so hard to calculate Uchiha Zongxian and Hyaga Hayashi. Will do my part to take on the role of the Black Hand. It's a pity that Danzo can't get up. Lying on a hospital bed like a zombie, unable to move, unable to open his eyes, unable to open his mouth, he was still alive with a sigh of relief, but it was no different from death. Sarutobi. Uchiha Koharu did not finish her words. Yan, Koharu, Hyaga Hayashi, and Uchiha Zongxian are too selfish. They disregard the interests of the village. They only see the family and no Konoha. In order to prevent them from causing more damage to the village, I plan to use thunder. Eliminate them, even if it is bound to pay a heavy price for it. The third generation project has made a decision. The contact between Hyaga and Uchiha was something he never expected. The Hyaga clan has been trying to compete with Uchiha for the status and name of Konoha's top wealthy family. Although the relationship between the two clans is not incompatible, it is by no means a friend, at most. Just to cooperate one or two on the battlefield, and return to the village, the well water is still the same as the river. But, after all, he did not expect that the hatred hidden in Hyaga Hayashi's heart has not faded yet. If Hyaga and Uchiha really join forces, third generation is unwilling to think about the consequences. In order to avoid that unpleasant future, he decided to fight in the last hand. There is no adequate preparation in the world, and the preparation will always be inadequate. It should have been done this way, Uchiha Koharu said bitterly. Third generation shook his head when he heard the words. At this time, regretting did not make any sense at the beginning, and it would only highlight the mistakes of his decision-making. Sarutobi, you want. Mitokato Homura was about to ask what the third generation was going to mobilize. He saw Danzo from the corner of his eye, and suddenly a flash of light flashed. It's the root. Sarutobi, you ready to use the roots to deal with Uchiha Zongxian and Hyaga Hayashi? There are no more roots, Konoha has only one umbu. Third generation answered in a deep voice. If Danzo is still able to jump up and hear the words of third generation, he will surely be able to jump up and fight with Sarutobi, but he has spent so many years to cultivate his confidants, and he was finally caught by third after he fell. Generation items receive all, and also plan to use this group of people to kill Uchiha Zongxian and Hyaga Hayashi at any cost. Even if the plan is successful, you can also imagine what a huge loss will be. Konoha's situation is more complicated than what White Zetsu has investigated. Uchiha Obito also never expected that the messenger of Mizuna would have such a big influence on Konoha. It seemed that the army of Mizuna would land on the fire. The land of the country, Konoha himself is about to fight first. You said the person who said root acted. In a park in the center of the village, Uchiha Obito, who used the transformation technique, sat on a bench and sneered twice after listening to the latest news from Ju Report. As expected of Konoha, never forget the internal fighting. Roots people began to act, but Danzo doesn't look like a disguise, which means that it's not Danzo who is manipulating Root now. Is it the third generation? Based on the information of the master in his hand, he quickly revealed the truth of the matter. So, who is Gen's goal? Uchiha Zongxian. It's Uchiha Zongxian and Hyaga Hayashi. My avatars are mixed into the roots. Fortunately, Danzo is not there, otherwise I really can't get mixed in. White Zetsu said with a grin. His disguise technique can absorb the target chakra, and change the same chakra as it is. Even the most familiar person or perceptual ninja cannot recognize the disguise of the White Zetsu clones, but the problem is that Danzo is under his own subordinates. We planted a curse on them. The curse mark is derived from a foreign species of chakra, and White Zetsu's disguise technique can't even change the curse mark. Doesn't it mean that it will be controlled by Danzo? So, it is difficult to invade the clone of White Zetsu, an institution controlled by similar means of curse. Moreover, most of the White Zetsu's fighting ability is not high. The intrusion is at most eavesdropping on intelligence, causing a little confusion. If you are lucky, you may be able to assassinate one or two strong men, but obviously Uchiha Obito and definitely do not expect such a small the good thing about probability. Ninjas are not so easy to assassinate, especially the powerful ninjas. Hayaga Hayashi? Humph. Kanaha. Uchiha Obito shook his head, not paying attention to Hayaga at all. This is a good thing. If you can take this opportunity to force Uchiha Zongxian's Mangekyo ability, or consume his pupil power as much as possible, it will be a good result. As for winning or losing, I don't know the ability of Uchiha Zongxian, and he doesn't dare to tell the outcome. But no matter whether he wins or loses, it is a waste of money for him. The good show hasn't started yet, right? Uchiha Obito stood up. Not yet. But Gen's hands have already gone to the restaurant called Shoteka Ti. Uchiha Zongxian and Hayaga Hayashi are having a secret meeting there. It shouldn't be long before they will fight. If you want to see the excitement, do it now. It's time to pass. White Zetsu answered Uchiha Obito's question verbally. Sanzu Pavilion? Uchiha Obito flipped through the dusty memories in his mind. Fortunately, he knew such a place. This is an old and famous shop in Kanaha village with a history of more than 30 years. Of course, Obito, which was just a crane tail before, has never been there. He just saw it many times when passing by from outside. That shop is located in the southwest corner of the village. It's somewhere between the prosperous area of the village and the forest. The nearest big family seems to be the Hayaga clan. Sanzu Pavilion. After Zongxian and Hayaga Hayashi finalized the cooperation, they discussed some detailed issues. It took a long time to be considered as the end, and after talking about the business, it was the time for tea and rest. Sanzudai is Kanaha's famous high-end cuisine. Of course, the store is not just because of the elegant dining environment. The quality of cooking is the root of a restaurant. However, Zongxian had just enjoyed the appetizing side dishes, and he had not had time to see the follow-up of the famous tea dishes at Sanzu Pavilion. The conspicuous killing intent like a bonfire in the night stabbed him with a sigh, and he had to put down his chopsticks. Our master Hokage is too impatient. Can't you wait for me to finish eating? Zongxian's complaint is naturally useless. Hayaga Hayashi opened the Byakugan with a blue face and looked at the uninvited guests wearing masks coming from all directions. The encirclement net, which was impervious to wind and rain, was laid down, and his heart sank uncontrollably. This battle, I'm really prepared to die. Zongxian, patriarch. Shisui and Hayaga Hayashi's entourage also sensed the danger of approaching. They decisively broke through the barriers and came to Zongxian and Hayaga Hayashi. Zongxian, what's the situation? Why did this happen? Shisui's heart was filled with unspeakable anxiety. He clenched his fist. Obviously he hadn't acted yet. Has slipped from his sideburns. Shisui, don't be surprised. Is there anything weird about this kind of thing? The last time I was attacked by the Kirishi spy, this time it's not normal to be attacked by the Kirishi spy in Kanaha. Having said that, Zongxian made himself amused first. Shisui opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. The last time a dozen Jonin-level mist ninja spies attacked Zongxian was outrageous enough. I can't say that this time he was mist ninja spy again. Hundreds of mist ninja spies mixed into the village. That's not how the jokes are made. This is Kanaha village, not Kirigakure. Faced with such a situation, you can't even deceive yourself. The people who came are the roots, and the leader is Abarame Ryoma. Hayaga Hayashi told the information he had discovered, and he was extremely upset in his heart. He was too arrogant. He didn't expect the third generation to move so fast, and it was a powerful force when he shot it. When he saw the leader Abarame Ryoma, I already understand the identity of these attackers. Looking at this formation, third generation aims to copy Danzo's old bottom. This time, I'm afraid I can't escape this catastrophe. Abarame Ryoma. Chanting this familiar name, the faint light in Shisui's eyes was completely annihilated. As the top genius of the Uchiha clan, his intelligence was not at all problematic, but his wishful thinking made him blindfold his eyes so that he never saw it. Know the obvious facts. Now, he has to admit that Zongxian's idea is more likely to be realized than he is. Original. It's not that the family is incompatible with the village, but the village, no, it's wrong. It's the third generation that they don't want to let the family into it. Zongxian, do you want to kill it? Shisui's mentality has changed. Realizing how unreliable his idiotic dreamlike naive ideas are, Zongxian's method is the only hope. His love for the village has not diminished, but the image of third-generation eyes and others has finally been in his mind. My heart fell to the bottom, and the old respect turned into deep disgust. Killing intent, involuntarily emerge. He was also a strong man killed from the sea of blood in the Corpse Mountain. In the past, I just couldn't bear to aim the blade in my hand at a partner in the same village, but now I realize that the person in the same village may not be a partner. The sharp blade covered with a transparent scabbard finally released the shackles of myself and revealed itself. The edge it deserves. Of course I have to kill, otherwise I stay here and wait for someone to chop it into meat. During the speech, Zongxian had already formed the Indian style with his hands and summoned Samehada, who was placed in the police department and fell into the same place. When Zhong Xian was in his hands, he had used the power of "the knight does not die with bare hands" to thoroughly wash away all the marks left on Samehada's body. No one can take Samehada away from him unless he has his permission or has power over him. He first calmed the excited Samehada, then turned his gaze to Hayaga Hayashi. "Hayashi-senpai, do you act together? Or break through separately?" Zhong Xian carried Samehada on his shoulders and asked Hayaga Hayashi for his opinion. Everyone is now a partner on the same boat, so they still have to say hello before acting. "Let's go together." Hayaga Hayashi did not choose to be strong at this time. He asked himself that he was not sure to deal with the elites with so many roots. At this time, breaking through separately is tantamount to seeking a dead end. In contrast, acting with Uchiha Zongxian may still struggle to find a way out. After all, look at Uchiha Zongxian. Like Uchiha Shisui, there was no despair in the faces of the two of them. If Uchiha Zongxian really opened the eyes of the Uchiha clan that hadn't appeared in decades, then following Uchiha Zongxian is where the vitality lies. Go to the southeast if you can. There is my Hayaga clan. As long as I can rush over, it will be safe then, Hayaga Hayashi said. Southeast? Let's watch again then. Zhong Xian is non-committal. Don't say anything else, the old man of third generation does have his skills. Since he dared to do it at this time, there should be a way to hold the Hayaga clan so that they cannot support Hayaga Hayashi. After all, the Sanzu Pavilion is really far from the Hayaga clan. It's not very far. What we have to do now is to weigh the abilities of these guys. Maybe, we don't need to break through at all. Just as the Battle of Sanzu Pavilion broke out, the lonely third generation stepped into the territory of the Hayaga clan and found the position of the Hayaga clan second only to the patriarch Hayashi. He was a member of the clan as the elder of the clan. Few people know that they used to be close friends when they were young. Sarutobi, this time is different, let's go. Hayaga doesn't welcome you. Even if Hayaga Hayashi has not yet returned to the clan, the elders of the Hayaga clan already know what happened at the meeting in the Hokage building today, and they also watched Hayaga Hayashi, the patriarch's actions in recent days. In my eyes, I knew what Hayaga Hayashi was going to do. The old man in the traditional kimono of the Hayaga clan stands on the porch, staring coldly at the third generation item standing on the stone path. Shang Xing, the Hayaga clan is Konoha's famous family. As the elders of Hayaga, watching the young people go astray without correcting them, this will bring disaster to Hayaga. If the information obtained by Umbu's investigation is correct, Hayashi looks like he is. I want to abolish Hayaga's clan and branch house system. Third generation looked at Hayaga Masao, whose face had changed color with deep eyes. Abarame Ryoma leaped up to the treetops. Wearing a black kabuto hat windbreaker, his movements were as light as a ghost shadow without weight. In fact, his body did not have much weight. As the number one insect family in the ninja world, the members of the Abarame clan allow insects to be parasitic in the body, and use their own chakra to feed the insects. They can't save the excess fat so that they can develop towards the Akamike clan. After observing the enclosed Sanzo pavilion for 7 or 8 seconds, the bugs that were released did not bring him much feedback. The bugs that sneaked in were basically wiped out, and even the bugs cultivated by their clan could not reverse the biological reaction. The fear of flames. It just so happens that Uchiha is the number one fire expert in the ninja world. But, no matter what, today's action is advancing or retreating. Abarame Ryoma is a typical member of the Abarame clan. He is taciturn and likes to act alone. He is interested in collecting insects, but he is also a typical ninja. He is dedicated to his duties and does not act arrogantly according to his own preferences. The orders from the upper strata overwhelm everything else, even in front of him. It was a sea of swords and flames, and he would walk up without blinking his eyes. The third team, the sixth team, the seventh team, take the lead. The order was passed on. The 3 organized elite teams immediately took action. A group of people passed over the wall without any disguise. They broke into the Sanzo pavilion directly and clearly, and quickly approached the stone court where the target was located. Passed. This is also impossible. The targets are Uchiha and Hayaga. Under the gaze of Byakugan and Sharinan, the stealth methods they are proud of will become meaningless. Their usual assassination methods cannot be used at all. In addition to wasting chakra, doing so may be a waste of chakra. Was broken by each. And as the vanguard, their role is not to kill, but to help others locate the specific location of the target, and at the same time consume the target's chakra as much as possible. At this time, swish swish, the loud breaking sound echoed in the courtyard. One by one shurikens cut through the barriers and came to Gen's ninjas. The 4 short wailing sounds were fleeting. The dead were lying flat on the smooth floor, or chest, neck, or liver. In short, the shurikens were all nailed to the deadly key. The most shocking thing for the survivors was the death. The severed kunao and itachi in the hands of his companions. The official members of Root are all elites without exception. They are not all jonin, but they have enough fighting experience so that even if they face jonin, they will not be killed instantly. In fact, they did respond to the sudden attack and raised their hands, weapon, trying to block the flying shuriken. However, this seems to be a safe response plan but ultimately failed. The shuriken cut through the kunao and the sword in their hands and took their lives. A total of 6 shurikens flew in and killed 4 people. One of the 2 who survived was Jonin, who used the body replacement technique. After avoiding the attack, the tato in the other person's hand was a famous sword, not as simple as his companions, and was taken away. This is a matter of course. The knight does not die with unarmed hands. Given the attributes of a D-class treasure of the shuriken that was originally unsurprising, it is normal to cut off ordinary weapons. 3 teams, a line of 12 people, instantly reduced the staff by 1/3. This made the remaining 5 people realize how dangerous the mission this time is, but the root is the root after all. Whether Danzo's method is good or bad, it is true that the root staff does have a team to complete the task at all costs. His fierceness, even death can't make him afraid. The death of the companions only made those who survived become more vigilant, but the pace of progress did not stop. Uchiha Stream Gerwin Sword. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 64 palms. Shisui was the first to break through the barrier and kill him. The nickname of Shunshen was not for nothing. He wielded a swift kotori and appeared in everyone's field of vision like lightning, facing the opposite Chunin class. The root of the ninja killed it. Hand up the knife and drop. I only saw the beautiful blade of light passing a curved arc in the air, the head plopped on the floor, and Gululu rolled out a long distance away, and the headless corpse fell to the ground with blood spewing out. The second fastest is not Zong Xian. The gentle fist method of the Hyaga clan is not limited to close combat. They also master the method of attacking the enemy from a long distance. Although the trick is a single point, coming and going is just one trick 8 trigrams air palm, and this the several derivative techniques that came, but could not stand strong enough. With Byakugan, the mid-range range can achieve precise strikes. 8 trigrams air palm. Hyaga Hayashi positioned and waved his palm a little slower than Shisui's head cutting. The chakra shock wave that was hard to see with the naked eye shattered the barriers along the way and hit another Chunin level rooted ninja straight. Cleaved by the palm of the gap, the rooted ninja flew directly, and threw it back like a kite with a broken thread. During the flight, he coughed up blood in the sky, which seemed to be mixed in. The small pieces of visceral meat, when they fell to the ground, the person was breathless and completely dead. Are you going to crush all the soft persimmons first? At a glance, the situation on the field can be fully understood. Zongxian is not holding Samehada, but the usual long knife. Samehada is carried behind his back. The reason is very simple. As a living weapon, Samehada also has biological fears. The weakness of fire and fear of being hot, Zongxian's fire style technique cannot be released by Samehada. I had to carry Samehada behind him temporarily, and while helping to replenish chakra consumption, the wide blade could play a protective role in armor to a certain extent. In his hand, he clenched the usual long knife, and while he was running, a glow of fiery flames faintly wandered on the blade's edge. Uchiha Stream How Fire Sword. Zongxian approached the previous Chunin who had a famous sword and blocked the root of his shuriken. The sharp blade followed Zongxian's will and swept across the void. This Chunin, who was wearing a mask and did not know his identity, had no time to escape. He could only try to raise the famous sword in his hand, intending to hold up Zongxian's slash. In fact, he did it. The blades of the two swords collided. At the same time, the dazzling sparks bloomed with the friction of the blade. For a moment, the turbulent explosions poured out from the blade like a tsunami. What dash! It was so short that it gave people an illusion-like scream. The ninja standing at the root opposite Zongxian disappeared. There was no bone left. Only a semi-melted famous sword burned by the astonishing temperature burned through the floor and fell into the mud below. Not just people, even the barriers, walls, and houses behind people were turned into ashes by this trick. This is the Hawajian. One of Zongxian's stunts was to seal all the flames in the knife, once swiped, and when everything was over, all the hits were burned out with explosive flames. There is no upper limit to the power of this trick. The stronger the sealed flame, the greater its power. The only problem is that the long knife in the hand can withstand the limit of the flame. Even if the knight does not die with unarmed. This ability, at most, it allows him to obtain a D-level treasure. Attributes, unable to break through to a higher level. The sword skills that burned people to death stunned the ninjas who were rooted. The remaining instincts of their bodies made them feel a little unfamiliar with the terrifying power, so that they couldn't move because of fear at that moment, and they were temporarily stiff. Normally, there is nothing wrong with it. The quality of the ninjas of Aijin almost wiped out this fear in an instant. However, at this time, this occasion, this short period of stiffness is enough for Shisui, Hyaga Hayashi, and others to do enough. Even Shisui, no one was soft-hearted or hesitating at this time. The small sword in his hand swept out a shining knife in the air, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the ninjas. Even Jonin could not stop Shisui the blade. Quick body, Shisui's speed of harvesting lives in a small area is not necessarily much slower than that of fourth Hokage that has passed away. In addition to Hyaga Hayashi and his Jonin-level Hyaga master, who is also a guard and entourage, all three of them keenly grasped the wonderful fighter created by Zongxian, and cut the remaining 5 people alive in an instant. Killed more than half. Only 2 people are still alive. It's a pity that at this time, the 2 people who have lost even the number advantage are not the opponents of Zongxian, Shisui, and Hyaga Hayashi. The identity of Jonin cannot change their fate of defeat and death. As for those who have not done anything yet, my partner never expected. From the time I started to perform this 10 dead mission, I never thought about surviving. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it probably took less than half a minute. Root's 3 elite teams were destroyed in this way. The speed made Abarame Ryoma, who was standing on the top of the tree collecting information, frowned deeply. As expected, Uchiha is really desperate. After paying such a big sacrifice, he did not collect much useful information. Intelligence. It's all things that Uchiha Zongxian has already exposed. That strong and outrageous shuriken throwing technique, the original Uchiha flow sword technique that is enough to completely lift people, these things Zongxian have long been exposed on the battlefield. Naturally, it is not difficult to be collected by the masters by those who are interested. Power and role are naturally qualified to learn these materials. Before the operation, Abarame Ryoma had already relayed the information of the target person in the operation to all personnel involved in the operation, including the 12 people in the lead. They also know some of Zongxian's methods. However, knowing is one thing, and whether it can be done is another thing. In a more popular way, my mind understands, but my hands and feet don't know what to do. I know Zongxian's hands. The sword throwing technique can even smash rock and steel, but the problem is that they don't have enough time to dodge. Also, that Uchiha flow house sword. It is also a trick that has no solution. Either go out of the way or carry it hard. Besides, there is no other way to crack it. At least Abarame Ryoma doesn't have any good ideas. According to the original plan, a new order was issued. Abarame Ryoma knows that he is not a clever person who is inferred by analogy. He does not have much confidence in his ability to respond to occasions. At this time, instead of commanding randomly, he should continue to implement the original plan. Anyway, the roots of this time are the elites. Coming out of the nest, the human resources are extremely abundant. Even if it takes human life to consume, he will also consume Uchiha Zongxian. In the blood-stained room, Uchiha Obito, who was wrapped in white Zetsu's body, quietly emerged from the pillar next to him. He lowered his head, and scarlet eyes appeared from the only hole in the Uzumaki mask, and there was something inside. With deep dignity and seriousness, Pale Demon, Uchiha Zongxian. Uchiha Obito glanced at the human-shaped ashes on the ground. His eyes passed through the hole in the floor, and he saw the half-melted famous knife that was still steaming. The hot heat had not yet dissipated. He turned his eyes and looked again. The 4 people killed by the shurikens. He is using his own eyes to confirm the authenticity of the information about Uchiha Zongxian. Obito, what a terrible guy. His fire style skills are definitely better than you. The guy White Zetsu is as unreliable as ever. He always speaks out some of his own thoughts as he pleases, and doesn't care about the parties at all. Feelings. Fortunately, Uchiha Obito nodded in agreement. If I only talk about fire style, I am definitely not his opponent. There is also this shuriken throwing technique. Speaking of Obito, is the shuriken throwing technique in your clan so terrible? Even steel can be cut off. It's almost unheard of. Well, although so far I haven't seen anything like this either. White Zetsu's nagging nonsense is endless. Uchiha Obito did not say a word. He was wondering how to deal with Uchiha Zongxian, a young patriarch who looked like he was about to lead the Uchiha clan to restore its former glory. A powerful Uchiha does not conform to his plans for the future. Decay, decline, and even complete decline are the most important things. Good result. It's probably not an easy task to deal with such a terrible guy. The best way is to force Uchiha Zongxian into a situation where he has to consume chakra and pupil power. As long as he blinds his Mangekyo, it is naturally no longer a threat. Black Zetsu calmly helped Obito analyze what to do. Are you talking about Kiri Shinobu? Is there a better choice? Black Zetsu smiled coldly. The fact that these people of Gen can help consume some of Uchiha Zongxian's pupil power is already a good result for us. Looking at this situation, Gen will definitely not be Uchiha Zongxian's opponent. Instead of relying on these people to perform miracles, it is still a good result. It's better to start preparing for the next thing early. Don't worry, I also want to see if Uchiha Zongxian will use Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique. Uchiha Obito hasn't forgotten that Uchiha Zongxian turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. He cares more about Mangekyo than anything else. Sharingan. That's okay, mention Mangekyo Sharingan. Black Zetsu did not continue to persuade Obito. To be honest, he was also curious about what kind of pupil technique Uchiha Zongxian awakened. As an old ghost who has gone through 1,000 years, most of his long life was not secretly. To observe the Uchiha clan is to secretly observe Senju and Uzumaki. For thousands of years, he has seen a lot of Mangekyo Sharingan with strange abilities. Although the same situation of pupil technique has appeared in this one, Uchiha always brings him new surprises every few decades. What is Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha's family? He doesn't know how much ability he has. The killing continues. Zongxian and the others have left Sanzo Pavilion. However, the ninjas of the roots are still going forward, and they are not afraid of death to hinder Zongxian and their breakthrough. Human lives have become the cheapest consumables here. Scarlet blood and gray ashes are paved on their way forward, mixing become a muddy color. A group of 4 people, Zongxian stood at the forefront. As the ninjas who had torn apart their roots with sharp knives, they laid a heavy net. Uchiha stream how fire sword. This overbearing trick is not at all stoppable by ordinary means. Even the strongest ninja who is good at earth-style hardening cannot resist this sword that is enough to burn steel. The fiery explosion directly helps the opponent cremation, even the firewood was omitted, only the ashes were blown away by the wind. Right behind Zongxian is Shisui. Even if everyone agrees to overthrow the third generation project together, this does not mean that Zongxian will safely hand over his back to Hyaga Hayashi. Hyaga Hayashi and his guards will follow, at the very end of the line. Of course, even though he is standing at the end of the line, it cannot be said that Hyaga Hayashi is taking advantage of the paddling. The Akugan's intelligence collection ability is clearly above Sharingan, with no dead ends of 360 degrees. He not only saw the attackers from the sky and the ground, and the forest underwater, but also saw the guys using the secret technique. He predicted in advance the secret technique used by the other party and told Zongxian. Front left. Hyaga Hayashi shouted loudly, "Magic Shiranui." The pupil power bloomed in the scarlet eyes. Zongxian cast his gaze to the bushes on the front left, and met the enemy who was hiding in Jian. His tyrannical pupil power directly invaded, and the illusory flames that did not exist in the real world began to violent in the enemy's spirit. The burning, the pain that directly acted on the spirit instantly made him lose the power to resist. Then a shuriken was thrown, killing the opponent. Next second, be careful, rear left, right. The information provided by Hyaga Hayashi came to an abrupt end. He encountered an enemy with a very poor personality, and a swordsman who used wind style was killed. As a partner in the same village, it is obvious that the roots know how to deal with the Byakugan and gentle fist methods of the Hyaga family. This extraordinary enemy Hyaga Hayashi was caught in a bitter battle, and had to concentrate on the battle in front of him, unable to provide more information to Zongxian. It's not just Hyaga Hayashi who is fighting hard. His Jonin level guard is also entangled by a similar opponent. The situation is even worse than Hyaga Hayashi. There are many injuries on his body. If Hyaga Hayashi and Shisui are not taking care of him, it was probably gone before rushing out of the Sanzo Pavilion. Only, now even Shisui has encountered the siege of many Jonin level masters. The ninjas who besieged him fought fiercely without fear of death. Shisui was in an extremely difficult situation by the way of fighting for life and injury, especially with the long-distance cooperation of masters who were good at earth style, constantly transforming and changing the terrain. The geomorphology limits the flexibility of Shisui's instant technique to a certain extent. Tisk, Zongxian slapped his tongue. Solving the enemies from both sides behind him, he quickly looked around, and captured the current situation on the field. I have to admit that the roots that Danzo has carefully trained are really not soft-footed shrimps. They are strong and good at fighting, not afraid of life and death. The team cooperates with each other in an orderly manner, and there are a large number of secret arts users. Mix it up. It can't go on like this. Zongxian pondered secretly in his heart. He himself still has enough strength to continue fighting. Samehata can provide him with a steady stream of chakra supplement consumption, but Shisui and Hyaga Hayashi do not have the endurance to fight for a long time. If they can't quickly decide the victory or defeat in a short time, either it gets out of the siege or rescue arrives. Hyaga Hayashi may be over here. Had it been before, he wouldn't care about Hyaga Hayashi's life and death. But after the meeting with Shakikting, I realized that the Hyaga clan was wrong. To be precise, it was Hyaga Hayashi's hatred of third generation. It would be too wasteful to let Hyaga Hayashi die here. After all, the opportunity to overthrow the purpose of the third generation like this is really a waste. Once in a lifetime. However, trying to break the current crisis and rescue Hyaga Hayashi is not a simple matter without using the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Ryoma-sama, all members of the Blackwell team were killed, all members of the Tsuruta team were killed, and the Nozawa team's captain, Nozawa, was seriously injured. The 17th team, the 29th team. The ninja with the masked roots reported the statistics, and Abarame Ryoma, who listened to the long list of deaths, couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Even if it is already expected that this operation will have astonishing losses. But when I really saw the extreme casualties, there was inevitably a ripple in my heart, but but in a blink of an eye the Heart Lake returned to calm, and I experienced the bloody war of the Ninja World War comparable to a meat grinder. The scene couldn't scare him, but it hurt so many people. Chang-hee, what's the situation now? Abarame Ryoma asked his companions from the Yamanaka clan. The chakra of Uchiha Shisui, Hyaga Hayashi, and Hyaga Shinyu has been much lower than the original one. However, the chakra of Uchiha Zongxian still maintains the level at the beginning. Deideo Samehada is helping him to replenish the chakra that he has consumed. It's not clear exactly what Big Knife Samehada can achieve. This mixed information made Abarame Ryoma frown. Really, the most troublesome thing is Uchiha Zongxian. The delaying tactics have little effect on Uchiha Zongxian. If there is enough time, Abarame Ryoma doesn't mind paying more sacrifices to delay the time. Killing Uchiha Zongxian's mental will a little bit. The problem is that their time is very tight. This is not an uninhabited wilderness, this is Konoha. Even if the third generation will personally drag the Hyaga clan, the big and small families in the village are not all blind and deaf. Sooner or later someone will notice the situation here. The battle must be ended before it is noticed. Chang-hee, Zulai, ready to act. The urgency of time prevents him from staying here to command operations. Abarame Ryoma can become the second in command of the Roots, not because of his excellent management ability, but because he is strong enough and he is one of the members of the Root organization. The strongest person. Shoot now? Isn't it too early? It is Yamanaka Chang-hee who is talking about Abarame Ryoma's teammate. He is the leader of all the Yamanaka clan members of the Grandmaster Yamanaka clan. He has a son named Yamanaka Feng who is also a member of the Roots. However, he did not participate in this operation, but was left at the Root base. It's right now, maybe there will be spoilers if you drag on. Abarame Ryoma opened his hands, and cloud-like insects gushed out of his sleeve. As for another of his teammates, a woman named Zuli who has no surname lifted the paintbrush and began to paint on the unfolded white scroll. With only a few strokes, the lifelike inkanwash animals appeared on the scroll. Immediately, these inkanwash animals really moved, freed from the picture scroll, tigers and leopards leaped to the ground, and eagles and falcons soared into the sky. The luxuriant roots are indeed worthy of its name. The rhizomes planted in the dark provide sufficient nourishment for the leaves standing on the ground, making this towering tree more and more prosperous. Okay. This is nonsense. The roots buried in the dark underground may have contributed to the big tree, but more often they are in turn drawing the nutrients of the big tree to strengthen itself. The roots in the dark grow sturdily, in contrast to the big trees standing on the ground that are constantly wilting. In order to cultivate the development of the root, Danzo constantly draws fresh blood from the ninja school, and also takes away the children of talented penultimate from various families, and uses the curse to stifle the uncertain future of the geniuses, turning them into an obedient and easy-to-use hound. All this he did seemed to be a banner for the village, but in fact it was just eating the flesh and blood of the village for his own selfish desires. Today, after the roots hidden in the darkness replaced a ruler, they still aimed their spearhead at a part of the big tree, and started another self-mutilation action. Yes, Uchiha and the root dispute, for Konoha, it was essentially just a self-harm. Of course, this is not necessarily a bad thing. In Zongxian's view, if we can take this opportunity to wipe out the rotten rhizomes hidden in the dark, it will be a good thing for Uchiha and the village, otherwise there will always be a kind of just killing a Danzo. Feeling unfinished. Only by cutting weeds and roots can the problem be solved once and for all as much as possible. Shisui. Zongxian swung his sword through the enemy who was blocking the road, and came to Shisui's side. Zongxian, stop talking nonsense, protect Clan Hyaga, and try to save Clan Hyaga's life while ensuring your own safety. If it is a last resort, you can use Susanoo, but unless you meet the person I mentioned, otherwise, you are not allowed to expose your pupil skills. Zongxian approached Shisui's side and gave orders with a voice that only the two of them could hear. Distinguished Heavenly Gods is a pupil technique according to its original situation. It takes a lot of time to cool down every time it is used. However, Zongxian uses Samehada to help him restore the pupil power he has consumed and repair the damaged eyes, allowing Shisui to be able to take a short time. You can use Distinguished Heavenly Gods again. But if you can, Zongxian didn't want Shisui to expose the ability of Distinguished Heavenly Gods prematurely. The ability of Distinguished Heavenly Gods is not omnipotent, but it can indeed play a great role when used well. I see. Shisui solemnly promised. He didn't always like to ask unnecessary things like before. He was obviously just a jonin from the Uchiha family, but he was G with Hokage and the patriarch. Fortunately, his brain has not been completely solidified, and he has been imperceptibly in Zongxian for so many years. And under the impact of the events of these days, it is finally no longer so naive. He didn't know what Zongxian was going to do, just knowing that it is enough to obey Zongxian's orders at this time. With Shisui's support, Hyaga Hayashi, who was already in danger, got a chance to breathe. And Zongxian, he cast his gaze on the insect tide that was used like a dark cloud in the distant forest. Behind the massive worm tide, you can see Abarame Ryoma's chakra approaching here. Looking at this formation, is it really the priority to kill? Zhongxian narrowed his eyes slightly, not thinking that he was disgusted, but a happy smile appeared. That's not bad too. Catch the thief first. Today's roots have lost Danzo's direct leader. If Abarame Ryoma is killed again, the roots will become headless flies. Without the roots, no matter how fierce they are destined to become skirmishers. It will be difficult to organize effective resistance. Just use this as a greeting. Zhongxian stared at the insect tide that was approaching quickly from the sky, and made an yin seal on his hands. Almost all fire style techniques are finished with the yin seal, but in the hands of Zhongxian, all the fire style techniques of his master have been simplified to the seal, and only a simple yin seal is enough to make him use all kinds of fire style techniques as you like. Even if fire style technique not printing is not a necessary behavior for Zhongxian, it's just that he hasn't encountered an enemy who can force him to abandon Jiyin to fight. The more cards he has, the better. Even this small, inconspicuous Muji's ability to release fire style is deliberately done by him. It's hidden, maybe it will come in handy at some point. Fire style, the fire is extinguished. This is the fire style technique most commonly used by Zhongxian. Because of its powerful destructive power and wide range of attack, Zhongxian loves it. He opened his mouth and exhaled a fiery flame on the scale of a tsunami, engulfing the grass and trees in front of him, as well as the worm tide that was pressed down like a dark cloud. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of insects, maybe more than 100,000 insects are shouting here. Supported in the hellish sea of fire, it was evaporated for a short time, and many more evaporation. Zhongxian noticed something abnormal. No matter how small the insects are, they have meat. After the scarce body fluids are evaporated, the huge number of insect corpses should be burnt violently, instead of being completely evaporated, as if these insects are all made of water from beginning to end. The composition is general. Water? Zhongxian recalled the black and overwhelming worm tide, and a guess suddenly appeared in his mind. Ninfa confusion technique. The sudden attack came from heaven. The soaring black giant eagle carries two figures on its back, and the middle-aged male standing on the back of the giant eagle is the middle-aged male standing on the back of the giant eagle. Falling straight towards Zhongxian. It's a pity that because of avoiding the heat from the sea of fire, the giant eagle flew so high that it took a little while for Yamanaka Changhe's attack to cross this distance and reach the sky above Zhongxian's head. To be honest, this hand was very powerful. The ordinary members of the Yamanaka clan can't attack this far, but no matter how powerful it is useless to miss the target. Zhongxian, who had used Sherinan to see the vague mental energy movement trajectory in advance, easily dodges, but the giant eagle in the sky carries more than one person on his back, and attacks like torrential rain follow one after another. The jet-black bird with countless times swooped down from the air and flew towards Zhongxian quickly. Go! The shuriken was thrown. The bird was crushed and turned into pitch-black ink. Ink? Super Beast pseudo-paintings? This thing. Zhongxian groaned for 2 seconds, trying to figure out the details of the flying birds while waving a knife to block the flying birds, and quickly made them. Out of judgment should be considered Yang Escape's secret art, right? He noticed the refined chakra in the bodies of these ink birds. And to give life to the body, even if it's just a short, false life, to be honest, the secret technique faintly involves the true essence of Yang Yun technique. That is to say, Zhongxian can distinguish the characteristics of Yin Dun and Yang Dun chakra with the help of Samehada. Otherwise, whether it is Byakugan or Sherinan, only the ink bird can be seen inside. Flooded chakra. The roots are really full of talents. Zhongxian looked up at the jet-black giant eagle soaring in the sky. Suddenly I thought about it. The obscurity and difficulty of Yin Yushu and Yang Yushu Shen Zhongxian can be understood when I study it. Yin Yushu is better. Sherinan was originally a symbol of Yin Yu's power. With the help of Samehada, Manjikyo Sherinan is the best. Proof. And Yang Dun kind of made Zhongxian scratch his head, although it is also because he devoted more energy to the study of Yin Yushu. He lacks research methods on Yang Yushu and can only collect some medical ninjutsu studies. However, these medical ninjutsu are not that much after all. High and deep, until now his research on Yang escape technique has only stopped at a certain degree of physical strength that can stop the bleeding from the wound. He considered the borrowing Akamike family's secret art research and research in the past, but the Akamike family's Yang escape mystery is related to eating. It is impossible to study the results if it is not that large. For this reason, it is not very good to be against the Akamike family. Cost effective. After all, the history of Ino, Shika, Cho's three families can be traced back 300 years ago, and if you mess with one, you mess with all of them. Zhongxian is not afraid of Ino Shika Cho's three families looking for trouble, provided that they can get something equivalent to the trouble. The Super Beast pseudo-painting is actually the Yang escape secret art. My luck looks pretty good. Zhongxian ran in the forest, dodges the attack from the sky and made the decision to capture the target at the same time. He definitely needs to get the secret technique of Super Beast fake painting. What he cares about is naturally not the ability of Super Beast fake painting, even if it is the master. The fake painting of Super Beasts is a lot of craftsmanship for him. By comparison, the excavation and application of this secret technique for the power of Yang Dun made Zhong Xian's heart even more moved. Flies so high. It looks like it won't work without Susanoo. Zhong Xian's words were not exhausted. The tingling from his feet made him look down, and found that there were countless insects leaping in the grass under his feet. The insects that had been in a silent state suddenly became active and climbed up to Zhong Xian. His feet, while gnawing on flesh and blood, struggling to penetrate into the body. This is a trap. Zhong Xian realized that he had fallen into a trap unknowingly, and the attack from the air was only to induce him to move into this trap that had already been set up. Small things like bugs need to break out of chakra when they are moving, so it is difficult to avoid Sharingan's insight. Only when they are still, the extremely weak chakra is difficult to be relied on by Sharingan and other perception methods. Discover. It can be said that this is a net carefully compiled for Zhong Xian. Secret technique insect Jade. A Barame Ryoma, who was lurking underground, appeared. This taciturn man had no extra nonsense, manipulating the bugs hidden in the nearby grasses and among the branches and leaves to fly out, and gathered in midair into a black cloud, towards Zhong Xian swooped up. With so many insects, it only takes a few seconds to gnaw uchiha Zhong Xian to a skeleton. A Barame's bug? Have a hand. But this little trick can't deal with Uchiha's Mangekyo. Uchiha Obito, who watched the excitement, narrowed his eyes, knowing that at the critical moment, can he just see Uchiha's pupil technique? Take a look. Oh, what an amazing chakra fluctuation! White Zetsu screamed. Fortunately, there was no one else around. The ninjas lurking nearby were all pinched to death by Uchiha Obito. Don't worry that White Zetsu's call will attract attention. In fact, at this time, anyone with a bit of perceptual means, or keen intuition, is attracted by the pitch-black insect swarm that swirls together, or to be more precise, it suddenly burst out from the hidden insect swarm, attracted by the powerful chakra fluctuations. That is, Hayaga Hayashi, who was fighting with the enemy, saw the Zhong Xian surrounded by insects through the 360-degree Byakugan with no dead ends. The unprecedented majestic, vast, and gloomy chakra emerged from Zhong Xian's body. The amazing breath of Hayaga Hayashi was the first time I saw it outside Jinchuriki. Almost instantaneously, he recalled the power mentioned many times in the many records of the Uchiha clan and the clan. It seems that I didn't make a wrong choice this time. Hayaga Hayashi whispered to himself. The original weak breath suddenly rose up, the chakra acupuncture path in his body released a large amount of chakra, his body made a circular rotation like a top, and a hemispherical chakra cover concealed his whole person. The hood formed by the high-speed rotating chakra not only bounced off all physical attacks, but as Hayaga Hayashi once again suddenly increased chakra's output, the hemispherical hood pushed outwards extremely quickly, directly hitting the surrounding enemies. The bones were broken and the tendons were broken, and it seemed that there was no air in the air. This trick, Shisui, was also eye-opening. Revolving heaven of the Hayaga clan, he once saw a member of the clan used it, that is, the hapless one who died on the eastern battlefield and was taken away by Warren. In any case, the clan member's talent is indeed good, and he was young. The master became Revolving Heaven, but unfortunately his personality was so bad that he died on the battlefield, not to mention it, and became a shame to the Hayaga clan. It's not bad that it can be used to attack. Shisui gave a compliment, but the Kodaki in his hand was constantly harvesting the lives of the ninjas around the roots. Together with Hayaga Hayashi and Hayaga Mayu, he killed the ninjas around the roots, and then stopped in place, without continuing to move towards the southeast. Breaking through, but turned to look in the same direction. The next moment, entangled in deep scarlet flames, the huge arms with only bones pushed away the thick canopy in the forest, like a spire rising to the sky, proclaiming to everyone that the power of the gods once again descended on the ninja world. That is a light deeper than a shining flame, darker color than crimson blood. The appearance of that arm was just the beginning, and then the second skeletal arm appeared, and then the complete skeleton body picked up the body from the flaming chakra brilliance, and stood on the ground like a towering mountain. Superior. To here, still not finished. Meridians and flesh and blood are clinging to the bones and growing crazily. The brilliance of chakra pulsating like flames is woven into a coat that envelops the newly formed body, which is the kung fu in the blink of an eye. Shen Fei is holding a large sword in one hand. The color giant cast a huge shadow in the forest below. This is the third form of Susanoo. What kind of monster is this? The root ninjas were at a loss. If it weren't for the roots, the ninjas had no names, no emotions, and no fear of death. They only had missions in their hearts. If they were replaced by ordinary ninja forces, it would not be surprising to be scared to collapse at this moment, but the ninjas who did not have the roots to flee. At the time, I was a little at a loss. They have no combat experience against this behemoth. During the Nine Tails chaos, they were ordered to monitor the Uchiha clan and did not participate in the battle against Nine Tails. In addition, they have absorbed a lot of fresh blood in the past few years, so that they really lack relevant combat experience. To make an inappropriate metaphor, they are now tigers biting the hedgehog, and they have no way of making a mouthful. What's more terrible is that Zhongxian is not a hedgehog who can only shrink up, but an evil dragon that can counteract tigers. Zhongxian's eyes, hiding in Susanna's body, turned scarlet, and the monster pattern shaped like a six-leaf windmill slowly turned. He frowned slightly, and there was a sudden fire burning on his feet, and he got into his flesh and blood. The insects were burned clean, but there were extensive burns on his bare feet. Tisk! It hurts. He smacked his tongue softly. The insect swarm that gathered like a dark cloud beside him was repelled by Susanna at the very beginning. Only the insects that got into his flesh and blood were not something Susanna could pull out. As a last resort, he had to use fire to expel the pair. Bugs in the flesh and blood of the feet. Immediately, after the insects were burned out, the power of Yang Dun began to take effect, slowly healing the burns on both feet. But at this time, Zhongxian's attention was not on his feet at all, hovering over the crystal at the center of Susanna's eyebrows, overlooking the vast forest below, where the rooted ninjas squirmed around like insects. Instead, Shisui and Hayaga Hayashi moved from the wooded area to the open space. This is a reasonable judgment. Seeing the position of Shisui and the others, Zhongxian's thoughts turned. Susanna immediately moved, lifted the solace of his feet and stomped down hard, and the heavy impact crushed the land under his feet and the entire forest. All were trembling, billowing smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the aftermath of the vibration passed to the center of the village. Almost the entire Konoha felt the vibration from the southern part of the village. Abarame Ryoma was not trampled to death by Susanoo. This powerful worm made it escape from the very moment of his attack. Although there were many colors on his body, and even his arm was interrupted by a flying stone flying suddenly, he still survived, killing and wounding 8 people with the necrosis he raised. It became a price, and it was not sequel. Susanoo, is this Susanoo? On the run, Abarame Ryoma repeatedly chanted this name that he had seen in many secret documents, and finally understood deeply why Lord Danzo and the third generation were so hostile to the Uchiha clan, and what kind of inherently evil clan seemed to him. All excuses. To be honest, fear and coveting the Chiba clan's overpowering power is the real reason for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha is too strong, and it makes people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Konoha, who is not strong like First Hokage, is not there. Can counterbalance the means and power of the Uchiha clan. That's why I desperately suppressed Uchiha. But the most urgent thing is what to do next? Uchiha Zhongxian actually mastered this legendary power and broke through the trap he carefully set with absolute violence, making him feel a kind of unspeakable despair in his disappointment, repeated twice. In Uchiha's hands, he was deflated, and there was no chance of winning at all. This battle, I don't know what to do. Especially when he noticed the Otaki that was chasing down in the air, he suddenly realized that he was already doomed, but that's good, so he didn't have to worry about the next mess. It's also doing the scarlet big sword plowed the ground, leaving a deep gully, and Abarame Ryoma on the way to escape was completely wiped out of the traces of existence in the world. This is just the beginning. Abarame Ryoma's chakra was completely extinguished, and Zhongxian cast his gaze to the ninjas with scattered roots in the forest. Now that Susanoo has been exposed, it is better to take this opportunity to let people who have forgotten where Uchiha's pride comes from to re-recognize why Uchiha is pretentious, and let them know that Uchiha is the #1 Konoha. The name of the rich is well deserved. Susanoo in the third stage, such unscrupulous consumption of pupil power can't last long. Uchiha Obito sighed with disappointment. After all, he could not see the details of Uchiha Zhongxian's pupil technique, since he has used it at any cost. With Susanoo, how could it be possible to waste pupil power using Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique? But, it's not nothing. He has never used Susanoo, but according to Madara, this thing consumes pupil power quite terribly, and the higher the stage of activation, the greater the cost. Susanoo in the third stage is already a big consumer of pupil power. Not many times Mangekyo Sharingan will go blind. Obito, do you want to keep watching? Black Zetsu asked aloud. No, just put a few white Zetsu here and stare at it. I can't see the details of Uchiha Zhongxian pupil technique, and it doesn't make sense to stay here. Instead of wasting time watching Uchiha Zhongxian's ninja who killed the roots, it's okay. It's better to go back to Kirigakure and plan the next war between Konoha and Mizunobu, and consume Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Zhongxian with the help of Mizuno. As for Konoha, the blood of his own killing flowed into a river without his intervention. In addition, the Akugan's thing is too annoying. You must be careful during Konoha action to avoid being discovered by Hayaga. He was not prepared to expose himself so early. In contrast, Kirigakure's ruined place is more comfortable. After controlling 4th Mizu Cage, it can be said to be doing whatever you want, changing the tossing Mizu Cage. The void suddenly twisted, Uchiha Obito's figure quickly diminished with the distorted space, and sucked into his different space. Supremacy also closed the nepenthes above his head, leaving behind a few white Zetsu lurking around. himself it blends into the underground silently. Have you gathered all your hands? Elder Wumaru, the 42 jonin in the clan, are all here. Konoha Police Department, on the roof of the building. The three elders, Uchiha Wumaru, Uchiha Suanshi, and Uchiha Sein, came together. They brought a part of jonin who was left behind in the clan, and with the power granted by the clan chief, they gathered a part of jonin stationed in the police force. Jonin is 42 people. Of course, if you add 3 elders, you get 45. This is because some people are left to guard the clan and the police department. This is the reason why the Uchiha clan, who has been unused for many years by the high level of the village, has been unable to deal with it. According to Zongxian, the most fundamental reason for the original destiny of the Uchiha clan was the lack of a true backbone, so that it was internally split. Very good. Uchiha Wumaru stepped forward. He looked at jonin from the 42 family who was kneeling on the rooftop. Among them were a 14-year-old teenage girl and an old man with gray hair who was already holding his grandson. He took a breath and said, "Now that time is running out, I will not explain in detail. I will briefly explain that the patriarch is in trouble, and the elders and I are going to take people to support the patriarch. If you think there is a problem, I will say it now and give you 10 seconds to consider. Time, after 10 seconds no one will speak, we will set off." 10 seconds is really short. Excited smiles appeared on the faces of the young Uchihas. The old Uchihas carefully reconfirmed their ninja equipment, but no one raised any objections in this 10 seconds. The proud Uchihas were not afraid. Die. Especially those who became jonin, they are proud of their blood, conceited for their strength, and for the glory of the family they are already ready to die. This is Uchiha, the clan who puts arrogance in his bones. Set off. Uchiha Wumaru waved and ordered. 3 young elders rushed to the forefront first, and a group of 45 people swiftly headed towards the southern end of the village. The mansion of the Hayaga family. The Hayaga family, which was originally located in the southern part of the village, is very close to Sanzokjiaong. Otherwise, Hayaga Hayashi would not propose to break the encirclement to the southeast. Logically speaking, when the enchantment class stopped due to some trouble, the Hayaga family it should have been the first to discover the Battle of Sanzo Pavilion. However, the third Hokage, who was visiting alone, first met with the elders of the clan family. After that, for some reason, Hayaga Zhengxing contacted several other clan elders. As the elders, they issued a ban on footing. Without the permission of the elders, the clansmen were not allowed leave the family residence at will. Even if someone had discovered the fighting that broke out in Sanzo Pavilion, the elders were unmoved, and even sent their confidants to stare at the patriarch's relatives. Until, Changxing, it looks like you have made the wrong choice. The elders of the clan opened Byakugan and looked at the scarlet Susanoo that appeared in the distant forest. The eldest said slowly whether Hayashi really wants to break the family rules that have been passed down for thousands of years, but there is no doubt that he bet the right treasure. Hayaga Jensing's face was pale, however, he had also experienced on the battlefield, and he was not psychologically weak enough to perform any embarrassing behavior. Elder Kiyohiko, are you going to watch the Hayaga clan go astray? Third generation looked at the elder of the Hayaga family who was active in the same period with first generation, Uchiha Madara and others with white hair and beard, trying to reverse this bad change at the moment. This matter has nothing to do with Hayaga, Hokage-sama. The question you should consider now is Uchiha. Hayaga Kiyohiko looked at the deep scarlet Susanoo and sighed, I didn't expect to see Susanoo again before I died. It's really disappointing. The old man did not hide his dislike for Susanoo from Uchiha's family at all. Uchiha and Hayaga are the two famous pupils in the ninja world. The contest between the two races has stretched from thousands of years ago to the present day. However, if the Sharingan of the Three-Go Jade can be compared to the Byakugan of the Hayaga family, but Uchiha can also activate the so-called Mangekyo Sharingan, which is a power over Byakugan, because with the existence of that power, Hayaga has always been under Uchiha, especially in the era when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara coexisted in the world. Hayaga didn't even have the courage to say a harsh word with Uchiha. That kind of shame, Hayaga Kiyohiko, who is almost 90 years old, has never forgotten. Shang-Xing, take the responsibility that you should bear. Before Hayashi did any actions that endangered the family, he was always the patriarch of our clan. Today's trouble is caused by you, and naturally should end with you. Elder Hayaga Kiyohiko after speaking, he called the waiter's cronies and helped him to leave the courtyard that belonged to Hayaga. The rest of the clan elders also left. No one stayed and said to help Hayaga Zhengxing bear the consequences. Obviously, he had been decided to be a sacrifice to appease the anger of the patriarch, Hayaga Hayashi. Later, third generation also left in a hurry. The old ghost of the Hayaga family is right. The appearance of Susanoo cannot fail to attract the attention of the various families in the village. Failure to kill Uchiha Zongxian and Hayaga Hayashi before then means that the root's action has failed. At this time, the Hayaga family it doesn't matter whether to support Hayaga Hayashi or not. What he needs to worry about is how to deal with this trouble and deal with the backlash from Uchiha and Hyuga. The family residents of the Akamike clan, Nara Shika and Yamanaka Hai rushed over one after another, and led by his friend Akamike Dinza to the front of Akamike. The elder of the three families of Ino, Shika, Cho was eating barbecue. Sitting on both sides of the grill with Akamike Dinza's son, one old and the other young, feasted. Lu Ju, Hai Yi, do you two want to eat? Akamike picked up a piece of tenderloin with the wind, and asked the two juniors who walked in. Uncle Cho Fang, it's not the time to eat. Nara Luyu has a helpless smile on his face. If it is not for nothing, he is not willing to come over and disturb the old man again and again. This time there is no Akamike. Fang sits down, and feels a little unsure in his heart. Oh, I know this is endless today. Akamike sighed heavily. When I left the Hokage building, I saw Uchiha Zongxian talking to Hyuga Hayashi. I had a hunch in my heart that there might be trouble, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. What exactly is going on? Akamike took the wind and put down his chopsticks. Koji, who was on the opposite side, looked up with some doubts. Akamike patted his head and signaled that he should continue to eat. The Akamike's children should be able to eat. The more they eat, the practice expansion jutsu is faster. It's Susanoo. Yamanaka Kiyaki told the information he had observed. He used his mind-turning technique to control a goshawk and personally confirmed what had happened. To be honest, he did not recognize the Scarlet Giant when he saw it. Come out, after all, Susanoo from Uchiha's family hasn't appeared in decades. Fortunately, Nara Luyu confirmed the true identity of the Scarlet Giant based on the information he provided. Gen attacked the Uchiha and Hyuga chiefs, but depending on the situation, the Roots' actions failed. The Hyuga and Uchiha chiefs are alive, and the Uchiha chief turned on Susanoo who is clearing the Roots. Yamanaka Hai observed very carefully. Root, Akamike's mouth is bitter. Did you admit your mistake? I saw Masahiro. As if worried about Akamike taking the wind and not knowing who it was, Yamanaka Koichi explained, Yamanaka Masahiro is my cousin. He was taken to root cultivation by Danzo before. Akamike sighed silently. Inoshikacho, Nara and Yamanaka are all taken away by the D Danzo, but the Akamike family has no one to join the Roots. Of course, this is not to say that Danzo is giving him face. Danzo. The guys dislike the Akamike clan and couldn't do secret and maneuvering work. If you are Root, Danzo is still lying in the hospital. Akamike gets more headaches from taking the wind, and at this time, he can make the Roots do something like this and think about it with his toes and know who it is. Let's take a look. When the time comes, let's get rid of it, and the three of you will come together. There is no good way for Akamike to get the wind. Pretending to be ignorant of this kind of thing is definitely impossible. Chief Uchiha and Chief Hyuga were attacked inside the village. No matter what the reason, the nature of this matter is bad. If you just let it go, God knows the future. What will chaos in the village look like? In his heart, he couldn't help but complain about his former old friend. Such a bottomless struggle is too much. Not just Uchiha, Hyuga, and Ino, Shika, Cho. In the village, all the families that have a bit of card face are moving at this moment. There is one family of Yuzuzu, Karama, Wind Festival, ISE, etc., even Sarutobi, Shimura, Zwanfu, and Midaman. The family also dispatched personnel to the location of the incident in the southern part of the village. The deep scarlet Susanoo ravaged the earth. That big sword ruthlessly harvests the lives of the ninjas who are rooted. It doesn't need precise positioning or restraint. Just swing the sword in the direction where you can see chakra fluctuations. The sharp and huge big sword will all the matter blocking the front was chopped up. Forests, rocks, land, streams, nothing can stop Susanoo's blade. Even the root of fear of death has fallen into unprecedented chaos under such unreasonable crushing blows. The chaos is not only caused by Susanoo, an unmatched powerful force, but more importantly, the death of Abarame Ryoma, a direct officer. The root lost its dominance. The root organization actually only has a leader like Danzo from beginning to end. He bound all his subordinates with curse marks, even the arm of Abarame Ryoma is no exception, but at any rate Abarame Ryoma is the second in command recognized by Danzo, and he was publicly granted the power second only to Danzo himself, as long as there is Abarame Ryoma. Now, the root will not be messy. But when Abarame Ryoma died, Danzo lay dying in the hospital again. At the root, there are no powerful characters to control the organization. They are used to obeying orders and they don't even have the thought of fighting for power. The captains of each team led their teams to fight separately, and then they were killed by Zongxian, falling flowers and flowing water. These guys at the root are really dead-headed. I don't know what the workaround is at all. Knowing that there is only one dead end in this situation, but no one flees, perhaps the threat of the curse seal has not disappeared, or perhaps they have really abandoned all their feelings and only have tasks in their hearts. In short, the ninjas are the roots of their own battles. We attacked Susanoo exhaustively, and then were killed one by the fallen big swords, putting an end to their obscure life. No need to use ninjutsu, there is no need to consume pupil power to use pupil technique. Each of Susanoo's swords was powerful enough to be destructive enough to be worthy of the well-deserved B-level ninjutsu. When the nearby forest was almost turned over, the terrain had undergone tremendous changes, and finally the ninja who could no longer see the roots of the formation was on the ground. Action, only the black giant eagle hovering in the sky remained. Get me down. Zhongxian looked up at the black giant eagle flying in the air. Susanoo moved as he pleased, the sharp big sword slashed in the air, and the black giant eagle that was blown by the wind blowing with the knife suddenly lost its balance, composed of ink. His creation is inherently not resistant, let alone two people on it. The black giant eagle shattered. The two people riding on the back of the giant eagle fell downward. However, the woman named Zuli reacted quickly and raised the scroll in her hand. In this situation, a new goshawk was drawn hastily, and she caught the two of them who were falling downward in time, so that she wouldn't just fall off like that, go down and fall into a ball of sauced meat. However, at this time, a huge arm stretched out and grabbed the black giant eagle and Zuli and Yamanaka Masahiro. The black giant eagle exploded with a pop and turned into ink, leaving only Zuli and Yamanaka Masahiro. The two are alive. Magic Dragon Sleep Technique. Susanoo lifted the two captives up in front of him. With such a small distance, Zhongxian was enough to project his pupil power on Zuli and Yamanaka Changhao, and he didn't even have the opportunity to say a word. The two of them were hypnosis and fell into a deep lethargy. There was no chance of suicide. Leave it to them. Yang escaped secret technique, super beast pseudo painting. Get it? This trophy made Zhongxian's mood a little excited. With such a secret technique, if luck is good, Yang Dun's practice might be on the right track ever since. Once again, it was confirmed that there were no other fish that slipped through the net. At the same time, a large number of chakra fluctuations from the direction of the Hyaga clan were sensed. If no surprise, this should be the reinforcements who came to support Hyaga Hayashi, even if it was fighting. The reinforcements are over until late. Hey, why is there a large number of chakra fluctuations in the northeast? And all of them felt very familiar, and they were rushing to where they were at a very fast speed. This chakra, Grandpa is here. Zhongxian tried to open his eyes wide, and as the visitors approached, he recognized the familiar chakra breath. Everyone's chakra is subtly different. With a personal imprint, the transformation technique can change the appearance, but cannot change the breath of chakra. Therefore, White Zetsu's disguise technique that transforms chakra into the same chakra by absorbing chakra will be praised as the strongest change technique. He relieved Susanoo. Carrying two captives, he greeted the clansmen who came to support him. Unlike the obviously procrastinating reinforcements of the Hyaga family, Uchiha's clan is not very close to this place. They can rush to arrive here at about the same time as the reinforcements of the Hyaga family. It can only be said that they did not waste any time as much as possible. Came here quickly. Minister, Patriarch, Minister. The people of the Uchiha family saw the Patriarch who appeared in front of them and greeted them one after another. Zhongxian, are you okay? Uchiha Suingsu looked at his grandson with some worry. Susanoo, who had just disappeared, had already seen so many people. As the elder of the clan, he knew about Mangekyo Sherinan. He knew that Mangekyo Sherinan must be used again and again. We'll go to complete blindness. I'm fine, Zhongxian replied with a smile. He noticed that Uchiha Xianxi's face didn't fade away. He knew what Grandpa was worried about after a little while, but he couldn't explain it in front of so many people about his ability to restore pupil power. Turning his eyes to look around, he noticed the respect and admiration of the people of the tribe. Power of God Susanoo. Such a powerful force is naturally worthy of awe. Boy Zhongxian, what's going on here? It forced you to use that thing. Uchiha Wumaru eagerly leaned forward to ask. Elder Uchiha Q also approached quietly, pricked his ears and waited. With Zhongxian's answer. This, Zhongxian groaned for a few seconds, walked 2 steps, and stepped onto a nearby tree trunk that was inserted diagonally into the ground, condescendingly overlooking Jonin among the 45 tribes including the 3 elders, and said loudly, I think everyone may want to know what happened here. Explaining one by one was too troublesome in the past. I will explain it together. Just now, the roots tried to assassinate me again here. They gathered the most elite roots. It's not the first time that I've attacked Chief Hyaga and me. The old accounts of the past will not be mentioned for the time being. This time I have caught evidence. The village will not give my clan an explanation. I will never let it go. Those who dare to provoke Uchiha must pay the corresponding price. So, prepare me for battle. Yes, Patriarch. The clansmen, whose angry emotions were mixed with excited spirits, replied loudly. They were angry at the attack on their clan leader in the village, and they were excited because of the Patriarch's tough attitude. The sword-like murderous intent was released unscrupulously, and the strong killing intent was about to materialize into a sea of blood visible to the naked eye. The killing intent and fighting spirit of the Uchihas was so strong that Hayaga Hayashi did not dare to get too close for a while, but led the confidants from the clan to stop at a position not far away, vigilant, looking at these 40-odd Jonin-level Uchiha. With so many Jonin from Uchiha's family, Hayaga Hayashi's eyes were hot. Even if it is Uchiha, as expected, the more than 40 Jonins have almost taken out all the essence of the clan. It is clear that the Uchiha clan has not been as long as half a year, but it has been supported by the Jonins of the Uchiha clan. No need to look back, the Byakugan can see the 22 Hayaga Jonin standing behind him. This is almost the most reliable power of his master in the clan. When it comes to the number of Jonin, Hayaga Hayashi is confident that Uchiha's Jonin is definitely not as many as their Hayaga clan, but it's frustrating that his clan patriarch does not have all the power in the master clan. The elders of the clan have great powers. Dividing the authority of the patriarch made it difficult for Hayaga Hayashi to stretch his fists wantonly. Especially after the death of his younger brother, Hayaga Hizashi, the owner of the branch house, his power was further compressed by the elders. Compared with the powerful Uchiha Zongxian, it is almost one day at a time. Hayashi Sr. When Hayaga Hayashi lost his mind, Soxian came over and said hello. Zanxian-kun, the unity of the nobility assigned is really enviable. Hayaga Hayashi came back to his senses and gave a compliment naturally. It's just being forced out. Zongxian waved his hand to show humility and unite his Heinz Uchiha. This sounded a bit of a face. The Uchiha clan said that unity is indeed very united. They will indeed unite in order to maintain the honor of the family, but once they lose their foreign enemies, the Uchiha clan will fall into internal fighting because of their own arrogance. Middle. These are all things clearly recorded in the historical documents of the clan. Even the forbidden technique Izanami, which restrains the forbidden technique Izanaki, was developed to resolve the internal fighting among the clan. This shows how crazy Uchiha's internal fighting has been. It is said that the Uchiha clan is the dangerous family is not nonsense. Uchiha, indeed, there is a frenzy in his bones. The most frightening thing is that Uchiha, who is insane, tends to urge Sharingan's power, allowing them to gain the power of madness naturally. Let us get it right. Hayashi-senpai, do you have any plans next? Zongxian cleared his throat and pulled the topic into the subject. He didn't come here to talk to Hayaga Hayashi, although it did sound very comfortable. Of course it's a tooth for a tooth. Hearing Zongxian's question, Hayaga Hayashi's face suddenly became gloomy, and gritted his teeth and said, as the patriarch of the Hayaga clan, he was almost killed by the roots in the village. Such humiliation is worthwhile. Said to be unprecedented, Hayaga Hayashi seems to have a gushing volcano in his chest at the moment. If he doesn't let this anger out, he will always worry about it. Hayaga also has a temper. Zongxian carefully looked at Hayaga Hayashi, who was wandering on the edge of rage for a few seconds, and nodded lightly without saying much. It seems that this time Hayaga Hayashi, the low-key Hayaga patriarch, was really irritated. This is a good thing. Although he doesn't think Hayaga Hayashi can really do a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, it is Hokage who stands on the opposite side. Whether Hayaga's anger can burn the third Hokage can only be seen. At this moment, someone rushed over. The saddle horse Kanjion led the 7 Jonins of the clan and appeared in front of Uchiha and Hayaga. He suddenly saw the murderous red eyes in Byakugan eyes. The saddle horse Kanjion and the 7 Jonins of the clan backed back together. 2 steps. This F************G is so scary. Being watched by so many pairs of Sharingan and Byakugan, there is a feeling that even the underwear is seen through. Patriarch Pama. Zongxian greeted kindly. Then, the killing intent of the tribesman was suppressed, and Kongyun hurriedly led the 7 Jonin of the tribe to lean in. He approached Zongxian and said in a low voice, Zongxian, just talk about anything, as long as you don't dislike the pommel horse. I will do my best to support you. Senior Kongyun, thank you. Zongxian thanked him, and then closed his mouth again. The arrival of the Kurama clan was just the beginning. It didn't take long before the patriarchs of the oil mounds, wind festivals, ISE and other clan leaders and the Jonin of the clan came to this dilapidated land one after another. Everyone, the patriarch and the large number of Jonin, were shocked by Uchiha and Hayaga's killing intent, and exchanged glances, understanding that this matter might be difficult to deal with today. Without waiting for long, the 3 Inoshikacho also came together, and from a distance I saw the outstanding Akamaike taking the wind. Hayashi-kun. Akamaike took the wind and came to Hayaga Hayashi. The chubby old man looked at Hayaga Hayashi and asked softly, is there no way? Senior, take the wind. Just now, I almost died. Hayaga Hayashi tried his best to maintain a calm tone, answering the question of the elder who has no hatred with the Hayaga clan. If I choose to be patient at this time, then what face do I have as the patriarch of the Hayaga clan? And, taking a step back, if I choose to retreat this time, do you think he would appreciate Hayaga's tolerance? Or do you think Hayaga is a bully? Facing the gaze of Hayaga Hayashi's pure Byakugan eyes, Akamaike took the wind and fell silent. It's his fault, such an unreliable delusion actually occurred. Hayaga Hayashi was right. Whether it was for himself or for the reputation of the Hayaga clan, he was destined to not retreat at this time, and he knew the virtues of his old friends. When he was young, everyone did it for him. The village is willing to burn all of his own, but when he grows old, it becomes what it is now. Sorry, Hayashi-kun, I'm talking too much. Well, I understand the kindness of the predecessors, but there are some things I have to do. Hayaga Hayashi was firm and did not waver at all. Akamaiki took the wind and walked away lost. In this dilapidated wilderness, the atmosphere is heavy and depressing. The murderous appearance of the Uchiha and Hayaga clan makes everyone feel a huge pressure, and they have not forgotten so quickly that they have forgotten the Scarlet Susanoo before. At this time when it is trembling and the atmosphere does not dare to take a breath, the third generation project, 2 consultants, and a large number of umbu finally appeared. Master Hokage, the patriarchs of the Kaze festival and the Ise clan, who arrived early, greeted the third generation. These 2 clans are also strong supporters of the third generation's goals, or partners of the Sarutobi clan. The Kaziji clan has held the Ministry of Education for a long time, while the Ise clan has the power in the medical department. None of them betrayed the third generation. Wind Festival. Seeing the patriarchs of the Wind Festival and the Ise clan who came forward on their own initiative, when the third generation was about to speak, he was kicked. Master Hokage, is the village preparing to wipe out my Hayaga clan? Hayaga Hayashi stepped forward and asked almost growlingly. This is a scene that no one had expected. In the impression of many people, if Uchiha is arrogant, Hayaga is a traditional and old-fashioned clan. Whether it is their rules, words and deeds, and even clothing, they give people a feeling of ancient vicissitudes. The patriarch Hayaga Hayashi is even more a model of the Hayaga clan. Unsmiling, dignified and solemn, and elegant, this is what everyone knows about Hayaga Hayashi. Hayaga Hayashi, who roared like this, really broke through the glasses of unknown people. Hayashi, what are you talking about? No one thinks about destroying Hayaga. The Hayaga clan is an indispensable part of Konoha. Third generation frowned, and he didn't expect Hayaga Hayashi to be so rough. In a direct way, according to his understanding of Hayaga Hayashi, he thought he didn't get into the topic so quickly. There is no extra time for him to think about countermeasures, so he can only try his best to say, I already know what happened here, and actions that act arbitrarily will inevitably be severely punished. Doing arbitrarily, Zhong Xian sneered. The sarcastic laughter interrupted the voice of third generation's purpose. Hayaga Hayashi was also expressionless, completely unmoved by the words of third generation. Hokage-sama, I don't care what the reason is, I just want to know how the village intends to give my clan an explanation. Hayaga Hayashi opened Byakugan, and the green veins raging around the corner of his eyes looked scary to be honest. At the same time, the Jonin of Hayaga took a step forward and silently expressed their support for the patriarch. Please don't forget us Uchiha. In this attack, my family also needs an explanation. Zhong Xian stepped forward and stood side by side with Hayaga Hayashi. In his scarlet eyes, there are 6 different from Sanga Jade. Pattern of leaf windmill. Just a quick glance, third generation lowered his eyes, not meeting Zhong Xian's eyes. Hayashi, it's also Patriarch Uchiha. I have found out the situation this time. It is the leaders of the roots headed by Abarame Ryoma. I have already said that, I don't want to know why, I just want to know what the village plans to do. Hayaga Hayashi's attitude is aggressive. The third generation was silent for a few seconds, and then said, the leaders of the roots who planned this operation are dead, they are here. So this is the end of the matter? After all, the planners are all dead, right? The so-called death of a person, the dead cannot be held accountable, whether it is Uchiha or Hayaga, no matter how great they are you can't die. This is what you mean, Lord Hokage. Zhong Xian's voice is not high, but it was this soft and indifferent voice that made people feel a kind of creepy chill. Behind him, the Jonin of Uchiha's family was excited to open the Sharingan of the Three-Go Jade. Young guys like Uchiha Baita couldn't help but put their hands on the handle of the knife, as if they were doing it. It's ready to fight. This slight change greatly changed the expressions of the patriarchs present. If this really fights, isn't Konoha going to die? Many people got up anxiously, worried that conflicts really broke out, but at this time, no one dared to go up and make peace, for fear of involving the family. The third generation, whose eyes were drooping, also saw a circle of ribs of the deep scarlet Susanoo, and felt the horrible chakra fluctuations close at hand. His face became gloomy, and he exhaled deeply. After Danzo fell into a coma, it is Hokage's responsibility to not have a good root of supervision. For this reason, I am willing to resign from Hokage. Hayashi, Patriarch Uchiha, don't know what this explanation is. Hearing this, Hayaga Hayashi was stunned. He was going to use this incident to force the third generation to abdicate. Whoever thought that the third generation would take the initiative to resign from Hokage? This hand suddenly disrupted Hayaga Hayashi's plan. For a while, he couldn't figure out whether the third generation was going to do what. Not enough. Just when Hayaga Hayashi was stunned, the sound of the explosion in the ear helix awakened him. It's not enough. Zhongxian coldly looked at third generation's eyes. This should not be resignation, but dismissal and interrogation. This time, the incident is not a little trouble with more than a dozen people. Hundreds of ninjas are enough to fight a small-scale war. However, the enchantment team did not respond to such a conspicuous move. Umbu was even blind. I can't see anything like this. This is not a small mistake, it is a complete malfeasance, Zhongxian said loudly. Uchiha Zhongxian, Sarutobi's negligence is indeed his fault, but he accused him of malfeasance. The enchantment class is currently overhauling the large enchantment of the village. The area around this is the family land of the Hyaga clan. Regarding the respect of the families, Umbu will not approach this area easily. All this can only be said to be an unfortunate coincidence. He actually pushed all the responsibility to Hokage. What are you Uchiha doing? Slandering Hokage, you are going to rebel. Udaten Koharu, who had endured it for a long time, finally couldn't bear it anymore. While defending the third generation, he conversely accused Uchiha of being unpredictable. Ha ha. Suddenly, Zhongxian cupped his belly and laughed. The tears of laughter almost fell. Elder Turner, are you really fooling me and my people as fools? He reached out his hand and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. The laughter gradually stopped. He sighed and looked at the third generation. The two elders and the many patriarchs gathered here passed one by one, and finally returned to the third generation. Staring at third generation who didn't dare to look at him, he said word by word, Master Hokage, this boring game ends here. The peaceful mask on Zhongxian's face was torn, the face that had become savage was full of anger. I, Minister of Police Department of Konoha, Patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Zhongxian impeaches third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for negligence of duty, abuse of power, and failure to fulfill Hokage's responsibilities. There are 4 specific cases. 1 is to consolidate. Own power, worried that Konoha's White Fang, who has repeatedly made meritorious services, threatened his position and spread rumors to force Heitake Shumo to commit suicide. Second, he secretly cooperated with Hokage's assistant Shinura Danzo and disciple Orochimaru to steal cells from first Hokage to conduct brutal human experiments. After the incident, he transferred the responsibility to his disciple Orochimaru, and then indulged Orochimaru to escape Konoha. The third is to abuse fourth Hokage's orphan Uzumaki Naruto, indulge in the rumors of the demon fox, and spread it in the village, leading him to dress up and try to control Nine Tails Jinchuriki in his hands. Fourth, externally weak and incompetent, facing the threat of Cloud Shinobi, not only could not support the partners in the village, but the persecuted Hyaga clan's sacrificial tribe. In order to befriend Cloud Shinobi, the corpse of Hyaga clan chief's younger brother is still there. It's on Cloud Shinobi's test bench. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are not the ninjuo you used to be. You are all for the village flag. In fact, what you have done over the years is only for your own selfishness and desire for power. You are no longer worthy of continuing to serve as Hokage. The reverberation echoed in the air, everyone was stunned, and this series of accusations shocked everyone. Even the third generation didn't recover for a while. Together with Danzo and Orochimaru, he stole the teacher's cells. This is slander. The pommel horse Kanjion not far behind Zhongxian gritted his teeth and made a decision. The Kurama clan, second the impeachment of Chief Uchiha. Immediately after, the Hyaga clan, second the impeachment of the Uchiha chief. The brief hesitation did not make him hesitate for too long. Zanzian sentenced the corpse of the brother of the patriarch Hyaga is still on the experimental platform of Cloud Shinobi made him feel that his heart was pierced, and the pain made him abandon it. One last hesitation. There is nothing to hesitate, this is what he owes Hisashi. Next, an accident happened. The Abarame clan, second the impeachment of Chief Uchiha. Abarame Shiwei, wearing a kabuto hat and sunglasses, said slightly. No one expected that the third one to stand up for Uchiha Zhongxian would be the most low-key Abarame clan. If the decision of Kurama and Hyaga is still in the expectations of the patriarchs, then the choice of the Abarame clan is truly unexpected. Don't look at the low-key Abarame clan, almost inconspicuous, but apart from Uchiha and Hyaga, Abarame is probably Konoha's strongest clan. Such an argument has quite a market in Konoha. Of course, the 3 Inoshikacho families can definitely overwhelm Abarame, but if they are taken apart, the strength of the Abarame family is definitely higher than that of any Inoshikacho family. So, after the Abarame clan made an early choice, the hearts of the floating people suddenly became more restless. They don't know if Abarame Jiwei took the wrong medicine, but the combination of Uchiha plus Hyaga plus Abarame, this combination really makes people feel a huge amount of pressure, and the balance in their hearts is gradually deviating at this moment. Abarame Jiwei resolutely and firmly voted for the rebels. He knew that many people were watching him, and he also understood that many people were bewildering his choice, but he did not pay attention to anyone. He had no obligation to explain to others. After showing his support for Uchiha Zanzian's impeachment, he resumed the silence like a stone. Only the tree wants to be quiet and windy. Patriarch Abarame, do you know that Abarame Ryoma was killed by Uchiha Zongxian not long ago? Mito Kato Homura didn't understand why Abarame Shiwei did such an irrational behavior. The taciturn family has always been regarded by him as the backbone of their line. However, the Abarame clan failed their trust. I know. Abarame Jiwei answered flatly. You know? You know. Elder Mito, the Abarame clan is not someone's slave. I just hope that the children of the clan can freely choose their future when they grow up, instead of being tied up like a dog with a curse and imprint, and taken from a dragon horse. From the moment I went to Root, I already regarded him as dead. Even through the sunglasses, Mito Kato Homura could feel the icy eyes. The extremely alienated tone also shows how wrong their perception of the Abarame clan in the past is. The taciturn nature is not because they are cold and ruthless, they are just not good at talking, and the love for family relatives in their hearts has never been weakened. Watching their brothers, their children were taken away by Danzo, and never saw each other again, the pain is still unforgettable. Standing next to Abarame Jiwei was a man whose entire body was covered in a black trench coat. He is Abarame Shihei. The Abarame clan is a rare poisonous messenger, and is also the strongest of the Abarame clan. However, the only son of this legendary character was taken away by Danzo when he left the village to perform the task and became a member of the Roots. He watched third generation and so on. People's eyes are cold without any emotion. Danzo Abarame, the root matter is Danzo him. Even Mito Kato Homura himself felt that his defense was so pale and feeble. Without Hokage's permission, what about Danzo? Have the ability to pick so many geniuses from various families. The former Abarame asked the third generation project to complain about this matter, however, he was sent back improperly. Today, the seeds that were planted long ago are finally waiting to bear fruit, but this evil result is something that third generation does not want to see at all. Uchiha, Hyuga, Kurama, Abarame. Third generation's mood was heavy and depressed. He realized that he had committed an irretrievable mistake of negligence, and originally wanted to retreat as an advance and resign from Hokage as the price of ending his failure. But he forgot that sometimes his so-called retreat is a sign of losing power in the eyes of others. But Uchiha and Hyuga have formed an unstoppable new trend in one breath, which has given some people some subtle recognition. Knowing, coupled with the catalysis of a little bit of old grievances in the past. The result is, the Abarame clan who should have been silent to the end jumped out and stood in his opposition. And, if you guessed it right, I'm afraid this is just the beginning. Danzo has provoked how many third-generation families to cultivate his roots over the years. It is a number that makes him a little frightened, but in the past, he was the Hokage with Konoha for the longest time, and he was well-deserved in the village. The strongest, at the time Ningxiang not only looked around by himself, but also 3 disciples with the same radiance behind him. But time is the most ruthless. The elderly shinobu no longer had the courage of the past, and the infamous shinobi was lying on the hospital bed like a vegetative person, waiting for the arrival of his death. The disciples of the third generation purpose also dispersed from him for various reasons. It's just that because of his past power, no one dared to stand up as the crab-eater first, until the Uchiha clan shook, and the old man insisted on Uchiha Fugaku's abdication. The fierce power pierced the tiger skin wrapped around the third generation eye. The next moment, it is 1,000 waves of waves. Uchiha Zongxian, are your people preparing to launch a coup? Unwilling to sit still, third generation glared at Zongxian, with bloodshot eyes emerging. Before the other families began to agree again, he aimed his finger at Uchiha, even though he is no less bored with Hyuga, Abarame, and Kurama than with Uchiha, but his reason is still firmly dominant. Right. At this moment, it is better to break one finger than to hurt his 10 fingers. As long as Uchiha is defeated, Hyuga and Abarame alone will not be able to make a big wave. Only Konoha's Uchiha was established with Senju. This clan has the ability to overwhelm the river. This is not a coup. This is the general trend. It's getting out of chaos anyway. Zongxian's voice was loud, and his words were as sharp as a knife, deeply piercing the heart of third generation's purpose. He pointed his finger at third generation and said, Master Hokage, your past contribution to Konoha cannot be discredited. This is a fact that no one can denigrate, but Konoha cannot blindly immerse in the glory of the past. This village belongs to you, to us, and even more to the future. Your age has passed. The future belongs to young people, and please don't show such ugliness again. Your slander is too ridiculous. I can make it clear here that Uchiha has no intention of Hokage. Shishi, this is not the era when Konoha was first built. I am not even Uchiha Madara. I don't want the chair under your butt at all. I think Hyuga should be the same. What we did is not to grab more power. We are just fed up with you old guys who have long been abandoned by the time standing next to us. Shit on the head and peed. Vicious words hurt people more than swords. Out of chaos anyway? Is he actually that chaotic? The anger was unstoppable and grew like vines in the mind of the third generation. Everything he did was for Konoha. He dedicated his life to the village. As a result, there is no hair on his mouth. The little devil dared to point his nose and say that they have been abandoned by the times. Uchiha Zongxian. Well said. The applause suppressed the voice of third generation's purpose. Hyaga Hayashi looked at third generation coldly. He didn't want to give third generation any chance to play tricks. Of course he didn't know the illusion, but he also saw clearly that there was progress at this time. No retreat. If the rule of the third generation cannot be overthrown here, no, there is no such if. This time, Konoha must change his dynasty. Master Hokage, please accept the reality honestly. No one can deny the achievements you have made in the past, but the mistakes you have made over the years cannot be taken away. It is time for Konoha to select a new Hokage. Talking, he turned his gaze, looked at the patriarchs who hadn't spoken out and many civilian jonins who had noticed the change and said in a loud voice, the conditions here are a bit simpler, but the matter is urgent. The identity of the patriarch of the Hyaga clan is here. I second the impeachment of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen by the patriarch Uchiha. If you are interested in letting Konoha create a new future, please make your decision here. His eyes lingered on many people for a second or two, intentionally or unintentionally. The Aberame clan also means this. Aberame Jiwei's attitude is extremely determined. The pommel horses don't plan to change their minds. Pommel Khan Jion is not so nervous to tell the truth at this time. The combination of Uchiha and Hyaga was originally enough to make people feel at ease. The support of the Aberame family made him put his heart firmly back in his stomach. Such a lineup can't be seen to any possibility of losing. As we all know, Uchiha's rumors are extremely thin in the mouths of ordinary villagers. But only a handful of people know that third Hokage's reputation is also unsound among the seniors of the big and small families in the village. He and Danzo's red and white tricks are not so brilliant that they can deceive everyone's eyes. Everyone hates it. At the same time, Danzo also had inexhaustible complaints about the third generation project. The Shiranui clan seconded. The Shancheng clan seconded. Shinayu clan seconded. The Moonlight clan seconded. Like a torrent that has already broken through the levee, the mighty momentum rushed to a new future with an unstoppable momentum. The patriarchs stood up one by one and expressed their support for the impeachment behavior. As Zongxian said, this is the general trend. The Shiranui clan used to bet on the fourth generation, but the death of the fourth generation made their efforts bleed. After the third generation came back on stage, they did not less clean up their clan, and finally the Shiranui clan returned to the spot with a little improvement. Once tepid state, the Yamashiro, Shinyuki and other families are allies of Hyaga Hayashi. The Sarutobi, Shimura, Kazeki, Ise, and Ino, Shuka, Cho family centered on the third generation account for most of the village's interests. They are marginal families. To be honest, there is no room for development and progress. As for the Moonlight clan, their situation is similar to that of the Aberame clan. While hating the roots, they also joined the third generation with resentment. These families are just the epitome of this general trend. Then, in this open wilderness, Konoha village has changed. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he pioneered the impeachment of Hokage. Under the impeachment of 23 big and small ninja families in the village, the longest-standing Hokage was forced to go and leave the seat of power that had occupied for decades. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fist several times with a rage that had nowhere to vent, but looked at the patriarch who stood up one after another, and loosened his fists feebly. The matter has come to this point, and it is already powerless to revolving heaven. What if he can kill the Uchiha clan cleanly here, destined to be unable to return to the past? The torn face couldn't be changed back to its flawless appearance. What's more, he didn't have much confidence in dealing with the Uchiha clan. If he was sure, it wouldn't be delayed until today. Don't look at the large number of umbus behind him, but only he knows how many of these umbus are from the families that impeached him. If he gives some irrational orders, I'm afraid it will only eat itself back. The two elders were also dumbfounded at this moment. This stormy change in the situation caught them by surprise. Seeing so many big and small families who stood up, two hearts sinking into the abyss, Sarutobi lost no room for recovery. Then where will they go? How far will their family fall? A precarious future seems to be close at hand. At this time, Uchiha Zongxian, who are you going to let you be the puppet you manipulated? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave up armed resistance. He knew well that if he dared to do something at this time, Uchiha Zongxian would never let go of the opportunity to kill himself in a fair manner. So, while he chose to accept the bitter fruit of defeat, he tried to bury a thorn for the future fifth Hokage. Zongxian looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a faint smile. This is not a question you should worry about as an impeached Hokage, but it's okay to tell you, Chief Hyaga and I are preparing to welcome Tsunade and Jiraiya back. Two seniors, the future fifth Hokage will be produced among them. This is not only for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also for the patriarchs and jonins present. Uchiha and Hyaga, there is no plan to monopolize the power. Then the position of Hokage will remain vacant until my disciples return. I really don't want to give up at all, so I want to separate the relationship between my Uchiha clan and the other clan. Zongxian shook his head and sneered, former Hokage-sama, put your ears up and listen." He cleared his throat and solemnly spoke again under all the eyes. "I, Uchiha Zongxian, as the minister of Konoha Police Department, recommend Akamaki to take the wind as a temporary representative of 5th Hokage until the real 5th is selected. Hokage so far, 1 strike lore. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a cold face. His last attempt also failed. Taking the wind. It turned out to be taking the wind. No matter how angry you are, you have to admit that this is an extremely wonderful choice. Let Akamaki, who is also a student of 2nd generation and also born in Inoshikacho, chooses the wind. Temporary 5th Hokage, this move is enough to minimize many families' guard against Uchiha. And Jiraiya and Tsunade, the 2 futures that have been declared to be one of them, also demonstrate Uchiha's magnanimity to the greatest extent. This wave, it was his complete defeat. Me? Hokage. Akamaki, who was always silent, was dizzy by the pie that suddenly fell from the sky. This chubby old man wanted to refuse, but before he could speak, a series of supportive voices blocked all his words in his throat. He understood that this was not to say that he had such great popularity, but that they were among them. Small families and large numbers of civilian ninjas do not want to see 5th Hokage born in Uchiha or Hyuga. And, behind him, many jonin from the Ino, Shika, Cho 3 families showed surprises in their eyes. Even if they were as clever as the Nara clan, they were not all lazy and inefficient. Those with big aspirations were not there. Phew! Akamaki became the 5th generation agency agent Hokage. For the ambitious young people in the 3 centers of Ino, Shika, Cho, it can be regarded as winning the lottery of 1 out of 10,000. There is no room for him to refuse in public or private. Then, everything is logical. In the absence of hats and cloaks, 5th generation's agent Hokage took over. Once the situation is changed, the sun and the moon have a new look from now on. The Hokage building, which does not seem to have a sense of artistic beauty, still stands on the spot, sending away the master who entered the room for the 2nd time, and ushering in a new owner who does not know how long he can stay here, and the huge Hokage rock sat together and watched the successes and failures again and again. Hokage office, sitting on the newly customized, widened and enlarged seat is an extremely majestic figure. He is wearing a Hokage hat and a white Hokage robe. He has just returned from the inauguration ceremony. Even if it is only acting as Hokage, it will be Konoha's supreme ruler for some time to come. No one would say anything simple and stupid without being wise. On the contrary, the ceremony was held in accordance with the official specifications as much as possible, and even because of the support of many families, the scale of this inauguration ceremony surpassed the inauguration of the 4th generation. After all, the inauguration of the 4th generation was exactly the 3rd Ninja War. At the end, Konoha at the time had been ravaged by the war, but it was not as prosperous as it is today. Has the people been settled? Hokage, the agent of the 5th generation who interrogated, took down the Hokage hat, put it on the table, and graciously brushed the non-existent dust on it. They are all children who grew up in Konoha and are students of the 2nd generation purpose even in name. There is not only one of them, Danzo, who wants to become Hokage, but other people can recognize the reality, so early after thinking about it, Akamaki is no exception. It's just that he never thought that he was already half buried in the ground. There is even a chance to realize the dream of becoming Hokage, even if it is dotted with the word agent in front of it. But this is also Hokage, isn't it? Even if the real 5th generation took office, Konoha village deserves his place in the history. Yes, the location is in the northwest corner of the village. It was originally a base of the Root organization. The enchantment team has already arranged a small enchantment. The guards from the Uchiha, Hyuga, Abarame and other families have all been in place. Nara Luju replied politely. Guardians. Advertisement. Akamaki took the wind and nodded lightly. Indeed, he wanted to protect him, lest the impeachment and abdication of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain became muddled and made some irrational behavior. Regarding how to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen, this question has baffled a large number of people in the village. Even if they have dug out all the evil deeds in Shimura Danzo's mind, they found that there is really not much that can be used to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. Many behaviors of Shimura Danzo Sarutobi Hiruzen are often tacit approval, neither denying nor approving. It has become a glory of Hokage, and Danzo will take care of it if it fails. Certainly, the so-called criminal evidence is actually not important at all, and it is not difficult to concoct the needed evidence. The biggest trouble is that Sarutobi Hiruzen used to be Hokage. No one dared to suggest that the former Hokage should be put to death. The 5 great ninja villages of the past have been killed in battle, some have been secretly killed, and some have disappeared, but no one has been publicly executed and died. Shimura Danzo has been sentenced to death, Mito Kato Homura and Udaten Kohara were sentenced to be stripped of their advisory elder status and sentenced to life imprisonment. Only about the delay in the judgment of Sarutobi Hiruzen is inconclusive. In the end, this dispute was settled by Akamaki, and the 2 former advisors and elders were generally sentenced to life imprisonment, and they decided not to disclose Sarutobi Hiruzen's disposition to the public. The authority and glory of Hokage needed to be maintained, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was crushed into the dust for the village. It doesn't have much benefit to say, is it necessary to knock down the avatar on Hokage Rock as well? Konoha can't afford to lose such a big person. And as Hyuga Hayashi said, Sarutobi Hiruzen has committed many mistakes that are difficult to take away, but it is undeniable that Konoha's real prosperity began in his time, and the achievements he has made are also not to be denied. So, the best option is to let Sarutobi Hiruzen bid farewell to this world in a reasonable way. Tell the guards that no one is allowed to approach without my order, especially Chief Uchiha and Chief Hyuga. Tell them, don't do anything that embarrass me. Nara Luya nodded, and said, the messenger of Yunin has begun to make noise again, yelling that we must give them an explanation today, otherwise, the only thing waiting for us is war. Akamaiki raised his eyebrows in response to the wind. His agent, Hokage, was not here to enjoy peace. Not to mention the conflicts and disputes within the village, and the outside is also facing the threat of war from Warren. That's it right now. The Mist Ninja who remained in the village issued a threat of war. At the end of the 3 world wars, one opposed Sarutobi's abandonment of claiming war reparations. Those unfamiliar Byakugan wolves would not appreciate our kindness, but would only feel that we are weak and deceptive. Now even these sea turtles are dare to come to Konoha to bark and tell them, since they want war, then I will give them war, Akamaika said murderously. Regardless of his mellow appearance, he feels amiable. In fact, his personality is not at all kind. Just like the fighting style of the Akamaika clan, they are mostly brave and fearless. Only after the harsh words were finished, it was embarrassment and entanglement. The biggest question now is where do the troops come from? Akamaika felt a headache while taking the wind, and frowned deeply. It is 5 or 6 years until the end of the 3 ninja wars. To tell the truth, this little time is not enough to generate enough new blood to supplement the losses during the 3 wars, let alone a 9 tails chaos during the period not only killed. 4th Hokage also sacrificed a large number of ninjas. Konoha village is still in a state of shortage of human resources. The first thing Akamaika did when he took office was the master to live in personnel power. After checking, it was found that his agent, Hokage, currently has less than 2,000 troops freely mobilized. This is not to say that Konoha is stretched to such a degree, but Konoha has always maintained a large number of border guards. As a place of the 4 wars, Cloud Shinobi needs to be guarded in the northeast, Rock Shinobi in the northwest, and Rock Shinobi in the northwest. Watch out for Sand Shinobi. There are still troops stationed on the eastern coast of the coast to guard Wujin. This group of people can also be counted into the available troops. In addition, after retaining the defense force of the village, a force of nearly 2,000 people can be mobilized. It can only be said that Konoha's family background is really solid. Lu Ju summoned the patriarchs. Akamaiki took the wind and ordered. Without the support of the major families in the village, this war with Wuren could not be fought. Konoha Police Department. Minister's Office. Zongxian took a deep breath and untied the sack in front of him. In the sack, there is a comatose man with short black hair, no eyebrows, a cross-shaped scar on his right face, and red stripes on the lower half of his face. This is where it feels like the face I have seen. He flipped the memory in his mind. Soon I remembered the name of this man. 7 Ninja Swords, the master of the decapitated sword. I didn't expect it to be you. Zongxian smiled softly, and looked up at Uchiha Akitaro, who was covered in dust and looked tired. Loquat Juzo, I didn't expect Shutaro to bring me such a gift. It can only be said that it was a coincidence. Uchiha Akitaro rallied and said respectfully, when I found him, he was being chased by Umbu, who was Wernin. He killed Umbu who was chasing him, but he was also seriously injured. I didn't pay too much. With great strength, he used illusion technique to restrain him. He knew that Master Zongxian had a big knife same hata. I thought that Zongxian liked the few shinobi swords of Wuren, so he simply brought back the Loquat Juzo as a gift. That's the case, so your luck is pretty good for Shutaro. It's nothing. I didn't complete the task you gave me. This is my incompetence. Uchiha Akitaro lowered his head in shame. His pride does not allow him to make excuses for himself. Failure of a task is a failure. To catch one, Loquat Juzo can't hide his failure. Did Tien's Higuo not find the snake's whereabouts? I have traveled all over the country of Tonokuni and found nothing suspicious. I also tried to reveal my identity deliberately, but I never waited for any prey to be hooked. Uchiha Akitaro was commissioned by Zongxian on a secret mission and went to Tan. Nakuni looks for Konoha's rebellious shinobu Orochimaru. Please don't get me wrong, Zongxian is not very interested in Orochimaru's black technology. Now he has his own way to go, and there is no need to go astray. What he sees is Orochimaru himself, which is a wonderful sword used to kill the master. Sarutobi Hiruzen was once Hokage after all, and if he died in Uchiha's hands, it would only cause countless troubles to Uchiha. To this end, it's not strange to stare at Orochimaru. whether it is to control Orochimaru with distinguished heavenly gods or to drive Orochimaru with a transaction. As long as the trouble of Sarutobi Hiruzen can be solved in the end, then everything is good. Only, sure enough, are you still taking it for granted? Zhong Xian sighed lightly, not much disappointed. He also knew that this matter was very reluctant from the beginning. It's just that there's no jujube, and he's got a shot. Now it seems that this shot has failed. Orochimaru doesn't seem to be in Tianziguo, which means that Otoyan village. Is it just a bubble that exists in the future at this time? Akitaro, this is not your problem. I also said that the information I got is not completely accurate. A task like this kind of needle in a haystack is a chance of luck in a certain sense, and you are not getting nothing at all. Loquat Juzo. Zhongxian looked at the Loquat Shizang, who was still asleep in the sack. His thoughts turned, and a bold idea suddenly came up. Perhaps, can Loquat Juzo also be used in handy? If I remember correctly, this guy is also the fierce man who assassinated Mizukage, and it is considered a criminal conviction. Since Mizukage has been assassinated, it is not a strange thing to assassinate Hokage, who was abdicated again. Didn't the Kixiao organization recruit this guy this time? Or is it something that caught your hands and feet? Zhongxian pinched his chin, lost in thought. In fact, he was right, Akatsuki was attracted by other things. Yes, it was Konoha's mess. Compared to an insignificant Loquat Juzo, Uchiha Obito and Juzuo naturally focused their energy on Konoha and the Uchiha clan. A small Loquat Juzo has no influence at all. This level of tools can't be mentioned as precious. In short, by chance, Loquat Juzo, who was supposed to have joined Akatsuki, was taken back to Konoha by Uchiha Akitaro as a gift. Akitaro, who knows the news that you brought this guy back to the village? Zhongxian asked. Uchiha Akitaro scratched his head and replied, because it's inconvenient to bring Loquat 10 hides into the village. I contacted Brother Lanchin, who escorted me all the way, but they only knew that I brought one back. People don't know the identity of the Loquat Juzang. As for the way back, from the entrance of the village to the police department, I didn't notice any dazzling characters on the way, but the vision of the Hyaga clan is too far, and the Yamanaka clan's perception ninjutsu is also quite good. Tricky. It's okay, as long as the Loquat Shizang has no direct contact with our clan, it is enough. Zhongxian waved his hand. Since the Loquat Juzo was secretly sent to the village, his bold ideas can indeed be tried, but the problem is that compared with Orochimaru, the Loquat Juzo is a tool man who seems a little weak. Don't look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old man is a bit older, but a guy like Loquat Juzo can still come if he wants. It is not easy to kill with a knife. I have to think of a way to polish this blunt knife. Akitaro, I did a good job. Although I didn't find Orochimaru, I accepted the gift of Loquat Juzo. I will tell you to Arashiyama when I go out. Everything about the gift you brought is rotten to me. In my heart, you are not allowed to talk nonsense with others. Is this guy useful? Uchiha Akitaro was a little happy. Yes, this guy might be of great use. Uchiha Akitaro left happily. He didn't care what the Loquat Juzo was useful for. As long as he didn't let down Zhongxian in vain, he should be said to be the patriarch now. As long as he didn't live up to the patriarch's expectations, he would be the highest for him. Testimonials. Loquat Juzo was dragged out of the sack. His condition is not very good. First, he was wounded in the battle with Kairan and Umbu, and then captured by Uchiha Akutaro. If he didn't want to bring a living gift back, he might have cut off the head of Loquat Juzo at the time. It was convenient to bring back only the corpse and the decapitation knife. The bandage wrapped around the abdomen of Loquat Shizang was glowing with a dark red color. It should be that the wound was broken again. His gaze shifted to the somewhat unnaturally distorted left arm. The bones seemed to be broken. In addition, there were many fragmentary wounds. There was no major problem, but it felt troublesome. Zhongxian sighed and dragged. Loquat Juzo, who was still trapped in illusion and difficult to wake up, was thrown onto the sofa. Then, he started to use medical ninjutsu to heal Loquat Juzo, and at the same time wondered what to do to sharpen the knife sharp enough to cut off Sarutobi Hiruzen's first level, thinking about finding that there is no good way. The things that promote the growth of seedlings are inherently extremely difficult subjects. It's even more difficult to make progress. It is unrealistic to expect that the Loquat Juzo will be strong enough to crush Sarutobi Hiruzen in a short time. It is tantamount to idiotic dreams. It's a bit difficult. Zhongxian helped Loquat Juzo to connect the broken bone, and looking at Loquat Juzo, who was faintly awake, he simply pulled open this guy's eyelids, projected his pupil power in, and covered Uchiha Akitaro's with a stronger illusion. Illusion, let the Loquat Shizo plunge into a deeper illusion. Unless you are a better illusionist than Zhongxian, don't want to easily wake up the Loquat Juzo. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Minister, it's Mr. Hokage's messenger. Some familiar voices came from outside the door. Is there a problem? There was silence for about 2 seconds, and another unfamiliar voice said, Patriarch Uchiha, Lord Hokage has ordered me to invite you to the Hokage building to participate in an emergency meeting. This emergency meeting was held because of Mizuna. I hope you can arrive as soon as possible. Meeting place. I see, please tell Master Hokage, the Uchiha clan will not let him down. Yes. The breath of the messenger disappeared from the door. Zongxian looked at the unconscious Loquat Juzo with some regret. He originally planned to study how to use the Loquat Juzo in the next time, but now it seems that this matter can only be temporarily postponed. I can't help but give the agent Hokage face, and also mentioned Miss Shinobu. He couldn't help but care. He knows that Konoha and Kiri Shinobu's struggle is nothing but appearances. Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu are behind the scenes in the dark and manipulating all of this. Even if it is just to guard against the dangerous lunatic Uchiha Obito, he has to care about the mist. Forbearance situation. Speaking of it, there should be a lot of information about Kirigakure in the brain of the Loquat Juzang. Shihaya. Zongxian yelled. In less than a second, Shihaya Uchiha, who served as his secretary, used the body flicker technique to break into the office directly. Go to Lanshin and let him come over. Uchiha Shihaya nodded lightly, and then left using the body flicker technique in the next second. About 3 minutes later, Uchiha Arashiyama pushed open the office door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he complained, again, is there any trouble to deal with? I haven't been home for 3 days, can't you let me rest for a while? Ha ha. Zongxian laughed dryly, and said dryly, well, those who can do more work. I'm still lashing to death. Sooner or later I will be exhausted on the desk. Uchiha Arashiyama took a deep breath and sighed, it's not nonsense, what's the matter? He will be handed over to you for the time being. Remember to keep it secret. I don't want too many people to know that he has fallen into the hands of my clan. Zongxian stretched out his hand neatly and pointedly at the Loquat Shizang. Confidential? Uchiha Arashiyama thought and said clearly, this is the gift that the kid of Kitaro brought back? Is this going to use this hapless guy caught by a Kitaro to make trouble? Knowing Zongxian's past, he knew that every time Zongxian acted mysteriously, nothing good would happen to him. But, the injured will always be the enemy. I see. I will take care of it. Uchiha Arashiyama nodded and responded. The time is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The location is the conference room in the Hokage building. The participants were Hokage Akamaiki, the agent of 5th generation, Uchiha Zongxian, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Hayaga Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hayaga clan, and Shiwei Abarame, Nara Shikasa, Yamanaka Kiyaki, Akamaika Dingza, Inyazuka Jaw, and Pommel Horsebush. Yoon and more than 30 people, all of whom are the heads of a clan. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss the issue of war with Wuren. Akamaika doesn't take the wind and doesn't sell it. The agent Hokage doesn't conceal his character that he likes to go straight. He simply explained the current embarrassment of the village's insufficient military strength, and said that this war with Kiri Shinobu must be made by all families. This is probably the case, who else didn't understand? Akamaika took the wind and looked around and asked loudly. This is naturally no answer, Akamaika said so clearly. If he still doesn't understand it, it really makes people doubt whether he has intentions. After waiting for a while when no one spoke, he continued, since I understand everything, I won't ask one by one, please tell me. How much combat power can you provide to participate in this war? As he said, his eyes wandered on the two of Uchiha Zongxian and Hayaga Hayashi who were closest to him. The Uchiha clan can send 30 jonin. Zongxian is not at all ambiguous. His attitude was always tough from beginning to end. Uchiha was never afraid of war. In order to demonstrate his determination, he threw his arms around most of the family's wealth. Of course, it's not that he didn't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt were. In addition, I hope I can serve as the highest commander in this battle against Kiri Shinobu. This is Zongxian's plan. He is ready to personally participate and control this war with his own hands. 30 jonin? As expected of Uchiha. This number, terrible. Is Konoha number 1? The patriarchs of the small and medium-sized families sitting in the lower positions whispered and whispered. Akamaiki is left to take the wind. As long as you don't make a loud noise to the point where the roof is raised, let them go. He is very satisfied with Uchiha Zongsuen's supportive attitude, and his eyes turn again. Hayaga Hayashi. The Hayaga clan can also send 30 jonin. Hayaga Hayashi did not live up to Akamaika's expectations. Like Zongxian, he took out 30 jonin, not all for the sake of face. He didn't forget the Byakugan of the clan who was taken away by the mist. As long as he couldn't take that eye back for a day, the shame of the Hayaga family would be as difficult to clean up. Akamaika's mood to take the wind is getting more and more happy. This is 60 jonin. To be honest, this number is already quite astonishing. Only 1 or 2,000 genins need to be pulled up, which is a full army. The Abarame clan can send 10 jonin. The Yamanaka clan can send 10 jonin. The numbers reported from the heads of the families are getting smaller and smaller. This is normal, although these families are not inferior to uchiha and hyaga in terms of the overall size of the clan, and even many families have more numbers. For these two families, the number of clansmen and the number of jonin are not directly linked. The uchiha clan can improve by leaps and bounds as long as they have their eyes open. Jonin's geniuses have sprung up like mushrooms in their teens, and they can be said to be endless. The hyaga clan is natural for everyone to start Byakugan. As long as the head is not too stupid, and the practice is hard enough, you can mix with Chinin at the worst. If you have a better talent, you can become a jonin. The advantages of these two groups are unique, no other family can compare with it. After all the patriarchs here had finished speaking, Akamike took the wind and took the small note handed over from behind. He glanced at the statistics on it, and Kakuzu opened his eyebrows. 227 jonin, haha, it seems that this time I can teach Ren a tough lesson. Agent Hokage laughed happily. Next, it is the commander who will be responsible for this fight against Kiri Shinobu. After Akamike made fun of the wind enough, he cleared his throat and turned the topic back to the topic. His eyes were on Hyaga Hayashi, Abarame Jiwei, etc. The person's body is flickering. Apart from the Uchiha Patriarch, anyone else wants to preside over this battle against Kiri Shinobu? He asked 3 times. No one answered. Seeing the old god in Uchiha Zongxian, no one dared to compete with him for the status of the supreme commander. The destructive power he showed when he almost destroyed the roots of the roots with his own power was not so easy to be forgotten. Lose. Besides, this supreme commander is not someone who can sit down if he wants to. Uchiha is definitely not a soft persimmon that rots at a pinch. Uchiha Zongxian dared to despise the turtles of Uchiha. It doesn't mean that they can look down on Uchiha. It's not uncommon for someone to accidentally fall into Uchiha's hands. 3. During the battle, the Hyaga clan planted an unprecedented big somersault in the hands of Yunin. This is the first time that Byakugan of the clan has escaped. This shame, to this day, the Hyaga clan has never dared to forget it. Since no one recommends himself anymore, then, Patriarch Uchiha, I will entrust you with the battle against Kiri Shinobu. Akamike took the wind and handed over the power to Zongxian simply and neatly. He seriously considered the choice of the supreme commander. He also thought about selecting a commander with profound prestige and great power. However, when he looked up, he could not find a few suitable candidates. To go back and forth is nothing more than Uchiha Zongxian, Hyaga Hayashi, and others. White Fang committed suicide, Sunin fell apart, and the Yellow Flash died young. Konoha has lost too many talents over the years. Uchiha Zongxian is already the most suitable candidate selected by Akamike after careful consideration. Although the patriarch of Uchiha is young, he is indeed outstanding. I am not afraid that some people will be dissatisfied. And this time, the excuse for Warren to find trouble is because of the big sword in the hands of Uchiha Zongxian Samehada. Speaking of it, it seems that the ambassador of Kaironin was also captured by Uchiha Zongxian, which caused the deputy ambassador to submit a declaration of war. Don't worry, Master Hokage, I will bring back victory and glory, Zongxian said decisively. The look of confidence makes many people can't help but embrace the expectation of victory. Apart from anything else, the strength of the Uchiha clan is indeed very reassuring on the battlefield. I will look forward to it. Akamike teased the wind and responded with a smile. If he can achieve a major victory in the foreign war while he is acting as Hokage, Konoha's history will inevitably be remembered with great color. By the way, Master Hokage, excluding Jonin, I don't know how many troops the village can allocate to me this time, Zongxian asked. Less than 2,000. The smile on Akamike's face stiffened slightly, but he didn't hide anything, but directly told the truth. I know this number is a bit small, but this is indeed all of them. Of course, if you try to squeeze it again, you should be able to fill 2,000 people. His gaze shifted around the patriarchs present, and he didn't mean to say anything. It goes without saying that since so many jonin have already been sent, it is only natural to give more chinin and genin. Don't have to worry about it. Sarutobi, Shimura, Shunji, Midaman, Kaze Festival, Ise, let these 6 families bring me another 1,500 troops. Zongxian's words, it's like water into hot oil. The meeting room instantly boiled and turned into the sky. This is impossible. The patriarch of the Sarutobi clan stood up in shock and anger, only feeling the chi and blood surge. His face was flushed. Not only him, but the patriarchs of the other families stood up indignantly, and the same enemy glared at Uchiha Zongxian. No, one of them didn't stand up. The head of the Shimura clan did not get up and sat on the chair as if he had accepted his fate. Why is it impossible? Zongxian sat on a chair, pressed his hand on the armrest, raised his chin slightly, watching the desperate protesters with indifferent eyes, as if he was watching a group of ignorant and irritable children. Although in terms of age, he is still less than half of any of these protesters. 1,500 people, even if we count children who have not graduated from ninja school, my clan can't make up so many people. This is simply trying to hold private. The door angrily argued, but fortunately, the string of reason did not break, and he swallowed the word private revenge in time. This man in his early 40s is the current patriarch of the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again ascended to the throne of Hokage 5 years ago, and his eldest son also entered Umbu, so the position of the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan was handed over to his nephew by Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is Sarutobi Zaman. This is a mediocre man. He was selected by Sarutobi Hiruzen to become the patriarch of the Sarutobi family, not because of how good he is, but because he is a very obedient nephew. He will do his best to complete Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, even if he may not be able to complete much in the end. Good, but he is really obedient. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is still in power, his life will probably be as happy as before. Pity, there are not so many ifs. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell from the mountain, not only made him fall into the abyss, but also made Sarutobi Zaman's life difficult. But this man doesn't seem to be conscious. I doubt if your ears are still necessary, but because I am in a good mood today, it doesn't hurt to say it again. This time, let me listen to them. Sarutobi, Shimura, Turn to Bed, Mito Gate, Fengji, Ise, your 6 families, 1,500 people will be collected for me, among which the number of genin is not allowed to exceed 300, and at least 1,200 shinin must be handed over to me. But this is still too much. Even if it is 1/6, that is 250 people. This is a heart-wrenching number for any family. After all, unlike the Jonins, Jonin has some ability to protect himself as long as his luck on the battlefield is not too bad, while Chinin and Genin are in 2 ninja villages. The battlefield of confrontation is the cannon fodder for consumption. In the decades since Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, the Sarutobi family has been fighting bloody battles with Sarutobi Hiruzen many times during the initial period. In the following many years, except for a small number of talented geniuses, they have returned to the battlefield through actual combat. Sharpen yourself. More ethnic people have chosen to enter the various departments of the village. They are slowly improving themselves through work and tasks, which is a slow but more secure way. Perhaps single-handedly is not the opponent of those companions who have come back alive from the battlefield, but they can't stand the crowds. And there will be actual combat when performing tasks, not the delicate flowers in the greenhouse that cannot withstand the torment of wind and rain. However, it is a fact that they have not participated in a large-scale, high-intensity war for a long time. Even during the 3 world wars, the number of members of the Sarutobi clan who participated in the war personally did not exceed 100. In contrast, in the 3 wars, more than 300 members of the Uchiha clan rushed to the battlefield, and almost 1/3 of them died on the battlefield. Only 1/3 of the tribe came back with all arms and legs. The remaining 1/3 cannot continue to be a ninja because of various injuries, so they can only put down the weapons in their hands and return to the clan to contribute to the reproduction of the family's population. Furthermore, my Sarutobi clan is good at fire style, which is a natural disadvantage to Kamigiri Shinobu. Sarutobi Zaman racked his brains to find a reason. He didn't want to go to the battlefield at all, nor did he want to see the tribe being sent to death on the battlefield, but the excuse he finally thought of did not bring the result he wanted, but successfully aroused Zhong Xian's anger. Good at fire style? The mocking sneer echoed in the conference room. Zhong Xian's lips had an icy smile on his lips, but his eyes contained an angry flame that was hotter than magma. You are the first person who dares to boast that you are good at fire style in front of Uchiha. From this point on, I can't help but admire your courage, but this kind of excuse doesn't work. Back then, Uchiha rushed to the front line and fight with the fog under the orders of 3rd Hokage, but today the Sarutobi clan wants to be a tortoise with a shrunken head? Is this your Sarutobi clan's love for the village? No, I will never allow you. This tarnishes the reputation of 3rd generation. Zhong Xianyi made a strict statement. The meeting room suddenly became silent, the patriarchs were dumbfounded. Looking at the Uchiha Zongxian who looks like a righteous figure, and then at Sarutobi Zaman who is dumbfounded and does not know how to answer the call, I just think this is really crazy enough that people can't imagine what the future will be. In such a world, the Uchiha patriarch who personally pushed Sarutobi Hiruzen down from the position of Hokage is actually blaming the 3rd generation. This funny play is enough to make the onlookers laugh. Master Hokage, please allow my rude request. Zongxian turned his head and looked at Akamaike for wind, and made a request respectfully. Just do what the Uchiha patriarch said. Akamaike sighed in his heart, and did not refuse Zanzian's request. After all, he had no reason to refuse because of reason. The overthrow of Sarutobi Hiruzen from the position of Hokage was only the beginning, and he did not want to be just a rubber stamp. I want to put Hokage's Power Master in his hands. To this end, it is imperative for him to clean up the family members of Sarutobi, Shunchi, Maitaman, Kaze Festival, Ise, etc., which are deeply implanted in the various departments of Konoha village, but it is not good for him without a suitable reason. Clean up these parasitic vines on a large scale. As one of the 3 families of Inoshika-cho, the Akamaike family has a close relationship with the Sarutobi family. If he had hurriedly cleaned up the Sarutobi family from the beginning of Jonin, it would inevitably give people the impression that the food is too ugly. It's not what Akamaki wanted. Zhongxian's idea undoubtedly helped him a lot. He was given a gift that was hard to refuse. In addition, more than half of the patriarchs in the table showed their approval, and they have overthrown the rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, they have to find a way to weaken the strength of the Sarutobi, turn to bed, and Midaman family. Prevent them from performing a resurgence trick in the future. Master Hokage, Chief Uchiha, please rest assured. The Shimura clan will raise a team of 250 people as quickly as possible. In addition, my clan is willing to send 5 additional jonin on the basis of the previous one. The head of the Shimura clan is an old man with gray hair. Unlike the mediocre guy Sarutobi Zaman, this old guy from the Shimura clan is obviously a smart guy. He understands that Konoha's sky has changed, and the Shimura clan has no second way to survive except for the honest dormancy, so from the beginning he did not stand up and make that senseless resistance, he only asked the village to see it. For Shimura Danzo SB ********D and the family have long been strangers, don't let the family be implicated by the B **********D who has been sentenced to death, just waiting for the execution. Speaking of it, Shimura Danzo is indeed a stubborn guy. Unlike the Sarutobi clan, which is growing under the care of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo has devoted all his energy to root cultivation, and the Shimura clan has long since parted ways. These years, the Shimura clan has not benefited from Danzo's name, on the contrary, because of Danzo's sake, he was treated indifferently everywhere. After all, in Konoha, few people really like Danzo. Hatred is as extensible as love. As a negative teaching material for Iwu and Wu, the experience of the Shimura clan profoundly proves what it means to harm the pond fish. However, hardships make people grow. The Shimura clan has good luck. They have a good patriarch. Under the leadership of this patriarch, the Shimura clan has not been squeezed out and has no place to stand, but has continued to grow over the years. N.S. I hope the Shimura clan will not let me down. Zhongxian said such a sentence and closed his eyes to regain his spirit. At this point, the meeting can almost be declared over. After determining the general policy for Bunan's use of soldiers, it is to add specific details on this framework, but this does not require the patriarchs to brainstorm. Nara is the core. The staff group will work out a beautiful combat plan as quickly as possible. As for the protests of Sarutobi and other families, who cares? Of course, if they have the courage to make some irrational choice, then to be honest, everyone doesn't mind teaming up to eliminate the chaos. It's not just that family can be compared with uchiha. Only one family can make the village fearless. I am afraid there is only one uchiha left in the family in this world. The meeting was over. Akamika sat in the meeting room without leaving. He quietly watched the seat belonging to the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. After a long time, he sighed deeply. No wonder Sarutobi targeted Uchiha like that. The suspicion of manipulating the tail beast, and the existence of a family that is too strong to control, is indeed quite awkward as a Hokage. But, fortunately, I'm just an agent. Akamika took the wind and stretched out his hand to stroke the brand new Hokage hat, laughing at himself. He is just acting for Hokage, but he doesn't have much energy to fight against Uchiha. As long as Uchiha Zhongxian doesn't make trouble for him, he doesn't bother to take care of Uchiha's affairs. Uchiha's problem. This should be things that the real 5th generation project should worry about in the future. He won't be on his behalf in this regard. Is the search for Jiraiya and Tsunade fruitful? Akamiki asked suddenly. So far, there has been no gain. An answer came from the empty corner. Not yet? Akamike murmured to himself, looking at the Hokage hat in front of him, and fell into a long silence again. Konoha, a war machine that had been silent for a long time, was once again awakened. After being filled with enough fuel, it ran at full power. The invisible chimney emitted smoke and dust that covered the sky and covered the sun, concealing the brilliance of the sun. A dark cloud called war has been shrouded in people's hearts. However, Konoha's prosperity has not been reduced by this. People have become accustomed to life and death. In that long recorded history, we can see that war has only been the main theme of this world, and peace is just a luxury that can only be enjoyed occasionally. On the contrary, the news of the upcoming war has prompted another round of prosperity in the ordnance manufacturing industry, pharmaceutical production industry and other related industries in the village. Producers and business people who have received large orders from the village are almost happy. Even the wicked guys are secretly praying that the war that has not yet started will be extended as long as possible. Yes, the war has not yet started. The messengers of Mizumi have been expelled. Konoha is not sure whether Mizumi received the letters from these messengers. However, according to the report from the border defense forces on the eastern coast, they did not wait for the expectation. That attack like a storm. Up to now, there is still no sign, making it a little unclear what the situation of Wuren is. However, Konoha is also happy to have more preparation time. It will take a little bit of time before the assembly and reorganization of the troops are finally completed. Zongxian, the highest commander, also has personal matters to deal with, and he is not in a hurry to go to the front line and refrain from rear matters. Arranged properly, he can leave without worry. What exactly? What should I do? Zongxian squeezed his chin, whispered to himself, watching this man who has completely recovered his health, but is still indulging in the tool man who has never awakened in the illusion Loquat Juzo. He has been troubled for almost 3 days. It is possible to rush to the battlefield at any time because of news from the front line. There is no spare time to continue preparing. I can only take a risk. Shisui, please. Zongxian turned his head and looked at Uchiha Shisui standing beside him. Shisui today has changed dramatically from 2 months ago. He lost a lot of weight, his thin body makes people worry about whether he will fall down as soon as the wind blows. The eyes under the long eyelashes contain pain and disappointment that are difficult to dissolve. The whole person's breath is cold like ice, there is no sense of vitality in the past. After the fall of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, who was lying on the hospital bed with no resistance, was also knocked down at the first time. The invisible things he had done in the past were also exposed one by one. Zongxian wanted to make his naive friend recognize clearly. The reality of this world led him to find Danzo, who was imprisoned in the same place as Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. He forced Shisui to search Danzo's memory by himself. As the holder of distinguished heavenly gods, no one can weave and forge false memories to hide from his eyes, and then he saw the darkest side of the world in Danzo's memory. As the saying goes, only the wrong name is used. There is no wrong nickname. Ninja Dark, the name is genuine. After that, Shisui seems to have changed a person. His innocence was ruthlessly crushed. It turns out that the battlefield is not the cruelest hell in the world. In the unknown darkness, there is an abyss of purgatory that tramples on human morality and conscience. Give it to me. Shisui nodded silently and agreed. He walked forward quickly and stretched out the eyelids of Loquat Juzo lying on the stone bed. The black jade in his eyes melted and deformed, and the pupil power of distinguished heavenly gods projected into Loquat Juzo's mind, which was just a few seconds. The time of the clock is already a light car familiar with the road, according to Zongxian's request to modify and complete the memory of the Loquat Shizang. The blood slipped from the eye sockets. This is the price. It is also Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique. Even if there is no recovery method, Zongxian estimates that he can use his pupil technique many times before he is blind. However, Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods needs a long cooling down period every time it is used. Even if Shisui wants to blind her eyes quickly, she can only use Susanna madly. Sit down for a while. Same hata is on the table. Zongxian patted Shisui on the shoulder. Shisui stepped back, glanced at Same hata on the table, stretched out his hand to hold the handle of Same hata, and then a burst of warm current flowed into his body, all the way up to his eyes, repairing the damaged eyeballs and making up for it. With the loss of pupil power, he sits in a chair, quietly watching Zongxian open the eyelids of Loquat Juzo as he did before. Inside a long-established ninja shop in Kanaha village, is the detonator out of stock? The white-haired, masked Heite Kakashi scratched his head in distress. He sighed slightly, turned and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the store, the sun was dazzling, causing him to subconsciously squint his right eye, adapting to the whiteness in front of him. The vast scenery. Unconsciously, time has come to June. The bright sun high in the sky surgingly releases endless light and heat, and the roads are a little hot, and the piercing cicadas are coming like waves on the seashore. In this weather, I feel that my brain is about to be boiled. So hot. Kakashi put his hand on his forehead, covering the dazzling sunlight. Standing for a long time in the shadow of the store entrance did not move. It's only half a month for me to go out to perform the task. When I came back to see, Lord 3rd Generation was impeached and abdicated, and 5th Generation Head Agent Hokage was in charge, speaking, it feels like the past it's been a year or two. I'll get used to it soon. By the way, I heard that Shimura Danzo was sentenced to death. Is it true? Yes, but the specific execution time has not yet been determined. It's actually true. What about the charges? What the hell did Danzo do? This is too much to go. Does Kanaha's White Fang know? It is said that Danzo was forced to commit suicide by spreading rumors, and he also cooperated with the rebel Orochimaru to kidnap babies from surrounding villages to conduct human experiments. During the 9 Tails, I sat and watched Lord 4th Hokage alone. Fighting, I wanted to kill the 4th generation and become Hokage. By the way, he also used rumors to slander the Uchiha clan and wanted to capture the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The 2 young Chunin passing by gradually walked away, and the sound of going away became inaudible. Kakashi stood at the entrance of the store blankly. He lowered his head, his right eye without light stared blankly at the line of light and shadow under his feet, motionless like a scarecrow. Yo, Kakashi. The sound of enthusiasm is like a cannonball that blasts in the ears. Then, dark shadows fell from the sky. A watermelon-headed man in a green tights appeared in front of Kakashi, showing a bright smile like the morning sun at Kakashi, and the neat white fang reflected a dazzling light that was hard to look at. Guy, but Kakashi was stunned for a moment before he seemed to recognize the identity of the person in front of him. Kakashi, are you okay? Guy's thick and hard eyebrows trembled, the smile on his face faded, and his thoughts of trying to find Kakashi were also instantly suppressed. Kakashi's state doesn't look right. Well, even though Kakashi is like this, the guy has never been normal, but today's feeling is more wrong than usual. It's okay, it just feels that it's too hot, hide here for a while from the sun. The face mask concealed the change in his expression, and his drooping eyes did not look at others, making it impossible to capture his emotional changes. Guy, an intuitive and beast-like guy, can detect Kakashi's strangeness. Really all right? Guy is still uneasy. Guy, wait for the next time if you want to learn from each other. I have something to do today. Kakashi and Guy bid farewell, walking away along the shadow of the roadside, Guy standing in the sun, looking at the back of Kakashi away. For some reason, suddenly there was a panic. The walls were whitewashed, and there was only a wooden bed and a set of tables and chairs in the narrow room. The cold light was shining from above. Sarutobi Hiruzen was leaning on the table and was practicing calligraphy. The living environment here is a bit worse, but somehow, it is also a former Hokage, and his living conditions are not too bad. As long as it is not too demanding, the guards will satisfy him. This is also a small favor that Akamaika gives to old friends. In any case, it was a classmate at any rate. Call. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly, held up the big calligraphy that was just written, and carefully appreciated it under the light. The Dragon and Phoenix's forbearance ink was brand new, and he nodded with satisfaction. It's okay. The skill has not regressed. I wondered whether to hang this word on the wall. Just when he pressed the paper in his hand on the wall and made gestures to study the hanging position, there were bursts of rapid footsteps in the corridor outside. Father, the visiting guests were beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. Appearing at the door was his second son, Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the second son lying outside the railing. He was a little dazed for a while. He didn't expect to see this rebellious and willful little son at this time. He is much taller and his beard is getting bigger and bigger than when he left the village. Most of them have become beards, and there is also a cloth towel on the waist which symbolizes the guardian of the 12 ninja warriors. It looks like they've lived well outside. Father, why has it become like this? Sarutobi Asuma stood outside the door, holding the railing in his hand, looking at the Hokage gown removed, wearing a gray shirt, gray hair, wrinkled face, like a roadside farmer like father. His mood became inexplicably sour and heavy. The grievances and prejudices that were once quietly vanished, leaving only a deep worry. What the hell happened? This is not what you need to know. I just lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He didn't want his little son to get involved in these things. If he stayed before, Sarutobi Asuma might have turned his face and quarreled immediately when he heard his father fooling himself like a child, but after he was silent for a while today, he did not lose his temper as before and looked at the guard standing at the end of the corridor. Then he asked, "Then how is your life here?" Seeing his son who learned to be patient and restrained, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little bit happy. It's okay. I don't have to worry about eating and drinking, and I also have pen, ink, paper and inkstone if I want to write. Although the space for activities is small, I can't stretch my hands and feet as much as possible. Then again, Asuma, why are you here? I got a letter from my cousin Zaman. Zao. Speaking of this mediocre nephew, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He was ousted too quickly, and he did not have time to rearrange the affairs of the clan. His nephew is not something to take on the big responsibility. He must find a way to elect a new patriarch from the clan. Otherwise, the clan may not be able to do so. The ensuing sinister storm passed safely. What's the situation in the clan now? In the clan? The village seems to be preparing for a battle with Kirimano. My cousin Zaman and I complained that the village had recruited more than 200 tribesmen to participate in the war. Sarutobi Asuma tried his best to recall his age. He wants what his cousin, who was about 20 years older, said. Forcibly recruit more than 200 people to participate in the war. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyebrows are almost a big bump. Akamaika takes the wind. Damn. His mood was extremely bad for an instant. This could be outright bad news for him. Of course he understood that with his downfall, the Sarutobi clan would be suppressed, but he didn't expect Akamaika to take the wind so quickly. Shot, and it's so cruel. At this time, boom, boom, there was a dull explosion in the distance. The ground under my feet swayed slightly, the chandelier above his head swayed from side to side, and fine dust and stone chips fell from the ceiling. What's the situation? Sarutobi Asuma subconsciously touched the ninja bag around his waist, but grabbed an empty space, remembering that before entering this secret prison, he was forced to hand in all the weapons on his body, his chakra knife, and all his suffering was left at the entrance. He is really unarmed now. Sarutobi Asuma, don't move. The warning came from the Abarame clan at the end of the corridor, and not only one person, but also two guards appeared next to the Abarame clan, one with pure white eyes and the family pattern with a fan of flames. Such a formation made Sarutobi Asuma. Time was stunned. In order to ensure that there is no unpleasant misunderstanding, please stay here before the alarm is lifted and don't move, and please don't make some misunderstanding actions. The guards from the Hyuga clan issued a warning. Seeing the guards' vigilance, Sarutobi Asuma froze for a moment, and then seemed to understand something. Are you suspecting that the explosion just now has something to do with me? Don't talk nonsense. Naturally, someone will check if it is related. If it has nothing to do with you, just stay here with peace of mind. If it's related to you, don't even want to escape from here. With the Yan Tuanfen family pattern on his back, the guards of Uchiha's house sneered coldly, and the bad attitude made Sarutobi Asuma's face look angry. He has never been taught so much when he grows up. There is Lao Zi, who is Hokage. Of course, few people in the village dared to show him his face since he was young. Even if Lao Zi taught him back then, he dared to leave Konoha in anger. Don't be impulsive, Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand and grabbed the younger son's arm. At this time, he must not move. If Asuma dared to make a move here, waiting for him is definitely not a good thing. Although being locked here is very lonely, he doesn't want to let himself. The youngest son came to accompany himself. Damn it! Sarutobi Asuma released his fist bitterly. Upon seeing this, the Uchiha family curled their lips in disappointment, muttering coward and trash with echoes throughout the corridor. An angry Sarutobi Asuma's blue veins jumped on his forehead, and his lips were full. It was bitten, and a ray of red blood stained the corners of his mouth. Speaking of it, it seems that the location of the explosion is near Danzo's detention. Hyuga's tribe interrupted the companions' trash talking and opened Byakugan, somewhat curious about what happened. Well, the explosion did come from over there. The members of the Uchiha family also gave up the ineffective trash talk harassment, and followed the sight of the Hyuga tribe and looked in the direction of the explosion. Could someone else save Danzo? Maybe it's the Roots remnant. Isn't it possible? The Roots have been uprooted? Most of the families in the village joined forces. If the Roots still escaped, it would be a hell. If it's not the Root, who else will come to save Danzo? Well, you said that too. The people of the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family were chatting enthusiastically, while the one from the Aberame family maintained the family tradition, stood silently and did not participate, just listening in silence. What did you say? Someone invaded the secret prison that held Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, etc. Hokage office. 5th generation's agent Hokage widened his eyes and looked at the staff of the intelligence department, who rushed through the door with an unbelievable look. Yes, Master Hokage, this is the message we just received. What about the identity of the intruder? Akamaiki asked the wind. This is still unclear. The intruder's methods are very clever. They used the detonation talisman to blast through from the weak position of the defense, and used water to make chaos everywhere. The guards have not yet been able to determine the identity of the other party, but from the other party's secret, judging from the familiarity of the prison, it should be an insider of the village, and a related person in Umbu or General. The intelligence department is not only responsible for collecting intelligence, analysis is also one of their jobs. Insider. Akamaiki, who had recovered his calm, was not surprised. This answer was originally expected. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo will be interested in them, and the only people who have the ability to put this interest into action are probably only their own people, whether they want to kill them or rescue them. Not surprising. Assemble Umbu, I will go over and see for myself. Akamaiki took the wind and gave the order. He is going to see who this bold invader is. Uchiha? Hyuga? Aberame? Or is it the remnant of the Root not on the list? Seeing that the war with Wuren was looming, at this time there must be no chaos inside the village. Yes, Master Hokage. The Umbus stationed in the Hokage building moved. Not too long, a large number of Umbu left the Hokage building with Akamaiki, heading for the secret prison located in the northwest corner of the village. It was not only the agent Hokage who received the information about the intruder in the secret prison. The guards here came from the most trusted abdomen of the patriarch selected from the Uchiha, Hyuga, Aberame and many other families. Almost as soon as the intruder appeared, the ninjas of each family used different methods to notify their patriarch. Is the intruder Heitei Kakashi? Hyuga Hayashi narrowed his eyes. He obtained this information even earlier than 5th generation project agent Hokage, and the level of detail of the information is even higher. Heitei Kakashi Kana has white fang-toothed. Heitei Sakumo's only son, a student of the late 4th Hokage, was wounded in World War III and transplanted as Sharinan from Uchiha. After that, he was not recovered by the Uchiha clan. For the holding of the Sharinan, he currently works in Umbu. All kinds of information about Heitei Kakashi flowed through his mind. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, his eyes must not only look at the family, but also at the village. A special guy like Heitei Kakashi is naturally impossible to miss. Heitei Sakumo's son, is it possible to say? After pondering for a few seconds, he had uncertain guesses in his mind, so he sent an order to the Hyuga tribe guarding in the secret prison to conceal and report information about Heitei Kakashi, and just say that he didn't read it clearly, and he didn't try his best. obstruct Heite Kakashi's actions. Then, Hyaga Hayashi also left for the secret prison. This matter, it will definitely be a big deal. If the Hyaga clan is absent, it won't work. The son of Kanaha's White Fang, the genius Jonin Heite Kakashi avenged his father by killing the wicked Shimura Danzo former Hokage assistant. This is definitely more interesting than the public execution. After all, to be honest, cutting off the head of an old man in his 60s is not a pleasing picture. Some guys who have never been directly hurt, kind, and soft-hearted might still give birth to compassion. Police department. Someone invaded the secret prison. Zhong Xian, who was still in the police department, was taken aback when he heard the news. He subconsciously looked down at the floor under his feet. In the underground of the police department, Loquat Juzo is still asleep in the deep secret prison. I'm going. Who is this? To grab business. Zhong Xian's head was confused. He is now ready to do it. How could someone take a step ahead of him? Arashiyama, what's the specific situation? Tell me in detail. Zhong Xian asked, staring at Uchiha Arashiyama. Currently, the master has very little information. I only know that an intruder used the earth-style technique to sneak into the ground, and then used the detonation talisman to blow up the enchantment surrounding the secret prison, and unswervingly marched towards the location of Shimura Danzo, guarding we are trying to chase and intercept, but as of the time the information came, we had not yet met the intruder's identity and had not yet figured out the identity of the intruder. Is the target Danzo? Wait. This seems like an opportunity. Zhong Xian's eyes lit up. Regardless of who is heading towards Danzo, this is an excellent opportunity. When everyone's attention is drawn to Danzo, the focus on Sarutobi Hiruzen will decrease. This can help him clear a lot of obstacles. Arashiyama, contact the clansmen in the secret prison, and let them all give me time to protect yourself. Don't try hard when you encounter enemies. Also, in order to ensure that the intruder is not allowed to escape, let me stay in the secret. The tribesmen in other parts of the prison also went to support. Uchiha Arashiyama, who listened to this weird order, kept frowning. Minister, what do you want? Who is the pit? Uchiha Arashiyama asked with his eyes. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up to convey the order, let them remember, the momentum can be increased, but don't rush up and work hard. After Zhong Xian finished speaking, a body flicker technique disappeared. Uchiha Arashiyama sighed helplessly, and executed the order honestly. At the same time, he secretly wondered what Zhong Xian was planning to do this time. Danzo was already caught. Sentenced to death, just waiting for a good day to chop his head. It shouldn't be directed at Danzo. So to say, recalling the last sentence in Zhang Xian's order, the clansmen stationed in other places were transferred to support, and suddenly there was a guess in my heart. Then, the pace is getting faster and faster. If you can really get rid of that malignant tumor in one fell swoop, it would be an out-and-out good thing for the family. At this moment, Zhong Xian has already arrived in the secret prison located in the underground of the police department. He summoned a shadow clone. The clone used the transformation technique to disguise that it was better than nothing. He grabbed the sleeping Loquat Shizo and left along the secret road. After opening the eyes and ears of the many people on the ground, he appeared in the forest not far from the police department, and then moved quickly in the direction of the secret prison. Wait until Shadow Clone is gone. Zhong Xian Shishiren returned to the police department, ordered a group of people and left the police department, along different routes to the secret prison. A stack of detonators was shot on the wall. Although the enchantment here is arranged by the masters of the enchantment class, it is not a powerful defense enchantment like the 4 purple flame array. This is just a multifunctional enchantment that prevents people from sneaking into the interior using the earth-style technique. That's all. It is naturally unable to withstand the destructive power of the superposition of more than 10 detonating charms. Boom! Accompanied by the loud noise of the explosion, the enchantment was naturally destroyed. The intruder did not rush through the big hole that was blasted, but stood in place, making imprints with his hands calmly. 5 water bodies appeared beside them. Without any extra words, the water bodies used the transformation technique spontaneously, then they took the detonation talisman that had been prepared long ago from the main body and rushed to different directions. They would create movement in different places to distract the guards. Then, the intruder turned his head to look at the ninja dog lying on his feet. Parker, please. Kakashi, do you really know what you are doing? You are playing with fire and self-immolation. Parker raised his head and looked at Kakashi, who was no longer a boy in front of him, and the words he asked were full of worry. The intruder. Kakashi nodded lightly, his voice calm and natural. I know. This is revenge. Although it came a bit late, but I think father he probably won't blame me. He's dull and slow. Maybe he will blame me for taking unnecessary risks. Parker, father is so gentle, why do those people force him to die? Parker was silent. It cannot answer this question. Even if they have an intelligence that is not inferior to humans, they are not humans after all. They do not understand human morals, nor do they understand human feelings. Therefore, the love, hatred, and conflicts between humans cannot be understood by them. What it can do, it is to help Kakashi realize his wish. This is a contract between the ninja and the summoning beast. Follow me. Parker is not a combat-type summoning beast. Its petite body is best at perception. Its olfactory tracking technique can track the enemy's whereabouts even in the mud. It uses the earth-style sneak technique and plunges into the ground. Leading the Kakashi who followed him through the underground, cleverly avoided the guards coming from different directions. Even if it was deliberately detouring the long road, it did succeed in getting rid of the guards who were chasing and blocking. When the water bodies make noises in different places and attract the guards, Kakashi's body has quietly arrived outside the cell where Shimura Danzo is being held. The door was guarded. But it is strange that there is no uchiha, no hyaga, only two ordinary umbus standing at the door. This is the result of Kakashi's observation with Sharingan. He doesn't think there is any way to deceive three Tomo Sharingan's insight. Parker, did you find anything? No, there is indeed only the breath of three people here. Of course, the premise is that there is no barrier to block the flow of smell. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, thought for 2 seconds, and strengthened his determination. Whether it is a trap or not, he can only bite the bullet and rush forward, and it is all here, there is no reason to flinch. Earth-style heart decapitation technique. The attack originated underground. The umbus who were caught off guard were buried deep in the soil, with only their heads exposed on the ground, and before they tried to fight back, a scarlet Sharingan appeared in their field of vision, secretly screaming in their hearts, and involuntarily sinking into their consciousness. Go in the dark. Solve 2 umbu. Since then, there has been no hindrance. Kakashi used the earth-style technique to penetrate into the cell and saw the skinny Shimura Danzo lying on a wooden bed, which looked like a corpse that was about to be dried. Although it looked like a corpse, Kakashi did use Sharingan. It was chakra who hadn't extinguished and disappeared in that corpse-like body. Shimura Danzo is still alive. Even if you look at this state, you may die at any time. But he is indeed still alive now, his body still has a breath, and his chakra is also flowing, although he is indeed dying. Kakashi, he is dying. Parker's sense of smell is so good, he can easily smell the thick decadent breath of Danzo's body. Even if you don't use your hands, he won't live long. Shimura Danzo has been sentenced to death. Even if I don't need to act, he is dead. Kakashi drew out the specially brought kodaki, which was a gift from his father when he was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. It's a pity my father's short sword was broken and lost during World War III. Otherwise, it is more appropriate to use that knife. He wiped the blade of the kodaki that he hadn't used for a long time. This is a premium product specially customized by Heitake. Can reflect the deep hatred and anger in Kakashi's eyes. I know very well that Shimura Danzo is dead, and I can even find a way to apply to be the executioner, but that was the execution of Shimura Danzo by the village, and all I wanted was revenge. Revenge for the death of my father. Also, just a Danzo is not enough. Kakashi squinted slightly, and fresh memories flashed in his mind. When Umbu was ordered to search for the roots, he found some documents in the secret compartment of Danzo's office. They recorded many unheard of things. There are records about his father. His father did commit suicide, but it was not because of the guilt of failing the mission. His father was driven to death by malicious manipulation of rumors. What makes him angry and desperate the most is, there is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's signature on it. He respected Kongzin's third Hokage as an elder and agreed and acquiesced in Shimura Danzo's persecution of his father. As for the authenticity of the documents, he has been working in Umbu for almost 6 years, so it is not that he can't tell the authenticity from the fake. Parker closed his mouth. The last persuasion has no effect. It could only squat down quietly, watching Kakashi step forward step by step, standing in front of the wooden bed, slowly raising the small sword in his hand and swinging it downward. The cold light flashed away. In the small brisk sound of broken bones, Danzo's head tumbled and fell from the bed, numbness that could not be seen on his old and decayed face, and a touch of unwillingness that could not be resolved. Immediately, the blood spewed like spring water, but the amount of bleeding was actually not large. There was not much blood squeezed out of that shriveled and decayed body. A little bit of blood splashed on Kakashi's forehead and mask, coating the killing intent in his eyes with determination. The red color. He wiped the blood off the knife with his sleeve. Parker, let's go. This is just an appetizer. The real main course is yet to come. Parker sighed helplessly. This is the end of the matter, and there is no chance of looking back. He can only do his best to make Kakashi achieve his goal. As for what the end will be in the end, that's not him. It can be interfered. Kakashi is no longer the little kid like that back then. He doesn't need a ninja dog to worry about in his life. Akamaike got the win quickly, but he was a step late after all. Before he stepped into the secret prison, there was the latest information that Shimura Danzo was beheaded. Danzo is dead. Heard this news, Akamaike didn't even raise his eyelids. He just stretched out his hand and scratched his eyebrows. So this intruder is here to kill? Doesn't he know that Danzo has been sentenced to death? From Danzo's death a lot of information can be inferred. The intruder is not here to save people, so he should not be the remnant of the root, most likely from those families or individuals who want Danzo to die. Lu Ju, what do you think? It may be a private vengeance. Nara Luyu gave an answer, and then stared at the guard captain from the Hyaga clan who was present, and asked, hasn't the identity of the intruder been determined yet? Sorry, Master Hokage, the opponent used the moisture body and the transformation technique, which disrupted Byakugan's vision. I can't determine his true face, and the chakra breath of the invader, and he is not someone I know. The captain of the guard from the Hyaga clan he took the wind to Akamaiki and explained the reason. The guards responsible for guarding the secret prison are mainly Uchiha, Hyaga, and Abarame tribes. Due to their involvement with the Sarutobi clan, the Ino, Shika, Cho clan did not send anyone to join them. Akamaiki just picked up a group of innocent Umbu. The newcomer assists from the side. Therefore, when Hyaga and Abarame are selectively blind, Akamaiki really does not know the identity of the intruder. At this time, the perceptual ninjas present all turn their heads subconsciously and cast their gazes to the east and southeast, and two groups of powerful chakras were approaching extremely quickly. It's Chief Uchiha and Chief Hyaga. Yamanaka Kiyaki approached Akamaiki and whispered to the wind, "Come here very fast." Akamaiki flicked his eyebrows lightly. In 3 or 4 seconds, the figures of Uchiha Zongxian and Hyaga Hayashi appeared in the eyes of everyone. It was not only the two patriarchs who rushed over, but there were also a large number of entourages behind them, as one of the clan. Long, there is no reason to run around alone. Master Hokage, you look great today. The two who rushed to greet Akamaiki and send blessings. Stop complimenting me, your ears are about to make you hear bad things. Akamaiki joked with the two in a pleasant way. Everyone pulled 2 more gossips. At this time, Abarame Jiwei also rushed over. So far, Konoha Village's new high-level core small circle after a major reshuffle is considered to have gathered the number of people. The 3 Ino, Shika, Cho, Uchiha, Hyaga, and Abarame, they almost represent Konoha's strongest force today, and naturally become Konoha's new high level. Akamaiki did not take Uchiha like Sarutobi Hiruzen did. Excluded from the power center. As for whether he doesn't want to or can't, it doesn't matter. The important thing is, Uchiha has indeed entered the power center of Konoha Village, and is qualified to place a piece on the board of Konoha, rather than being driven as a chess piece. Okay, the gossip ends here. Seeing that all the people worth waiting for were gathered, Akamaiki took the wind and clapped his hands to stop the trivial gossip, and stepped into the main topic. Everyone, Shimura Danzo has been killed by the invaders and is currently heading towards the prison where Sarutobi Hiruzen is being held. What do you think? Yamanaka Hai, who was standing next to Nara Keijiu, blinked. A bit at a loss, he didn't understand why Mr. Qfeng would ask such a strange question. Shouldn't the top priority now be to catch the intruder first? Where is the identity of the intruder? Haven't figured it out yet, Zong Xian asked. The Uchiha Sharingan's insight is not much worse than Byakugan's in fineness, but the large range and long-range reconnaissance ability is far inferior to the Hyaga's Byakugan, and it's not as flexible as the Abarame's bugs, so he and Akamaiki now just like taking the wind. It is completely unclear about the intruder. Not yet. Akamaiki took the wind and shook his head. Danzo has been killed. Haven't found out the identity of the intruder. Zong Xian's eyes became weird. Good fellow. Looks like this is not he who was planning to do things alone. Could it be that Hyaga or Abarame made this intruder? But, the possibility should not be great. The conflicts between Hyaga, Abarame and Sarutobi Hiruzen are not serious enough to require them to take action to cut the grass and roots. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is a big shield standing in the forefront. I most want Sarutobi Hiruzen to never be able to do it anymore. It is definitely the Uchiha clan who have resurrected, and they can't take the risk to help Uchiha share the risk. So, are Hyaga Hayashi and Abarame Jiwei deliberately indulging intruders? It seems that the identity of this intruder is very interesting. Next second, Zong Xian's conjecture was confirmed. Master Hokage, why don't we go to the scene where Danzo was killed first? Maybe we can find any clues to pinpoint the identity of the intruder. Hyaga Hayashi suggested. If it's someone I've met, my bug can tell his breath. Abarame Jiwei also expressed his support for going to Danzo's death scene. I have no opinion. Regarding Hyaga Hayashi and Abarame Jiwei's proposal, Zongxianal saw its success. The longer the delay here, the greater the chance of success for the Loquat Juzo operation. Of course, the premise is that the unidentified intruder does not get in the way. Then go and take a look at the scene first. Akamaiki takes the wind and follows the good. Then, a paradox is formed. The intruder killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the 5th-generation agent Hokage and the patriarchs went to the death scene of Shimura Danzo without a hassle to investigate. Even the guards of the secret prison also tried to protect the safety of Lord Hokage. The reasons gathered, so that huge loopholes appeared in the defense everywhere. The explosion seems to be getting closer. Sarutobi Asuma stood outside the cell, feeling a little restless. It's not right. The old monkey, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has more instincts than his younger son. The approaching explosion is one aspect. The guards who were monitoring the father and son in the corridor disappeared sometime. Originally, this corridor he was the only one in the many rooms in the room, and there was no second prisoner besides him. Now that the guards disappeared, the place instantly became cold. Asuma, things are not right, you leave here first. Sarutobi Hiruzen made the decision very quickly at this time. Shino's instinct told him that he might be in big trouble. Although he didn't think Akamika would dare to kill himself blatantly, as a seasoned Hokage, of course it is clear that there is no absolute in everything, there are always loopholes for others to drill, and the problem depends on whether you can find it. Leave. Sarutobi Asuma is no longer a kid who knows nothing. In the past 2 years as the guardian of the 12 ninjas, he has also seen various battles within the Daming Mansion, and instantly understood what this departure meant. Old man, can anyone dare to? When I first met, I called my father. Sarutobi Asuma was a rebellious temper, or was he habitually calling out to the old man? I underestimated their courage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly. It turns out that he is really old. Not only is his body worsening every day, but even his mind is no longer as before. The identity of the previous generation of Hokage is not a life-saving talisman in his imagination. It seems that it can be used to make a comeback. In fact, on the contrary, it is an out-and-out reminder. Those who drove him from the position of Hokage would never want to see the chance of a resurgence. How can we prevent him from coming back? Only the dead will lie quietly in the coffin without being a demon. Only Kakashi, who asked you to come. Looking at Heite Kakashi who appeared at the end of the corridor, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused. No one told me, I came by myself. Kakashi walked over with Kotaki. Yourself. The color of doubt on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is even heavier. He boasted that he knew Kakashi, who was about the same age as his younger son, and his talent was far superior to that of his younger son, but Kakashi had a deep psychological shadow because of his father's suicide since he was a child. Later, his companions and teachers also sacrificed one after another. He closed his feelings and paralyzed his soul with countless tasks. Such Kakashi has no self-independent opinion, and his actions are all carried out from the perspective of tasks, orders, etc. I'm here to take revenge. For my father, Kakashi said word by word. Revenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyebrows gradually frowned. Kakashi, I don't know who you are listening to, but I can tell you that Shumo's suicide is the result I least want to see. His death is a huge loss that is irreparable to the village. But you didn't punish Shinmura Danzo for this, did you? Your lord third generation. Kakashi's gaze crossed Sarutobi Asuma and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was standing in the cage. The scarlet and dark eyes shot out like a sharp sword. I don't know if you really regretted his father and his suicide, but I clearly know that you have never thought of giving back justice to my father in the past 10 years. Also, I saw the signature hidden in Shinmura Danzo's private file room's action report. I think you should have asked him to destroy that thing, Lord Third Generation. It's a pity that Shinmura Danzo seems to have put that thing, treated as a weapon to attack you, so it was preserved. The Kotaki in his hand was erected, and Kakashi assumed a sword posture. Danzo Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is a bit ugly, but it's still calm. Kakashi, what you see may not be true. Since you also know Danzo's wolf ambitions, how do you know that the so-called action report was not forged? Don't think of me as a fool who can lie to anyone, okay? In the deep roar, I saw a flash of thunder. Kakashi's figure appeared in the air outside the cell. He raised the Kotaki in his hand high, condescendingly, wrapped the thunder and swung down the blade in his hand. Clang kang. The blade was blocked by an iron railing. Wind-style chakra, which rotates at high speed like a chainsaw, is attached to that section of the railing. Relying on Wind-style's restraint on Lightning-style, it successfully stopped Kakashi's slash. It was only by the cold sweat on Sarutobi Asuma's forehead that he knew him. This is also taking risks. After all, he didn't bring his usual chakra knife, so he had to cut off a section of the iron railing of the cell to temporarily serve as a weapon, and he was not sure whether he could stop Kakashi's knife. Fortunately, it was blocked in the end, and Kakashi was not completely cut off. Sarutobi Asuma. Kakashi leaped back and stared at the peer who was blocking him. They are classmates, but Kakashi graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5 and was promoted to Jonin at the age of 6. The friendship with the classmates. Strangers, this is a more appropriate description. Do you want to protect your father? Kakashi, do you know what you are doing now? Assassinating the previous generation Hokage. Are you planning to betray the village? Sarutobi Asuma shook the iron railing in his hand, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he yelled at Kakashi's actions. My heart is faint. There is no need to fight for 300 rounds, only the hasty collision just now. It was enough for Sarutobi Asuma to realize that Kakashi was indeed the most famous genius among all of them in that year. Just the cut, fast, steady, accurate, and ruthless. Even Wind style restrains Lightning style, but to be honest, Sarutobi Asuma is not sure how many knives he can block. It's like you are protecting your father. I just want to get justice for my father, and don't press me with the empty talk of betraying the village, it feels very disgusting. The voice fell, killing intent boiled over. Kakashi swung his knife again and slammed up, and immediately smashed into a ball with Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood still in the cell, his gaze did not stay on Kakashi for too long, because he noticed another killing intent. The strong murderous intent was more exaggerated than Kakashi, not necessarily as strong as Kakashi, but the second hidden in the dark was directed at him. The guy who came is definitely a murderous guy. Although Asuma is not Kakashi's opponent, it is not difficult to block Kakashi for a while, depending on Asuma's ability. During this time, he needs to solve the hidden trouble. But, this hidden enemy is obviously also a master, at least with a high level of stealth hiding. Obviously, he had sensed the harsh killing intent, but couldn't capture the specific position. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer hesitated. Waiting to die is definitely not the end he expected. Whether it's Kakashi or other cats or dogs, don't want to take his life easily. Ninfa's strange power just gathered a small amount of chakra that he could mobilize, and burst out a shockwave that was enough to break the wall, and easily smash the torture instrument worn on the wrist to suppress chakra. To be honest, this kind of thing is also against ordinary ninjas. It can be effective. A powerhouse like Sarutobi Hiruzen can't be suppressed by such mass-produced torture instruments with superficial sealing technique. If Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to go out, he can actually escape from prison at any time. The question is what will happen after going out. Now that Konoha is in this situation, even if he gets out of this secret prison, he can't reverse the situation. It's better to stay here for a while and think about whether there is any way to break the situation, but he didn't expect someone to kill himself so soon, not at all. Give him time to figure out how to break the game. Let me see. Who on earth wants to kill me, Uchiha, Hyuga, Abarame, or take the wind? After removing the restraint on the wrist, the suppressed chakra became active again, and Sarutobi Hiruzen sealed the seal at a speed that was difficult to see, and shouted, "Enchantment Sky Cover Array." A circle of transparent that is difficult to see with the naked eye. The spherical discovery enchantment is continuously expanding in all directions with Sarutobi Hiruzen as the center, and all the chakra fluctuations that are shrouded in the enchantment cannot be concealed from his perception. That is less than 2 seconds, got you. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his head and looked at the rock wall diagonally above. The hands are printed again, fire-style Phoenix fire technique. Opening his mouth spit out flames like falling rain, but unlike falling rain, these dozens of flames flew to high places. As expected of shinobi, a sound of admiration full of admiration sounded. Before the flame hit the rock wall, the intruder hiding nearby took the initiative to show up. He waved the wide broad knife in his hand and used an extremely brave gesture to smash the flying flames that were only exploratory, standing upside down on the rock wall, condescendingly. It overlooked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who walked out of the cell after knocking down the iron door of the cell. Mist Ninja? 7 ninja swords. Loquat Juzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Loquat Juzo standing on the top of the rock in amazement. For a moment, his head was dazed, and he couldn't understand what was going on. A Mizuki ran over to assassinate a Hokage who was impeached and abdicated. What is this going to do? And also, this is the hinterland of Konoha. How did this damn mist shinobu sneak in? The so-called ninja spy sneaking into Konoha is just an excuse. Why, how did the ninja actually sneak in? Loquat Juzo, who drove you to come and assassinate me? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked sharply. This question. When I cut off your head, I will definitely explain it to you. Loquat Shizang showed a murderous grin on his face, just as I was talking, quietly completed Jien in his hand. Let us have fun now. Mist shinobi technique. Then, fog filled this secret prison located deep underground. The skinny corpse was placed on the wooden bed as it was. The decapitated head was not taken away, but was thrown in the corner of the room like rubbish. Even the 2 umbus buried in the soil outside the cell are still sinking into the illusion. Because the 5th generation agent Hokage and the patriarchs have to come to investigate in person, everything here remains the same. The guards who arrived in advance. Our work changed from investigating to blocking the scene. Earth-style heart beheading technique. Seeing the 2 umbus buried outside the cell, Akamaike can tell what kind of trick they have played with a glance. The man is still alive. It seems that the unknown intruder has a clear goal. Hyuga Hayashi glanced at the 2 hapless umbus, frowned slightly, but this is an illusion? It feels a bit like it's Sherry Nan. Zonxian went on to say what Hyuga Hayashi hadn't finished. His eyelids twitched. This is an unexpected situation. Before I came here, I was still guessing the identity of the intruder, wondering who could make Hyuga Hayashi and Abarame Jiwei deliberately indulge their actions. Is it possible to watch the excitement and see yourself? Could it be said that someone in the clan dared to disobey his order and planned to end the lives of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen personally? As a result, Hyuga Hayashi and Abarame Jiwei thought it was his work? So I didn't get a cover for him? He stepped forward, squatted down, and opened the eyelids of the two umbus. Check it carefully. This feeling, is Sherinan correct? But it feels a bit weird. Zhong Xian was a little confused. The intruder did use Sherinan to release illusions to control the two umbus. Rough, right? The person who shot Zhong Xian felt like Genin who had just practiced illusion in the clan. Haven't understood the subtlety of Uchiha's illusion, just relying on the powerful pupil power to brutally drag the target into the illusion. Untie Zhong Xian's one-handed seal. Untie the illusion that was applied to the two umbus. Rather than bothering to figure out the identity of the intruder, it is better to solve the illusion and directly ask the two umbus to come faster. Faced with the gaze of many big shots, the two umbus with their heads still a little groggy, had to cheer up, racking their brains to recall the information collected during the brief contact with the intruder. The intruder's earth-style technique is very powerful. We were dragged into the ground directly, there was no time to resist. It seems that there is only one person, and we did not see the second person. Sherinan, yes, I saw Sherinan. But, it's weird, it seems there is only one Sherinan. There is only one Sherinan. The answers of the two umbus provided new clues. A Sherinan? This new clue immediately opened up Zhong Xian's thinking. Suddenly, I felt that there was a ghost in my heart. I always felt that the problem was within the family, but I forgot that Konoha is not only uchiha who holds Sherinan. There is also a foreigner who also has the Sherinan for some reason. Holding is Sherinan. Heitake Kakashi. Akamike took the wind and remembered the name. Heitake is Sakumo's son. This is really a problem for me. He feels a little headache. He didn't participate in the suicide of Konoha's White Fang, but he was not blind or deaf, and smart people from the Nara family helped analyze the situation. Regarding Heitake Sakumo's suicide, it is not an exaggeration to say bystanders. From his point of view, Danzo's disgusting means were 60% of the responsibility for the death of White Fang, and the Hokage's indulgence of Sarutobi was 30% of the responsibility. There is still 10%. That's why no one in the dam thought that the White Fang who killed all the enemies on the battlefield was so fragile, but was attacked by rumors, without asking someone to talk to and discussing it, and even directly chose such an extreme way as suicide. Draw an end to one's own life. For him, Heitake's suicide was a turning point for Konoha. With the loss of such an Optimus Prime, Konoha, who was already at ease, suddenly became stretched, like a chain reaction of collapse. Tsunade suffered from a panic attack during the Second Ninja World War. It had climbed to the limit and completely crushed Konoha's Royal Highness. The famous Sunin has since lost a corner. Later, the fourth generation passed away young, Orikimura defected to the village, Jiraiya wandered away, the new generation of high-level power was almost wiped out, the huge Konoha was supported by a group of old men in their 60s and 70s. This the bleak scene of rain and wind blows away Akamika's sign more than once. If Heitake hadn't died in the first place. Even though Tsunade's phobia was inevitable, there was one more expert at the level of Konoha's White Fang in the three wars. Konoha didn't have to fight so hard. He was clearly the winner. Instead, he had to give way to Rock Shinobi. A peace agreement was signed, and it made it feel like a defeat in the end. This made him full of disappointment for Sarutobi and Danzo. Heitake Kakashi, it is true that he has a Sherinan, but to be honest, even Uchiha is not sure if there is a Sherinan living outside. There are many people who have not recovered their bodies after the war. To make sure that there are none I'm mistaken, I think it's better to investigate further. Zhongshan is quite sure that the intruder is Kakashi. Although it is said that there is a Sherinan and a Uchiha Obito, that guy has successfully manipulated even 9 tails, and his illusion skills can never be so rough. Besides, if it is Uchiha Obito, there is no need to stay alive. On the contrary, if it is Heitake Kakashi, then all of this is reasonable, whether it is the rough application of Sherinan or the mercy of Umbu's men, at least it is not that difficult to understand. Only, what you think in your heart is one thing, what you say is another thing. It doesn't matter whether Sarutobi Hiruzen died in the hands of Loquat Juzo or Heitake Kakashi, as long as the person dies. Before deciding the victory or defeat, all he had to do was to delay the time as much as possible so that everyone here would not hinder the battle over there. That's true. After all, they just saw a Sherinan. It's a bit too arbitrary to determine that Heitake Kakashi did it. In order to avoid slandering good people, it's better to investigate more carefully. Master Hokage, what do you think? Hyaga Hayashi is really telling lies with his eyes open. He echoed Saxian's proposal and sought Akamika's advice. Hearing Zhongshan and Hyaga Hayashi singing together, looking at Abarame Jiwei who nodded frequently, Akamike shook his head helplessly, right. Although he didn't make a lot of effort to stop Heitake Kakashi's revenge. Late revenge. Akamike was silent for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. If that's the case, then investigated carefully. So far, everyone's eyes finally fell on the corpse in the cell. As for whether Kakashi is Sarutobi Hiruzen's opponent, the benevolent sees the benevolent and the wise sees the wisdom. Ningxiang's strength is undoubtedly unquestionable. Even Zhongshan will not underestimate Sarutobi Hiruzen. He can make Danzo his white gloves honestly. Do you really think Danzo is willing? It's not because I can't beat it. However, Kakashi is not a weak person. He became Jonin when he was 12 years old. 7 years have passed. The 19-year-old youth has long since faded from the youthfulness and immaturity of the past, and it is not very easy to deal with the truth. At the very least, I met Sarutobi Hiruzen absolutely, and I wouldn't say that I was cleaned up by Shinobi with 3 punches and 2 kicks. And to put it ugly, if Kakashi died in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it can also be used to sway Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige, forcing the killing of White Fang, and killing White Fang's only son. You only need to publicize the matter. It is enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation completely fall into negative value. There are many old people who regret the death of Heitake Sakumo like Akamaiki. Kakashi doesn't seem to have any friends, but as the leader of their class, his name is enough to affect the nerves of many of his peers. Why kill 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? Loquat Shizang thought about this issue when he invaded the secret prison. The reason is actually very simple. Everything is for the village. Although he has been forced to betray Mizukage because of his failure to assassinate Mizukage, his original intention was for the village, and that he would do those things for Kirigakure to have a better future. So, after learning that Konoha was about to go to war with Kirigakure, in order for Kirigakure to win the war, he is preparing to assassinate the impeached and abdicated 3rd Hokage as a collaborator of the Uchiha clan. He can use this to provoke the Konoha shinobi who likes infighting to start a new round, regardless of success or failure. Anyway, the rejection of the Uchiha clan is not a matter of a day or two. Such a set of logic can be said to be silky smooth without any flaws. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as long as I kill you, then I will be able to return to the village with Samehada as a hero. The erratic voice of Loquat Juzo came from the thick fog where I could not see my fingers. It was not only heard by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, even Heite Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma who were fighting have heard such words. Samehada? This term touched certain memories in his mind. Sarutobi Asuma also did some homework when he returned to Konoha. He knew what had happened in the village recently. The messenger of Kaironin used Samehada as a ninja sword. He used an excuse to threaten Konoha, but in the last few changes, the old man was directly brought down. Is it uchiha? In the thick fog, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a deep voice. Isn't this nonsense? Who else could it be if it wasn't uchiha? Loquat Juzo carried the beheading knife, and silently touched behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, taking advantage of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words with his watery body that was left in the distance. He swung the knife sharply and slashed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen is not so easy to kill. Earth-style earth spear with a stab, instead of cutting off Sarutobi Hiruzen's not-so-sturdy neck, it was like a diamond. The blade of the decapitating knife was cracked, and the eyelids of the Loquat Juzang jumped straight. Is Shino's strength? Damn it, how far have you practiced this earth-style technique? Is this Hokage or Tsuchikage? I don't know when. There is an iron railing in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. This is the one he broke when he pushed to the iron door of the cell. He opened his mouth and spit, and the translucent wind-style chakra was attached to the iron railing. It formed a sharp sword. This is wind-style vacuum sword. At the moment when Loquat Juzo pulled away and prepared to retreat, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already prepared a long sword, turned and swung his sword down. The sharp blade came quickly and accurately, and immediately left on Loquat Juzo's arm. A not-shallow wound came down, and scarlet blood was spilled. If he hadn't reacted fast enough to swing the decapitating knife and use the length of the blade to push back Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was unable to use the hardening technique while swinging the sword, his left arm would probably be able to be chopped off directly. Ha! So strong. The Loquat Ten hides back in a hurry. Hidden in the fog again, cold sweat broke out from behind. This brief encounter made him feel a different kind of power from 4th Mizukage, which is a perfect master and the power of the tail beast. His shallow cultural level prevents him from using complicated and difficult words to describe how terrifying Sarutobi Hiruzen is. Can only use words such as sharp, precise, and unfathomable to roughly describe his feelings. Missed shinobi technique, the troublesome thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding an intangible sharp sword and looked around. The thick fog made his eyes completely decorated, and his ears could not catch the whereabouts of the Loquat Juzo. Instead, it was Kakashi and his young son. Is the ping-pong pawn playing so lively? Does missed shinobi technique add silent killing technique? Speaking of which, I seem to have learned this trick too. Talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen makes a seal with one hand. Yelled softly, missed shinobi technique. In Loquat Shizang's ghostly expression, the fog that had been hazy to the extreme became more intense. The white thick fog surged like a tide, and now it is true that there is nothing to see, as if you were in a sea of clouds. Among them, unless the finger is pressed on the eyeball, it is really difficult to see. The impact is not only that, a strange chakra was mixed into the fog, which seriously interfered with the perception of Loquat Juzo, making it impossible for him to pinpoint Sarutobi Hiruzen's location. Wow! The sound of falling water. Loquat Juzo was aware of the disappearance of his water body, but it was a pity that the water body could not bring back information like Shadow Clone, so Loquat Juzo did not know how his water body was gone, but he knew one thing now. That is Sarutobi Hiruzen strong and monster-like. This 60-year-old shinobi may indeed be old, not as powerful as before, but it is not so old that anyone can underestimate it. Enchantment, fire style, earth style, wind style, water style. These dazzling methods made Loquat Juzo awe-inspiring, deeply aware of the terrifying and powerful Ningxiang, and realized this in my heart. The second assassination was doomed to fail again, but not reconciled, just retreat. The inexplicable obsession made him still have no choice to escape even when he knew he was losing. But Loquat Juzo didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, he took a sigh of relief, thinking that even if he died here, he would bite off a piece of Sarutobi Hiruzen's meat, so he simply lifted the mist shinobi technique neatly and jumped over. On the rock dome above your head, only a sound of clang was heard, and the decapitating knife was inserted into the rock wall. Loquat Shizang's hands began to seal, looking for a dead end. The thick fog rolls over, the wind sword split into the fog, and Sarutobi Hiruzen slew towards the Loquat Juzo, and the sharp blade pointed directly at the chest of the Loquat Juzo. Don't think about it. One left and the other right, two Loquat Juzo rushed out, brandishing a decapitating knife and slashing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Clang! Jian Feng turned sharply. Unable to use hardening to protect himself while moving, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to turn the blade, block it to decapitate the broadsword, and the rotating swordlight was tangled up like a bone gangrene, and instantly gave the two water bodies cut into a puddle of water falling. Sarutobi Hiruzen's swordsmanship is also extremely brilliant. To be honest, Konoha's old swordsmanship can be compared to Konoha. But with the short time of less than 2 seconds that the water body was fighting for, Loquat Shizang Zhengshen had already completed the seal, and shouted, "Water style great waterfall technique." This A-level water style technique in Kirigakur is regarded by almost 90% of Mizuna as a trick to press the bottom of the box. Loquat Juzo happens to be within this range. Although it is one of the 7 ninja swords, it is decapitated. Except for a blood-sucking ability to regenerate itself, it can't improve his combat effectiveness in other ways. A big waterfall technique is already a good technique for him. His chest bulged high, and then shrank back abruptly. He opened his mouth and spit out the mighty water waves like the Tianhe bursting bank. This water-style technique relies on the impact formed by the weight of the huge water waves in the rushing process. Power to kill the enemy. Even if a building is hit by this move, it can be directly crushed over. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just killed 2 water bodies, couldn't dodge, and was directly hit by the crushed water waves. Then, the expressionless Sarutobi Hiruzen turned into a puddle of clear water, breaking into the waves. Moisture body is not the patent of Wujin. Water body? Loquat Shizang turned blue. A water body can actually use the wind style technique. Such ninjutsu skills are already beyond his knowledge, and since this is a water body in front of him, where did Sarutobi Hiruzen's real body go? Thinking of this, the eyeballs turned quickly. At this moment, the torrent of water that happened to be pouring cleared the hazy mist that filled this narrow space. Even Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma, who were fighting each other, were forced to stop the battle. Kakashi directly sneaked into the ground with an earth-style technique and easily avoided it. This turbulent torrent. Sarutobi Asuma is the only one who is good at wind style and fire style, but he doesn't have the ability to burrow into the ground. I had to jump up to the rocky dome and run with the torrent of water. When the water was diverted and reduced by the corridors along the way, he ran back along the original road. Mist Ninja. 7 ninja swords? Kakashi quietly poked his head out of the rock wall and looked at Loquat Juzo, who was holding a decapitated knife not far away. He heard the previous conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Loquat Juzo, but to be honest, he didn't really believe in Loquat Juzo. That set of nonsense about cooperating with Uchiha. If the Uchiha clan were so stupid, they would be dead. But, he was indeed a little wondering why the Loquat Juzo came for. Instead of assassinating the current 5th generation agent Hokage, but instead assassinating Sarutobi Hiruzen, people are a little confused about the reason. Of course, if you don't understand, he doesn't understand. He didn't deliberately entangle these things. He always kept in mind what he came for this time. His purpose was revenge. He killed Sarutobi Hiruzen in order to comfort his father's spirit in heaven, and at the same time, in order to get rid of the hard-to-dissolve depression in his chest. Just right. Let this guy continue to try the water first. Revenge is his own business. He didn't want to borrow the hands of anyone, let alone cooperate with Warren. At this time, swordsmanship again, Konoha Ryu's swordsmanship, dance of the 3 suns and the moon in the torrent below and the rock walls on the left and right sides. A Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped out of it, carrying a wind sword to kill the Loquat Juzo. This is one of the unique skills of Konoha Ryu's swordsmanship. The body cooperates with 2 avatars. From the left, attack the enemy's vital points in 3 directions, up and right. This is a very powerful killer move. especially in this kind of narrow space that lacks leeway. I've never been afraid of anyone than hacking people. The Loquat Juzo is the fog of shinobi. In the village of Blood Fog, it was also one of the group of people standing at the top. They climbed the throne of the 7 Jonin swords on countless bones. The power of Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly made him sweat, but on the verge of desperation, the murderous aura in his chest surged. The big deal is death. There is nothing to be afraid of. Loquat Juzo, who had made up his mind in a flash, swung the decapitating knife, and a body flicker technique towards Sarutobi Hiruzen on the far right was killed. The decapitation knife and the wind sword crossed in mid-air, and the Loquat Juzo vigorously slashed. He smashed Sarutobi Hiruzen's water body to pieces, but Sarutobi Hiruzen in the middle position also took advantage of the situation and left a big bone-bearing wound on the back of Loquat Juzo. The blood shed like a fountain. Kanaha Ryuu's swordsmanship and the dance of the 3 suns and moons are not so easy to crack, especially when the person using this technique is Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as Nainyo. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack is not over yet, Earth-style rock pillar gun. At the moment when Loquat Juzo landed on the rock wall on the right, the long-planned attack suddenly came. The rock spear raised from the ground penetrated Loquat Juzo's feet, and then tilted and pierced his calf. A large amount of blood and flesh were taken out by the rock gun, and a strong smell of blood permeated the air instantly. This wonderful one-handed attack decided the outcome in an instant. The 2 clones in the sky all turned into water flows and fell. From the beginning to the end, the 3-day moon dance is all the water body, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's true body has been hidden underground from the beginning. It is not until now that the winner is determined. He slowly appeared from the ground, holding the wind sword, and standing on the water wave that has not yet completely dissipated, keeping a short distance, watching Loquat Juzo whose feet have been abolished. The outcome is determined. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the Loquat Juzo. Tell me who instructed you to kill me? If you answer honestly, I can give you a good time. Uchiha and Kiri Shinobu colluded or something. To be honest, he didn't believe it very much. As an experienced politician, setting aside his prejudices, he felt that what the Loquat Juzo had said before should be to instigate internal fighting in the village. He now wants to know who the real messenger is, and he doesn't know who wants to kill him. He will have trouble sleeping and eating. While talking, already used illusion in a calm manner. Only when his illusion fell on Loquat Juzo, an unexpected change occurred. What dash! Loquat Juzo suddenly let out a heart-piercing scream. Blood shot out from his eye sockets, and his black eyes were stained with dazzling scarlet in that brief moment, and the bizarre pattern like a 6-leaf windmill was outlined. Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused for a moment, then paused. Feeling cold as deep into the bone, like falling into an ice cellar. Uchiha. It turned out to be Uchiha. All the words, all the anger, and the many unwillingnesses, all turned into the only ones under the gaze of that bloody eye. The crushing and powerful pupil technique brought Sarutobi Hiruzen into an inescapable illusion, and at the same time, Loquat Juzang's right eye was completely ruptured, falling down like a rotten grape mixed with blood. At the last moment of being dragged into the illusion, what Sarutobi Hiruzen did was to throw the wind sword in his hand fiercely through the lower abdomen of Loquat Juzo. Vomit dash Loquat Shizang coughed up blood. I lost my right eye, my feet were abolished, my abdomen was penetrated, my consciousness became blurred, and my groggy brain couldn't help thinking about why I came here to fight with Sarutobi Hiruzen. By the way, when I think of it, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be killed. Only in this way can the village defeat Konoha in the next war. Sarutobi Hiruzen must be killed, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be killed. The obsession rooted in his mind supported him not to fall down. He squeezed out the last trace of strength in his body, endured the pain that came from all over his body, and leaped up forcibly, swinging the heavy beheading knife in his hand towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck and slashing again fiercely. Fall down. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer use the earth-style technique to strengthen his body. Then, bloodlight blew in the air. Kakashi, who was a step behind, stared at the scene in front of him blankly, unable to speak for a long time. The elite operators from the corpse disposal team inspected Shinmura Danzo's body from head to toe inch by inch. As for the patriarchs who had agreed to investigate clues, they were all sitting on the sidelines at this moment, and they did not step up to help. Plan. Danzo had been lying in the hospital bed for so long, any secrets had been taken out long ago. Even the roots have been demolished in pieces, the clansmen of all races were brought back to the family, and the members of orphan origin were gathered in by Umbu, and the base of the last roots was also fully accepted by Umbu. Now this secret prison, it is the transformation of a base of the roots. Zhong Xian was also standing by, watching all this with cold eyes, but his mind was not here long ago. He is wait for the situation on Loquat Juzo. With Loquat Juzang's ability, it is naturally impossible to be Sarutobi Hiruzen's opponent. What he is really waiting for is a secret hand hidden in the Loquat Juzang to play a role. As long as his secret hand does not fail, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely there is no life or death. Time passed bit by bit, and did not wait too long, as he watched the corpse processing team deal with Danzo's corpse, Zhongxian suddenly noticed a little strange sensation in his eyes. He seemed to be tired, and squinted his eyes softly. Under the cover of eyelids, his scarlet eye showed the appearance of a six-leaf windmill, and his consciousness fell into that illusion. It was the courtyard with rockery, pond, stone lantern, and small bamboo forest, but it was different from before. There is a huge sakura flower tree on the grass in the courtyard. A sakura flower tree that has been in full bloom and all petals are withered. Here it is? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around warily. He clearly remembered that when he was about to interrogate the Loquat Juzang, he suddenly saw that the right eye of the Loquat Juzang turned into a Sherinon with a weird pattern different from the three-hook jade. He realized that the Loquat Juzang came to assassinate him. It's definitely related to uchiha. It's a pity that he didn't have time to say more. He just threw out the wind sword in his hand, and came to this courtyard in the next instant. Lord Third Generation. Meet again. Zhongxian's figure walked out from behind the huge sakura flower tree. Sure enough, it's you, Uchiha Zhongxian. Is this your Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised by the appearance of Zhongxian. To be precise, he would be surprised if the one who appeared here was not Zhongxian. He squinted his eyes and looked at Zhongxian. Buried in the eyes of outsiders, this hand is really hard to guard against. This is not as easy as you imagine by the Lord of the Third Generation. Transcribing seal, this technique is actually quite restrictive. If you want to carry Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique, you must at least be a Sherinon at the level of three-hook jade, ordinary people. In this way, the eyes of Mangekyo Sherinon will be completely blinded by using Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique once. Loquat Juzo, his right eye is now estimated to have been physically destroyed by my pupil power. Zhongxian explained with a smile. It looks like I didn't lose in justice this time. Saying like this, the gloom in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes is hard to dissipate. Did you lose in justice? How can it be? There is only one Loquat in 10 possessions. It is not worthy of him to waste too much chakra. He still has many methods that he has not used, his ability is less than 100, and he keeps so many unique skills at the bottom of the box to prepare to deal with the uchiha section. Sien, Hayaga Hayashi, Abarame Jiwei these betrayers. Result, everything became empty in a blink of an eye. He planted a big somersault in the hands of a small character like Loquat Juzo. Even if it was Uchiha Zhongxian who was actually plotting against him, it is difficult to convince him. If he knew that Loquat Juzo and Uchiha Zhongxian were in collusion, he would naturally will be careful about Uchiha's illusion, and will not fall into Uchiha Zhongxuan's calculations so abruptly. Only the winner has always been like this. Where is the wrongdoing? Zhongxian said softly. If you want to say something wrong, it is estimated that half of the hundreds of thousands of ninjas who died in the 3 ninja world wars felt that they were wronged. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. He was also a ruthless person who smashed a way out of the dead. He knew that Zhongxian was right. He had a whole card and he was reluctant to use it but died. There are always countless people like this. You have to ask them about their death. Not injustice, of course, is not injustice at all. Knowing that being on the battlefield is an endless bloody battle, but leaving the whole cards to be used in the end, he can only say that his skills are inferior to humans, and he deserves it. There is nothing wronged at all. It seems I am really old. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with complicated expression. Zhongxian was too lazy to analyze Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood changes at the moment. He clapped his hands gently and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was half of his body buried in the soil. It's time. Uchiha Zhongxian, what are you going to do to Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen has been aware of his state, and secretly tried many times to break free from the restraints. Unfortunately, all his attempts failed. Even if he knew that he had been caught in an illusion, he was completely unable to break it, unable to break free, and made him realize that this should be him. The end of it. At the end of life, what came to his mind was not the dead wife, nor the child, nor the family, but Konoha. I have said this many times. Uchiha is Konoha's Uchiha, and Konoha is Uchiha's Konoha. Back then, Senju and Uchiha jointly opened up Konoha village in this troubled world. Uchiha had no reason to betray or destroy Konoha. Lord Third Generation, you can go without worry. Konoha will get better and better. Uchiha's Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his eyes to look at the green shoots drawn out of his shoulders, and felt the unstoppable weakness of his body suddenly sprouted. The tiny young green shoots grew crazily at an incredible speed, and dense roots were interspersed into his body, plundering his spiritual will. In a blink of an eye, there is another towering giant tree lined with green leaves. Thousands of pink-white flower buds are heavy on the branches, gently swaying in the wind. Pillaging other people's spiritual energy, is this the true face of your pupil technique? Danzo is also calculated by you? That's right. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen inferred the details himself, Zhongxian did not deny it either. Then, what is your other pupil technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm, without any panic, even if he was already wrapped in tree roots like rice dumplings, only a face was exposed. I have seen the research records left by the teacher. Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique often appears in pairs. This illusion technique should be just one of them? What is the other pupil technique? Second Hokage? It is worthy of being a forbidden technique expert. It is really deep enough for my clan's Sharinan research. However, I have no reason to tell you my secret. Zongxian chuckled. These days, to be honest, the dead may not be able to really keep secrets, so please stay asleep honestly. Don't try to inquire about my secrets anymore. Snapped. Zongxian snapped his fingers. In an instant, the tree full of sakura flowers bloomed and began to wither after a short while. The petals fell like rain, and the spirit of Sarutobi Hiruzen also withered, when the last petal fell in the gentle breeze. At that time, the last gleam in his eyes faded, and the whole person was completely transformed into a bare, dry shell. In the courtyard, two sakura flower trees stand side by side. The eyelashes trembled lightly and the eyelids opened slowly. Zongxian opened his eyes, and his jet-black eye pupils were a little bit distressed, as if he really had a nap for a while. Then he rolled his eyes and looked around. Finally, I looked at Yamanaka Ueki, who was approaching 5th generation's agent Hokage, with a worried expression on his face, speaking in a low voice. Hokage-sama, has something happened? Hyaga Hayashi asked. Something happened. Akamaiki took the wind and his face sank like water. Event? What big things can happen at this time? It's nothing more than an answer. Hyaga Hayashi raised his eyebrows and didn't open Byakugan. He really didn't know what happened to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In other words, Heite Kakashi really had the ability to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. He deserves to be the son of Konoha's White Fang. The thing is that this child probably won't be able to keep it this time. The original 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed just now. Akamaike took the wind and spoke out the news that everyone had already guessed, but after being confirmed personally by 5th generation's agency Hokage, everyone was relieved, and then they showed shocked and disbelief. An expression like this is impossible. The acting is very ostentatious and he doesn't care about it at all. But at this moment, all the people standing here are steadfast anti-Sarutobi Hiruzen personnel. As long as you don't laugh, it's okay. Have you caught the intruder? A barmaid Jiwei asked aloud. His bug detection ability is not bad, but it is different from the Yamanaka clan and Hyaga clan's mystery and blood inheritance. It takes a lot of time for his bugs to fly back and pass on the collected information to him. Don't know the specific situation. This without waiting for Akamaiki to ask the wind to say anything. Hyaga Hayashi, who had opened Byakugan's eyes, was shocked. This is the decapitating sword? The Loquat Juzo of the 7 ninja swords? What is going on? 7 ninja swords? Zongxian looked over in confusion. A barmaid Jiwei's expression has also changed. Even the sunglasses can't cover his frowning brow. The purpose of killing the 3rd generation was not Heite Kakashi, it was the Loquat Juzo, one of the 7 ninja swords of Kaironin. Akamaiki waved his hand in motion to everyone not to ask more, and said loudly, the details are waiting for the scene. Let me explain. What we need to do now is to get to the scene as soon as possible. These words suppressed the doubts in everyone's hearts. At this time, Akamaiki was swift and resolute in taking the wind. When he said he left, he immediately set off without anyone to lead the way. He flew out along the corridor in front of him. It is estimated that the weight of more than 200 caddies did not slow down his speed and was flexible. The vigorous skill can't see the old state at all. A group of people followed closely behind Akamaiki. It didn't take long to reach the scene where Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed, stepping on the wet ground washed by running water. Kakashi! The roar of anger echoed in the corridor. Sarutobi Asuma carried a piece of iron railing, wrapped around the sharp wind-style chakra, chasing Kakashi and slashing. An angry mood burned like a flame and exhausted his reason. He was forced to escape a long distance in order to avoid the water-style technique of Loquat Juzo. When he came back, he saw his beheaded father, Breath, the severed Loquat Juzo, and Heite Kakashi standing in front of the two corpses. Emotions called anger surged uncontrollably. No matter how rebellious, Sarutobi Hiruzen is always his father. He tried his best to control his anger and asked Kakashi loudly what had happened, but Kakashi remained motionless like a scarecrow, just standing in front of the corpse in a daze, without listening to his question. Isn't he able to hold back his breath? He squeezed the already scarred iron railing in his hand, and the wind-style chakra wrapped around it rubbed and rotated at a faster speed and at a high speed, forming a sharper blade. Then he shot, and moved towards Kakashi. Attacked on the initiative once. The scarecrow-like Kakashi is not a real scarecrow after all. In response to the fierce killing intent, the body almost instinctively responded, waving the Kodaki in his hand to block Sarutobi Asuma's attack. But it's different from before. The current Kakashi's aggressiveness has suddenly declined a lot. In the face of Sarutobi Asuma's attack, he always maintained his defensive position, and there was no counterattack at all. Just before the outcome of the battle was determined, Akamaiki had arrived. "Heite Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, you two stop me," Akamaiki sternly shouted. Sarutobi Asuma, who was just dazzled by anger, didn't hear about it, but Heite Kakashi, who seemed to have heard the order, was entangled tightly by Sarutobi Asuma. He wanted to get out but was helpless. Sarutobi Asuma was not a tripod. The cat can become the guardian of the 12 ninjas, but it's not all because he has a father who is Hokage. Sarutobi Asuma is not weak at all. Even if Kakashi is indeed a bit stronger than Sarutobi Asuma, it is clear that this gap is not enough to make Kakashi's low fighting spirit knock Sarutobi Asuma down with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Seeing that his words had no effect, Akamaika's face suddenly became ugly, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Come on, take them down for me." The absence of a clear name in the order means that everyone present at the moment can accept and execute the order. Then, before Hayaga Hayashi and Abarame Jiwei spoke, "Shihaya, you go." Zongxian turned his head to look at the childhood sweetheart behind him, taking the lead in taking on such a task. "Good." When Uchiha Shihaya responded, he drew his sword and jumped out. As the cannibal beauty and genius girl of Uchiha's family, in addition to the nature of fire that everyone in Uchiha's family has, her chakra is also born with a second nature of wind, which is the same attack feature as fire. The nature of the morphology used on the chakra blade will make the cutting force play to the ultimate. To this end, girls who have been practicing swordsmanship since childhood have devoted a lot of time and energy to the practice of wind style, and at the moment, it's time to show the fruits of her efforts over the years. Her eyes became crimson, and the moment she came out, she opened the Sharingan to observe the battle between Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma. As she kept getting closer, she finally caught a little bit of indulgence at that moment. A fleeting opportunity. Without any hesitation, the body flicker technique, which was already ready to go, was launched. At the moment when she crashed into the circle of battle, she waved the itachi that was entwined with wind-style chakra in her hand. Just a cut, there is no trace of a knife like an antelope hanging horns. Cut off the scarred iron railing in Sarutobi Asuma's hand, and picked Heite Kakashi's kodaki. The sharp wind blade extending from the tip of the knife also cut the rock dome above the head. The two are fighting fiercely. Forced to separate, Heite Kakashi, who was originally forced to fight, pressed the blade in his hand, and honestly let the Umbu who rushed up. Sarutobi Asuma didn't give up, but Uchiha Shihaya looked over. The moment he met the red eyes, he screamed in his heart and realized that he had been dazzled by anger and made such a big mistake. He even looked at each other with the Uchiha family. Simply stupid. Really, the ensuing illusions made him trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself, and was easily subdued by the Umbus. Uchiha Shihaya put the sword into its sheath cheekly. Shishiren returned to Zongxian's back, maintaining the beautiful girl's high-cold personality. "Zongxian-kun, your clan is really full of talents." Akamaiki took the wind and praised it. "You have a good reputation. She is still immature in the early days. Need a lot of training," Zongxian said modestly. Although this statement is somewhat of a show-off. In fact, by doing this, he was taking the opportunity to boast of his own power and show his muscles appropriately so that his allies can remember Uchiha's strength, and it is also one of the important ways to maintain friendly relations with allies. Controlling Heite Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma, the two guys jumping up and down, everyone turned their attention to the death scene of the original third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The situation at the scene was a bit complicated, even Zongxian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen's headless corpse was lying in the middle of the corridor. A large amount of blood stained the ground nearby. The chopped head was not far away from the corpse. The blood-stained decapitator was aside, while the corpse of Loquat Juzo it was not far from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. From the situation on the spot, everyone can infer what happened. Look at the rock gun with flesh and bones hanging on the wall, and then look at the rotten legs of Loquat Juzo. You can immediately imagine the appearance of Loquat Juzo being penetrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen's earth-style technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen should have the absolute upper hand in the battle with Loquat Juzo. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not see any scars on his body except for his severed neck. In comparison, Loquat Shizang's arms, back, and feet are covered with fresh wounds. It can be seen that he was beaten badly. Then the question is, how did Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had the absolute upper hand, been beaten? Is the Loquat 10 Tibetan Jedi comeback? Judging from the position of the body, it should be that Loquat Juzang suddenly violent his injured feet and slashed Sarutobi Hiruzen's head with a knife. This explanation seems logical and there is no problem. This is of course impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a wooden stake. How could it be possible to stand and chop the Loquat Juzo? With Sarutobi Hiruzen's skill, let alone the injured Loquat Juzo, even the Loquat Juzo in its heyday should not easily hurt Dodo Shino. Unless, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't move, can't avoid, or defend against Loquat Juzo's attack. All the people present were strong men who had been on the battlefield and crawled back alive from the dead. Experience, intuition and other things prompted them to almost unanimously cast their sights on the hollow right eye of Loquat Juzo. If there is a problem, 9 out of 10 problems lie here. Heitei Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma. Akamaika took the wind and looked at Heitei Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma. Tell me what happened here? Akamaiki asked the wind. If anyone knows what happened, no one knows better than these two people. It's him. It's Heitei Kakashi who killed the old man with Kazuma. Sarutobi Asuma shouted loudly, looking sideways at Kakashi's eyes like a fierce beast, wishing to rush on to gnaw a piece of meat. Kakashi was not touched by Sarutobi Asuma's accusation. His indifferent eyebrows were like frozen ice, and there was not the slightest anger that young people should have. He just waited until Sarutobi Asuma finished screaming, and then whispered softly, I don't know. Loquat Juzo lost terribly. Sarutobi. Third generation is already in his grasp. At that time, he was interrogating Loquat Juzo, who was instigated to assassinate him. As a result, Loquat Juzo's right eye suddenly appeared for some reason. It broke in an extremely tragic way, and the third generation goal seemed to have been caught in some kind of control method similar to the Golden Bound illusion. It could not move, and was beheaded by the violent Loquat Juzo. Master Hokage, you probably want to ask what method Loquat Juzo used to make the third generation lose its ability to respond at that moment, but I am sorry that everything happened so quickly at that time. I didn't even watch it at all. Knowing what is going on, there will be no room for change when I get back to God. I can only guess that it is a technique similar to the Golden Bound illusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen just died. The idea of his swordsman's enemy fell to no avail. The impetus that prompted him to advance has also disappeared, and he does not intend to defect to the village to be a betrayer. Rather than defecting, he would rather die as a Konoha shinobi. So he chose to catch with his hands and was subdued by the umbus without resistance. Gold-bound illusion? But if you want to stop Sarutobi, ordinary gold-bound illusion is probably difficult to do. Akamaika took the wind and looked at the empty eyes of Loquat Juzo and fell silent. Some kind of forbidden technique activated by sacrificing one eye? Or some other unknown means? There are so many strange forbidden techniques in the ninja world, not only the ancient forbidden technique inherited from the past, but also the innovative works of geniuses, so I want to find out what kind of methods the Loquat Juzang used. The difficulty is not small. Hi-yi, go and see. See if you can find anything. The subtle mystery of the Yamanaka clan can be said to have a variety of functions, including attack, perception, information transmission, intrusion, and reading the memory of the living and the dead, etc., especially the ability to read the memory of the dead. Ninja world. Yes, Master Hokage. Yamanaka replied respectfully. He stepped forward under the gaze of the crowd, knelt on one knee, reached out to press on the top of the Loquat Shizang's head, closed his eyes and began to try to read the memory in the corpse of the Loquat Shizang. As the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Kiyaki is also the strongest of the Yamanaka clan. Nowadays, many intelligence ninjas in the ninja world are regarded as idol-like figures, most of whom are not Konoha shinobi. The superb skills of his can be seen from Madara. In fact, Yamanaka Kiyaki did not disappoint. In 5 minutes, Yamanaka Kai opened his eyes and retracted the palm of the Loquat Shizang's head. How? Akamaiki asked the wind. According to the memory I have read, Loquat Juzo has not been instructed by anyone, nor has he cooperated with anyone. On the contrary, he intends to blame the Uchiha clan in order to trigger the struggle within Konoha and help the Fog Shinobu has the upper hand in the war with the village. When he said these words, Yamanaka Kiyaki had a complicated expression. Is Konoha's infighting already a well-known thing in the ninja world? And Uchiha is always targeted. He glanced at Uchiha Zongxian and found that the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan also happened to look over. The moment his eyes met him, he jumped and lowered his gaze subconsciously. Then he realized that he seemed to be overreacting. Uchiha Zongxian didn't even open Sharingan. He didn't dare to look up, so he lowered his head and continued. As for the method of fixing the third generation, the subordinates are incompetent. There are unnatural fractures in the memory of the Loquat Juzang. It should be wiped before the action. After removing the relevant memory, even I cannot restore the memory that has been erased in advance. By the way, there is one more thing. Loquat Juzo is now a rebel, because he is dissatisfied with 4th Mizukage's ruling policy. He tried to assassinate 4th Mizukage and initiate a coup to change Kirigakure. In the end, the plan failed and he was forced to flee the village and become betrayal. The intelligence in the Loquat Shizang's brain is naturally more than that. It's just that even Yamanaka Kiyaki needs time to sort out that huge amount of information. For the time being, it's just to disclose the information that everyone cares about. It's already a betrayal. Are you still thinking about the village? Akamaika snorted unhappily and waved his hand. Hiki, it's hard work. This is my business. The honest man Yamanaka Kiyaki stepped aside. Akamaiki hesitated for 2 seconds before taking the wind, then turned to Zongxian next to him and said, Zongxian-kun, it seems that the war with Kaironin will be launched as soon as possible. This is exactly what I think. Zongxian grinned openly. Senbei's teeth reflected bloodthirsty light. Shimura Danzo died, and Sarutobi Hiruzen died. Even though the relationship between the family and the village has not improved yet, to be honest, his heart is already a lot more stable. For the time being, there is no worries for the future, and he can devote himself to preparing for the war with Warren. Go in it. So, let's celebrate the Uchiha clan's release from the shackles with the blood of Kiri Shinobu. The quiet and silent moonlight pierced through the mist, plunged into the room from the huge floor-to-ceiling window, reflected on the orange-red mask with black stripes, illuminating the scarlet eye. Uchiha Obito's thin figure stood alone by the window. Gaze at Kirigakure in the night with that one eye. The plan is not going well. The sound from behind broke the silent silence. Nepenthes appeared from the ceiling, and the black and white yin and yang face came out of it, bathed in the cold moonlight. It's just a harmless little trouble, Uchiha Obito said without looking back, although it was a delay for a while, but killed a few disobedient guys. I finally got to be honest, the war has started. What he said is easy, but in fact it is not simple at all. No matter how big a family is, Kirigakure was first injured by Konoha during the 3 wars, and then Uchiha Obito took control of 4th Mizukage. The village was shrouded in blood mist, cutting meat with dull knives and helping the mist. Ninjamen bleed, and 4th Mizukage has suffered no fewer than 30 assassinations over the years. Badly hurt, it is not too much to use this word to describe Kirigakure today. At this time, 4th Mizukage suddenly said that he would launch a war against Konoha. To be honest, most of the ninjas in the village were about to be tossed and collapsed. If it hadn't been known that 4th Mizukage was Jinchuriki, the effect of the human seed tactics was limited. Due to the constraints of Master Shang Yuan and the wealthy clan, Warren might have to fight internally before starting a battle with Konoha. But as the saying goes, if the hard is not good, then the soft will come. Uchiha Obito's tricks are really disgusting enough. After prolonging it for so long and fighting for so many times, he can barely achieve an extremely fragile balance with the Yuanchi and the rich, and put together a large army for the 4th Mizukage to splurge. Yes, it's squandering. From the perspective of Yuanchi and the wealthy, the already crazy 4th Mizukage is squandering Kirigakure's not-so-rich family background. Obito, I'm sorry to disturb your interest at this time, but I have to tell you bad news. Bad news. Uchiha Obito turned his head, staring at Ju with scarlet eyes. What happened? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. Black Zetsu's voice was hoarse. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. Uchiha Obito repeated the bad news about Black Zetsu. As soon as the eyebrows under the mask twisted, his face looked a little ugly. This is indeed the out-and-out bad news. Don't look at Konoha as if he lost a prestigious Hokage and broke a pillar of the sky, but to see him, he would rather the shinobi be alive. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is alive for one day, Uchiha and the village it must be difficult to harmonize, and Konoha with internal strife is the best Konoha for him. The death of Sarutobi Hiruzen was tantamount to extinguishing the flames of Konoha's internal fighting. Since then, no one like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo has resolutely resisted the Uchiha clan. Even if there will be new internal conflicts and disputes, Konoha's last sentence of his Hein is not an exaggeration in a short time, especially when facing external wars. In the case of threats, maybe, with the help of external pressure, the divided forces within Konoha village can also be integrated into one at a faster speed. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito felt very upset. How long did he leave Konoha now? That old waste of Sarutobi Hiruzen just died, and fortunately, he still placed high hopes on this shinobi, looking forward to its resurgence, making Konoha uneasy inside. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo also died, and according to Konoha's intelligence, it was Loquat Juzo who assassinated Sarutobi Hiruzen. White Zetsu seemed to be afraid that Uchiha Obito would not care about the bad news they brought, and continued to add fuel to the fire. Loquat Juzo. Hearing the name, Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes in perplexity. What the hell is going on? The Loquat Juzo can kill the old Sarutobi Hiruzen with the rubbish. Loquat Juzo once assassinated 4th Mizukage. Uchiha Obito knows how capable he is, saying that he is a master. But it is powerful in the conventional sense, and the distance from the shadows of a village is not a star and a half. That's the truth. That's what Konoha's obituary said. After I arranged a clone investigation, Konoha did not lie this time. Shimura Danzo was killed by a ninja named Heite Kakashi, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was true. He died under the beheading sword of Loquat Juzo. And Loquat Juzo also died in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they all died together. How strong is White Zetsu's reconnaissance ability? Uchiha Obito knows it. So, hearing what Black Zetsu said, he understood that this was indeed the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen must have died in the hands of Loquat Juzo. Although it is not clear how Loquat Juzo did it, the most important thing now is that this kind of thing has happened. It can be foreseen that the next war between Kaironen and Konoha will definitely not be good fight. Although he didn't expect Warren to win. His goal from the beginning was the Uchiha Zongxian, the Uchiha clan, and to destroy Uchiha with the help of the hand of Kaironen or Konoha. This is his ultimate goal. Mangekyo Sharinan such a dangerous thing, or don't show up too much. In addition to the bad news, there is another good news: speak directly. Sell less. Uchiha Obito stared unhappily at the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's will. The good news is that this time the highest commander of Konoha's side is Uchiha Zongxian. White Zetsu didn't care about Uchiha Obito's cold eyes, and said with a grin, "How, Obito, is this good news?" Uchiha Zongxian took the initiative. On the front line, if you are lucky, you might get a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan. Uchiha Obito did not speak. This news, it is indeed good news. Uchiha Zongxian rushed to the front line, which is comparable to nesting in Konoha village to facilitate Uchiha Obito's hands-on. After all, Uchiha Obito does not intend to expose his existence now. Whether it is Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Madara, these two names are still under confidentiality, and there are many acquaintances and Byakugan in Konoha. Once it takes a long time to start with Uchiha Zongxian, he may be seen through. This is not in line with his plan. Uchiha Zongxian, in this way, it's not a waste of work. The waste of Kiri Shinobu can still come in handy at some point. Uchiha Obito looked like a clay puppet. Fourth Mizukage sitting motionless in Mizukage's seat. What? Obito, are you planning to let Mizukage play in person? Black Zetsu asked hoarsely. Yeah, if you don't do this, Kiri Shinobu's current strength is not Konoha's opponent. Although I didn't expect this rubbish to beat Konoha, it would be troublesome if I lose too fast and there is no time to investigate Uchiha Zongxian. The longer the war is delayed, the better. Uchiha Obito looked away from fourth Mizukage and looked at the bright moon in the sky. One day, he will create a beautiful world with Lin. An ideal town where there is no dispute, no pain, and everyone can you spend a whole life carefree. Late at night, there are dim lights shining faintly on the steep sea cliff. It is a team of Konoha shinobi who are in charge of night patrols. They face the cold and harsh sea breeze step by step towards the edge of the cliff, and then raise the wind lantern in their hands to shine down the sea cliff. In fact, this faint light can't dispel the deep darkness under the cliff. But, the real eye they rely on is Chinin from Hyaga Branch House, who is protected in the middle of the team. The wind lantern is just a blindfold on the bright side. In case of an enemy surprise attack, the person carrying the wind lantern will probably be the first target to be attacked. It can effectively protect the team's eyes because the lantern is carried. People face the greatest risk, because this job is often taken by the rest of the team except for the eyes. I hope today is Christmas Eve. The middle-aged man carrying a wind lantern stuck his head out and looked at the black cliff and the ocean wave with waves of slaps on the shore. Unfortunately, people in different places cannot enjoy the radiance of the same bright moon. The gloomy sea of clouds obscures the moonlight, making tonight's night darker than before. The middle-aged man wearing a leaf forward protector squinted hard, eyes, peeked down the wind lantern in his hand, trying to see the situation below through the faint light of the wind lantern. Behind him, Chinin of Hyaga Branch House, who was under the protection of everyone, opened Byakugan. At this time, the murmur of torn air faintly sounded in the sound of the surging wave. Be careful! Enemy attack! The ninja of the Hyaga family saw the bright torch-like chakra waves below the cliff when they opened Byakugan. The extremely unfamiliar chakra explained the identity of these uninvited guests, but his voice was a step late, smeared with non-reflective paint. Killua has cut open the neck of the middle-aged man carrying a wind lantern. Blood spurted from the deep and long incision on the neck, and scarlet blood blossoms bloomed in the night. The swaying corpse fell with the wind lantern into the darkness under the cliff. Without the light of the wind lantern, the invisible darkness was restored on the sea cliff, but the victim had already played its due role. Helping the eyes and the team got the most dangerous first cut. A special signal bomb rose into the sky, lighting up the beacon of war in the sky. Mist Shinobi, strike. News of the outbreak of the war was rushed back to Konoha, and Konoha's senior executives immediately gathered in the Hokage office. Fifth generation's agent Hokage Akamaki took the wind and sat behind a large desk, looking through the letter sent back by the Eastern Border Defense Forces. Report. The content of the report is very simple. I just said that Waren appeared on the east blue shore of the Country of Fire, hoping that the village can send more reinforcements to support. Simplicity and simplicity have reached a new level. Lu Ju, are all the people here? Akamaki took the wind and looked up at Nara Shikaisa, who was standing at the table. Minister Uchiha hasn't arrived yet. Nara Luyu replied respectfully. Yes, the ministers of various departments and the patriarchs of various families who received the notification from Umbu immediately dropped their work and rushed to the Hokage building, but did not expect that Uchiha Zongxian, who was the protagonist of this emergency meeting, would be late. After all, according to the results of previous discussions, Uchiha Zongxian served as the highest frontline commander in the fight against Kiri Shinobi this time. As a result, the protagonist was late at this moment. Akamika frowned slightly, feeling slightly unhappy. However, he is not going to get angry because of this. Whether it is the strong strength of the Uchiha clan or the strength of Uchiha Zongxian himself, it is worth letting him, the fifth-generation representative Hokage, tolerate one or two Zongxian's impolite actions. Of course, he is in the mood. Unpleasantness is inevitable. This seems to be not the first time Uchiha Zongxian is late. Standing at the desk, Nara Shikuhaisa remembered the late experience of Uchiha Zongxian for some reason, whether it was the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen or the present after the successor of the old man. It seems that every time I have a meeting, the Uchiha sect Xian will always be late. Crack, crack. Some strange sounds came from the corridor outside the door. Sorry, Master Hokage, please forgive me for being late, it took a while to pack my luggage. The half-hidden office door was pushed open silently, and the heavily armed Zongxian stepped into the room. Then, Uchiha Madara, Akamika stood up abruptly, taking the wind, and turned over the chair under him. His majestic body hit the desk in front of him and moved 2 inches away. Such changes, Hyaga Hayashi and others waiting here were at a loss. Did they make a difference? Uchiha Madara? Why is this name that has been buried in the past mentioned? Akamika stood in place, looking at Uchiha Zongxian standing at the doorway, only to feel a little dazzled. The phantom in the memory and the real person in front of him have an incredible overlap. The crimson armor is like Shinigami. The dark battle suit of the robe, the big sword, same hata wrapped in bandage on his back. Call. Old eyes are dim, I'm talking like this, right? Akamiki exhaled deeply in the wind. No matter how similar it is to the phantom in his memory, he is not alone after all. If you look carefully, the Zongxian in front of him is different from the incredible Uchiha Madara in his memory. First of all, the hair is not that long, and same hata is not Uchiha either. Tuan Fan and Zongxian's facial features are not as cold and hard as Uchiha Madara, but a bit softer and more handsome. He shook his head, dispelling the phantom that popped up suddenly in his mind. Master Hokage, are you okay? Hyaga Hayashi asked, slightly worried. It's nothing, don't worry, it's just a little problem of the elderly. Akamiki did not explain anything. Young people like Hyaga Hayashi and Abarame Jiwei have never seen Uchiha Madara. Naturally, they have no way of understanding their generation's attitude towards Uchiha. What awe and fear Madara is. When I was young, he was fortunate enough to follow Uchiha Madara with the elders of the clan to fight against foreign enemies. The mighty power, like a god descending into the world, left an indelible memory in his heart. Zanzian-kun, I didn't expect you to be interested in this kind of past stuff. Akamika stretched out his hand to take the wind, without having to bend over. He used his right hand, which became larger after partial doubling, to support the chair that was turned over, while his left hand dragged the table back to its original position. After resetting everything, it looked like as if nothing happened. This is tradition. Zongxian raised his hand and knocked on the folded armor on his chest, and the armor on his body made a burst of noise. Although such armor has good defensive power, its heavy weight and the shortcomings of sound when walking has caused the stack of armor that was once popular in the Sengoku era to gradually withdraw from the big stage of the ninja world in recent decades. Today's ninjas are pursuing lighter and quieter equipment. For this reason, he did not hesitate to abandon the defensive power of the iron armor and carry out the secret maneuver to the end. Several elders in the clan helped me prepare it. Looking at their expectant gaze, it is really not very easy to refuse. Zongxian explained the reason why he was wearing such a retro-style armor. There was another reason he didn't say it. That is, Zongxian himself likes this pile of armor. Compared to the dark green vest, he really loves this set of traditional red pile of armor, and his knight does not die with bare hands, can also do it for this. A stack of armor adds the defensive power of a D-class treasure. Both handsome and practical, there is no reason not to wear this, but to wear that green vest. As for whether the elders are reminiscing about Uchiha Madara, the former patriarch, it doesn't matter at all. The important thing is that he is now the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Sooner or later, he will use his power to completely replace the influence of Uchiha Madara, the former patriarch, who has been remembered in history. It is time to go to the Pure Land and sleep, not to grab the C position on the stage of the posterity. Relying on the old and selling old should be enough. This is no longer the age of the old Zongzi. I see. Hearing Zongxian's explanation, Akamiki nodded slightly without saying anything. What kind of equipment Uchiha Zongxian likes is a personal matter of his own, and it is not yet a turn for outsiders to point out his hands. Although seeing Uchiha Zongxian dressed like this really makes him feel a little strange, the Uchiha clan wants it. Do what? Immediately, he laughed at himself again in his heart. I'm just an agent Hokage, so I don't have to think about it too much. When the war with Kairin is over, and he finds Jiraiya and Tsunade, he is about to abdicate and let Xian take a step back. Even if it's just for the family, there is no need to cause any unpleasant things with Uchiha. The gossip ends here. Akamiki caught the wind, his gaze became sharp, and he picked up the document that had been read on the table. This is a letter received early this morning. Last night, Kiri Shinobu appeared on the East Blue Shore and attacked one patrol team. The war has started. War, here we go. When they heard this, Hyaga Hayashi and others looked awe-inspiring, and they sensed a pressure on their faces. Even if they have great confidence in defeating Dunin, the pressure of war will not disappear because of this. It is possible to encounter any accidents on the ever-changing battlefield. It is not very auspicious to think this way, but history does have it. Many battles that seem to be won ended in disastrous defeat. War is a black box full of uncertainty. Until the moment when the box is actually opened, no one knows what kind of results are conceived in it. At this time, in that case, can I set off? Zongxian was eager to try. Akamika's eyes twitched uncontrollably with a murderous smile on his face. How could this damned smile overlap with the phantom in memory again? Uchiha's family, are all of you of virtue? Do you like war so much? Patriarch Uchiha, I hope you will be victorious in this battle, and I will look forward to your victory in the village. Akamika took the wind and stood up again, solemnly handing over the war between Tuhao and Kairanen with full authority, and handed the appointment letter that had been prepared to Nara Keijiu, and Nara Keijiu came forward and sent it to Zongxian. With such a document in his hand, Zongxian is the supreme commander of the righteous eastern battlefield. This battle will win. Hokage-sama, please rest assured and wait. Zongxian took over the appointment book, his smile became brighter, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more fierce. Half an hour later, following the command of the Supreme Commander Uchiha Zongxian, the army that was ready for a few days was pulled out and rushed to the eastern coastal area of the Country of Fire. This is a huge army with a total number of close to 4,000. Not only did Konoha take out the available troops, but also 1,500 tribesmen from 6 families including Sarutobi and Shimura. Of course, this is definitely not Konoha's last property. Konoha's family base is solid. If you can brutally scratch the Uchiha, Hyaga, Uzuchi, Ino, Shikata, Cho and other families, it will not be difficult to gather an army of more than 5,000 people. But unless it is really a last resort, even Hokage would not dare to decide to do such a thing lightly. Zongxian, don't be careless. Wuren is also one of the 5 great ninja villages. This time, not only do you have to worry about your own lives, but the lives and lives of these thousands of people are also on your shoulders. Outside the main entrance of Konoha village, Uchiha Xian Shizhung and the elders saw off the young patriarch. Patriarch Zongxian, go on the battlefield and chop off a few more heads of Mizuna. Let those idiots who are dumb in the seawater don't forget Uchiha's greatness. Humaru elder's character is as straightforward as ever. The dead Kiri Shinobu is the best enemy. It was Uchiha, the only female elder, who said this. Take care of Shihaya, Elder Long Si exhorted. Shisui's mental state is not very good recently. Patriarch, please take care of 1 or 2 more on the battlefield. Elder Uchiha Shun looked worried about Shisui's condition. You are fine. The words were all finished by everyone, and when it was the turn of Elder Uchiha Fairy to find that there was really nothing to say, he had to praise Zongxian sincerely. I will come back with victory. Grandpa, and elders, please rest assured at home and wait for my victory. Zongxian smiled and said. The unhurried attitude made Uchiha Fujika a little relieved, and finally let go of the little hand that was holding the hem of Zongxian's shirt. Hearing the words of his grandson, Uchiha Suanshi shook his head helplessly, but to be honest, he did not worry much about the safety of his grandson, who was already better than Lan. In contrast, he was more worried that he was only 5 years old. The safety of my little granddaughter. The old man glanced at the short-eyed Uchiha Vinka, feeling a little distressed. Zongxian, Fujika Shi. 5 years old is not young anymore. Zongxian smiled and interrupted Uchiha Hyanshi's unspoken words. Grandpa, when I was 5 years old, you took me to the battlefield for sightseeing. You can't favor one another. Uchiha Xianshi stared at Zongxian in an annoyed manner. What is meant by favoritism? He just felt sorry for his granddaughter, but he also realized that there seemed to be no room for change. Zongxian was determined to take Fujika to the battlefield to experience it. He gave up the idea of leaving his granddaughter behind, and looked at the little girl who was sitting in a wheelchair not far away, and asked, Fujika is fine, why should I take Yakumo with her? Her body is okay? Isn't it choking just to hurry? This time, it is not only the elites of the clan going to the Eastern Front, but also the 2 little guys, Kurama Yakumo and Uchiha Fujika. As a disciple of Zongxian, Kurama Yakumo has been living in Zongxian's home these days. Uchiha Shinshi and Uchiha had already raised an extra daughter in the family in the early season. Even Uchiha Hyansshi liked this illusion to be an outstanding little girl, more than once felt the power of the Pommel Horse clan blood succession limit. It's a rare opportunity. I missed this battle with Wuren. I don't know when I will have the opportunity to see the face of the war. The village is too comfortable, so that they realize that the cruelty of this world is good for them. Zongxian raised his head and looked at Konoha village surrounded by high walls, the smile on his face narrowed. This world is not gentle at all. Konoha's living and working in peace and contentment is just an example that is difficult to replicate. Even the most prosperous country of fire is far from being called Qingping World. It is enough to go to the mission department to see the endless stream of commissions to eliminate thieves and bandits. Get a glimpse of the true face of this world. Zhong Xian himself also struggled to crawl out of the dead, and the experience of wandering on the edge of life and death over and over wiped out all his innocence. Everything he experienced made him deeply aware, it is not easy to live well in this cruel world. The country of fire and the country of water do not actually border each other. The archipelago of the country of water is quite far away from the coastline of the country of fire. There is a boundless public sea between the two countries, but today's technical conditions and the way the ninjas fight are destined after the war, it is still mainly land warfare. Even though ninjas have the patience to ride the water, the problem is that it consumes chakra, and ordinary ninjas can't bear to waste chakra on such things. Even if there are occasional water wars, they are mostly concentrated in the offshore areas, and very few wars have broken out on the far sea. The wars between Gyunin and Konoha shinobi have always been around the long coastline of the country of fire. Mizuno is often the attacker, and Konoha is the counterattack. Even if Uchiha Obito is standing behind Kiri Shinobu this time, there is no way to change this situation. The special terrain between the two countries and their respective national conditions determine such a mode of war. Boom! The detonating talisman exploded in the mountains and forests. The smoke floating in the air shows one thing, that there are ninjas fighting here. No, there are too many people in Wuren. Sooner or later we will be consumed. The panting middle-aged man threw his hand to the rear as he spoke and threw out a kunao hanging with a detonating talisman. When he finished speaking, the explosion sounded again. Captain, what should we do? The young subordinates could hardly conceal the anxiety in their hearts, and they were pale and could not see the blood. However, the education he received in the ninja school and the Frontier Defense Force made him try his best to restrain the fear at this time. At this critical juncture, he chose to obey the order. Even if the captain asked him to stay, he would be determined. The implementation is carried out to the end. This is a patrol squad subordinate to the border garrison. The original 4-person patrol team now has only 2.5 left. In addition to the captain and the young subordinate, another teammate who was seriously injured and fainted was lying on the back of the young subordinate. As for the other one, he had already sacrificed when he ran into the 3 teams chasing after them, and they were able to survive under the encirclement and annihilation of the 3 Wujin squads, all at the expense of that half-teammate. Although the teammates carrying the Yanchuan fans always look pretentious and always look up at people with their nostrils, the young subordinates have to admit that this annoying guy is really reliable as a teammate, and for the time being, stopped the attack of the 3 Wujin squads and gave them a chance to escape. If it weren't for the other teammates' bad luck, he would have been blown up by Wu Ren with a detonating talisman in the first round of attack. I can't say there is a chance to escape together. After I come to break the Shadow Palace, you continue to escape with Kaiyufang. As the captain, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and touched the detonating charms that were few left. Finally, he made a difficult decision. Anyway, he should have a decision. Procrastination will only hurt them. The whole team was buried here. Team leader. The subordinate named Shadow Palace's eyes widened. This is an order, hurry up and take the Kaiyufang away. I may not be able to help you delay that long. If the situation is not good, even if you leave the Kaiyufang, you must continue to try to escape, and you must bear the mist anyway. The news of breaking through the defense line of Cape Okawa is passed back. After making up his mind to die, the captain was no longer so nervous. As a veteran special jonin, his talents are obviously not top-notch, otherwise he would not be stuck in the special jonin at such an age, and he cannot be promoted to jonin for a long time, but at least he has not been wiped out by time. Share courage. Rather than staying with the subordinates to cut off for themselves, it is better to stay by yourself to help the young people shine, and try to help them brighten the way forward. Want to escape? I want to see where you can escape. The sound from the heights of the trees in front was like Shinigami's sleeves hanging down, covering the sky above their heads, dispelling the hope of escape from the hearts of the captain and the 2 Konoha shinobi in the studio, and there was a 4th place. This Hyunin team outflanked them in front of them. The situation turned into a wolf and a tiger. The captain's face was miserable. He clenched the kunao in his hand, and secretly made up his mind that he would rather commit suicide than fall into Wuren's hands alive. By the way, he had to help unconsciousness first. His teammates are free, and the Sherinan of the double-hook jade will also be destroyed. Good luck this time. I didn't expect to get a pair of Sherinan. The Mizunin people standing on the tree looked at Uchiha Kaiyufang, who had passed out with greedy eyes, wondering what to do to get such a pair of Sherinan intact. Now, whether it's Kiri Shinobi or Konoha Shinobi, none of them, who focused their attention on the other person, noticed the little black mice walking through the grass. These little pitch-black mice returned to the place where they started at an extremely fast speed, in the mountains and forests. They returned to the snow-white scroll on the ground neatly and orderly. The mice that returned to the paper changed back to the original state of ink, and recorded the information they had recorded on the scroll in the form of words. 16 Gurunin. Zhong Xian possessed and picked up the scroll on the ground, and read the information collected on it in a glance. Is there another Uchiha? I didn't expect to meet a tribe in distress here. Now that I know it, the patriarch of me can't ignore it then. Zhongxian lifted the brush and began to paint in the blank space on the scroll. It was only 3 or 5 strokes, and a majestic eagle appeared on the scroll. Zhongxian put away the brush, and gently shook the scroll in his hand, only to see that the eagle on the paper suddenly broke free of the drawing paper. The feathers, the flat body expands and grows as if it is inflated. In a blink of an eye, a black eagle capable of carrying 3 or 5 people soaring in the sky cleverly bowed in front of Zhongxian. This is secret technique super beast pseudo painting. After obtaining this Yang escape secret technique from the root member, Zhongxian immediately began to study it, and he dug up enough of the practice experience about this secret technique from the mind of that root member. Coupled with the abundant body energy consumption provided by Samehada, he has passed a lot of practice and mastered this secret technique in less than half a month. It seems a bit outrageous fast. In fact, the time and energy Zhongxian invested in this is not as simple as he can see on the surface. The practice of Yin Dun and Yang Dun began soon after he got Samehada. Because of the inseparable relationship between Yin Dun and Sherinan, his practice of Yin Dun was smooth, until he turned on Mangekyo Sherinan. Almost all of them were about to be touched. It's the essence of Yin escape. In contrast, his Yang escape technique practice has been slow to see diligence. However, that does not mean that Zhongxian lacks talent in this aspect. He just lacks a key to open the door. It is a pity that there is nothing in the Uchiha clan that satisfies him with collections of Yang Shushu, although there are some in the village. There are many research materials on Yang Yinshu, but those things are not something that Uchiha can get. Until he got the secret art super beast false painting, he finally opened the door that concealed the mystery of Yang escape, and his profound accumulation was transformed into a result. He was no longer just using this power superficially as in the past, but learned to use it more ingeniously and profoundly. The means to leverage this power. Of course, the profundity of Yang Dun does not mean that you can figure it out clearly by learning a secret technique. At best, it can only be said to have a good start, giving him a lot of experience in the use of Yang Dun chakra. Fujika, Yakumo, both of you come here. Zhongxian stepped on Black Hawk's back, and stretched out his hand to greet his sister and disciple to act with him. He is going to take these 2 little guys to open his eyes. 16 Warren, as an appetizer is pretty good. Zhongxian, I want a ride too. Uchiha Shihaya looked over eagerly. She also wants to ride an eagle to fly in the air. There are very few ninjas with flying methods. For more than 90% of ninjas, flying is a distant dream, even Uchiha. Exception. Susanoo, who is completely body, can soar into the sea of clouds. The question is how many people in the Uchiha clan can master Susanoo completely. Many people do not even have the concepts of Mangekyo Sherinan and Susanoo. So, flying is also very attractive to Uchiha. After seeing Zhongxian flying into the sky using the secret technique of super beast paintings, Uchiha Shihaya also tried to practice this secret technique. Zhongxian did not cherish himself, but tried his best to teach Uchiha Shihaya how to do it, but in the end it was failed. Lack of knowledge and accumulation of Yang Yinshu, let alone the secret technique of master who is so fast as Zhongxian, even if she is given 10 or 8 years, she may not be able to get started. Strictly speaking, the difficulty of the inheritance of the secret technique is better than the limit of the blood inheritance. The blood succession boundary is hidden in every tribe who has inherited the bloodline. As long as a person is alive, there will be a chance to awaken the blood succession boundary sooner or later. Good adaptability also requires long enough time to carefully sculpt. This series of harsh conditions has screened out almost 99% of the practitioners. Otherwise, among the roots of talented people, there is not only one master who has the secret technique of super beast pseudo-painting. Danzo chose 50. A child taught the secret technique of super beast pseudo-painting, and only one person succeeded in mastering this secret technique. The difficulty of occult practice can be seen in general. As for the families of Ino, Shika, Cho who inherited the secret technique, in those long years, generations of generations have been tirelessly devoted to the study of the secret technique, and they have tried all kinds of ways to improve themselves and the secret technique. Adaptability, to this day, the secret technique inherited in their clan is really about to evolve into the extent of the blood inheritance limit. The people of the Nara clan are naturally intelligent and flexible minds. The children of the Akamaike clan are born much heavier than ordinary children, and the people of the Yamanaka clan are born with extremely active and powerful spiritual energy. It was the result of the hard work of the ancestors of their 3 tribes. To be honest, the Yamanaka clan may not be able to become a blood-inherited family like the pommel horse in its heyday. Didn't you fly a lap in the morning? Zhongxian sighed with a headache, and finally nodded and agreed. Anyway, the eagle's back was wide enough, not that it was already full of people. When Uchiha Shihaya rushed forward, Zhongxian cast his eyes on the only one left. Uchiha Akitaro on the ground. Akitaro, wait a minute, if someone catches up, tell them I will be back soon. The ninja army of nearly 4,000 people did not march in a huge army of long snakes like the army of ordinary samurai in the daimyo prefecture. In fact, the war of ninjas has its own set of rules system. Faster than the speed of galloping horses, large-scale offensive ninjutsu, fighting methods that are difficult to match with each other, etc. determine that the ninjas are not dealing with large monsters like tail beasts, or attacking the defensive stronghold where the enchantment exists. Otherwise it is rare for ninjas with more than 100 people to join forces. Even if it's a war, it can't change the style of squad fighting. The ninja army under Zhong Xian's army was divided into many squads, which were scattered and marched in the form of squads. The highest commander Zhong Xian's charge was at the forefront, but he was under his command. The army fell behind and followed in his footsteps. "I see, patriarch," Uchiha Akitaro nodded. Next moment, the pitch-black giant eagle spread its wings, vibrated and flew into the sky, following Zhong Xian's guidance, and flew toward the target at extreme speed. Impressive. Standing on the back of the eagle, Uchiha Fujika, with bright eyes looking at the small mountains and trees below, feeling the hunting wind blowing on the face, not only did not have any fear, but was excited just to shout. Called. Even if this is not the first time she has soared into the sky, the high mood has never subsided. Uchiha Shihaya is in a similar situation. She pulled out the long knife in the sheath and stroked the sharp blade lightly. The small wind blade rubbed and turned on her fingertips, immersing herself in the contemplation of wind-style technique. In comparison, the pommel horse Yakumo with pale face and trembling calves is probably the most normal one. Uchiha's blood. Looking at the unusual reactions of childhood sweethearts and younger sisters, and then looking at what a normal person should be like in Yakumo, Zhong Xian can only attribute all this to the arrogant and aggressive blood of the Uchiha clan. Chakra with a special nature can indeed affect a person's temperament, while the chakra of Sharinan from the Uchiha clan is not so good. The feeling is not prejudice. This is also a matter of course. The power bred by extreme emotions will naturally not be so peaceful and peaceful. It's normal to be hostile. He didn't worry about these insignificant details. He lowered his head and cast his gaze on the forest below. The detonating talisman that exploded suddenly saved Zhong Xian's positioning time. He stomped gently, and the pitch-black giant eagle immediately began to move extremely fast. The speed decreases the height. When he was about to approach the tree canopy, Zhong Xian reached out and grabbed the two little guys from left and right. They jumped up like cannonballs and fell to the ground below. As for Uchiha Shihaya, his childhood sweetheart is a little weird, but at any rate it is also one of the geniuses of their generation, not yet vulnerable to the point where he needs to worry about everything. Boom! The black shadow falling from the sky kicked off the thick branches and hit the ground like a meteorite. This sudden noise interrupted the battle between Kiri Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi, who, the Wujinran stopped their approaching footsteps, turned their blades, and watched the smoke billowing place vigilantly. Crack, crack. The sound of Jiaza's impact echoed in the mountains and forests. Zhong Xian waved his hand to disperse the smoke and dust in front of him, and appeared in the vision of the Vunin. The black battle suit and the crimson stack of armor. This retro style of clothing made the Kazuna a little puzzled, and they didn't see Konoha's forward protector. Where did this guy come from? Is it Konoha's ninja? Or is it something weird? At this time, be careful, it's Uchiha, don't look into his eyes. Standing on the treetop, Ren saw the small Yantuan fan's family pattern at the neckline of Zhong Xian from a high point of view. The voice fell, even Zhong Xian didn't open his eyes. The Warenren bowed their heads in unison, as if they had received training. They didn't dare to look at Zhong Xian's eyes, so they had to stare at his hands and feet slowly. Move slowly, trying to preemptive. Shuriken like falling rain, Kunao adorned with detonating talisman, a wave of tentative attacks flew towards Zhong Xian. You didn't recognize me? Have you forgotten my name after only 5 years? It seems that I need to help you stimulate your useless brain. He sighed like he loosened the hands holding the necks of the two little guys, and a Simplian seal was formed on both hands. Then fire-style extinguishing fire, he refined a large amount of chakra gathered in his throat, and opened his mouth to spit out a tsunami-sized sea of terrifying fire. The hot stream of fire blew the shuriken. The detonating talisman that had not had time to fly in front of Zhong Xian was detonated in advance. The flames and shock waves of the explosion were also swallowed by the raging fire in an instant. Looking down from the sky, you will see the crimson ocean engulfing half of the mountain forest. Water style, water quickly. No, I can't stop it at all. Run away, everyone is running away. I think of it, it is Blaze Demon, he is the fire demon. The wailing of the mist ninjas proved that they were unable to escape from the tsunami scale fire style technique. Some people tried to use the water style technique to resist the blazing fire. It was a pity that before they finished their seal, the turbulent flames has swallowed their lives. But it was this terrifyingly powerful fire-style technique that finally awakened the sealed memory of the mist ninjas. Flame Demon Uchiha Zhong Xian. Shattered Body Uchiha Shisui. It is these two little ghosts from the Uchiha clan that caused Warren to lose many times during the 3 wars. They stepped on a large number of bones to establish their reputation, especially Uchiha Zhong Xian, who relied on the fire-style technique to reach the peak, violating the law of mutual restraint of attributes, using fire style technique to suppress the water style technique of the mist ninjas, causing an indelible psychological shadow to hundreds of mist ninjas. The few mists who were lucky enough to be outside the range of the sea of fire did not escape the blast of snow-white sword light. The movement of Zongxian landing too much, even the Mizuki ninjas did not notice the arrival of Uchiha Shihaya. When they noticed the light of the sword after they came, it was already too late, and they were easily cut off their lives. The battle fell in a blink of an eye. Of course, this is not so much a battle, it is more appropriate to describe it as a one-sided slaughter. The 16 Kirimans didn't even have a serious jonin, and the 4 special jonins weren't of much use in front of the real jonin. That is to say, it's okay to bully Konoha's patrol team without jonin's combat power. But unfortunately, they ran into the hands of Sakshin and Uchiha Shihaya. Even if there is no Zongxian, just Uchiha Shihaya who opened 3 Tomo Sharinan, Grandmaster Wind Style, Fire Style, and Jonin of Swordsmanship is enough to make these mist ninjas drink a pot, vomit dash. Looking at the falling silhouettes in the sea of fire, I smelled the disgusting scorching smell in the air. Kurama Yakumo didn't hold on for a few seconds, and immediately helped the tree trunk to vomit and ate in the morning. All the food that hadn't been digested at that point was vomited out. This is the first time for the pampered eldest lady to see such an impactful scene. Smelly. Uchiha Fujika's face was also a little pale, but she didn't vomit out like Kurama Yakumo, even if his face was pale and scary, but he still endured the discomfort in his heart and silently looked at the still burning sea of fire and the figures that had all fallen down. Through the beating illusory flames, one could see the bodies that had been burned by the sea of flames and lost their original appearance. If this sea of fire lasts longer, it is not difficult to cremate directly on the spot. Hello, are you from the Uchiha clan? The middle-aged man approached cautiously, tentatively asking Zongxian about their identities from a safe distance that he thought was safe. Uchiha Zongxian, the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Konoha Police Department Chief. Zongxian took a step forward, the jiaza on his body trembling loudly. He opened the scarlet Sharinan and stared at the middle-aged man in front of him, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. The middle-aged man looked at Uchiha Zongxian in astonishment, showing a ghostly expression. Such a young patriarch, what a joke is this? Wait, he seems to be. I heard Uchiha Kaiyufang once said that the Uchiha clan seemed to have changed a patriarch not long ago. Uchiha Kaiyufang's kid is rare to show an excited smile like a teenager. The border garrison is a fairly closed institution. In order to prevent the team members from being tempted by the outside world and endure the hard life in the frontier, they implemented quite closed management methods, including information control, so that many people in the border defense force did not know the Uchiha clan until now. The patriarch has changed. However, the fact that Akamaike became the 5th-generation project agent Hokage has been widely publicized. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Here is it the Autumn House? Zongxian walked over and came to Uchiha Akifang, who was in a coma. Yes, he is Kaiyufang. The Shadow Palace, who was too nervous to speak, answered Zongxian's words without realizing that this was not actually asking him. In this regard, Zongxian didn't care, he just looked up and down at Uchiha Kaiyufang, who was in a coma, and he was relieved to confirm that his little brother was not in danger of life. Uchiha Autumn House, he is also one of Zongxian's peers. However, unlike Zongxian and the others, they returned to the village after the end of the 3 wars. In order to sharpen themselves, Kaiyufang, who was not talented, chose to stay in the border garrison troops and practice through actual combat. It was the reward he got after paying countless sweat and blood. Tell me, what happened? You have a patrol squad, how did you attract the pursuit of the 4 elite squads of Wuren? Zongxian interrupted self-introduction and other nonsense. He was already paying attention at this moment. Focus on the secrets carried by this group of people. Garunan's surprise attack troops broke through the defenses of Cape Okawa. As if worried that Uchiha Sakshin didn't understand what this Cape Okawa was like, he explained Cape Okawa is only 7 kilometers away from the headquarters on Mount Kuroshio. If Wuren launches an assault, the defense force of the command center may not be able to sustain it. Zongxian is clear. Mist Shinobu launched the decapitation tactic. I intend to paralyze the defense mechanism of this long coastline by knocking out the mines of the border defense forces. Without the dispatch from the headquarters, such a long line of defense would definitely be messy. The position of the headquarters of the border garrison troops was so accurately checked. Zongxian murmured softly. If there is no Uchiha Obito in Zutsu's handwriting, he would never believe it. Only White Zetsu's superb sneak technique can investigate the command of the border garrison without being noticed. The location of the ministry. So, here comes the problem, what exactly are Uchiha Obito and Ju doing? Is it possible that you really intend to lead Kirito to defeat Konoha? Zongxian frowned slightly, telling him instinctively that there was definitely a problem. Obito, the fish has entered the net. As soon as the pitcher plant emerged from the roof, White Zetsu eagerly spoke first, with an exaggerated smile on the half-white face, "But you wouldn't it be too anxious to start so soon? This is just a greeting." Uchiha Obito was sitting on the roof ridge with his hands on his knees and his chin, overlooking the gradually reddish ground below. Fourth Mizukage and his shadow guards were letting go. The ninjas wearing the leaf forward protector fell one after another. The chakra remaining in this castle fluctuates less and less. Until the last warehouseman of the Frontier Defense Force Command Center was killed, Konoha's Eastern Frontier Defense Force Command Center was completely annihilated, and the entire castle was filled with extreme blood. The vulture, attracted by the smell of blood, hovered around in the sky, but dared not to go down. The instinct of the beast made it aware of the great danger below, but the gluttonous instinct made it fall in love with it again, and could not bear the rare thing below. A sumptuous meal of one encounter. It would be too rude not to say hello to the host's family when you are a newcomer. I remember the teacher told me before that it is best not to go empty-handed when visiting the house without admitting it, so I specially prepared it for our patriarch. How about such a great gift? My gift is very considerate, right? Below, Fourth Mizukage and his shadow guards are carrying the corpses in the castle to the front entrance of the castle. The corpse mountain that is piled up randomly is a gift carefully prepared by Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Zongxian probably won't like this gift from you. White Zetsu rarely said something very sincerely. It's okay. If he doesn't like this gift, let Yagura help me ask what kind of gift he likes. If he thinks the gift is too light, then it doesn't hurt to make a few more copies. Anyway, together, these things need as much as possible. Uchiha Obito said flatly. White Zetsu curled his lips and said nothing. At this point, White Zetsu has nothing to say. However, White Zetsu became quiet, and Black Zetsu opened his mouth again. Use ace so early. Black Zetsu's voice was hoarse. He looked at Fourth Mizukage, who was busy below, and said, Obito, I'm a little hastily. Uchiha Zongxian is not that easy to deal with. Obviously, it is not only White Zetsu who thinks Uchiha Obito's actions are too eager, but even Black Zetsu thinks this time is a bit risky. How can you lose the king at the beginning? If this does not kill Uchiha Zongxian and exposes the news that Fourth Mizukage will be in the battle himself, Konoha expects more reinforcements will come. By then there will be less room for operation. Warren can't produce any more troops, even if they have a good card of Fourth Mizukage in their hands, but the group of lunatics who have pushed Kirigakuor into anxieties, they will oppose Fourth Mizukage at all costs, so Uchiha Obito is currently in hand. The bargaining chip was fixed from the beginning, with one less than one. It's no better than Uchiha Zongsuan's back on Konoha, and there is an endless supply of new force. This is the best opportunity. Uchiha Obito holds the completely opposite opinion. Compared to waiting for Uchiha Zongxian to be under the protection of an army of thousands of people, now is the best time. Before Konoha's power has time to knead together, test his depth, if given the opportunity, just kill him directly. Black Zetsu wrinkled his forehead slightly, he has no such thing as eyebrows. Hearing what Uchiha Obito said, he still didn't think much about the plan this time. He had lived in this world for thousands of years. He thought that people's vision was not bad, even those of the Uchiha clan over the past 1,000 years. Among the many outstanding people who left an impression on him, Uchiha Zongxian also ranks in the top 10 in his opinion. Such a person who has become a climate is not so easy to calculate. But, now that Uchiha Obito has made up his mind, he doesn't bother to persuade him anymore. It's nothing more than wasting some time and energy. The big deal is to give up Kirigakuor, a chess piece that has become less and less useful to tell the truth. Uchiha Madara stretched his hand in. Going to Kirigakuor was originally just to hone his chosen successor. When Uchiha Obito put on the mask and agreed to walk on the ground instead of Uchiha Madara cleaned up all the footprints he left in Kirigakuor with absolute help, and then simply discarded the chess piece Kirigakuor. It was Uchiha Obito's resentment towards the mist in his heart. He could not let it go, so he came to Kirigakuor. The class who took over Uchiha Madara continued to toss Warren energetically. So, now that Uchiha Obito has made up his mind, let him do it. After all, he is just the incarnation of the will left by Uchiha Madara. He is an assistant, not a commander. Just give some suggestions. No matter how much he does, it will not fit his own positioning. At this time, a White Zetsu showed his head from the roof, grinning, and yelled, Obito, it's coming. The guests you're waiting for are coming soon. In order to determine the whereabouts of Master Uchiha Zongxian, Uchiha Obito mobilized a large number of White Zetsu to monitor the army from Konoha. With these eyeliners that can be integrated into the grass and trees, he can arrange such a good arrangement. Play. At the right time, they raided the command center of the border garrison, which had already mastered specific information, and accidentally released a few ninjas from the patrol team. Finally, these Konoha shinobi met on the way to escape and rushed to the front line. The Uchiha Zongxian. All arrangements were made to lure the arrival of Uchiha Zongxian. Strictly speaking, such a plan is not very clever. Too many coincidences will inevitably make people suspicious, but Uchiha Obito is not afraid of being spotted as flaws. This in itself is a shame, unless Uchiha Zongxian can completely ignore it. The safety of the command center of the border defense forces in the Kuroshio Mountains. Otherwise, it is unavoidable to come over to detect a wave of situations. And in view of the longer time delay, the more likely it is that the command center of the border garrison will encounter unexpected events, which makes Uchiha Zongxian no time to gather enough manpower to act together. Is it finally here? It's quite fast. Uchiha Obito raised his head, squinted one-eyed and looked far away, and saw Uchiha Zongxian, who was walking along the flat gentle slope in front of the castle, walking unhurriedly, the crimson stack of armor, the black battlesuit, the half-disfigured face under the Uchiha Obito mask that was dressed up showed a rather strange expression. If I remember correctly, Uchiha Madara also has such a suit, in addition to a lot of weapons he used, such as sickles and fans. Interesting. Is this imitating Madara? Uchiha Obito let out a hoarse and low laugh, and the one eye behind the mask bloomed with a scarlet magical light. But, let me take a look. Uchiha Zongxian, do you have the power of Madara? Before the voice was over, his body was directly hidden into the void, as if he had never appeared before. As for the Nepenthes next to him, he used the mayfly technique to escape earlier than Uchiha Obito. He was hiding in that corner while waiting. Look at the excitement. In the castle, 4th Mizukage, who was carrying a corpse, suddenly stopped moving. He threw away the corpse in his hand like a dumpling, and raised his eyes to look in the direction of the castle's main entrance. Ready to meet the enemy. The new prey is here. The order is issued. The Shadow Guard, with only 14 people left, immediately took action. Originally there were 20 members of 4th Mizukage's Shadow Guards, but they encountered extremely tenacious resistance when they conquered the castle. Even if 4th Mizukage personally charged into the battle, the loss could not be avoided. 6 of them are elite and will execute Mizukage unconditionally. The commanded Jonin was taken away by the desperate Konoha shinobi. This loss, to tell the truth, is enough to make any shadow pain. It's just that 4th Mizukage is now involuntarily, and even his own life is in the hands of others, and the life and death of the Shadow Guards has no time to consider. To be precise, 4th Mizukage, who was deeply trapped in Uchiha Obito's illusion, did not realize it at all. The confidants that he finally cultivated have lost 6 people in this way. Led by 4th Mizukage, who is as ruthless as an iceberg, a group of people quickly came to the front of the castle and saw Uchiha Zongxian standing outside the door. This is a trap. Relying on the memory in his mind and the comprehensive judgment of the current situation, Zongxian concluded that Kuroshio Mountain was a trap. Maybe when he rescued Uchiha Akifang and others, the command center of Kuroshio Mountain had been given to Lien Nest by Uchiha Obito. That's it. If you can't crack the pupil technique of Mangekyo Sheri-nan, Kamui. As far as the ninja world is concerned, in Zongxian's view, Uchiha Obito is almost invincible when he is singled out with others, at least he is invincible. Relying only on the manpower of the border garrison at the Kuroshio Mountain Command Center, Zongxian doubted that even if they tried their best, they might not be able to cut even a piece of Uchiha Obito's sleeve. But it's still here. Standing in front of the main gate of Kuroshio Castle, Zongxian looked up at this ancient castle, which has a history of nearly 100 years. It is said to be an ancient castle built by a small country in the Sengoku era. The original owners of the castle are in Senju Hashirama and Uchiha. When Madara and the brothers joined forces to smooth the world of ninja and put an end to the troubled Sengoku world, they were destroyed by Sarutobi Suzuki, together with the 3 ninjas and the country who worked for this small country. To be honest, seeing the name of Sarutobi Suzuki in the literature makes Zongxian quite surprised. The light of good brothers Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara is too dazzling, so that the strong people who are in the same era as them it was eclipsed. After the birth of Fire Country in Konoha Village, and during the Second Hokage period, this abandoned castle was used again by Konoha's ninjas as one of the strongholds of the Eastern Border Defense Forces. Then, it was captured again today. The blood of the corpses piled up at the door converged into a small crimson river, which stained the land in front of the main entrance, and then snaked down the gentle slope. Tisk! It's really late. Such a miserable scene. When Zongxian saw the vulture hovering at the top of the mountain at the foot of the mountain, he was already mentally prepared, but when he saw the situation with his own eyes, he still had something in his heart. So a little disappointed, the command center of the Eastern Frontier Defense Force was smashed, and then it is estimated that just rectifying the defense line backed by the long coastline will be enough for him to drink a pot. It's really going to cause trouble for people. Zongxian was very upset, and the focus of his gaze shifted to 4th Mizukage, Yagura, which appeared in his field of vision. This, not a stranger. In the 3 world wars, Gaji Tangerine Yagura, who was not 4th Mizukage, was already one of the high-level commanders on the front line of Kiri Shinobu. At that time, Gordon Tangerine Yagura was also not Jinchuriki, but that did not affect his strength, relying on his height. The superb water style technique and the stunt called coral palm derived from Kirigakure's research and development of three tails made Konoha's ninjas suffer. Konoha was the most troublesome mist ninja who Konoha had at that time. None of them. At that time, Zongxian, who had recently gained the name of Blazing Demon, and Shisui, who also had just risen to fame, joined forces with Shisui Yagura. The result was that Zongxian and Shisui retreated. If you don't win together, you lose. Under the childlike appearance, what is hidden is the heart of an out-and-out strong man. Long time no see. Yagura, or should I call you Mizukage? Uchiha, Zongxian? Fourth Mizukage Yagura looked at Zongxian in the red armor and black clothes, and seemed to recall something. His eyes changed very slightly. Naturally, this is not to say that Zongxian and Yagura have some ulterior past. But the battle has already begun silently. Zongxian's eyes turned scarlet, and the three pitch-black guyas turned. When he was speaking, he activated the illusion and projected his pupil power on the body of Citrus's lost position. As a result, he encountered the black box unexpectedly. The tentative pupil power was swallowed by the deep mud of the abyss that could not see the foundation. Great, Zongxian praised from the bottom of his heart. Temporarily putting things like character aside, just talking about talent, Zongxian also had to admit that Uchiha Obito is a real pervert. When he was a teenager, manipulating nine tails was as easy as teasing his own pet. Fourth Mizukage has become a large puppet in his hands. This mastery of illusion arts has actually reached a realm that can be called horror. Without waiting for Zongxian to change the means, he noticed the slight tremors of the ground under his feet, and habitually moved his steps. At the moment of his death, he avoided the attack that pierced the abdominal organs. The sharp knife from the ground glided across his right rib, red. The stack of armor carried the slippery blade wrapped around the wind blade, and could not even leave a mark on Zongxian's armor. The firmness made the face under the mask of the mist ninja show a little confused. Color. As Lord Fourth Mizukage's shadow guards, he was the first in swordsmanship. He once slashed the water dragon bomb technique of his colleagues. Even the huge rock was cut in two by him, but now he is cut off by those who are not as thick as their thumbs. The armor blocked his blade. This made him feel deeply puzzled. But he didn't indulge in this confusion for a long time. He didn't forget that he was still in battle at this moment. The long knife in the right hand was old, and it was too time-consuming to close the knife and attack again, so the left arm slipped from the sleeve with a sway, held it in the hand, wrapped the wind blade in a circle, and threw it towards Zongxian's face. The failure of the right hand attack made him realize that the armor on Zongxian seemed to have amazing defensive power. To this end, he gave up the larger chest and chose to attack the face that lacked protection. Moreover, he is not fighting alone. Earth-style rock pillar gun. The ground behind Zongxian swayed gently up and down like a blanket, and the rock guns that rose up from the ground pierced Zongxian's feet. At the same time, attacks were launched from the left and right. This time it was not escape techniques such as wind style and earth style. It's the water style technique that the mist ninjas are best at, water style water flow whip. The two Warren waved the long whips in their hands that were enough to crack the rock, and lashed towards Zongxian. To deal with a Uchiha who has opened his eyes, at least two people of the same level are required to join forces. This is an iron rule that is common in Kirigakure, Tsunagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure, a member of the Shadow Guards who have experienced many battles and are extremely experienced in actual combat. We naturally keep it in mind. So, in order to win the Uchiha Zongxian as safely as possible, they even chose 4 people to do it at the same time. It turns out that their caution are very necessary. Although in terms of results, their cautiousness did not change their final conclusion, the huge gap cannot be easily smoothed out by being cautious. Zongxian looked down at the throwing kunao, with a yin seal with one hand in his left hand, and opened his mouth and spit lightly. Fire-style great fireball technique. When a great fireball was shot at close range, not only did it hit the air and burn the kunao, the huge fireball fell on the ground and even the bloodstained land was burned, leaving a deep ground on the ground. Non-standard circular deep pit. First, Zongxian counts softly. After getting rid of the misty shinobu who wanted to make trouble for himself, he slammed his feet on the ground, leaped forward, and dodged the attack of the sprawling rock gun pillar after he came. He glanced sideways at the misty shinobu using the earth-style technique. Certainly, his troubles are not over yet. The current whip from the left and the right only looks at the sharp whistling sound that is set off in the swing, and you know that it is powerful. Although the current whip is only a C-level ninjutsu, the level of ninjutsu is not completely linked to its power. Few things are quite complicated, but one thing that can be confirmed is that the same ninjutsu in the hands of different people has a world of difference. The water flow whip technique used by these two Warren is an example. Their power is already beyond the usual specifications. If this is hit, the bones will be broken, and the pieces will be torn apart. This is impossible. The armor on his body has the defensive power of a D-class treasure, even if it is impossible to defend his place. The attack he suffered can also help him weaken his damage. At most, he was pumped out, causing bruises on his body. Uchiha Stream Fire Sword. Facing the attack of the water-style technique, Zhongxian finally remembered the good time of setting fire to the mist on the battlefield, so he drew his sword out of its sheath, and the fiery flames wrapped around the blade, facing the two from the left and right. The whip that was drawn down in one direction swung a knife in mid-air, drawing a beautiful half-arc. Use offense to attack, to fight against the strong. On the battlefield back then, what he liked most was to use the fire-style technique to overwhelm the water-style technique of those mist ninjas. Defeat the enemy from the opponent's strongest and best field. It is because of Zhongxian's bad personality and behavior that he will be awarded the title of Fire Demon. The word Yin shows the power of his fire-style technique, while the name Devil is used to describe his bad behavior. The blade and the water whip were staggered in the air. With the eruption of the high-temperature flame that was restrained to the ultimate, the water whip was evaporated, and there was cloud-like water vapor in the air. Look at the two mists who hurriedly pulled away from their palms. The most likely cause is that the palm of the hand was scalded by the extremely high-temperature steam. Then Zhongxian, who had not yet landed, cast his gaze into the distance. You are the second one. The uchiha Zhongxian who used the earth-style technique to attack Zhongxian was shocked when he heard the sound from behind his head. In his vision, he could clearly see Uchiha Zhongxian blocking him. He always boasted that he was the best swordsman in the crowd. Attacked by his companion, and backed away trying to get a distance, he was wondering what technique to use to cooperate with his companion. Why did Uchiha Zhongxian suddenly appear behind him? Is it body flicker technique, shadow clone, or some other means that he didn't know? His thoughts fluttered like lightning. In this very short time, he could not see through the means of Uchiha Zhongxian. He immediately stopped thinking, did not choose to sit and wait for death, relying on the instinct of the body to move. Turning around and moving towards the sound, he threw a fierce punch. This was a fist blessed with earth-style hardening. If it hits, it will definitely taste enough for Uchiha Zhongxian to drink a pot. Even if he might be killed by Zhongxian's attack, he still chose to attack instead of defending or fleeing. From this, Madara's fierce determination can be seen. It's just that this punch with all my strength fell in the empty space. All he saw behind him was his own long-standing shadow. When the flying shuriken smashed his spine heavily and wrapped the broken bones into his body, the severe pain stimulated him to wake up from the illusion, and finally understood before he died. What kind of methods did Uchiha Zhongxian use? It turned out to be an illusion. As expected of Uchiha, his brain, which has become a little dull, can't understand at all when he is in the illusion. Carrying this last confusion, he coughed up blood mixed with visceral fragments, then threw himself straight to the ground, losing his vitality, gradually losing its temperature and turning into a cold corpse. It's really troublesome. Zhongxian put down his left hand that threw the shuriken, frowning slightly. These Mizunes are very good, and it takes a lot of effort to kill. The two Mizunes with burned palms now retreat behind the castle gate. The Shadow Guard has master medical treatment. The ninjas of ninjutsu helped them heal the burns on their hands. After this fight, the four attackers only killed half of them. He must admit, these Wuren are indeed elite, powerful in combat, and very difficult to deal with. Moreover, this is the situation in which Citrus Yagura did not make a move, and even the Mist Shinobi with the remaining 10 film guards chose to watch. If Citrus Yagura recovers to make a move, it will not be too easy to deal with it by relying on his current methods. Also, don't forget that Yagura is now Jinchuriki. If you release the power of the Tail Beast and get 2 shots Tail Beast Bomb, Zhongxian will either choose to escape or use Mangekyo sharing in strength. If you want to escape, I am afraid it will not be so easy. Citrus Orange Yagura also has 12 subordinates that can be used to hold Zhongxian and prevent him from escaping. So, using Mangekyo Sharingan seems to be his only choice. Are you going to consume my pupil power? Or do you want to spy on my pupil technique? Zhongxian turned his scarlet eyes. At this moment, he faintly understands what Uchiha Obito arranged for such a trap. Perhaps Uchiha Obito's purpose was himself from the beginning. He was afraid of his unexposed pupil technique, so he wanted to figure it out? Or are you going to use the hand of Miss Ninja to consume your pupil power and blind yourself? Or is it both? He hasn't really figured out why Uchiha Obito was involved in the Uchiha clan extermination incident, and the death of Nohara Lin can't be blamed on the Uchiha clan anyway. Until he remembered Uchiha Obito seemed to be quite jealous of Uchiha Itachi, and he had vague guesses in his heart. In addition to collecting Sharingan and performing his Inage, perhaps the real purpose was to prevent more Mangekyo from the Uchiha clan? After all, Uchiha Obito can dominate the ninja world only by relying on the pupil technique of Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui. He knows how powerful Mangekyo Sharingan is even better than most Uchiha. And today, combined with his current situation, Zhongxian began to believe that his inference was correct. Gazing at the castle in front of me, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhongxian's mouth, and sure enough, even if it was a trap, he had to break through. Otherwise I don't know what Uchiha Obito is playing. It is always quite interesting. Now that I know what Uchiha Obito wants, so, just give him what he wants. Obito, how do you feel? Uchiha Obito wears a white zetsu and uses the mayfly technique to hide in the small bushes and the shadows under the eaves of the castle. From here, you can clearly see the battle at the main entrance, even if the battlefield turns into the castle. Just go through the wall to continue watching the game. Ju also appeared in the bushes, clinging to Uchiha Obito. No way, the bushes are so big, it's okay to hide one person, but two people are a bit reluctant. If they don't get close, they will show their behavior. He should have noticed the abnormality of Citrus Yagura by this time. Is it an illusion? Yes, illusion. All the required courses for Uchiha with eyes open. Our previous inference is correct. Uchiha Zongsuen's awakening pupil technique should be the illusion system. Only then, his illusion interfered with my understanding of Citrus Yagura's control. His illusion is very powerful. If I use Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil art, the illusion that I used to manipulate Yagura may be destroyed. White Zetsu suddenly realized, and said quickly, I just said why you didn't let 4th Mizukage take the shot. I thought you were going to wait and see for a while, so you can't move. Immediately, he realized what Uchiha Obito had said. Your illusion will be cracked? Does that mean that Kochi Yagura will get out of control? Yes, Uchiha Obito replied calmly. Then, there is nothing to do. If Kotoki Yagura loses control, then Kiri and Konoha won't be able to fight? If we have been busy for so long, won't it be all for nothing? As long as the goal is achieved, losing a few tools is nothing. Uchiha Obito's eyes were deep. Even if it is the 4th Mizukage and 3 Tails Jinchuriki, the Citrus Yagura seems to him to be a very useful tool. As long as he can achieve his purpose, 1 or 2 tool breaks are acceptable. Of course, the premise is to achieve his goal. So, the question now is whether he can get what he wants. His purpose is simple. One is to confirm the pupil technique of Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Zongxian. Only when the danger of Uchiha Zongxian's pupil technique is confirmed, he will decide what to do in the second step. If Uchiha Zongxian's pupil technique is not dangerous, Uchiha Obito will personally take the life and eyes of Uchiha Zongxian. If Uchiha Zongxian's pupil technique is dangerous, then we must find a way to preserve as much as possible the handy tool Yagura, Uchiha Zongsuen's pupil power with Kiri Shinobi and other chess pieces, and Uchiha Zongsuen's Mangekyo Sharingan with watermill time. Today, the former Zyonji boy has long since faded away from the youthfulness and immaturity, and has matured in the painful suffering day and night. The seemingly bold and arrogant style of acting is actually done well in advance. Prepare. Dared to invade Konoha 5 years ago, it is because he has a deep understanding of his teacher and knows the village where he has lived for more than 10 years, so he made a bold move that night, and after a riot, let the man who could crack his kamui leave this world. After thinking about it for 7 or 8 seconds, Uchiha Obito made a decision. After yelling the name of Zongxian from the very beginning, Yagura, who has never spoken again, said again, "Go away." The simplest command, it makes people tremble. The members of the Shadow Guard knew what Mizukage-sama's order meant, which meant the arrival of the incarnation of destruction. Then, the Mist Ninjas ran away quickly. They are not afraid of death, but it does not mean that they are willing to be killed by their own Mizukage due to an accident. Are you ready for a big move? As the Wurenren ran around, Zongxian also understood what was going to happen next. He stood still and didn't move. He just patted his hands with both hands. The process of biting his fingers and bleeding was omitted, and he directly took the big knife stored in the village. Samehada summoned into his hands. The moment Samehada took the initiative, he obediently extended the handle of the knife and wrapped it around Zongxian's forearm like a rope, and began to replenish the chakra he had consumed. The extremely pure chakra gurgled into his body like spring water. Just when the chakra of Zongxian returned to a full state, the 4th Mizukage Citrus Yagura also erupted with a violent chakra atmosphere like a volcanic eruption. The door of the prison of the disaster has been opened, and the atmosphere of destruction emerged on the ground. The red and black tail beast's coat encloses the Citrus Yagura. 3 dark red tails swayed behind him. This is the form of half-tailed beasts, which is the critical state of complete-tailed beasts. While maintaining a small humanoid posture, it can maximize the power of the tailed beasts. Generally speaking, few Jinchuriki can actively maintain this. Critical state is usually when the seal is unlocked and enters the critical state when running away. Only Jinchuriki who has perfectly harnessed the power of the tail beast can master this initiative. Citrus Yagura, it happens to be Jinchuriki who has perfectly harnessed the power of the tail beast. Boom! Just stomping, the Kuroshio mountain shakes. The main entrance of the castle collapsed, and the gray smoke rushed into the sky like a dragon. The dark red figure swept across the ground like lightning. Behind him, a terrifying shockwave plowed a deep trench, clearly showing the movement of the citrus orange Yagura, but in a moment, he came to Zongxian. The raised right palm slammed down towards Zongxian's chest. This is Coral Palm. The beast-like appearance is just the appearance. As Jinchuriki who has perfectly harnessed the power of the tail beast, Yagura has not lost his reason. Even if he is in a state of being manipulated by Uchiha Obito's illusion, his wisdom has been retained, otherwise he will not be able to continue sitting. steady the position of Mizu cage. Boom! A circle of dark crimson translucent ribs appeared beside Zhongxian. The coral palm returned without success. Susanoo is a substance of chakra, not flesh and blood, and the attack that can make the body grow out of coral does not play its due role. However, the powerful impact was indeed Zhongxian's stumbling steps, swiftly retreating like a drunkard. This is the power of the tail beast? This is the first time in Zhongxian's life that he has fought against Jinchuriki, and it is also the first time he has seen the power of the tail beast. During the 3 wars, Kirigakure's 6 tails Jinchuriki was very old and he was preparing to replace the new Jinchuriki. As for 3 tails, the guy Uchiha Madara used it as a prop to train his substitute, so that Mizumi didn't find a chance to throw Jinchuriki into the battlefield, and the 3 wars ended. On the night of the 9 tails chaos, he only watched the scene of 9 tails' riot in the clanland, and he didn't have the opportunity to get out of the clanland to see the tail beast up close. Feeling the violent and chaotic chakra breath on Yagura's body, Zhongxian did not rush to fight back, but opened his eyes and observed carefully. There is no need to rush to end the battle. Anyway, the Frontier Garrison Command Center has been completely destroyed, and the rescue plan is still dead. His time is very abundant. With same hata in hand, there is no need to worry about the consumption of chakra. Then, at this wonderful time, don't take a good look at Jinchuriki. Isn't it a pity that the secret of the beast with the tail is a pity? Furthermore, since Uchiha Obito wants to see him consume his pupil power, just show him. Jinchuriki's fighting style is extremely wild and rough. This has nothing to do with whether to retain sanity. It's just that this wild and rough fighting method can better display this destructive force. Aside from not knowing whether the master can understand each other with 9 tails in the future, Naruto of the so-called 9 tails chakra mode does not mention, including Killer Bee, the perfect 8 tails Jinchuriki, the fighting style of many Jinchuriki after borrowing the power of the tail beast. It's almost all a word reckless. The defensive power of the tail beast's coat is enough to help them weaken the various attacks they receive, and reduce the damage they have suffered to a very small extent. The tail beast chakra also has the ability to heal injuries, as long as it is not fatal or serious, ordinary minor injuries. Healed himself even before they noticed. Amazing defensive power, self-healing vitality, and destructive power that can rewrite the terrain. This is Jinchuriki, a monster regarded as a weapon of war by every village. Kakeka. The dark red arms of the orange Yagura stretched out like a sawmill, chasing Zhongxian's footsteps, gently and easily cut off more than a dozen cedar trees that needed 5 or 6 people to form a circle, and fell down. The cedar tree broke the trees next to it again, causing the quiet forest to become noisy in a chain reaction. The arm stretched more than 20 meters in length, and there was no blood stained on the blade after being cut. Is it a fake limb constructed by the tail beast chakra? It is like Susanoo, who is firmly protecting Zhongxian at the moment. Both are substantial chakra structures, but the essence of the two is not the same. Zhongxian narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped his toes on the treetops, and wandered around the forest like a ghost. Boom! At the moment Zhongxian jumped behind him, the dark red arm drilled out of the ground. The open claws that did not look like human palms tried to grasp Zhongxian's ankles. The protection of Susanoo, which was just rib-shaped in its initial form, was not all round without dead ends, above the head and under the feet. They are all undefended hollows. This kind of trick, when I'm blind? Sharingan's insight is not as powerful as Byakugan Nami's. But it's not that I can't see the chakra waves that are so powerful that they can't conceal the waves that travel through the shallow underground soil. At the moment he takes off, the arm of the bones of chakra's brilliance that flashes like flames is quietly in his body. The sight appeared, and he slapped down fiercely with the momentum of Mount Tai. The huge bone-only palm collided with Yagura's palm like a beast's paw. Susanoo's palm was split into several cracks, and the shock wave generated by the collision overturned a circle of trees around him, leaving a deep hole on the ground directly below. The power of the tail beast is indeed not as strong as usual. However, as long as Susanoo has a continuous pupil power, even if he was beaten torn apart, he can recover in an instant. This kind of damage is meaningless to Zhongxian, or Zhongxian, who is passive and sluggish, has never changed from the beginning. The target is placed on the body of the citrus Yagura. He cast his gaze into the distance. Thoughts flew in my heart. I don't know what the situation is now, but the shadow clones have not been eliminated. This is good news in itself. As long as Uchiha Obito and never find his little tricks, then he has to continue to delay as long as possible. He firmly nailed Uchiha Obito's attention here. In the forest, because of the terrifying aura leaked by the tail beast chakra, the birds, insects, and snakes that had sensed the great danger by their instincts fled around like blasting their nests. The originally peaceful forest was completely agitated, but even White Zetsu didn't notice the little ones running around. Among the animals, there were some little guys who were too dark and seemed to have fallen into the ink pond and took a bath. Black rats, long thin black snakes, low-flying black crows, and many other swarthy animals ran around every corner of the forest. They seem to be running around in panic, but in fact they are collecting all the information they have observed. In the depths of the forest, the three shadow clones of Zhongxian hiding in different places are holding writing brushes and blank scrolls. From time to time, snakes, rats and crows who have collected intelligence return and pounce on the blank scrolls, returning to the essence of ink and collecting them. The information received is presented in special text. At the same time, shadow clones are constantly drawing with their pens, sending out new eyeliners to continue collecting those clues. White Zetsu's mayfly technique is very powerful. If I remember correctly, it seems to be able to integrate itself with the vegetation and earth. It can not only move underground at high speed, but also cut off all its own breath. No matter who it is, no one will notice it. The breath of, but only when this spell is activated. They can't maintain the state of being integrated with the vegetation and earth forever. When hiding in the ground or in trees, people cannot perceive their breath, but as long as they show their heads, they can be seen by nearby people or animals. This is why White Zetsu do not like activities in Konoha. The Akugan's super far vision 1 kilometer away really made the White Zetsu annoyed. In Konoha activities, it is often the mayfly technique that needs to be maintained for an extremely long time. If you cannot be 100% safe, you will not dare to appear on the ground easily. In contrast, for example, the Yamanaka family's mental perception secret technique based on the principle of perceiving chakra breath is the most feared perception method for White Zetsu. After all, their breath will be completely cut off when the mayfly technique is activated. Before climbing the Kuroshio mountain, Zhongxian released a number of shadow clones and advanced to hide in different places nearby. After he fought with Citrus Yagura, he deliberately lured Citrus Yagura into this forest. What he wants to hunt is bigger prey. While Uchiha Obito was calculating him, he was also calculating Uchiha Obito. The identity relationship between the hunter and the prey is never fixed. At different times, in different environments, and under different circumstances, the identities of the hunter and the prey will be transformed into each other, and the most important skill of hunting is to learn to track the prey. In the past, Zhongxian did not have any excellent means of tracking and investigating. However, the secret technique of Super Beast pseudo-painting made up for this shortcoming and gave him the capital to hunt Uchiha Obito in turn. Shadow clone sitting on a square hand-cut rock watching the latest information displayed on the scroll, his fingers flicked over the text one by one, and the collected information was like a movie. His mind flashed quickly, until he saw a one-eyed man wearing an orange mask and a yin and yang face that looked like an extra-large pitcher plant emerging from a cedar tree in a picture. The moving fingers suddenly stopped. Caught you. The corners of Shadow Clone's mouth are slightly raised. After so much effort, it is finally not a waste of work. He nodded his hands and took the initiative to release the Shadow Clone technique, only to hear boom. With a sound, the chakra that flowed out when the Shadow Clone collapsed formed white smoke. When the cool breeze passed, no one could be seen on the square rocks. Even the ink scroll disappeared with Shadow Clone. At the same time, some of the ink animals in the forest under his control suddenly died collectively, turning into masses of smudge-like ink marks on the ground, on the leaves and tree trunks. Such abnormal changes finally caused lurking in them the attention of the White Zetsu. However, just when they were going to find Uchiha Obito and Ju, the body of Zhongxian, who is fighting against Citrus Yagura, has received all the information investigated by Shadow Clone. He lowered his eyebrows and stared obliquely. Uchiha Obito and the old man hiding behind the dense canopy among the fir trees. It can be said to be close at hand. It's actually hidden under my eyelids. This kind of lurking ability is terrible. Zhongxian sighed softly, and a fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes, the hidden skeletal arm. Reappearing again, the crack in the palm has disappeared without a trace, and Chakra's brilliance is wrapped around the arm like a burning flame. Then, greater pupil power flowed into the palm. 3 dark crimson, guyu, like the essence of blood coagulation, floated on the bone-only palm. On the trunk of the cedar tree, Uchiha Obito and Ju popped their heads, looking through the gaps in the branches and leaves, looking at the deep scarlet go jade floating on Susanna's palm. That is? A look of doubt flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes when he saw something he hadn't seen. The Guyu of Yasaka, Uchiha Zhongxian is finally going to move. Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice for Uchiha Obito, that's Susanna's trick. Every Uchiha who has Mangekyo Sharinan turned on can use it. Unfortunately, Obito lacked another eye when you turned on Mangekyo Sharinan and failed to turn on Susanoo. However, if you can find another eye, you can also use this power. Humph. Uchiha Obito's attitude suddenly became bad, and he said coldly, even without that thing, I will create a new world. Black Zetsu has a headache. Rao is an old ghost who has lived for 1,000 years, and sometimes he doesn't understand some of Uchiha Obito's thoughts. For example, why is Uchiha Obito so resistant to take back another eye that belongs to him? Wouldn't it be a good thing to be able to master a more complete and stronger power? Why is it so resistant? But, nothing masters Uchiha Obito of Kamui is enough to promote the implementation of the plan, and there is no need to demand perfection. While he was thinking, he saw that huge skeletal arm waved and threw out the 3 guyu that contained amazing destructive power. Only did Uchiha Zhongxian slip his hands? How do you feel those three Guya flying towards them? Black Zetsu's expression was stunned, and his head was in a daze at that moment. Isn't Uchiha Zongsuen's slippery hands too crooked? The location where they hide is not in the same direction as Yagura. Or, Uchiha Zongxian, is this on purpose? His target was not Yagura, but Uchiha Obito from the beginning? Or is it yourself? All kinds of thoughts floated in Black Zetsu's mind, and at this time, the three Guya with a deep aura of destruction were already close at hand, squeezing all of their vision. The big Yasaka Goya Jade is about to stick to the face. Uchiha Obito and Ju are not so stupid to think that this is really because Uchiha Zongxian slipped the wrong hand. The most likely reason is that they exposed, although they still don't think about it, understand how they were discovered. But, this issue can be left for later investigation. The most important thing now is how to deal with such unexpected changes now. As for the fallen Yasaka no Goyu, what is it? Is it great? Uchiha Obito never took it to heart. As long as there is Kamui, such an attack is just a breeze blowing on his face. If possible, he is looking forward to Uchiha Zongxian coming so many times and trying to consume Uchiha Zongxian. The pupil power. What should I do next? Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes and thought. Originally, he didn't plan to show his face until he found out the details of Uchiha Zongxian's pupil technique. According to the final survey results, he will decide the next course of action. But I didn't expect that Uchiha Zongxian didn't know what means he used, and he could see through his Heiju's whereabouts. This is a bit embarrassing. They have been exposed to Uchiha Zongxian's eyes, and it doesn't make much sense to continue to hide. NS. At this moment, Yasaka's Guya penetrated Uchiha Obito's body like a phantom, bombarding the thick old cedar tree, but for a moment, the thick old cedar tree was sent away without a word. The high-density chakra and astonishing energy shock erupted. Not only was the old cedar tree evaporating, but all the tangible things in the surrounding circle could not withstand such a devastation. The dazzling light like a small sun rises from the forest, and the energy waves that are set off bloom around like ripples, and the roar of shaking the sea and dry land almost resounds through the world. When the light subsided and the loud noise went away, a huge deep pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters appeared in the forest. Smoke and dust like volcanic ash rose from the pit, bringing an indescribable dry pungent smell. This is Guyu of Yasaka. If it's powerful, it should be the same as the tailed beast bomb released by the half-tailed Jinchuriki. Nepenthes appeared from the ground again, and came to the side of Uchiha Obito, who was also unscathed, standing on the edge of the pit, looking down at the bombed hole below. Both of them had the ability to save their lives. It was the top, and the seemingly destructive attack was useless to them. Something boring. Uchiha Obito doesn't care about the analysis. Not to mention that it is only compared with the tailed beast bomb released by the half-tailed Jinchuriki, even if it is the tailed beast bomb released by the complete tailed beast. It makes no sense in front of Kamui. So far, the only one who can crack Kamui is his teacher, and this one. Aren't you interested? Okay. But the patriarch Uchiha is here. Obito, do you think about what to do next? Leave? Or meet the last one, or say, I want to try to kill now drop Uchiha Zongxian? Just as Black Zetsu asked, the crimson brilliance was like a galloping locomotive, knocking over the semi-focused trees at the edge of the pit, and walking towards their location without confusion. Is it positioned again? Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. Deep doubts floated in my heart. Do not understand how I was discovered? His body is still wearing a piece of white Zetsu, most of his body is in the Mayfly technique fusion state, only the chest and above are exposed. It is impossible to find the existence of him and Ju through the perception of ninjutsu that relies on the detection of chakra breath, unless it is seen directly by Byakugan. Isolation and invisibility cannot be equated. See? Sparks of inspiration flashed in my mind. The scarlet one-eyed quickly turned, and then he saw a small black mouse shrunk in the grass, and saw the abnormal flow of chakra on the mouse's body. Uchiha Obito waved his hand and the shuriken whistled flying out, directly beat the mouse into a ball of black liquid, which stained the grass. It's ink, it has the smell of Yang Ian chakra. If I remember correctly, there seems to be someone in Danzo's roots who would use this method. Absolutely fast. Collecting and analyzing are just a matter of instant. I feel that this ink still contains some special information, but unfortunately it has been destroyed. But if you guessed it correctly, Uchiha Zongxian should rely on this thing. Found our location. That means we have been seen, right? Yes, Black Zetsu replied in a deep voice. Uchiha Obito's eyes turned cold. Careless. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Zongxian actually used such a secret method as the master, and even he was accidentally obsessed. He was seen through his whereabouts without noticing it. This somersault was really in a bad mood, and his palm was lightly pressed on the mask, shook my heart and made a decision. The brilliance flowed in the scarlet eyes, Kamui under the absolute gaze, the space around Uchiha Obito seemed to be distorted. With the scarlet eyes as the core, a space distorted and changed like Uzumaki was formed. Uchiha Obito himself was directly sucked into the Uzumaki, the whole person disappeared directly. Uchiha Zongxian, it is more troublesome and difficult than expected. However, it does not matter. Everything is still in the master. The overall plan is not too big a problem. It only needs to make some small adjustments. For example, the identity of Uchiha Madara will be exposed in advance. As for what will happen if you do this, influence, nothing will change. This world full of conspiracy, ambition, suspicion, hatred, and war will not be changed by the life and death of Uchiha Madara. At most, it will arouse Konoha's vigilance and guard, but how can it be so? If you want to kill Uchiha Madara, you have to be able to find him. Black Zetsu looked at the place where Obito had disappeared, and a fleeting smile appeared on half of his black face. Then the nepenthes closed, the grown-up body merged into the earth, and it was also lost. 10 seconds later, a deep crimson light rushed across. Boom! The emerging skeletal arm patted the dark red claws that entangled after him. Zongxian did not pay too much attention to the citrus Yagura. His scarlet eyes scanned the surroundings, looking for the whereabouts of Uchiha Obito and Ju. In the circle, I didn't find Uchiha Obito and Ju, and I didn't have the luck to find any pure white vitality broken limbs that were blown up. Have you left? Zongxian frowned. He is not surprised that Yasaka's Guyu has no effect. This trick was originally to say hello, expressing the attitude of I found you. He didn't expect any unexpected surprises, but Uchiha Obito ran away without even showing his face. Lost. This makes him a little troubled. The premise of hunting is to find the prey. Uchiha Obito's method of hiding in a different space is simply cheating. Seriously destroy the fun of hunting activities. There was blood flowing down Zongxian's right eye socket. This was made by him after a lot of effort, to show his excessive consumption of pupil power, but, looking at this situation, could he be a waste of work? Uchiha Obito ran away. Who did he show for? Show it to Yagura? Zongxian squinted at the dark red beast that was indomitable and troubled him. As long as he does not return empty-handed, the pupils in his eyes are concentrated. Since Uchiha Obito ran away, there is no need to continue entanglement with Citrus Orange Yagura, just when he is about to give the Citrus Yagura an illusion. Suddenly I noticed the chakra breath that appeared out of thin air not far away. The mind turns, the plan changes. Zongxian's brows loosened, Susanna suddenly erupted, and the skeletal palm slammed the rushing up Citrus Yagura away a long distance away, and then turned his eyes to look at the orange mask standing on the top of the tree. Uchiha Obito, do you think you escaped? Mr. Mysterious Man. Zongxian turned his head and looked over. The distance between the two was very close. If he wants, Susanna can shoot with a palm at any time. In fact, he did exactly that. The second skeletal palm entwined with deep crimson flames emerged from Zongxian's side. Following his will, he shot down fiercely from the air. There was a big need. The momentum of mashing Uchiha Obito into a pool of meat sauce. The trees at the feet of Uchiha Obito were crushed. Countless broken branches and fallen leaves flew in all directions with the shock wave. Uchiha Obito, who was not hurt in any way, leaped gently and came to another tree next to him. Try again? Uchiha's kid? Uchiha Obito is standing on the treetop, his face still wears the orange-red one-eyed mask with black stripes, and he wears a black fitted gown, but this simple dress does not detract from his weirdness temperament. The scarlet eyes under the mask were staring straight at Zongxian at this moment. Mangekyo Sherinan, who are you? Zongxian forced a dignified look on his face and asked clearly. Susanna's two arms dissipated, but the circle of ribs beside him still firmly guarded Zongxian. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito told a false lie without changing his face. Uchiha Madara? Zongxian narrowed his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He sneered, although your Mangekyo Sherinan is indeed genuine, I want to write on my head as an ancestor because of this. It's too beautiful. Right? Since you said you were Uchiha Madara, what about the evidence? It's not just that Mangekyo Sherinan? I don't remember Uchiha Madara is a one-eyed. Don't tell me that you were blinded in the last battle with First Hokage. Please show me more reliable evidence. Let's pretend to be someone else's ancestor. Believe it or not, it's your business. I, Uchiha Madara, don't need to prove my identity to anyone. Uchiha Obito imitated the arrogant attitude of Uchiha Madara from the bottom of the impression. Even the eyes in the scarlet eyes are like that. Of contempt and self-confidence. As if, Zongxian standing in front of his eyes is just a tiny worm, and there is no need for humans to prove their identity to a worm, especially a dying person. At the end, one more sentence was added. Expose his attitude. The killing intent came like a typhoon, and Uchiha Obito was the eye of the typhoon. When he gently raised his hand, the half-tailed citrus orange Yagura flew over like a domesticated hunting dog. The ferocious and tyrannical killing intent was at this moment. Yagura's sanity was completely overwhelmed. The dark red tail beast's coat inflated like a balloon that had been blown into the air. Remove the dark red coat, the sealed tail beast finally revealed its original appearance and posture. The huge tail beast like a small hill overwhelmed the large forest below it, and its 3 flat tails waved in the air, curled up with gusts of wind. The thick, mud-gray carapace gives a sense of invulnerability. This is the tail beast. Few people know its real name. People call it according to the characteristics of its 3 tails. 3 tails. It's so simple. I thought I had a chance to drop a secret arrow. Zhong Xian sighed regretfully, but to be honest, Kamui's abilities are too difficult to understand. If he is not very sure, he will never expose his pupil skills rashly. Otherwise, when Uchiha Obito appeared, he would not using Susanoo to attack. The distance between the two at that time, it is completely enough for him to use Muwasaki Ya. Only, he is not sure how effective Muwasaki Yi is against Uchiha, who also holds Mangekyo Sharingan. If it cannot kill in one hit or cause irreparable damage, doing so will only make Uchiha Obito hide deeper. So, he chose to wait, looking for a better time. Now, he raised his head and looked at 3 tails as majestic as a mountain. His eyes fell on the scarlet eyes that also only opened one, and he admired from the heart. It's so beautiful. Naturally, this is not to praise 3 tails. What Zhong Xian looked at was the eyes of 3 tails. This behemoth, like a natural disaster, also surrendered to Uchiha's Sharingan. It's no wonder that the people are so arrogant. Even if it's Zhong Xian himself, why not the power of self-sufficiency? 3 tails lowered his head, looking at Zhong Xian protected by the deep scarlet rib-form Susanoo. Roar! 3 tails let out an angry roar. Its consciousness does not have the dominance over this body at this moment. Uchiha Obito is the ruler, but it is just like instinct. When seeing the Sharingan of Zhong Xian and the deep scarlet Susanoo, the body she shuddered in spontaneous anger. It's Uchiha again, and these damn red eyes again. The majestic chakra gathered surgingly. The jet-black tailed beast bomb appeared in front of 3 tails, swelling and getting bigger at an extremely alarming speed, and was ready to launch in an instant. Zhong Xian just looked at 3 tails' eyes, like silent rocks. The battle has already begun. Magic sharing in this does not refer to Sharingan. It's illusion. It is the strongest illusion of the Uchiha clan under Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique. It utilizes the hypnosis eye ability of Sharingan to the maximum. The pupil power is projected into the opponent's will, used to deprive the opponent's physical freedom, and can also be used to interfere with the opponent's actions. If it is urged to ultimate, it is even feasible to manipulate the tail beast. For example, now, 3 tails movement stopped. The tailed beast bomb, which was already able to shoot at any time, gradually collapsed and turned into pure chakra and returned to 3 tails. The battlefield is no longer outside at this moment. What is going on is a confrontation of spirit and will. This is the consciousness space that seals 3 tails. It's really a small, dark, unpleasant cage. Stepping on the water that flooded his ankles with his feet, Zhong Xian raised his head and saw the black and black like a stone, but also like it is a steel dome, and the darkness around it is also cut off by similar walls. Then, he cast his gaze to the iron cage ahead. However, he was not looking at 3 tails, which was still locked in a cage. Hey, it's time for the guy who claims to be Uchiha Madara to show up? It's all here and there is still hiding, and it's getting more and more unbelievable that you will be that Uchiha Madara. Ha! The arrogant kid, I have already said that I don't need to prove my identity to anyone. Uchiha Obito, wearing a mask, appeared on top of 3 tails, condescendingly overlooking Zhong Xian standing in the stagnant water. The contempt in the eyes is so clear. Really? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. It can't change the relationship between us, as long as you solve it. I think it should be able to solve most of the problems. You want to kill me, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Obito laughed. Even the laughter was so arrogant and arrogant. He looked at Zhong Xian and said, if you can do it, please try it. Then Zhong Xian squinted his eyes slightly. Magic Songhang technique in this world of spiritual will, it is the place where Uchiha's illusion art shines. Thick metal wedges emerge out of thin air, and they are nailed into the hands and feet of Uchiha's belt. The real pain is deep. It stimulates Uchiha Obito's nerves. Good. Uchiha Obito twisted his neck and passed through the metal wedges like a phantom. The metal wedges fell behind him, hitting 3 tails' head and disappeared like bubbles. However, you can't kill me with just such a skill. While talking, a flame suddenly appeared on Zanzian's body. When it was hot, the flames entangled his hands and feet and burned raging. It was clear that the water under his feet was flooding his ankles, but Zhong Xian still felt the sensation of burning his feet in the raging fire. Burned out, flesh and blood are carbonizing, bones are about to be boiled out of oil. Original, it's so painful to be burned by flames. He has always set fire to others, and this is really the first time in his life that he feels the taste of being burned by flames. Magic Shiranui. This is a counterattack from Uchiha Obito. Whether you are Uchiha Madara or not, this pupil power is indeed very strong. Zhong Xian felt the pain of being burned by the flame and said sincerely, this is his truth. Uchiha Obito doesn't know whether his talent was discovered by Uchiha Madara, or the change brought about by the fusion of White Zetsu's body. His illusion is indeed very strong, manipulating 9 tails and manipulating 3 tails Jinchuriki Citrus Yagura. The flame burns more intensely, the painful color on Zhong Xian's face gradually faded. In the end, he just stretched out his hand and patted lightly, the flames scattered and extinguished on his body, and there was no trace of burns on his body. This is the world of spiritual will. All the damage falls on the spirit. The strength of the spiritual power determines the victory or defeat here. In the final analysis, the Uchiha family's illusion art competition is the collision of pupil power. Unless it is a superb illusion art, otherwise the 2-3-hook Jade Uchiha illusion art competition will often evolve into a pure pupil power contest. As long as the pupil power is strong enough, these illusion attacks can't really hurt them. It's like the Song Hang technique that was broken free by Uchiha Obito. Another example is Shiranui technique that was shot out by Zhong Xian's hand. This is the ready evidence. Magic Mujimao Magic Dragon Sleep Technique, Magic Mirror World, Magic Foam. It is usually very difficult for outsiders to understand the details of the illusion duel. Especially the Uchiha clan's illusion is usually only a short-lived event. When others have not seen it clearly, the enemy standing in front of them will fall. Therefore, watching this dazzling illusion showdown directly in the world of spiritual consciousness as it is now has made the consciousness of Lord 4th Mizukage in the scene consciously an eye-opener. If it weren't for my own situation is really terrible, he is afraid of applause at this moment. Uchiha? What a terrible family. Looking at the battle between the two Uchihas, Yagura's mood is extremely complicated. He is now nailed to the wall by metal wedges. The animals in the exhibition cannot move and cannot actively perceive his body. Of course, it is impossible to accurately understand the information of the outside world. If you don't know anything, it doesn't have to be too sad. Many times, the damn one-eyed man played with him like a puppet, and from time to time he saw him execute the ninjas in the village with his own hands, set off bloody massacres in the village again and again, and controlled his consciousness to persecute him. To fight, there are too many painful memories like this. His heart suffers all the time, but he can't even ask for death. I can only pray here that one day I can escape from birth. I don't know if his long prayer finally got a response. This piece of space, which has been silent for an unknown period of time, finally welcomes new guests today. Only, what worries Citrus Yagura is that the visitor is also a Uchiha. The Scarlet Eyes make 4th Mizukage-sama don't know what to say to vent the depression in his heart, just watching Uchiha Zongxian and attacking. After the battle between his one-eyed Uchiha, he still hoped that Uchiha Zongxian would win. He knows that Uchiha Zongxian may not be much better than the damn one-eyed one, but now he doesn't think his situation can get worse, and the worst is just to imprison his consciousness and manipulate the power of 3 tails. Now, the battle continues. The dazzling illusion battle seems to have reached a white-hot stage. With the eyesight of Yagura, it is completely impossible to infer who will win or lose. Forcing me to use Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique? Zongxian looked at Uchiha Obito, who was standing on top of 3 tails' head, and a sneer evoked at the corner of his mouth. Since he wants to see it so much, let's get a taste of it. And it just so happened that in this world where 3 tails' spiritual consciousness was imprisoned, he could accurately hit Uchiha Obito's spiritual body. If it is outside, also worry about being cheated by Shadow Clone. But here, there is nowhere for Shadow Clone to be useful. Let you take a look. My Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique, I hope you can like its beauty. Uchiha Zongxian's pupils converged, and the extremely powerful pupils quickly infiltrated the nearby space, such as a 6-leaf windmill-like pattern emerged above the steel and rock-like dome. Oh, is it finally coming? Uchiha Obito looked up at the pattern above his head. His will tightened to ultimate at this moment, and he was ready to meet the pupil technique of Mangekyo Sharingan from the illusion system that is not yet clear.